And it happens very often in Dota. And that's what it was with Ana. I mean, he was getting a lot of flack. A lot of players, they just break because of it.
I think I was quite weak mentally. I was just like,
Okay, this actually took me by surprise. Welcome, everybody, to the final day of Southeast Asian Qualifiers, where we have stepped up the facial hair capabilities, maybe dropped down in the motion capabilities, but it's okay. I think this is a compromise that everyone is okay with. Oh, what a shame! What a shame! You looked good though. You look even better in this. Wait, what are you wearing right now, John? What is that shirt?
It's called a barong. It's like our national outfit in the Philippines. We wear it for special occasions, and today is a special occasion. Lower bracket finals into the grand finals. Of course, we've got the Filipino boys, TNC, up against Boom. I'm repping TNC boys by wearing this, but I'm actually cheering for Boom. So I think chat's gonna be really upset at me for that.
It's okay. Everyone's got someone to campaign for. You got your Indonesian squad of Boom. You've got the Filipino squad of TNC, and then in Fnatic it's multicultural. You got Malaysians, you got Filipinos, you've got Singaporeans, you've got Thai players. It's a little bit of everything. And last but not least, of course, Mike, it's a question that you asked, but I feel it's not reciprocated enough. How are you doing today, Mike?
Thank you for that, Tsunami. You make me feel very special as we've got into this panel. I feel fantastic, sir. Though I must say, I was perusing Reddit yesterday. Couldn't help but notice there was our lovely faces in Reddit and some very negative comments towards me, Tsunami. I was very upset. On the bright side, though, I've been told that I have the better hair. So there you go. I've just jumped out of the shower. I've made sure it's wet. I can flick it over if I need to. And I feel like we're equals now, Tsunami. I don't feel so intimidated by you anymore on this panel. So
No, good.
You can't bully me anymore.
You never should have. This is a team effort, and these are team games, and this is the last 3 teams remaining in the Southeast Asian qualifiers. We can take a look at the bracket. We can see where we are after 4 days of brutal eliminations, heartbreaks, excitement, and this is where we are now. Last night, we resolved TNC versus Fnatic in the upper bracket final, BO3. Fnatic 2-0'd TNC. And of course it was long, 58 minutes and then 70 minutes. It couldn't have been any other way. And then lastly, Execration versus Boom. The rematch yet again going in favor of Boom, as you can see on the top left. They already took them down once, Boom versus Execration 2-1, and then all the way on the bottom right, yet again, Boom taking it over Execration again. But it wasn't as long, 44 minutes and 35 minutes, and now we are here with TNC versus Boom as the lower bracket final, and the winner gets to face off against Fnatic in a BO5.
Yeah, we've seen this story in Southeast Asia a lot. Fnatic waiting in the grand finals of TI qualifiers. TNC usually ending up in that slot as well. Then it's just a clash of the Southeast Asian giants. But for Boom's part, I was looking through their history. We've watched Boom for a long time. I never realized this is their first time going this far in TI quals. What tended to happen was in the old format, group stage would play out and they'd be eliminated in the bottom half. So this is the furthest they've gone. This is the closest they've been to that TI dream, and I can't help but cheer for them. You know, it's like they've been together for so long, for the most part. They've grown together as a team. They've had a lot of improvements throughout the entire year and more. And I just can't help but cheer them on.
It's always the bridesmaid, never the bride type situation, because they always get second place in these smaller scale tournaments, but for sure, this is definitely the highest stakes tournament that they've ever been able to advance this far. And like you mentioned, the growth has been admirable because I was watching them in season 1 and season 2 of the DPC in Southeast Asia, and they were, solid middle of the pack team, but never one that I would have contended as making a deep run. Even for most people who were probably coming up with their predictions on who they thought would progress the furthest, I would be surprised if anyone had Boom as grand finalists, let alone even like making it all the way to the quals. But they're here and they're doing Indonesia proud, and let's see what they're capable of versus TNC. And I wanna get first, Mike. Give me your full prediction for the day. I want to hear your series prediction for TNC versus Boom, and then I want to hear your prediction of the winner of that versus Fnatic.
My heart wants it to be Boom, right? They've gone through so much. I think TNC with Coach Mushi joining in, they're looking so clean. I think TNC, at the very least, is probably going to end up in a 2-1. And then in the grand finals, if you want the prediction on that, I think Fnatic's looking way too good. I think the roster changes have been fantastic. Death, the storyline coming from the Singapore Major to having no team to now potentially qualifying for TI10. You got to love it, and I think Fnatic might have it in the grand finals.
John, how about you? What's your read?
I mean, I want to cheer for Boom. I think realistically, TNC might have the edge. The last time these teams played against each other in that upper bracket as well, it did go 2-1. It was grueling. We had like a 66-minute game, a 45-minute game, a 75-minute game. So it went all the way. But I think TNC's got that discipline. I think we kind of saw it from Boom. Sometimes they can be a bit hasty towards that late game, and they can be a bit more emotional. Like last night, when Dreamosel was winning, he ran as the Bristleback all the way to the tier 4s just to plant a flag and that pizza party sticker. They're a very emotional team, and when it's going well, it can be really nice. When it's going rough, that could work against them as well.
And he alluded to that in his interview, right? He was like, our biggest issue is that we're just, well, he phrased it a little bit more casually or candidly, but it was effectively like, they kind of struggle with consistency at times. And so maybe it's that emotion, it's the highs as much as the lows that power them up. So that was your lower bracket prediction, but what's your grand final prediction?
Ooh, it's a bit tough. Let's say TNC makes it through. Fnatic look really clean against them. I think TNC, they're going to have to play back-to-back series, so that could work against them. I think as a team, though, we've seen TNC kind of slog through double series before, and they tend to kind of work it out well. I'm keen to see whether or not they can use this series first, if they do make it, to kind of fix up themselves for that Fnatic fight. I think it's going to be a close one. In that best of 5, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually did go 5 games, but I'd lean slightly towards Fnatic there. I think with DJ and Jabs, that experience they have under supports is just much stronger. And Chuan and Det has been really, really darn good in their roles as well.
Me, I want my shards. I'm saying 2-0 TNC and then 3-0 TNC. I gotta get those 1,000 shards. That's right. I mean, like, I can't win 3 games a week. How am I supposed to get all these sets for Dota Plus? Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't get full series in lower bracket and grand finals. But I am backing TNC. I had them at the very beginning of this entire thing, and I had them even during season 2. I thought that for the most part they were gonna take where they would be where T1 is right now, which is first place and then solid performance at the Animajor, and then maybe win a tournament after that. But T1 seems to have claimed the crown for Southeast Asia, and now we're just looking to see who's going to be their prince in the International 10. And still, it breaks my heart that only one of these teams, everyone, there's so many eyes. I know, John, you have been very, very excited with how much attention Southeast Asia is finally getting, because it's been kind of the redheaded stepchild of Dota competitive for a long time. You know, like South America and North America are used to that treatment, but Southeast Asia has had these moments of greatness, and they've kind of faded away in maybe the last 2 or 3 years, but you can kind of feel it coming back a little bit, right, John?
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's been so tight. I think a lot of talk's been there about how the DPC kind of doesn't favor a region like C because of how close every team is. Like, all of us had different favorites. Me and Mike were looking at Motivate Trust. Galaxy Racer showed up. Boom Esports are on a really good long run. So it's just such a competitive region, and it's really great to see all the eyes here. But it also feels terrible that, like, we only have T1 plus 1. Like, it's just a really tough situation when the region's that competitive with itself.
If nothing else, it'll be good to see at least some potential fresh faces at a TI, assuming Fnatic doesn't make it. If Fnatic makes it, they've got a bunch of TI veterans, but with this TNC or this Boom, it would be very excited to see. And now we can see the heroes that will be selected in the beginning of the last day of Southeast Asia. It's Boom versus TNC, game number 1. Boom banning out the Viper Nyx, TNC banning out Timber Brood, picking up the Phoenix and the DK, and Boom pick up the Lion.
An interesting opening. I mean, the DK, I guess, not too surprising. The Phoenix been pretty popular as well with the Sunray, the sustain it offers. I suppose as Boom, you probably could run the Lion Pos 4 if you wanted to go for a position 5 AA now and kind of put a stop to the amount of sustain that's already there for the side of TNC. It does mean your support duo is going to feel a little bit weak. Like, you've got that kind of squishy support duo, but that is kind of how the meta's been going, so I wouldn't really blame Boom for just going for the AA pickup now. But they may also just prioritize going for that FBZ heroes. You can see TNC, they've kind of already just kind of focused on FBZ, and there you go. They pick up the axe. I don't want to say it's a Dream Missile axe yet. I mean, we have seen a lot of axe. It could be, but, you know, from the previous performances we've been seeing Tsunami, if it's going to be a Pos 1 axe, you know, it does scare me a little bit for Boom Esports, I've got to be honest.
For what it's worth, Dreamacell did, so he's picked it twice, and they did win one of their games. It was versus TNC, I think, that they were able to beat TNC with a carry axe earlier in this, because they already played each other, right? Yeah. So
yeah, in the upper bracket.
Could go either way, but I would not blame them for going for FBZ, because second phase throughout all of Boom's opponents has always been very, very FBZ targeted. You'll see Mars, the Tide, the Darkseer all banned out in second phase, so I think it's a good approach for them to pick up a flex potential, or if not the FBZ hero in the first phase.
Yeah, it's just the tendency for teams against Boom. I'm keen on seeing how TNC builds up on this Phoenix DK myself. They've got the option here for, say, a Tim's Mirana to slide through. Could have also been first phase to prioritize the DK Mirana combo, but it's kind of still left in the pool. Again, in the second phase, you tend to just look to ban out those cores, so it might slip Boom's mind. I don't think you should really allow Tims to play that comfort hero, but it's kind of there as well. The possibilities are pretty open. For Boom's part, I mean, Dreamacell, I think I remember that series. Like, there was a conversation about, at least beforehand, about letting teams have the carry axe, and Boom was hesitant the first time around, and they tried it, so I don't know if they'd want to experiment again despite finding that one win with Dreamacell, but if it worked before, I guess that might be the mindset. If it worked before, we can make it work again. And maybe they managed to pull it off, who knows. You can see the rest of the bans, Ricky being taken out by TNC, the Spectre and Medusa, so again, just playing around by banning cores, leaving that Mirana. Boom only has one ban left after this one, and that could still be really potent for TNC.
Yeah, for what it's worth, whenever they did run the carry axe, it was against a Broodmother, and so that kind of justified it a little bit more. But it was also against a Phoenix, so they didn't really fear too much of that percentage-based damage from the Sunray, and still, AA also left in the pool, and we'll see if TNC want to target any supports in the second phase bans. They're going for, I guess, Makoto heroes with the Ricky ban, and I guess Dreamacell was also playing it as well, but I don't know if they are going to be focusing too much on support bans.
We'll find out very soon. I mean, the bans have started. Ricky banned out. I guess we have seen Dreamacell play that, and Makoto as well in the mid lane, so it makes enough sense. I didn't think the mid Ricky last time around was that impressive from Boom, if I'm completely honest. Though that is an impressive pickup if they had it. The Doom is definitely something to be very scary, very scared of if Boom did take it. So I do like that ban. It seems like no supports though being banned out. It's just all core heroes for both sides. Interestingly enough, I guess, like I said earlier, I think the AA is still open for Boom if they want it. I think it's still not such a bad pick. Unless it gets banned out, but it seems like TNC just going to focus in on those Makoto heroes, which, you know, I can't quite blame them because he has been playing very, very well. Always does, really, Makoto. He's always just very, very consistent with how well he plays. We'll see what else. I mean, do they want to ban the TA to boot? I think TA's one of his scariest heroes for Makoto. You know, they do call him the Yellow Flash for a reason. You know, it's not really Makoto when he plays TA, it's Minato. And, I mean, Boom. I'd love to see it in this game number 1. It's a great way to start.
Wait. Explain this Naruto reference to me. I love learning more Southeast Asian lore. What is was there actually something specific about Naruto, or did you just come up with that?
No. It is specific to Naruto because the what is it? The Aghanim Scepter. How he can go across
he teleports
the map.
all across the map. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. So Makoto, he's the yellow flash. When he plays TA, it's just so impressive. He gets the Aghanim Scepter. You're never safe across the map. It's it's impressive. He deserves that title if he does take it.
And if he does play kind of a playmaker, because we were both kind of surprised to see Makoto pick up the Doom yesterday. Because it doesn't feel like a very Makoto hero. He always plays these flashier, more space-creating kind of mids, but it was whenever they had the Viper Flex, and, or at least I think that was the game. Whatever the case, he ended up playing Doom mid, and I know, John, for the longest time, any single time that I was like, oh, they could give it to FBZ or Makoto, you're like, it's gonna be a FBZ Doom. But he finally picked it up.
Yeah, it just goes against the grain for how Makoto plays, but I think they kind of prioritize maybe just having that win condition. In that sense, you love to talk about it with Doom, but it is a big win condition towards the end, especially once you start farming up the Ags with a break in certain scenarios. So that might just be how Boom's approaching it, a much more calculated approach outside of just the feel of the heroes here for Makoto, and could be something that works out. I think, again, it's part of that development of the team, so we'll see if it carries through. I think going back to Mike's point about the AA, and they get the Mirana here in TNC, the AA is still open for Boom. The one issue I have is that it breaks up this red opening. Like, TNC and Boom both have 2 sets of red heroes, right? TNC breaks that up with the Mirana, but I don't know if there's anything left for Boom to kind of continue that trend here.
How about Grimstroke? He's kind of red. Blue.
Oh, no, it's too blue. Two blues.
Abaddon, not only a blue hero, but a hero that we don't see particularly frequently. If nothing else, we see it usually against Lion, and TNC may be denying Makoto his Templar. Wow, okay, they're just blazing through this.
Ooh.
Mike, take your pick. What hero would you like to talk about?
Oh man, look, I talked about the Makoto TA, but I've got to say Armel is just as, if not better, at this hero. I mean, it's Armel, right? Like, you can put him on anything and he's going to make it look good. But the TA, when Armel picks it up, it's very scary. Now, I do love it. Into the axe, into these high armor heroes, you can kind of just get rid of all that armor and burst them down. I think it's quite valuable here because you don't have a great way of burning through the refraction either this game. On the side of Boom Esports, like, you've got Battle Hunger, but that's whatever. Yeah, it seems like a nice pick here for the side of TNC, and it does seem like they're going for this kind of, I don't want to say old school, but we've seen it for so long from TNC, this kind of fast-paced push lineup where they'll go for the mid-tier 1, they'll go for the top tier 1, and then they'll just take over the map. They'll just kind of choke you out, they won't let you farm, and Boom Esports, they go for the TB very confidently, right? Because I don't think TNC intends to allow them to have that jungle space for the TB to be able to farm up for the next 30 minutes. So it's a very confident TB pick here from Boom Esports. But I think TNC, they've already kind of got their game plan. They're going to just close the map on them. And Boom, we'll see if they can kind of fight back here with this draft, but it could be pretty rough.
I'm curious what TNC are going to be prioritizing as their carry. For Gabby, they've still got Morphling available in the pool. They've still got Faceless Void, which they played earlier as well. And then for Boom, I'm assuming, John, that they're going to need something to answer this TA in the mid. At this point, you know FBZ is going to play offline Axe, and now you just need to figure out who is going to be your best matchup against Templar Assassin.
I guess there's an option for the Makoto Kunkka. It's something he loves as well. It's just that I don't think it really suits the lineup for everything else they want to do. It is still one way to kind of tank up your Axe and Terrorblade, but you're basically running 2 melee cores, technically 3 if you don't count Metamorphosis and Terrorblade, so it could be a bit rough running into the Phoenix. 3 cores kind of trying to man up and hit the egg is not ideal, especially if you want your Terrorblade to focus elsewhere, so that could be a bit awkward. I'm just really happy that Boom banned out the Arc Warden, because we've seen too much Terrorblade versus Arc Warden, and that ends up being God knows how long. So we're not going to have this.
It just comes down to who gets the ballista in the end, really. That's all it comes down to.
RNG towards those tier 5 items, but yeah, I think Boom might look at the Kunkka. It seems like something that would fit, but it's a bit awkward to run, just because 3 melee cores, well, technically 2, but Terrorblade's technically melee when Metamorphosis is off. Can be awkward in that early game.
In the days of the Animator, I would have said that this is a pretty free Razor pick. I don't know if Southeast Asia values Razor as an anti-TA hero as much as other regions did, but it would be something worth considering. We'll go for another Makoto classic, Wind Ranger.
I don't know how to feel about this hero. I mean, Makoto, I've seen him play it. He does do a very, very good job. He always somehow finds the shackle angles as well, so it's always a very scary time, but it is Wind Ranger, right? Like, Slacks, he kind of means about it, but
it's not game 3.
It's not, okay, it's not game 3 yet, but he has a point. This hero, it seems better than it is, and I kind of question whether Boom can make it look as good as they need it to, and
Oh boy.
Safe lane TA, off lane Brew? Let's see. Gabby's playing
safe
the
lane
DK.
DK. I don't mind this too much. We've seen some effective brews. I think that's mainly from the last time me and Mike saw it was with KP. But the Brewmaster is still highly effective. At this point, you've got really good control for that Terrorblade. Just run up at him without the BKB, just Cyclone him up. Metamorphosis just gets wasted. You clean up everyone else. It's really disruptive on the off lane, and it gives you a lot of good single target control for the most part, but it also kind of breaks up that fight. Like, Boom want to be able to run down, catch one hero out, break them off, but I think they've got to be worried about Bach getting that counter initiation going, getting that control off, and that might mean you might want to consider, say, early BKBs here, especially for that Terrorblade. There's still that big question mark with Mikado's Wind Ranger. He's played it a lot. Mid lane matchup feels like you can kind of play tag with TA there, but you don't flash farm the same way, so you might lose that farming war, especially if you don't contest that jungle from Armel.
I like the Brewmaster. I think it has a lot of use, but I'm just wondering if TNC threw too much out of their draft out the window to, like, put it in, because Dispel Magic is great. You're going to be able to do a bunch of damage to all of TB's Conjure Images and just insta-give them. Cycloning the Wind Ranger would be ideal, because for the most part, I don't really know if FBZ is going to be able to create enough space or at least even hit an egg. And so in a teamfight situation, I think you just need to worry about cycloning the Wind Ranger. It's just, safe lane DK is something we don't see very often. I'll see mid plenty of times, I'll see off lane plenty of times. I don't see safe lane very often, and I definitely don't see it versus an Axe, but if anyone can make it work, I think that this will definitely be the team to make it happen. But let's see, last day of Southeast Asia Qualifiers, Game 1 of TNC versus Boom. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. It is indeed MLP Dota and X5. John, we're into Game 1 of the lower bracket final between TNC and Boom Esports. And, you know, John, I can't help myself. How you doing, sir?
Doing great, feeling great. Great matchup to start us off with in the lower bracket finals. As we've already talked about, Boom, this is the furthest they've gone in TI qualifiers ever, as far as I can see, and this is a big moment for them, so they're going to have to show up their A-game. TNC, they're in kind of a similar spot that we've seen TI qualifiers end up. Upper finals between Fnatic TNC, someone gets knocked down, and then that guy still moves on into grand finals for a rematch. We'll see if they can continue that momentum, but it's always fun to see this specific matchup, right? Like, it's the Filipino versus Indonesian match. It's always explosive for both teams and the viewers, because you know, Southeast Asia, we get really passionate about our games, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard during these games, right? Because you're so tempted to watch the Twitch chat as well. It's just so entertaining when they go to war over these kind of games. But, you know, we're professionals, John. We'll concentrate on the game. I think it's going to be a very close one as well. Like, I know we talked about it. We kind of gave TNT the upper hand before the draft began in this series, but it could be anyone's game. These two, they've gone against each other so many times. It is a bit of a classic matchup between Boom and TNC, and of course it is underway now. Boom, they'll take 2 of their bounties. Of course, TNC will respectively take their own 2. We'll get into the laning stage, and we will start off with the bot lane, where you do see Hyde on the line. He'll be there with FBZ on this axe. Of course, against Gabby on his POS 1 DK. And Tim's, it seems, is going to be the POS 5 Mirana this game.
We've seen this lane a couple of times before, specifically DK Mirana versus Axe. We've seen it go either way. If Hyde can do a good job of zoning the Mirana out, I think the Axe can just sit and spin without having to worry about the arrow. But if he's not able to buy that space out, you get that simple chain stun combo. The Axe doesn't feel tanky at all early on, so it's all down to just positioning it freebie arrow. It's good to block that range creep, so you're not feeding out the EXP. But it will take a couple of levels here for FBZ to really feel comfy. He went for level 1 Battle Hunger, no spins.
Look at the damage though, FBZ. The level 1 Battle Hunger, it's pretty stock standard, I'd say, but the damage you can pump out with this DK Mirana is kind of insane. Another arrow out, this time it will not be blocked off by either, and you get to the point where you can't always block these arrows. You do have to be a little bit cautious because the damage will rise very fast between these two. We should have a look at the other lanes as well. Of course, top lane, you've got Bok there with Boomy. Up against Dreamer Cell and Kezcute. John, talk to me about this lane. The Brewmaster, was it a good pick? Is it going to be impactful against this TB during this laning stage?
In lane, you can kind of play around, maybe look for the value points in Cinderbrew for now. Bok does have the Thunderclap ready to clap and Boomy. He doesn't have jump here.
No, he doesn't have Icarus time. Still level 1 and is going to end up going down. Dreamer Cell does already pick up the first blood in very nice fashion. This is kind of what I was worried about, John. Are you going to be able to do enough? Because Dreamer Cell, he knows his Terrorblade very, very well. I'd say it's one of his best heroes right now, and it's going to be scary for TNC to deal with later on if he has this good of a start.
And what you have to do in this lane for TNC is play around the Metamorphosis. Once you see it kind of expire, you know you've got about 2 minutes or so where you can just try to harass out the TB. You've got good magic damage on your Brew, but I think Dreamercel's doing a good job here. Every single time he sees Bok come close, he commits to Reflection, and Bok hurts himself more than he can hurt the TB, so it's a bit rough. This is also a very EXP-heavy lane for TNC. The Brewmaster and the Phoenix need some levels, and Boomy's just kind of giving this lane away, so the progression onto that level 3 spike for the Phoenix, it's going to take a bit longer here.
Let's have a look at that mid lane as well. The one lane we haven't talked about yet. It's going to be Armel against Makoto. Armel and that TA having an extremely good time. Double the CS of our Wind Ranger, which is going to be a pretty big cause of concern. As we know the TA already can kind of flash farm very quickly. But with this kind of start as well, it's going to be concerning here for Makoto. This is sort of what we kind of mentioned in the drafting phase, right? Like this Wind Ranger pick, what does it actually do? Well, for now, it's not doing so well in the lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a slow start. It's a bit worrying for Mikado. He's not really able to use any sort of advantage. Like, maybe you try to just power shot the creep wave, but you're never going to burn through Refraction from TL, though.
Still ticking out to that Battle Hunger, but he's actually out regenerating the damage. And Hyde, he's showing up. Earthspike gonna land, but it's still not enough. 20 HP he'll survive on. Hyde, well, he can't believe his eyes. Like, how does this damn hero die? Gabby, he won't even need a salve, John. He'll stick around the tier 1 tower. He'll get a bit of bonus regen. He's gonna be just fine.
Yeah, it's just DK things. You know, you hit your level 4 spike, you have level 2 Dragon Blood. You can sustain through a lot more. You've also got added strength from that early Soul Ring, so hard to zone out. They are doing a good job of at least pushing Gabby away from the creep wave, but it's not like he's missing out on too much CS. So the bot lane for Boom just going a bit slower. You're still seeing the mid lane struggle here. I mean, you just can't burn through Refraction, so you can never trade favorably with that TA. Maybe once you hit level 6, you can look for a Shackle Focus Fire play. But even then, that can be a bit risky, and I think Mikado's either going to need some support rotations, probably from Hyde, to take care of this TA early on, or start to ask the supports to set up around that jungle, plant some deep wards to prevent that flash farm.
Still unable to apply that pressure right now, Boom. Just trying to keep up in the CS department. Everything's going really swimmingly, though, for TNC. Like, that bot lane, the mid lane, you'd have to argue 2 out of 3 lanes is already won here for TNC. That off lane, sure, it didn't go so well, but when you look at Tremosaur's farm in comparison to Armel and Gabby, he has fallen a little bit behind. We'll see what they get done about it, but it's another one of those things, John. With this draft from TNC, they're going to be able to take those towers very fast, and TNC will choke you out of the map. We talked about this during the panel. It's going to be extremely important for them to be able to defend these tier 1 towers, especially around that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, they can't have these objectives melt quick. It's going to shrink their jungle space on Boom's side. They need a lot of catch-up form for all 3 cores, especially the Axe. Like, you do have the Vanguard up, but you're going to need a quick blink on top to really start running around the map here. So someone's going to have to give some space earlier on. It feels like it might end up being Mikato by nature of the Wind Ranger, just because it really just doesn't flash farm the same way the Axe and Terrorblade can. So if he doesn't find his Javelin timing, I think Mikado's going to be in a really awkward position. You can already see TNC just constantly shoving in the mid wave, even dragging his support out by the 6-minute rune to secure that regen.
He will get it, Tims. Not that he really needed it anyway. SQ does cancel it off straight away, but just being able to deny it away from Makoto gonna feel quite nice. Because Armel, he doesn't even have a bottle, so he doesn't really give a crap about the runes at all. Unless it's something like a DD or a haste rune. Definitely no need for a regen as playing a bit of a scuttle. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Gabby, he's forced to pop the dragon form. It's not too big of a deal. It was just a bit of a dive from FBZ. Doesn't really amount to much. Gabby, he'll just farm with this anyway. Like, he's not going to try and apply any kind of tower pressure yet. It's all about the farm game for him. He's doing a great job of it.
Yeah, he's just pretty much in a solo lane. Perfect farm coming out for DK, which will lead to quick item timings, perhaps quick power treads, maybe looking for that fast blink as well to take a more active role on DK. The slower pace of game, it feels like it's actually favoring TNC a lot more. You look at those triangle stacks here from TNC, man, like a whole bunch of stacks just for Armel to clear out later on. There is a ward from Boom to watch it, but they're really not in a position to contest any of that. They're already playing the jungle with Dreamo Cell very early on because the top lane's just being shoved in. Bach has level 6. Primal Split Threat is ready to go. The push for TNC up top isn't the quickest, especially without Gabby around, but it's still happening, and that's more progress than Boom is having.
The question is, can they kind of infiltrate that Radiant Triangle? In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, no, he's thinking about going for a dive in on Kescute. Almost gets him. Arrow, it's going to be taken by the Lion. They might find another, and they will hide. He's gone, but Makoto, he's going to try and fight this one out, but he definitely can't do it. Even with the focus fire, he needs to get the hell out of there, as Armel will chase him down and find himself a double kill. Boom Esports, a bit of a misplay there. They didn't really know where they were going with that. Miscoordination for sure. And you would have almost rather seen the Abaddon die over the Lion. You need to find that blink timing on Hyde. It's going to delay things a little bit, and to make matters worse, John, Makoto ends up dropping.
Yeah, he tried to play greedy. He tried to line up for a shackle, did not connect. And I love what TNC is doing. I didn't notice this earlier, but Boomy, in that fight, he was still level 2 at 7 minutes in. He just hits level 3. He's been very sacrificial on this Phoenix, enabling everyone else to get a lot more space. Even Tims is at 5. So he's taking that hard, almost past 6 roll on Phoenix, just stacking the triangle. They managed to clear out the large camp. They've got the Ancients coming through for Armel with a double damage. They take the top tier 1. This early game's going very smoothly for TNC, and if Boom don't find a way to hit some item spikes, get some blinks up, maybe on FBZ, they're not going to have the answer.
Kescute's in trouble top lane. They get the primal split off, and this should be a nice easy pick off. In fact, Kescute, his courier's in trouble as well. They'll ignore that for now. He'll burn alive very slowly as Bach, he's gonna leave the courier. He'll show some mercy. Go back, just make sure he does not get caught out of position. But it's the 3rd kill already for TNC. I suppose that is one of the nicer things about the Brewmaster this early on, is you can just kind of go for solo kills. There's not much in the way of stopping him.
Yeah, they just aren't together enough from Boom to punish that Brewmaster. Like, the top lane's just not a place they want to play necessarily. They've got deep wards from TNC's end. You can just kind of commit the Brew. He's super tanky. You don't have burst yet. Even Finger's not quite up on Hyde. So you can't really counterplay it. And TNC's just working this map to perfection. They're getting flash farm on Armel super quick. He's rushing the Desolator. No Dragonlance, it looks like, this time around. So he's just going straight up burst, not going for durability, stats, and range. And this could actually help them accelerate that game. Like, the Dragonlance would help them sustain a little bit longer and save Armel. But with this kind of timing on the Desolator, we're looking at maybe 11 minutes, maybe even less, 10:30. He's going to be able to melt literally every single here. Even the TB is going to feel a bit squishy. The Axe is probably the slowest one to kill, only if he gets his taunt off.
I like that Desolator choice, though. Like, you kind of pointed it out, but having this much early kind of timing with that Deso, when you've got a DK on top, just get rid of that mid-tier 1 tower and boom, they're going to suffer. That's exactly what TNC are trying to do. They've already grouped around the mid lane, forcing those rotations in. They'll back off for now and go back into that triangle. Amel, he's got the Deso up. 10.5 minutes into this game. That is a fast Deso. This is very, very problematic. This is a huge problem now for Boom. I think Armel will see him go into the mid lane very soon, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gabby joins him.
If they can just look to melt towers right now if they want to. Armel's starting to queue up the Dragonlance, so he just kind of reverses the order, figuring that he's AFK jungling more and the Desolator's more efficient there. You can see Boom kind of clump up. They are smoked up. They've got Finger.
Nice call. They got the big one. They got the TA, but can they burst him down in time? Armel, Finger out. He's still alive, but no, the dunk. FBZ gets the job done. Tims, he'll try to leap away his Bok. He's trying to find a decent team fight for his team, and Gabby, he's in, but what did he just stun? It was the Infonic shield that purges it off, and now the call's in. FBZ, he's after the edge. He wants to try and burst it down in time, and they get it. They beat the team fight. TNC, they need to retreat right now as Boom. They are angry and they want more. What can they find? Gabby, he's a great target, and there's your blink in FBZ. Catches him out again, and Dreamer Soul, he'll get to work. An absolute disaster for TNC Predators. Boom. They refuse to let that mid-tier 1 tower drop. They're back to farming. They're not going to try and push. That's not their objective right now. As long as that mid-tier 1 stands, they are happy.
That was just beautifully timed from Boom. Immediately, once they had that blink on FBZ, they looked for that kill opportunity, and that's all they really needed. They needed some setup, they needed a way to initiate these fights. FBZ just getting all the big calls he needs. You can see TNC, they're still trying to push in, but you have to remember, it is risky. You don't have Egg anymore, you don't have Primal Split. The fight around that tier 1 could be a bit tougher if you force the issue.
Still huddle around that mid lane, but it's gotten so much more dangerous now. You've even got the Maelstrom up on Makoto, so he's got some damage to pop out with that focus fire. Certainly not as easy as it was just about a minute ago to try and go for this mid-tier 1, but there is going to be a smoke up. TNC gonna wrap around through the Hyde jungle, but Makoto, he breaks the smoke off, and Hyde's gonna rotate. There's your focus fire around Gabby. He is a tanky target, but it may not matter as a Shackles comes out. Makoto, he found 2 already, but they won't be able to capitalize as Bok now. He'll move forward. No primal split necessary as they Icarus dive in, but Hyde, he'll be protected by Kezcute and the Aphotic Shield. FBZ, look at him, John. He's waiting for that reinitiation. He's been very good thus far with the blink calls. We'll leave them be for now. TNC ever so desperate to try and get that mid-tier 1 tower, but Boom, they're not budging.
I like the committal from Boom. They understand that they need this tower as much as TNC needs theirs. TNC will recommit though. They've got the Dragon form up on Gabby. This tower is not going to hold as long, and I think that's the point where Boom, they're probably not going to be keen to jump in. They see the full commitment from TNC. They have to surrender the objective. They're getting what they can in their jungle while they can, and they should be able to get some good D-wards. But look at TNC. They have a million sentries around the area, and they're just going to be able to spot out those defensive wards as they come down. So they're already preempting the vision game that Boom will probably want to bring out, and it can make it a bit tougher for Boom to keep that control steady. They're going to try to look for that bot tier 1 just to open up that bot jungle a bit more. They're dragging the heroes in.
Easy. Lane Tim's going to hide in the tree line. They know it's a TB illusion, I believe, so they'll leave that be. In fact, it's their own TB illusion as Tim's still hiding. They're trying to scout it out. Tim's making it very, very hard to catch him out, and he'll even pop the Moonlight Shadow to try and sneak his way out of this scenario. Oh, he's going to reveal himself, FBZ. He's still waiting. Patience of a monk here on this axe. How much longer do you want to wait? Hims again, arrow out. We'll get a bit of vision on Dreamer Cell. Get in FBZ from the left side now. Gonna come through that tree line. Tim's call, not gonna be on target. He leaps away. He's got 2 more leap charges. He should be alright as now. They stand next to each other. Look at Tim's. He's farming the creeps. He knows there's no call. He gets an arrow out. He's wasted a lot of time in the spot lane while the Roshan's happening on the other side of the map. It was all a bit of a bait here from TNC as the distraction play may have worked out. Roshan very, very low. Power shot going to get the vision. FBZ, he needs to get in there quick, but the blink, it's been cancelled. He'll get in now. Ball's there. Armel, he's got the Aegis. He does snatch it away from the side of Boom Esports, and now they'll go for the fight onto the axe. FBZ's going to try and run. Can he get away from Bok on this primal split? He cannot. He will drop. They even found another. Hello, Kezcute. Right back down to earth, and TNC, they will burst him down. That was a very close call. Armel just out-clicking Boom Esports, and now might just find Hyde. He won't go for the chase on the line. He'll leave him be. It's a slight net worth lead now to TNC, but with that Aegis up, John, they can certainly apply a bit more pressure.
And he can look to commit further with Armel. He can look to just throw his first life off if he wants to. Ideally, you'd want the BKB to kind of maximize that, though. But that's going to take a little bit more time to farm. For Boom's part, I mean, that's a great call from FBZ. He needs the follow-up. Like, you can't just go in with the axe. I think he's going to need Lion backup, and this is where Boom's lineup kind of falters. Their team fight is just not as good. They don't have anything like the Egg. They don't have anything as disruptive as the Brewmaster as well, so it's trickier for them to force these 5v5s in a tight spot.
Grouping arrow, that could be a great arrow. Tims! He never misses this guy. As they dive in now, the sun rays out. Makoto, he's trapped in the tree line, but he has help coming in. FBZ, he's there with the call. Shackles out. It'll latch onto a tree and they'll finger burst him down. The arrow, it was great, but it doesn't end up paying off. Boom Esports, they turn right back around and start chasing them down as Hyde. He'll blink forward. Earth Spike, not going to be thrown yet, but FBZ, he'll get the vision for a great stun out now. Hyde locks him down. Paul is there. Bok, he doesn't have Primal Split. It's going to be hard to get out of this. He'll try to go for a run, but another nice shackles Makoto off the creep wave. Gabby trying to help Bok. He will survive. The Sunray was enough sustain, and Boom Esports, they're going to have to back off. Just wait another day for that opportunity. It's so tight between these two teams, though. Still just a 1k net worth lead. Just feels like heroes are dropping so low, but they get away all the time. And Bok, he's going to be counting his blessings, John. He's only 900 gold away now from that Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster. You'd rather not die if you can avoid it.
And that's going to be a big spike for Bok. We've seen that back-to-back Primal Split be a massive issue for a lot of teams that have had to play against a Brewer. Now, this is not going to line up with his level 20 talent, which is where it really gets obnoxious with a plus 1,400 Brewling HP. That's way down the line, but this is still enough to save his life twice over. So Boom's going to have to be a lot more cautious about committing onto something like the Brew. They've got to be maybe prioritizing the Brew to die first just to prevent all of that control from coming true in a very prolonged fight. For Boom's part, they're still building up. Like, we're still seeing decent farm coming in from Dream as well. It's time for the BKBs to fly in an FBZ.
FBZ, arrow gonna be on target. Tim's at it again. They found a very nice target for themselves. FBZ, he can do nothing about it. Now Gabby blinking very far forward. Makoto's gonna TP in. Gabby, he got the vision, but he doesn't have the blink to initiate. Let him go for a bit. Reveal himself now. But what they really came for is that D2 top tower. Look at those side blades from Armel. My goodness. What kind of range is that?
Oh god, it's a Grove Bow with the Dragon Lance. So it's all the added range with the side blade talent range. Very painful and very balanced. That top tier 2 is not going to hold for long, and Boom has no options to fight in without the axe. So the top jungle now completely open here for TNC. They take the outpost, and they deny some XP per minute away from Boom. And for Boom's part, they really need to hit these item spikes. Like FBZ, he's going for the classic Manta Ag Shard that we almost always see nowadays. Still a ways off from the Manta and further away even from the Shard. So that big spike for the axe to keep pushing waves, not quite there yet. BKB to protect the TB is almost there.
Oh, arrow. He was on target. He was on target. Hyde, he's going to try and go for a run. I don't think he quite makes it out of this one. Tims will chase him down. Ern's still taking him out. Hyde. Oh, did he really just get out the sun ray now? No, blinks to the south. But Gabby, the breathe fire off target, but it won't matter. It won't matter. Oh, very close call there for Hyde. They even get his courier. Make sure there is nothing left of this man. Get him down.
That was nail-bitingly close for them to miss that kill. I think the TP was just only a few milliseconds off, so they find it. That's time for Boom to get away, but they do drop their bot tier 1 down to just 2 outer towers here from Boom, mid tier 2, bot tier 2 left. They can kind of control the jungle here from TNC's end. They could try to plant some more, they just don't have any available at the moment. So it's not quite the control they'd want, but they do plant in the end from Boomy. The thing for Boom right now is that they're losing their own map. There are still stacks coming out on TNC. Box getting great space to accelerate even further past just the Ags, working towards that Aeon Disc next. And once you've got that Ags Aeon Disc combo, you literally cannot kill the Brewmaster. Like, you just can't. He gets immediately broken in the combo breaker, then he just pops his ult. He will always have an ult charge. There's no situation where you don't have that, so it's going to be a massive, massive spike here for Bach once he's allowed to farm that up, and Boom has just not done enough to really shut that map down. We talked about it from the draft, from laning. What they had to do was really take control of that jungle, prevent the stacks, but they were never given the opportunity to do so, and they're just so much slower here on Boom's side. You're keeping up a bit with Dreamocell. FBZ is taking the backseat, and so is Mikado. So your two big cores just aren't quite at the point where they're as farmed as even Gabby. They will look for a smoke play here, though.
This is the only one showing at the moment. In fact, his team is right around the corner in case he needs it. I think that was scouted out, but FBZ, he's going to break the smoke. A nice call in. He does blink straight on top of Armel. A great target, but they can't get in time. Surely they finger him up, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, he turns around for a Mel strike. He'll get FBZ, and now Makoto. He's going to try and run, but I don't think there's any running at the side blades. Keep bouncing the Mel strike. It's going to reach for Makoto. He had the wind run. They'll turn back around. Armel now in trouble. They'll burst him down, and here comes Dreamer Cell getting to work. They'll turn onto Hyde. The Lion eventually die. Reinitiation. Gabby with the arrow out from Tims. They've got the Terrorblade, the shackles. It won't land. Dreamer Cell, he has the Sunder though. He wants to turn around. There's your Sunray out with the arrow again. Dreamer Cell, he just can't move. And now Makoto, he needs to run, but he cannot run. Not from TNC Predator as they go for the mid tier 2 tower now. That was a full team wipe, by the way. Kescute, he bought back at the end, but it was just way too late.
Oh man, it's the execution from Boom's falling a bit flat. They tried to commit on the TA, but the heal's coming out from Boomy on that Sunray on the Phoenix. It's way too much, and we've seen that over multiple fights. It heals way too strong. It rips right through your high HP heroes because of the percent damage as well. And Boom do not have an easy way of reaching that backline outside of, I guess, Hyde to blink in, look for a Hex, look for an Earth Spike, but that's way, way deep back from TNC. Like, Boomy's positioning has been so on point to save his teammates every single time, and Boom has to make a choice now when starting these fights. Jumping the TA has not paid off when the rest of the team is there. The Brewmaster is highly disruptive, but you also have the heals to worry about from Boomy. I think they have to catch that Phoenix first. Like, you might run the risk of just getting controlled up by the Primal Split, but you can't afford to give that sustain away to TNC.
Dire are scanning.
FBZ, at least he has the Manta up now, so you've got plenty of creep wave push with these Axe Illusions and of course the DPS output. On the other spectrum though, Gabby's got the full Aghanim Scepter. So Black Dragon is online now for TNC. Or rather, no, he is. The Black Dragon is there. He is level 18. That's going to be a very scary scenario now for Boom. We've seen they don't really have enough to deal with the side of TNC yet, and these items up, it just becomes that much harder. It's even Armel, he's working towards the MKB. That's going to make Makoto's life a hell of a lot harder to boot, right? Because he's kind of relying on that wind run to be able to survive the TA damage, but once that MKB's out, suddenly you're not really evading those hits anymore, and he's going to have to be a lot more careful about his positioning.
Yeah, it's going to be super tough for Boom. They're not going to feel all too tanky going to that next fight. And TNC, well, there's a Roshan they could take, but they look to take a pick off first to clear that up. That's
easy, stunned out. Gabby's got him. Melts right there. Arrow again connecting on target. See you later, FBZ. Kescute also being called out by Tims and Kescute. He's got the borrowed time at the very least. He might be able to buy a bit of time, but not for long. They stun him up, they'll take him down, and that should be a very free Roshan for TNC. As Boom Esports, they don't have the buybacks to contest this.
They have no way of accessing that pit. TNC still have access to the egg. They've got another charge of that primal split. It's not a very smooth fight for Boom, especially considering what they have on hand. They can't. So this is going to be second Roche, Aegis Cheese, Ag Shard. That is big. I wonder who they hand that shard to. I'd say just give it to Armel. Psionic Trap Silence is just going to really break the back of Boom here. They do have a couple of BKBs up, but yeah, it's going to be painful. You know?
Of course there's a DD rune right after Roshan.
Of course.
Here's an Aegis, here's a Shards, here's a DD rune just in case you needed an Armel, and down to the bot lane they go. They'll defend that up for now. Just classic. Armel's gotten everything he can ask for thus far. There's literally nothing else the game could have given him.
Yeah, I think the way it goes perfectly next is Roche number 3 will have a free Ag's Blessing, and then you're really sad. You know, that's absolutely the perfect game for Armel, getting everything from Ice Frog himself. He'd be all over the map. He'd have a global, sort of like global silence almost, to take control. And Boomer finding themselves lagging behind. They have not been blessed here, Mike. 14-6, 10k lead for TNC. They're lagging behind in farm. Their jungle shrinking. They didn't manage to get that early aggression on the opposing jungle. Their own jungle is being invaded by the side of TNC. It's that farm share issue. Like, how do you get an Axe who still doesn't have Shard enough space to share farm with a TB, to share farm with a Wind Ranger who desperately needs farm but can't really flash farm herself? So these cores are just kind of starved for where they want to be at this point in the game, and TNC just abuse that. They can just dig into these objectives. They're not going to last all too long here.
T2 tower definitely not going to last very long. That double damage rune up on Armel. Be very, very short work as he's right-clicking for about 500 damage at the moment on the TA. Very, very good. Into the tier 2 mid tower. Gabby will take care of that. No help necessary. Boom Esports just trying to play the avoid game, but now a smoke out. Gabby, he's going to fly over the cliff into Dreamer Cell, but he will barely miss out on the vision. Moonlight Shadow up though. Dreamer Cell. He's going to hide in the tree line. He scout him out. Tims, do you want to go for a blind arrow? No, not quite. Dreamer Cell's just fine. FPZ, not so much yet, but he's quite deep in the tree line and he will eventually TP out, so TNC will run into Makoto instead. Makoto. Stun is on a creep of all things, Gabby. He'll take both of them. It's an enchanted quiver. I mean, why not give that to Armel? There you go, Armel. Did you need more damage, Armel? Here's an enchanted quiver, sir.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Use that with your meld, right? You time its cooldown, just meld. You suddenly have plus 400 range in your hit and bonus damage as well. On top of the meld bonus, it's balanced. Very nice. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Thank you very much. Hyde, he's been pinged out. Gabby, he's by himself. He won't make the jump in. So just keep controlling the triangle. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about during the panel. Choke out the side of Boomer. There you go. FBZ, he shows up for a second. Gabby jumps in with the stun. FBZ just burning to the sun ray. They'll try to help him out. Manta is used as well. He's still trying to run. Kescute, he can't save him. FBZ's going to drop. Kescute's going to try and run, but there's your Cyclone out from Bok. He's gone. Armel, another double kill. And he gets his MKB up as well. Very nice.
Perfect. And they're just playing perfectly here on TNC. They can invade every single spot. They've got great vision in that triangle area, not safe to be in. For Boom's part, they at least have the Scadia on Dreamer Cell, so some of that healing game can be stopped, but they need to go back to their high ground. This is not going to last by itself, and TNC, they're focused. They want to go for the objective games. They want to push their advantage. They do not want to drag this game all too long. They know how terrible it can be late game, so they just want to get as much as they can.
Tier 3 tower really is not going to last very long. Boom, they've got to do something about this. They're going to try. They'll bring Dreamer Cell in. He's got the meta up. He can definitely go for a fight, but it looks very, very scary as Arnold has that secondary life. They jump in. FBZ, he's on to Tims on that Mirana. Tims, he will use himself up. He's not going to die yet. He'll leap away, but no, the dunk is there in time. Still Gabby now with the stun, Sunray, Egg, everything been thrown out. FBZ, he cannot run up the high ground like that. He does end up going down, and now the disarms out. They will make sure Dreamersaw cannot fight back, but Armel, he's dropping. He loses the Aegis. They find him another time. Gonna pop his BKB, Nod Strike, blink out of there. Will defend the mid-racks. They only lose the T3 tower and FBZ. Really, it's not too bad of a defense here for Boom Esports.
Yep, they hold on. I think that could have gone a lot worse. They find a couple of kills. At least they denied the Aegis away from Armel. That was pretty well timed from TNC as well, though. I think they only had about 40 seconds in the Aegis, so pretty on point for choosing that time to fight right before it's supposed to expire. They will go into the next fight with a couple of upgrades, though. They've got the Ags up on Boomy, so he can go for saving place, which we have worked against Phoenix in very tense situations where maybe dragging your ally in Egg is not the ideal situation, but it will take more hits to break the Egg off, so Boomy can be a larger distraction in the front now. And that, again, just there's so much for Boom to have to focus on. They need these good calls to come in. They need to isolate out the Phoenix somehow. They need to take out the Brewmaster before the second split can come true. And TNC, well, they don't have Egg, but they can just look to go high ground again.
Why the hell not? Arrow. Start out. Rats again, not gonna last long. They don't have meta up. Really be able to fight. Love that Spirit Vessel there from Pims as well. Just make sure FBZ cannot dive in, and there you go. They deny the racks off. The TNC won't care about that. They're 13k ahead. And there's a double damage rune at the bot rune spot.
Perfect.
Amazing.
They need it. They're going to need it for that second push. TNC lining up still around that triangle area. And they could just keep that wave shoved in, wait for their own creep wave to catch up. Look to take another set of racks. Next, Roche still a minute and a half till we find out when that respawn is. So they can't quite go for that safe objective. First, Boom, they're using this time to farm as much as they can. FBZ trying to save up for a BKB. Mikato for an MKB, and already having his own BKB along with the travels. And Dreamcell actually changes his mind. He finished up the Scotty. He was queuing Butterfly earlier. He's going for the Ags. He understands that he's probably going to need that Terror Wave to come through just to have a option to still join these fights even while Metamorphosis is down, or situations where he doesn't want to fully commit that meta. He's going to have some choices, and he does have a gold. It's just going to leave him without buyback, so he's going to have to weigh his options there. Consider whether or not they're going to join a risky fight soon, or he can afford to just buy out, and he chooses to buy out. So having that second option is great, but he has to be very cautious about where he is on the map.
That is a ballsy play from Dreamcell, because they have that DD rune and they're smoked up right now, TNC. Mind you, Gabby's got it in the bottle at the moment, so it's not on Armel. It's still a very scary scenario as he does pop it and they want to go for a fight. TNC gonna run right into Kezcute. Do they want to start with the Abaddon? Gabby, he will go for the stun. They're gonna stun him up, get the borrowed timeout, and almost burst him down. There's the Yule Scepter, and Kezcute, he should be gone as the rest of Boom. They will just BKB TP out immediately. On the brighter side for Boom, they only lose their Pulse 5 Abaddon. Not too big of a deal. He does have buyback. So he's gonna try and farm up that buyback gold ASAP.
He's gonna need it. He's 1.5k short, so he's gonna need to clear a hell lot of waves. The side of TNC, Roshan 2.5 minutes. So not quite the quick respawn. They're gonna have to hold on if they want that safety net before jumping up, but Gabby?
Confident Gabby is. He just flying around. I'm just a dragon, just chilling. Traps out, they're slow.
Oh my
Gabby's
God.
jumping in. He's by himself though. Focus fire out, but he has a haste rune. It'll wear off, but it won't matter. Arrow.
Jeez.
It'll be alright. They won't get hit by the arrow.
Oh,
Well, this is what happens when you control the map, John.
Oh yeah. You can do whatever you want. Like Gabby, he doesn't care. He runs in blind, no vision. He's got a haste. He's in dragon form. He can just phase through terrain and patting and doesn't care. Yeah, it's kind of scary seeing that such a big dragon go up. Imagine if he had Giant's Ring. That's just a scary sight. I hasted Giant's Ring Dragon Knight. That is terrifying. I'd love to see it. I don't know if the game is going to last that long though.
And considering how lucky they've been getting with the items and runes, I'd almost guarantee the Giant's Ring is going to come out. Plus, I mean, Gabby, he's not even playing Dota 2 right now, Don. He's playing Skyrim. This isn't the same game. He's just flying around as a dragon, having a great old time, ruining someone's day. That someone is going to be Boom Esports, at least for now, but they are getting the farm up. The Dream Assault, MKB up next, even has a Hurricane Pike queued up. I like the fact that he goes for that kind of defensive itemization. Smoked up now, Boom, towards the top lane. They found Boomy, a nice Hex Initiation hide, throws the finger out, and with the illusion, it will be enough. While that was happening, Bok goes ahead and just sneaks the outpost. They don't really mind the Phoenix dying too much, but well, Boomy is gone for 60 seconds. You might want to try and force a fight, or even a Roshan, and there you go, they jump in. The big call out, Tim's is speed up as well with the Terror Wave. Get another as Gabby, he needs to run. FBZ doesn't have the blink up. If they check Roshan, it's going to be up in 10 seconds. They might have enough time to finish it off if they want to commit the meta. But Boom Esports, they have backed. It looks like they won't scout it in time.
It's pretty scary to still take fights in that pit. There's the egg that can come true. There's this prime and split that can show up from Bok. They know it's going to be a really uphill battle in such an enclosed space, especially since they already committed the Terror Wave, which is basically their big AoE control outside of Call now on the side of things. So have to be a lot more cautious. They do have good wards watching the pit area, so they can tell when it is going to happen from TNC, but TNC always has the trap vision advantage, just knowing when exactly to Roche is up, so they can choose when to force that fight. They are looking for their tier 4 items right now. Minotaur Horn being pretty darn good here for Boom, giving them at least some spell immunity for FBZ, additional spell immunity as he has his BKB up. But that does give him more angles to jump in and call without worrying about being just immediately controlled up. They kind of need to play with that. The moments we've been seeing Boom win is when they find these stragglers out from TNC, and if they can keep catching these isolated heroes playing a bit too confidently, they can start to chip away at this 11k lead TNC's built up.
Wind Waker now up on Tim's. A real big item there on the Murano. We've been seeing this a lot. To see it. Roshan also has that Aghanim's Blessing, by the way. Jump. There you go. Just as intended.
Called it. Would be perfect for Armel. Imagine that. The ninja coming out, hey? As we talked about in draft. Would be beautiful.
I don't know why you asked me to imagine it, John. I mean, everything's just happening. It's reality right now. As FBZ hiding in the tree line, he doesn't see anyone, but Bok sees him, and they jump in now. Minotaur Horn gonna save the day, but Gabby, he's not done yet. He'll go after Keskute on the Abaddon first. They'll just try to burst him down. As Boom Esports, they're thinking about reinitiating here. They might have to take the team fight. Terror Wave committed. Keskute, he's gonna survive, but Gabby's looking for a way back in. They still want that Abaddon. They might just be able to get him, and they do. Gabby, he's got him now. King of the hill, he's just on top of the cliff. He wants to fight from this cliff as FBZ. He gets a good call off, but is it going to be good enough? The Aeon Disc is there, Bok. He's surviving. Dreamer Soul now needs to back as Armel has joined the fray in FBZ. He's dropping so darn quick, and will probably go down as the rest of Boom just need to run. But Tim's, he's on the chase. He wants another target. They found Dreamer Soul. He'll try to hide the tree line. He needs some help. He'll go for the TP, but he's been stunned up. He's got the arrow there on the Marana. They've cycloned him up as well, bring him back down to earth. It might be time for that Roshan we talked about, John.
Oh, it's open. They take out the two big sources of teamfight spells in the Call and the Terrorize. No buybacks in those two heroes. Roche is not going to last long, and Armel can finally live out his dreams of cosplaying as a ninja.
Armel definitely taking the Aghanim Scepter for himself. His ninja way after all. And Roshan gonna be left to him. He'll take care of it. Meanwhile, the rest of TNC looking for another team fight. They are nearby Makoto on that Wind Ranger. He's trying to run back towards the base. Wind Run there, they might be able to cut him off in time. Gabby, he's gonna scout him out, but no, the BKB. Quick reactions as Gabby couldn't get the stun off, and here comes Armel right to work on the Abaddon. He's gonna be able to just force start back and survive, but they're onto the tier 3 tower now. A nice shackle angle, but it won't matter because Armel, he's still more than free to hit. Don't have Dreamer Sword to fight with either. They need to buy 10 seconds for the Terrorblade. That bottom racks, it's just not gonna last. They're gonna let it go. They cannot fight without Dreamer Soul. There's just no chance in hell. There's gonna be 1 racks left for Boom Esports in this game 1 of the lower bracket final.
I don't think TNC is going to wait around. They have literally nothing to wait for. Maybe Dragon Form fades, but it doesn't feel like a big issue. It's down to Boom to find these angles, to try to get the initiation you need. They do have Terror Wave up, but no full meta for a few more. You're going to have to think twice about this angle here.
Oh, that Cyclone again, just catching out FBZ, making it so they can't initiate. They're going to back off for now, though. They've left Bok behind. It could be a fake back, though. Bok, he's still alive. There's your Terror Wave out, but he'll be fine. You have a Remnant out, outside the base. Everyone from TNC does survive. They're not going to overextend. They'll leave the top racks. They'll come back another time. With a 28k net worth advantage, I don't think there needs to be any rush for TNC. I think they're fine. In fact, they have some tier 4 items to find, John. Get those up first.
Yeah, they haven't quite finished. You do find the Timeless Relic Glass, which they've left behind for now. Interesting choice to keep it under the tree. Right there. They actually just left it. Come on, pick it up, boys. There you go. Boom, picks it up.
Always
nice.
the +5, John. Always the +5, John. Just to pick up the garbage your cores are leaving behind. A big smoke up from Boom, but they have really no way of getting into the triangle. They need the perfect initiation. If they're going to win a team fight, it can't just be a half initiation. It needs to be perfect. They're too far behind. Icarus dive in, Boomy already far forward. FBZ, Makoto gonna get the shackles out, go for the focus fight, trying to burst him down. They do get him. The finger is there. A decent start. Makoto, though, still being chased. He will barely survive with his life intact, but I can't say the same for Hyde. Them on the deck. Buybacks out. Kescute is gone. TNC onto the top racks. No creeps necessary. Now Dreamer's Zoe trying to sneak from the backside. Terror Wave's gonna at least buy him some time to get out of that awkward scenario. They are still respecting the Terrorblade. How long? He has the meta up. It was just the Terror Wave he used. They can fight back and defend. No rush for TNC. It's again, huge net worth lead. They don't want to throw this game away. It only takes one bad team fight for Boom to turn this around. And you know Boom, they're waiting for that mistake to happen.
Yeah, I think this is fair play from TNC. I think they need the egg. They understand that the percent-based damage the Sunray's been pumping out onto the Terrorblade, onto the Axe, has been really impactful, not to mention the healing as well for TNC's side. So they don't really want to fully commit just yet. An interesting choice from Bok to get the refresh. It doesn't feel like he's ever out of Primal Split anyway, but I guess he's got some backup in case things go south. Let's say he dies in his Primal Split. Yeah, could be as well, right? Like, the fact that it refreshes that still boggles my mind, but I suppose you've got that safety dent now as well. We saw some nice plays from Boom, though. They had a Nullifier to take off that Aeon Disco Algo on the Phoenix. So I think you have to watch for that back and forth there. But yeah, just more conditions here for TNC to be playing safe towards this last set of racks. Boom, they've had enough time to get Terror Wave back up, to have Metamorphosis up and ready. They can look to try and go back in. They've got Finger back up for Burst as well. TNC
He does sport the MKB on Dreamer's Soul. He doesn't have buyback on a big jump in. Gabby DPC! He found two of them! Dreamer so needs to run ASAP! He does barely make it out! Hyde, he won't be so lucky though! That'll be a dieback for the Lion! They found Makoto! Aquatic Shield gonna save the days, the Eldris does proc onto Fumi, but they got the Megas and now Gabby! He's in! He's got the Wind Ranger! Makoto's gone! Rock, he'll pop the Primal Spring! Do they want to go for a Fountain Dive? They maze FBZ! It's a big call out, but Dreamer Cell, he's backed off! The GT's been called, they've had enough! The TNC... You can't sugarcoat it, John. That was a very dominant performance from the Filipinos. Boom Esports, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board with this draft and try to come up with something to try and contest this and force it to a game 3.
Yeah, that looked rough. Boom, they didn't quite play early the way we expected. TNC just looks fantastic today, and that could be down to the difference of playing a game at 11 p.m. and playing a game at 1 a.m. So we'll have to see if Boom can shake that feeling off and rise up, because TNC looks like they're full of energy today, Mike.
That they are, John. Of course, we are going to head to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to discuss what really happened in this game number 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to the end of TNC and what may have been one of the most dominant games that I've seen in a while. But credit to Boom, they were holding on to the bitter end, but it seemed like from the beginning, TNC just had Boom's number. I was skeptical, especially about the safe lane DK. I thought that was going to be a bit of a handicap, but then Makoto on the Templar Assassin, I mean, how dare I doubt it, Mike? That was just too good to behold.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic Armel, right? Armel TA.
Oh, right,
just
Armel
taking
TA.
over. So it's easy to mix them up, don't you worry, sir. But they're great job from Armel, completely dominant performance, and you know, Tsunami, we talked about it during the last panel, right? Like when you're talking about Makoto, I don't know about this Wind Ranger hero. I think you need to give him a bit more impact, like a hero that can do something. And it felt like he just fell a little bit too far behind in the laning stage. And that was it. The hero just can't recover. So props to Armel for making it hard for him in the laning stage. I'd still like to see Makoto on something a bit better as a hero.
If he did have something better, though, you think, John, that this Brewmaster last pick would have cycloned it up in the air anyway? Because I think that was a surprising turn of events, and it ended up working quite well for TNC.
Yeah, I think that the Brewmaster was definitely too disruptive in what it was doing. Like, the control it brought out was way too good. It tied in with the pace that TNC wanted to do. I think for Boom's part, what happened was that they allowed it to grow big. There was so much space for the TA to farm. There's so much space for the DK to just get his blink up. They didn't manage to really control the triangle. Both the TA and the Brewmaster was relying on those massive triangle stacks to really hit those big farming spikes. And Boom never did anything. They dropped one ward by the cliff, and they contested it once, and that was it. Like, it was just constantly stacked up by Boomy. I think we saw that fight at like 7.5 minutes where Boomy joined in. He was still level 2, and that's because he spent literally nearly all 7 minutes just stacking that triangle area.
Yeah, there were some moments where early on Boom were doing a good job of defending their mid-tier 1, and I was like, oh, okay, they're doing a good job at protecting their own side of the map, but the whole time TNC had their own thing going on in their triangles and their jungles, and if you let a Templar Assassin get off to a lead like that, then at least they were able to contest the Roche in so much that they were able to take the last hit, but TA still ended up getting the Aegis, but still, TNC came in here with a plan. We're gonna have to see if Boom can come up with some sort of strategy to deal with that plan, because it would be a shame to just go out 2-0 like this, but gonna have to go to the second game before we can find that out. We'll be right back after the break. It's game number 2. Boom versus TNC, and John, you were candid with me. You can slightly repackage it to be a little bit more amenable to our emote-only Twitch chat, which has actually been, they're out of jail now, but they may be put back into jail. Tell me what you know about Boom and their trends and how you might think this game 2 might go.
So what happens with Boom is you see them do really good in a lot of tournaments. We've seen this before. They have really good runs, and then they reach this point where it feels like the pressure is at its peak, and then the building doesn't hold up. I think Boom sometimes overthink it. You can kind of see it in the draft last time. They went for that Wind Ranger. It collapses. So I want to see Boom be able to rebuild, come back in here with a fresh perspective, and bring out a game for you. They're going to have to play their A game because TNC, I think props to them. They played really clean. That was the cleanest we've seen TNC play. Just spectacular from every single player. Great prioritization and farm, and great control on the map. They just played perfect from minute 0.
Yeah, it might be nerves, it might be lack of experience, it might just be stamina at this point. This has been a grueling 4 days for every team involved, but TNC seemed well equipped to make it a reality, that they might make it yet again to the rematch versus Fnatic, but they gotta beat Boom one more time before they can make that happen. As we get into the draft, game number 2, TNC pick up the Nyx Assassin and Leshrac first phase, and Boom pick up the Lion and the Phoenix.
I like this, right? Like, start off with the support duo, don't show too much to TNC. I think game 1 kind of showed that they might just be a little bit ahead in terms of, both teams. Like, they might just be the better team going into this series. So I think you've got to be a bit sneakier if you're Boom Esports. Don't kind of reveal your hand straight away. And while we're at it, again, give Makoto a better hero, right? Like, if you're going to draft him something, give him something better. Give him something that he can carry on if Dreamer Cell's struggling. This is how Boom tends to make these comebacks happen anyway. Give him the TA, give him something like a Medusa if you need to, give him the Storm, just something that can actually have some impact. Invoker, sure, anything but this Wind Ranger pit.
It's possible that maybe they were eyeballing the Riki also, and last time TNC's second phase banned it, and so these semi-carries from the mid lane, I think that was part of the reason why TNC engineered their bans the way they did, because they don't want Mikoto to be able to be that secondary core to Dreamcell. But so far right now, they're going back to targeting FBZ, which is always a safe bet. They ban out the Mars, and they ban out a Dreamcell Lifestealer as well. Meanwhile, Boom, they are just targeting Gabby right now, Ursa, and Jug.
Yeah, just taking care of those win conditions for both sides. I am keen to see how Boom kind of runs their support duo here, though. Like, they had first pick, they started Phoenix. The response from TNC for Nyx just makes it hellish for Phoenix to really just stand there, get the full heal off with Sunray, get the good dives he'd want. It's in stark comparison to how Boomy had it in the first game, where there wasn't a Nyx, there wasn't a way of reaching into the back line, there wasn't a way to break off that great healing, great repositioning dives for the egg, and this is going to make it more complicated for Boom. And they already lock in the line as well, which is, again, different from what we've been seeing from Boom. If they don't get Dreamo Cells here in that first phase, they normally tend to go for FBZ. So they're kind of locking in Hyde and Kezcute, which can still work out, but I think it leaves you in a weaker position to flex around your lineup. Like for TNC, Leshrac showing could still be mid, could be safe for Gabby, could be off for Bach. It's really open. Like, it literally doesn't tell you much, and that's going to give TNC a bit of a lead there on the read on the draft.
Yeah, Leshrac Nyx was one of my favorite openings throughout Season 2, primarily from China it was coming out, as Nyx Assassin was the hero of the entire thing, and I think it's still the hero of these qualifiers right now. Nyx Assassin is the most contested hero in all regions that have been playing these TI10 qualifiers. Not the greatest win rate, only 48%, but still, he is the most picked and banned hero throughout every single qual, so pretty strong showing from him. And right now, Boom just looking to protect the egg. They ban out all the good egg hitters, pretty much. Medusa is still available in the pool, which, seeing as how TNC have Nyx, might not be a bad idea for them to follow up with that, but probably going to need to figure out something to attack a Supernova. They go with the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, we see Dreamcell playing Medusa quite a bit over the qualifiers and even before that. So I think the Medusa is actually quite a viable pick here. Into the Spectre, you know, you can close the gap pretty easily with Horn and Shadow Step later on, so maybe it could be that Spectre could be a cause of concern if you wanted that Medusa pickup.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Boom might still just go for it, honestly. It's just one of those comforts for Dreamer Soul that he just does well on. And I think against TNC, you kind of want to drag them into the mud, right? You want to take it to the ultra late game. You want to put that pressure on. You want to get them tired. Not like they will guaranteed get tired. But you get my point. You want to kind of make it a very, very hard game for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if Boom want to kind of go down that route. I think that's a pretty decent prediction from the sir.
They pick up FBZ's hero, they get their hands on the Tide, which already makes life a little bit unpleasant for the Spectre, and well, I guess we'll have to see where this Nyx Assassin goes, because if it's a double melee, Nyx Assassin supporting a Spectre, then Tide's gonna have a free lane.
Dire team
Yeah,
pick.
it's going to be difficult to kind of bully that Tide out. I think they've kind of shaked it up here, though. Looks like we're going to get the Boomy Winter Wyvern Tims on the Nyx, so that's a bit more manageable. You have some good range to harass out. Decent slows coming through from TNC as well. And they've got a way to kind of break off that team fight. Winter's Curse is pretty darn big. They've got their own sustain to play with here to counteract that Sunray. Boom, go back into the Terrorblade instead of that Deucey we were talking about. I think this is pretty safe. There's a lot of burst, though, from TNC. Nyx with Vendetta, Leshrac with the magic damage, and the Winter Wyvern, you're already dealing with a way to kind of refocus that Terrorblade's damage. So this is a confident pick from Boom in terms of finding that big
5
win condition,
seconds
but
remaining.
it's not the easiest Terrorblade game. They're going to have to pull out a much stronger performance with that Terrorblade compared to game 1.
Dude, if they get an egg hitter on TNC, then I think you got everything that you're happy for on TNC. You got Leshrac plus Wyvern, which is, I've mentioned it on earlier panels, my favorite pairing for Wyvern, just because you're able to still deal damage while Cold Embrace. You've got heals for the Spectre. You've got Nyx Assassin, who, while not the greatest win rate, is still an incredibly popular hero. If they could maybe get like a Bach Legion Commander or someone who can hit an egg, then I think you're in good shape right now as TNC, whereas Boom, I feel like they've still got some gaps that they need to fill. They need to have some damage to put into a Cold Embrace. Terrorblade's a great hero, but he's all physical, and sure, Finger's nice magic burst, but if they could get maybe like a Lina on Boom or some other magic burst that can kill someone inside of a Cold Embrace, that would be great.
10
Yeah, I have to
seconds
agree with that. I
remaining.
mean, they could also do the same on TNC, right? Like, they could throw the Leshrac in the off lane
5 seconds
and go for the
remaining.
Armil Lina, which he does play very well, and I think that may be the case. The LC, again, like you pointed out, pretty decent option as well, but maybe the value just... the value's there. You're against the Lions, so there's a lot of value in that purge. Yeah, I think... I'm kind of wondering what Makoto goes for now in that mid lane. Like, how are you going to make the space for Dreamer Soul? You're not going to go back into this Wind Ranger pick, so what else do you want? Like, do you want like a bit greedy? You want to go a bit greedier, like a Storm Spirit for Makoto? Do you want to go for the TA pickup yourself? Will there be enough space in the jungle for a TA pickup is what I'm kind of wondering. Because Boom will go for these ultra greedy drafts if they feel like they can make it work. And I think against this kind of Spectre lineup, you may be able to do so. The only concern I have is this Leshrac will again be able to push down these tier 1s very, very quick and open up the map for TNC. So I'm very curious now for Boom as to what this mid lane is going to be.
We talked about it earlier, but I wouldn't mind seeing Makoto on the Doom. It's not like a typical playmaker or whatever, but still, I think you need to come up with an answer for the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, down the line, you're going to have that break option with the Ag, so could be really good. Steady farm rate as well, even without full jungle access. As long as you play with your Devourer, you're pretty much set to still keep that steady ramp up. The lane might feel a bit awkward, like Leshrac can certainly bully you out. Your added armor is great, but Leshrac will trade hits mainly with magic damage and can probably access the jungle a bit easier as well. So that's just one thing to worry about, but that's really the only kind of mid left, unless they go for that Lina mentioned earlier. That could be a good compromise as well. Invoker instead, so Invoker Tide, Cataclysm with Ravage down the line. They've got Alacrity to buff up this Terrorblade. They have some way of getting some damage off on the Cold Embrace at the least with the Invoker here, so kind of ties in, and this is something Mikato performs really well on. I think it's one of the heroes that Boom drafts when their backs are against the wall. We've seen them kind of one game down before draft the Invoker at the end and hope for the best. So we'll see if they're really going to pull off that confidence here. And TNC, they've got last pick overall. They can still flex that Leshrac for a better lane if they feel they need to.
Yeah.
It goes back to that Lina pick, right? Like, can you still just go Lesh off? Like, Lina would do really well against Invoker. answers the Phoenix Egg question. Just depends on whether Armel wants it. Even against the TB, it's quite decent. So it just depends on whether they want to flex the Leshrac.
If they're keeping the Lesh mid, some other Bach options. He played a little bit of Bloodseeker back in the DPC. Hasn't seen it too much, if at all, during these qualifiers. But they pick up a Guillaume.
Ooh.
Select your hero.
Who's going
Alright.
where? Let's see. Who's Bach is going to be playing the offlane Leshrac.
Yeah, I think Armel Doom, we've seen that way before. Like, there was a time when, the time when Doom mid was more common as well, outside of this moment. We did see that a couple of times. I think it's a solid way of getting that done. They've got really good lockdown, and really good control to deal with some of the heroes coming out from Boom. Mid matchup, you can kind of still hold it as a Doom. It's still very hard to harass out, so you're still going to get that steady build up. It's not an egg hitter as you'd expect it to be. It's going to be a bit tougher to break off from behind, but I think they're kind of focusing more on Tims to deal with that. Like, if the egg can't get in a good spot, if you can just lock him in with the Spike Carapace first, egg's not going to come out if he dies first. So I think that might be the mindset TNC has. It's looking like a better draft from both sides compared to game one. I think for Boom, it's a little bit better, most for sure. But I think TNC, they look pretty good here with what they have on hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit better from Boom, but I think it's a lot better from TNC, because even with this last pick Invoker, you picked it into a Nyx Assassin, so forget about even getting doomed. I don't even know if you're going to have enough mana in team fights to be a valuable contribution, but if they do manage to get that Ravage and the Cataclysm like you said, Mike, then the team fight from Boom looks terrifying.
It's going to be very scary, and I do agree with you both. I think Boom did come out with a slightly better draft this time around. I think Boom might take this game too. I mean, I know TNC's been looking very, very clean. I do like a TB into Spectre. Alacrity on top as well from Makoto is going to be quite nice. You've got the sustain from Hyde. No egg hitters, you talked about that. The double Cataclysm into, later on, double Cataclysm with a Refresher into a Ravage. I don't know. I think they've got the tools, and I don't think TNC can really apply that early game pressure that they did last game. So I think Boom has a much better chance of at least having a fairer game, is how I want to kind of word it. So I don't know. I'm kind of predicting here that Boom might take game 2.
Let's hope it's the case. It's the last day of Southeast Asian qualifiers. It would be a real counterintuitive thing if we had a whole bunch of 2-1s at the beginning, and then all of a sudden we ended with 2-0, but still need to figure out if Boom has what it takes in game number 2. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We are back for game number 2 of this lower bracket final between TNC Predator and, of course, Boom Esports. John, you were talking about how clean TNC is looking. I would have to agree. There's no doubting that. Did they come out with the better draft, though? Give me that answer.
I'd say so. I think the Nyx opener just ruins what the Phoenix wants to do. It ruins the Invoker last pick here from Boom. It's just very difficult to play these two heroes into the Nyx. They've got quick pace coming out from Bach, so the Spectre might take it a bit slower, but even, say, with an Echo Saber build-up, Gabby can join in a lot faster. But you have the push coming out for the Edict. You've got Stable ramping up on your Doom. He doesn't necessarily eat all the space in the world to get his farm timings, and that should still leave enough room for Gabby to hit that pace he wants to. For Boom's part, it's just so tough. Like, Hyde has to play perfectly on that Phoenix to not get caught out by Nyx, and Mikado's going to have to watch himself as well. Very interesting time to pause, as there is a rotation here from TNC.
Some setting issues, though. It seems like FBZ just might need to change a couple hotkeys over. Yeah, I mean, Makoto, he's going to see the side of TNC wrapping around now. I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to kill him anyway. He's right next to the tier 1 tower, so they're not going to go for the dive. More interestingly, though, John, Makoto, he goes for the level 1 Wex into the EMP, which is something we don't get to see quite as often with these Invokers, but that's what he's gone for. I suppose if you're going up against this Doom, it is much easier to land the EMP, so that you do have that kind of added bonus, and it does also allow you to secure the range creep a lot easier. It does have a mana pool. Do you like this kind of skill build-up?
It's a shift. I think they're maybe just looking to, again, as you mentioned, stop the Devour spam early on. So once you get, say, 2 EMP uses, that should be pretty much the entire pool of Doom gone. So you can maybe get one Devour off. He's going to have to commit his bottle a bit earlier, just trying to slow down that farm to Doom. I don't think it's going to make that massive of a difference for Armel, unless he really just cops it every single time. I think he should still be pretty okay with that, and I think both of these mids will hit level 2 relatively soon anyway, so that should correct itself for Mikado after a wave and a half. Not going to hurt him too much in case this doesn't pan out.
See how it works out. We are looking at the mid lane now, and of course Armel and Makoto going to go out it. I suppose, all that aside, you'd imagine Armel should have a pretty decent advantage on the Doom. Like, we've seen Doom mid so many times, and it just feels impossible to slow the initial farm down.
Yeah, it's just really hard to zone him out now. Like, he's got really good armor, he's got decent regen on hand, he can run you down with some really good right clicks as well, and Devour just allows you to keep flash farming that range creep. So Mikado's not going to have that play to deny the range creep, to kind of drag it low. Armel's almost always going to have the opportunity to just immediately blast it away, and that does mean that it's harder for Mikado to look for that EXP advantage.
Kescute, he's being body blocked right now. He'll get a nice Earth Spike off. Is it going to be enough? The stick charges will allow him to walk away with 25 HP. Tim's, he was even having another gander. In fact, he's looking for an impel, and he does land it into the split Earth of Bok. Now Dreamer Cell, the one in danger. They're not going to kill him off. They couldn't quite get there, but they will force the regen. And that was the only salve Kescute had, so he's going to have to slowly heal up with the Tangos. But I love the pressure that TNC's already applying.
And this lane for Boom doesn't get any easier. Leshrac versus TB, you've got the range advantage. As long as Metamorphosis is down, you're going to win out in the harassment, of course. Dream Assault's going to have to think twice about when he pops Meta, as even in that form, you run the risk of just burning the true net spells on Lesh. And Tim's is doing a good job of just keeping Kescute focused on himself. So you're not getting the line trying to go for Earth Spike plays, looking for the mana drain to slow this down. The reflection is pretty annoying, as we have seen in laning throughout many times, but it's not enough to really give Dream Cell the space he needs to really just AFK farm here.
Right. Let's have a look at the last lane we haven't talked about yet, John. The bot lane, where you'll see Gabby and Boomy against FBZ and Hyde. Tsunami made a really good point in saying that this Spectre, it's not going to have the most fun in this laning phase up against the Tide Hunter. And I'd say Gabby's doing a pretty decent job considering the matchup. I don't think there's too much Boomy can do apart from just kind of keeping him alive in this lane. Gabby, yeah, he's still CSing just fine. Definitely a bit slower than he's used to, but I suppose that matchup does make it very difficult.
Yeah, you just can't sit back and farm. You'd probably have to play around with the daggers just a bit. Boomy is not really going to have too many opportunities to go for aggression. Like, there is slow stacking with the Arctic Burn and the Spectral Dagger, but a Tide is fairly tanky, so you can't commit onto FBZ in that sense. And Hyde's doing a good job of just spacing out, playing tag with Boomy as well, so both pause 4, pause 5 from each side, kind of playing tag. Nice and Dream Whistle, though.
Dreamersault going to be in a spot of danger top lane. He's going to try and fight with the meta, but I don't think he can really do this. Bok is just standing his ground. Earth Spike out from Kescute. He might be able to trade, but no. He needed one more hit, and Tim's, he's going to chase him down. In fact, Bok, he's going to come back in. He has another lightning strike in Kescute. We'll just get dived, but another big Ravager. Kescute, he tries to turn it. He might get Tim's, and he does. Bok, be careful, sir. Dreamersault's coming back. Reflection's there. It will connect the Bok. He should be able to survive through this on 3 HP. 3 HP Bok walks away on.
You know what this is, Mike? It's a lesson to everyone. If you're playing a game of Dota, always have at least a stick. And that was 2 stick charges. Well, 1 charges for Bok. That did manage to give him that burst HP. You never know if it'll save your life. So you've seen it. It's the MVP for this lane on both sides. Unfortunately, TNC does win out, so Boom is going to have to cut their losses there a bit. Really think about that aggression, because Dreamless Cell died with Metamorphosis. So now he's standing in lane, melee form, can't really clear out the wave as fast as he'd want to. Once Bok comes in fully refreshed, they land 1 stun, they follow up with another, the magic damage will burn right through. It's not a fun TB lane once you're isolated like that.
Oh, Hyde. The 2 birds kind of just fighting each other right now. Hyde, he does not have his Icarus dive, but he has the spirits. Will prove to be enough to get away from Boomy. Kesku Boomy. He has scouted out the stacking that is going on in this triangle, and he'll get a sentry ward down to block the Ancients now. So you do have the double stack. You're not going to be able to get it much further unless you get the D ward out. Meanwhile, top lane Tim's, he was in a bit of trouble, but he's going to walk away. He's just fine.
Yeah, it's just constant pressure, kind of posturing from both sides here, especially around the pause 1. So the pause 4s are doing a great job of just keeping track of that jungle usage. I think overall the space is still feeling pretty good for TNC. Boom, they're finding some of that early start. Overall the farm's pretty even. They lost their Terrorblade once already, and they're not really getting as much stacks because of those preemptive wards. They did manage to get the D ward off from Hyde, so they do manage to at least free up the Ancient camp again, but they're going to need to really invest here, and we need to see Hyde kind of replicate what Boomy did last time around with stacks. He is getting that done, although it's down mid.
Yeah, EMP out. Mel is going to have all his mana drained, and Tim's going to show up. They're going to try and go after Makoto. A nice impale, but there'll be no follow-up. And it's just being a little bit annoying on that Nyx Assassin. Kesku now going to try and race for the bounty rune. They don't want to give the full bottle back to Armel. And Kesku does pick it up. Tim's, he'll go for a chase. It's not going to really amount to a kill unless Bok wants to rotate, and he does not. More than happy to keep his own farm up. A lot of action across the map, and they are definitely very focused on making the game extremely annoying for Armel. As top lane, they're going to have a go again. Bok trying to fight here with Dreamer Cell. Oh, the Pulse Nova is bringing them low. Dreamer Cell, he's going to die again. Kesku, he's going to try and run, but they're on the chase. They have that Lightning Storm, but they can't get in range to connect it. Still Tim's, he's trying to be a little bit sneaky. Kesku has salved up just fine. Dreamer Cell going down, though. That's not going to feel great for the side of Boom Esports.
It really isn't. Like, he's had such a tough lane. He's not really able to get much from that. Like, he dies, it's not even creating space for other lanes. It's just him dead. And every single time that happens, your Spectre feels a lot better, even though Gabby's lane has been a bit slow in terms of CS. He hasn't died. And that does give the Spectre a slight edge in keeping that farm up. Ideally, I think the Terrorblade should be ahead in farm. Considering that you've got Metamorphosis, you can go into the jungle a lot quicker than Spectre. Not quite happening yet for Boom. So this equal pacing is feeling a lot better for TNC. Like, investing so much in slowing down Armel is one thing, but it's a Doom. He's still going to devour. He's still going to get that bonus gold. I think you have to set your eyes elsewhere for Boom's end if they want to slow TNC. It's not about slowing the Doom down. You have to maybe consider just beefing up the lane of Dreamocell or just protecting his jungler or something. Just anything else but dying twice.
Absolutely. I suppose with the Invoker, though, it's quite hard to rotate. Especially with the Quaswex build, you can certainly rotate over and try to help out, but depends where he is. And Dreamocell, he hasn't been too close to the T1 tower every time he has gone down. It is at least allowing FBZ and Makoto to have a pretty good game. Both of them pretty big in net worth right now. Dreamocell, the only one kind of lacking at the moment. But he's got plenty of time to catch up, though I say that. Bok is going to get started on the T1 tower, and they found a target. They have got Kesku. Makoto this time with a DD rune, he's going to rotate and try to get something done for his team, but the Spike Carapace is going to kick in. He can't chase Tim's down. All he can do is drain the mana of the Nyx Assassin, and Bok's going to give him the mana back anyway.
And because you rotate top, mid's free, Armel just gets to AFK farm once more. They did manage to TP Hyde around to soak just a bit, but he's forced to fight over the rune. He doesn't even find it. Boomy snags it away, so all these small wins for TNC are starting to line up. 4-1, 9 minutes in, 1k lead starting to ramp up here for TNC. Armel Midas just about to be finished up. In fact, it's pretty much done. So his farm is just going to continue to build in. He's going to hit that spike into the blink quite soon. He's going to have the level in Doom by the time he hits 9 or 10. And Boom have to be ready for that. Like, they're sitting on the tide with Hood of Defiance in comparison. He could play for a Ravage, but it just feels like our heroes aren't ready. Like, if you throw the Ravage out, you don't have Egg, because Hyde's still level 3. You don't have Finger for Burst. Your Invoker can throw a couple of spells, but they're not close to their max potency yet. So their spikes in terms of what they want to do on the map right now aren't lined up on Boom, and TNC can start to look to set that pace relatively sooner.
But they can. A bit of a farming game going on between these two, just 4-1 at the 10-minute mark. Be a bit of action in that mid lane though. Boomy, he's been caught out by the Tornado and EMP. He gets the Cold Embrace out. That's about all he can do. He should be able to chase him down and secure the kill. And does he the Fairy Fire? Couple uphill misses, but it won't matter. Kodo does eventually secure the kill. Nobody really able to help out. Boomy is now top lane. They are diving. They've got Fok, who actually went for the dive. Now a Haunt in. Gabby, he's thinking about trying to help out. The Ravage is there though. FBZ, he really wants the kill. Fok is still running away, however. They don't have enough mana for the Gush. They can't slow him down. Tornado, it's barely going to clip onto Bok, but he's still alive. 30 HP. The earn out now with the Cold Snap will be enough, but at what cost? They've lost Kescute. Gabby's in. He wants more. He wants FBZ. Get the revenge for his team. His fallen comrade. You'll get another. Crack the watermelon. Get the delicious juice out of it. Now ask yourself, John, is it worth it? Pos 3 trades plus a Pos 4, or rather Pos 5, doesn't seem that great for Boom.
And it's not just that, but they also lose their tower. So that entire rotation to defend the top tier 1 doesn't even defend that top tier 1. Their jungle's a bit more exposed. TNC managed to get the push they're looking for with a Lesh. And for Bok, it's a reset. He TP's mid. He can start pressuring that mid tier 1 now. With the Siege creep on hand, with Edict at level 4, they're going to have to try again for that defense, but they don't have Ravage.
This is a big kill. Gabby's in big trouble. No mana to play with. He's got a couple stick charges, but he will not be able to expend them. That's a very nice pick off there from Makoto. And Hyde. For TNC, they are indeed setting up for that mid-tier 1 tower, and Bok, he does have the level 4 Edict ready to go with the Siege creep. But never mind the Siege creep, it does go down. And BZ will be chased by Bok. Sims, Impel off the mark. EMP's there as well. Bok still trying to find a target. Can't find anyone. In fact, Makoto now turning back around, does catch up Boomy. With the Spirit Vessel, they'll be able to get through the Cold Embrace. You can see they've got to be a little bit wary of giving kills away. In fact, Armel, that would be a huge kill again. They get the Cold Snap, they get the Spirit Vessel. Armel, he's going to try and run. He has the Doom up, but he does not want to use it like this. He'll try to Fairy Fire, but it is no way he is getting out of this. Boom Esports starting to get very aggressive as Tim's now. He is going to find Kescute, gets the Impale off. They should have enough damage onto Kescute. He tries to make a run. Stick charges, no. Kescute, he's going to walk out. Tornado again, Bok now. He's out of mana. They'll Cold Embrace him up, but he is completely surrounded. You've got the curse there, but nobody is around FBZ and Bok. He has nowhere to go. Makoto on this Invoker, John, 3-0-3 already. Just so impactful. Once we pass that 10-minute mark, this is what you wanted to see last game.
Yeah, he's just got so much more to do. This Spirit Vessel is really breaking up TNC's sustain. Like, they can't rely on the Cold Embrace. They have no Dispels on hand here on TNC's end. You're probably going to want to rush something like a Lotus Orb down the line, maybe a couple of ults on your cores just to prevent that constant tick from the Invoker, and they get good punishment out on Boom. This time around, they hold onto that mid-tier 1. It only has 244 HP, but they've stalled it long enough that FBZ will have Ravage come that next defense, so they can actually throw their bodies forward for this one. They do have to worry about a couple of things. Armel has his Blink up. He's got Doom ready. They do smoke up with that timing here on TNC.
TNC. Look at that mid-tier 1 tower. This time with Boom, keep FBZ in that mid-tier 1. Just make sure he keeps defending. He's also got that Blink Dagger on the way, so they're going to have some nice team fight. But TNC, they go into the Dire Triangle instead. They found Dreamer Cell. They can't lock him down. Now, Boom, they might be able to kind of reinitiate here. As FBZ, he does now have the Blink. They got to go mid lane. They found Bok. Tornado out. EMP to drain all the mana of this Leshrac, and there is no way he gets out of this. Another great kill setup by Boom Esports and TNC. They keep trying. They are not getting the reward they're looking for out of Boom Esports.
And you have to admire some of this warding as well from Boom. They have good ramp wards. They had enough game sense to know something was up. for Dream Assault to back off in that jungle, so they're still not able to use Doom. They're going to be able to counter pressure now onto that mid. Metamorphosis ready on Dream Assault with the Dragon Lance. They could look to take this tier 1, so once they trade this away, I think they're going to be a lot more open to just giving their own mid-tier 1 and kind of just trade, because it's so low. So this is the best situation for Boom if they're allowed to do it, but they are kind of holding back. Again, they've got Ravage Egg here in Boom. They could force that bigger fight.
They haven't shown that blink off either. FBZ, they might see it now. See, they know they're going to be wary. There's a cold snap, Spirit Vessel again. Tim's gonna drop to half HP, but we'll be alright as now Winter's Curse is there to try and set up. They'll get the Doom out, but FBZ, he jumped into the Curse. A big Ravage though, but Dream Assault has already forfeited his life as the egg. Oh no, he will drop to the finger of Kezcute. It does seem like it might be just a more worthwhile kind of kill here for the side of TNC. A very even kind of trade, but not the better gold exchange. It was Boom Esports. They found an extra one. Gabby, that's a massive kill. Chaos Meteor out. They try to cold embrace him. Tornado was there. Looks like Gabby really has no way out as the EMP. No, surely not. He will go down. And now Bok, he tried to help. It's the save your friend syndrome that might cost you. They'll chase him down. They really want this kill on the left track. And they should be able to get it as Makoto. He's not backing off. He'll take the kill. Now, can he get himself out? As more TPs are coming in, he'll TP out of there. And they won't be able to cancel it off. Lost TP.
Oh, yeah, just like that. TNC, Gabby, he played so greedy for that rune. Like, he didn't need a double damage rune right then. He didn't have Haunt to make use of it. He still decided to run in, not respecting the rest of the living heroes on Boom. They only killed 1 for 1 at the start of that fight, and he felt maybe he got it in his head that he was that strong, or the rest of the team retreated, but he doesn't respect Boom enough. Boom gets a good punishment off, and again, it's just a lot of back and forth aggression. I think if you were TNC, you got that kill in the Terrorblade, you forced out Ravage Egg, I think you pull back there, reset a bit, wait for the Doom respawn, then go in, right? Because you'd have Doom up. Well, you wouldn't have Doom up, but there's no Ravage Egg to worry about. Winter's Curse is a lower cooldown. You can scout ahead with a Vendetta. They just got a bit too hasty on Gabby and just falls apart. So now Boom's gonna have enough time to wait for that egg, Ravage in half a minute. That window of opportunity for TNC has kind of disappeared.
Tim's trying to hide. Nice Icarus dive away though. He had the Sentry Ward to give vision. TNT, they might have to just sit back and try to secure a bit more farmers. This 2k net worth deficit, a little bit annoying to play into, and you kind of already pointed it out, but Gabby, he's just not really farmed enough to really get involved in these fights quite yet. Maybe once the Manta's up, he can think about it. It does become very hard with Boom, especially with this Invoker that's just been just really disruptive in these fights with these Tornado EMPs. It never feels like anyone's got mana on the side of TNC. Every time the team fight begins, they just always run out due to the EMP. Boom now, again grouped up in that mid lane. Maybe just getting prepped for that T1 tower defense. But no, instead, they're going to head down bot. Makoto in the Ghost Walk. Armel, he's getting it right into FBZ. Nice blink. He does follow him down. Armel, he knows they're all there. He's going to make a run, but the Tornado is going to connect. They have the Ravage if they need it, but they don't need it. They've got him stuck in the tree line. They'll take him down. Unstoppable spree for Makoto. 6-0-5 already.
He's doing God's work on that Invoker. Just getting down to this really quick Spirit Vessel timing and then into his movement across the map. He's bought so much space out for Boom to really get this farm game started on Dreamosel. Even FBZ's managing to at least stay ahead of the Spectre, trade back and forth with the Spectre. Really good spot for Boom to be in. And they can now start to think about scaling, because Mikado went for a late Midas. He's going into the BKB next. They can keep focusing for down the line. Once more levels are up, they can look for their Cataclysm combo with the Ags. And that's when it gets really dicey here for TNC. TNC still needs more items to be up. Tims is going to have a blink soon. So you're going to have follow-up on the Doom initiation. You're going to have a Nyx able to jump in as well. Interesting choice of the blink. I think for the most part, we've been seeing Nyx's rush Ags. So it looks like Tim's feels like he needs to be able to jump more than have that utility with his spell kit that the Ags provides and the damage reduction. We'll see if it will pay off eventually. I think you're still within a zone where it's perfectly playable here for both teams. They just need to stall for that Spectre. Gabby's at least close enough to the Manta. As you mentioned, this could be the point where the Haunt's a bit more impactful with the additional illusions. They just need to hold out for a little bit more of that gold. And if they do commit, they have to somehow split up the Tide and Phoenix. Can't allow that Ravage Egg combo to go off in the middle.
Yeah. I think the blink does make enough sense on Tim's, right? Because we haven't seen a great initiation yet from TNC. They may have been trying to rely on Armel with the blink in and the stomp and get the Doom out, but that just hasn't happened. Makoto's made it very hard for anyone to blink in this game with all these tornadoes and the Spirit Vessels and the Cold Snaps. So I kind of like the fact that they've got a secondary option now with this Nyx Assassin. He won't have to rely on the Vendetta to try and sneak his way into a team fight, but rather he could just blink in for a big impale. We'll see if it does pan out. TNT, they will smoke up, trying to go for a big blink reveal on Tim's. You've also got the BKB now up on Armel, 9-second charge available on that Doom. Some big timings, and in fact they have found a target. It will be Kescute on the line. Not the biggest target in the world, but it's a nice way to start. With that kill, they might be able to rotate into the mid lane and take the T1 tower, or go for a Roshan if they think they can take it fast enough.
Yeah, looks like they're going to commit. They can get some good damage off. I mean, with a Manta at the very least, Gabby can just kind of do it by himself. See that Rush slowly melt. Boom. Well, they've got Ravage Egg. This could actually be a pretty good fight for them if they figure this out and they get the scan off.
I believe they do know. Sunstrike going to get a bit of vision helping out with the Roshan, but Gabby, he's not going to stick around. Like, you've got Kescute coming back up now. There's plenty of time for Boom to try and counter this Roche. Instead, TNC, they're going to leave it at half HP. Gabby's got the Haunt if he needs to kind of rejoin that top side of the map anyway, so not too big of a deal for him. Meanwhile, though, looks like the rest of Boom Esports, they're going to smoke up now. Where are they headed, though? Thrown up Makoto. Wouldn't mind starting with Bok, but they may opt for Gabby if they see him, and they know the dagger was out. They really want the Spectre. Looks like they're going to change their mind, go back through the mid lane to find the rest of the TNC squad. In the triangle, as they do now walk back into the mid lane, Tim's going to break the smoke with the Vendetta, gets a bit of vision out onto Hyde. Sentries are down. Now they dust him up, and he blinks out. Ravage though, FBZ, he's got 3 targets. Can they fight with this? Raise there as well. They've got a Ravage, but a big Winter's Curse. It's only going to be onto 2 heroes, though. They've already lost Armel's Dreamer's Soul now. He wants a bit more. They'll go after Bok, but they won't have the lockdown. Or do they? FBZ, he'll keep going with the blink forward. Bok trying to salve up and run into the tree line and try to avoid giving vision, but FBZ, he's going to find him out. Bok, it looks like he is trapped. Probably will die, but Gabby, he's going to haunt in. Maybe they do go for the fight. Gabby, he does commit. All they'll find is Kescute.
Not worthwhile for TNC for sure. Boom managed to hold on to the egg in that engagement. They might be able to take out this top tier 1. They did force the BKB use from Mikado. So it's down to 8 seconds. Not the best use of that, but Haunt has a really long cooldown to commit just for a Lion. Although, Primo Cell.
Got the Lincoln Sphere up as well. You like that Lincoln Sphere pickup as well, right? Like against the Doom, against the Winter's Curse. It's a nice pickup here from Dreamer Soul. And I mean, apart from that mana drain from Tim's, you don't really have much in the way of breaking that Lincoln Sphere. TNC, back into the Roshan pit again. Not to be dissuaded, but Hyde, he's going to check and he'll know. You don't have Ravage. Abby, And the rest of TNC maybe banking on that, but a big tornado and an MP out, but no Tims. He's in with the Impale. They finally found the Invoker, and Makoto, he's going to die for the first time, as now they go for even more. Hyde, Icarus dive out. Execute, he can't dive out of there. He just needs to run as they drop the egg and Dreamer Cell. He'll wrap from the backside and try to help out, but he doesn't have the meta. How's he going to fight this one out? They've even lost FBZ on the backside. Dreamer Cell, he needs to probably run now as the rest of TNC come back in. Armel with the stomp out has caught Hyde on the Phoenix, and they will get a fourth hero. Boom, they get a little bit overly excited. Give 4 kills away to TNC and probably Roshan.
That's a really good turnaround there from TNC. Finally finding a good fight. Boom has been on point with her positioning beforehand, but this time around, Egg not the most impactful. Ravage wasn't there to really secure better positions for the Egg, so they were forced to fight while their one big spell was on cooldown, and again, just a bit too forward there on Mikado. That was a huge kill. I think it was worth around 599 on that kill alone. It gives him a lot more, but looks like Boom's not dissuaded. Mikado's immediately hunting.
Tornado going to be off the mark. Nice little attempt there by Makoto, but not going to land this time around. 1k net worth lead is what Boom is left with. Dreamer Cell, he's still just super farmed up. That 3k ahead of Gabby at the moment. I think once you have that Eye of Skadi up on Dreamer Cell, you really want to start forcing the fights, but the same goes for Gabby. His own Eye of Skadi coming out very, very soon. Gonna cause a few issues here for Boom, as it will tank up the Spectre quite a bit, but even the heal reduction gonna be very nice. Both teams again gonna kind of respect each other. The potential of losing the next team fight. They'll leave each other be, try to get those T2 towers on opposing lanes. I say that. Boom. Be careful, Tim's looking for an initiation, but does not have the blink up. Fox gonna TP down as well, but it's only 2 there. Good Earth will land. They've got Dreamer Cell. Lincoln's will be broken, but he does back off. Don't forget, they have the Ravage. They have the meta. They might reinitiate if they find the opening. Won't see enough of TNC. TNC immediately the aggressors. They want to smoke up. Try to go for a surprise fight. In fact, look at the line being drawn out towards the top lane, right back to Dreamer Cell, is where it appears that TNC want to go. It's a long run up. They should be able to make it in time before that smoke wears off. Unless they go mid lane instead, where FBZ is going to get scouted for a second.
Oh, nice
scan out from Boom. Catch them in the act. Dreamer Cell, he's out of it.
Gets to play safe. TNC, it's a lot of time committed. They walk literally all across the map from bot to top, and they don't find a kill. So this is some good dodging coming out from Boom, good game sense. They do manage to finish that Scotty you mentioned earlier on. Healing reduction, as important for Boom as it is for TNC. The Cold Embrace has not felt great already with a Spirit Vessel. Now even your Terrorblades can slow that down further. Not going to feel good for TNC. They don't have any big dispels on hand yet as well, beyond a couple of BKBs and Mantis. So I believe Bach is going to be the most vulnerable if his BKB fades. And that is going to cause issues. Just, you really do want to drag these fights out. With that Cold Embrace, just a bit more complicated with that. Gabby is isolated in bot.
Gabby, he's by himself right now, but do they have the Earth Spike? Yeah, they do. Into the Chaos Meteor and Dreamer Cell. He's got a DD rune. He's been blocked off by Hyde, but it may not matter because they've got the Aegis down, and they certainly want the secondary life of the Egg. He's going to be committed. There's your Ravage out, FBZ. He's playing no games. They will burst down Gabby. And the rest of TNC, Armel and Burmy, they did not have TPs.
Ouch, yeah, that's pretty painful there for TNC. Tier 2 falls. Really odd position for Gabby. His entire team just walked up towards top. They didn't find anything from bot. He didn't realize they would probably swing around that area. They did not have information. Now they're high ground to the siege.
Boss is going to try and defend another nice Earth Spike and FBZ in again, forcing the BKB charge out. Cold Embrace, or rather Winter's Curse, that'll be Kescute's death. It looks like without the line, they do not want to continue. They do get some nice damage out into that tier 3 bottom tower, and you can kind of feel the confidence out of Boom Esports as they rush the high ground. TNC, just a couple of small mistakes are costing them this game. They've got to be very careful. They would have loved a 2-0, but Boom Esports, they are not going to make it that easy.
And they're so farmed up in Dreamosol. He's at 20k net worth. Armel on the Doom is at 17. He's lagging behind by 3k. He's got the Devour, he's got the Midas. He's just not really able to keep up with that Terrorblade. They haven't also had the best uses of Doom in a while. They're just not able to look for those 1 kills they want. They really need to start hunting better, and they need to transition at their objectives.
They go on to FBZ, that's how they get the team fight started, but he's a very tanky target. He'll go for a run. Can he make it out? The backside, they got Makoto. He'll be keeping up and trying to run, and he will make it out. The deafening blast is there. They'll doom him up. It looks like Makoto still being kind of blocked here by Hyde. Rather running into Hyde.
Oh,
Thunder is
Sunder.
out. They save him. Very close call there from Makoto. He does get saved in the end. He will lose Kescu. It's about all they lost, so really, again, not too bad of a deal here for Boom.
Boom, they're just playing really well right now. They managed to keep themselves gapped out enough. GNC aren't finding the best targets. If they try to jump FBZ, he's too tanky, so they can only really kill off the Lion. And for Boom's part, well, they're going to have Ravage up soon, so TNC, they will not look for this fight. At least they shouldn't.
Got the vision, Makoto from the backside. FBZ, he's low on mana. He doesn't have enough of the Ravage yet, but he's slowly moving his way in. Can they find a target? They've lost Bok. Gabby gonna try and TP, and they will not be able to stop the TP. Instead, they'll just catch Boomy. They might even get another. They've caught Tim's on that Nyx Assassin. Both supports being caught. However, there's the Winter's Curse out. Is it gonna be enough to kill Hyde? Not quite. Dreamer Cell. Another Sunder out to protect his supports. God, I wish my TBs were like this, John. You'd never see that in the SCA server in the pub games.
No, definitely not. Very self-sacrificing sort of TB play, just constantly keeping everyone alive on Dream Assault's end. And TNC, again, they're just not finding these fights. They run in one by one, they don't really get the pickoffs. Now their high ground's once more going to be under threat as Metamorphosis is up. Without Winter's Curse, this team fight's really hard to pull off. A haunt as well in half a minute cooldown.
Oh, Cascutie's in. He's got Bok. Armel gonna try and help with a stomp out. Still, they are aiming down the left rack. FBZ, he has the Ravage. He's waiting for the right moment. Bok, they don't even need it. Dreamer Soul just right to work. That'll be one lane of barracks to drop. TNC, they may not be confident enough to try and defend without their off-lane Leshrac. Luckily for TNC, both T2 towers in the mid and top lane are still up. They can't go for another lane of rats. We'll at least get one for the side of Boom Esports, and all this influx of gold has allowed Dreamersaur to get that big Daedalus up now. He's going to be hitting like an absolute truck.
Yeah, it's getting scary for TNC. They just haven't found a fight that they're comfy with. Every single time they're killing off Kescute. Doesn't matter when you kill off that line. Gabby still needs a lot more to farm. Hyde though.
Oh, Tornado again from Makoto. Gonna save the day as Hyde will pop this BKB. Tims, he does have the Aeon Disc, and that's gonna save his own life. There it is, John. There's the combination.
Oh boy.
Aghanim Scepter's there. Cataclysm is now officially up for our Invoker. TNC, they have not seen it yet either. Boom, they might be able to surprise them. The Ravage is also up.
It's going to be a toughie for TNC. They just play around these team fights on Boom's end so well. And the next rush is a bit slow as well, so TNC can't sneak that. And it just gives Boom a lot more to play with. They've got the 3k lead, not overwhelming at half an hour in, but it's enough to have this terribly be a major threat. And I think for TNC, they're having trouble kind of just choosing a target. Like, ideally, I think you'd want to Doom either the TB or the Invoker, but every single time they do that, the rest of the lineup of TNC just kind of lag behind. They do have double Doom now, so they could look at Dooming up both the Terrorblade and the Invoker, and that would be like the ideal for TNC if like perfect execution and, you know, very poor spacing from Boom. But Boom are looking to be the aggressors first. They're smoked. They have that combination. The Catarav is ready to go.
Oh, Tims. He has the chance to break the smoke. FBZ not going to run into him either. They see the side of TNT in that mid lane. They know they're also smoked up, and they've got the high ground. A perfect scenario for Boom if TNT run into them, but they are running the other way. Back to the other high ground, but Boomy, he gets caught out. Kescud gets the Hex in. There's your Cataclysm. It'll blow up Boomy immediately as they haven't popped the Ravage. They doomed up the time, but it won't matter. Freemacell, he's already bursted down Armel. Gabby, he is tracked in the ice wall right now. Deafening blast down. They just have no chance. Freemacell's hitting way too hard on Brock. He's still trying to chase this line. We get to the high ground, but they know he's there. Another team wipeout. The only survivor gonna be the Nyx assassin from Tim's. Luckily for TNC, John, no Roshan yet. It's up in 25 seconds though. They might have enough time.
Yeah, they can at least get... Well, honestly, they don't really have many respawns that short. Only the Winter Wyvern's going to be up by the time Roche is up. Doom is down for 35, barely after. And the high ground's going to be the priority here for Boom anyway. Figures, no one's here to defend, there's no Haunt. We know Doom's, the first Doom's down, so we can rip through another set of racks. And there's nothing they can do about this. There is a Winter's Curse on Boomy, but he needs follow-up. And that's where maybe the Ags build-up on the Nyx would have been better, because Tim's, he's really not lining up the shots with a blink. You saw that one blink reveal kill on Kescud, that's it. I think, looking at it now, I feel like I really would have preferred the Ags here, just so that they'd have this siege engine to defend their high ground as well, better fights in Roche, better AoE control. Right now, they're just lacking so much on TNC that Boom, they've got this game by control. They're going to go into the Roshan, second Roche, Aegis Cheese, Ag Shard. And that is going to be big for Boom. And TNC, well, if they had Haunt, I think he'd be better off fighting here, but they really don't. Tim's could try scouting, though.
Who they give the shard to? He's gonna... FBZ gets the cheese. But the shard's on Hyde. Makes enough sense. Why not have a supernova throughout the egg? It's quite good. Tim's. Scout out Makoto and FBZ. Doesn't really have any help around, and they don't have the Haunt for another 5 seconds, but he is going to cancel this TP. That'll be enough for Tim's unless they can catch him. The Earthquake is there, Kescud. He gets there in the nick of time, and Tim's, he's going to regret that impel he threw out. He's going to go for a run. Oh, wait a minute, that is a nice juke spot for this creep wave. They won't leave him alone. He blinks to the north, Spike Herpes out, FBZ, he gets stunned up, but now they have the cold snap. They have the Spirit Vessel, and that is going to be enough. He has buyback though, so not the end of the world for Tim's.
Yep, it's some space made, I guess, for TNC to retake their bot jungle, get some farm up, get some tier 4 items going their way. Boom. They've got a lot. Like, they've got the Ags up here in Dream Assault, so he does have that Terror Wave now for additional control and for, 10-second Metamorphosis. It's going to be difficult for TNC on this defense. They do have Haunt, they've got Winter's Curse, they've got Doom, double Doom in fact with a refresh. They really just need to figure out how the heck to get into these fights.
Find out now, they're gonna jump in Armel, he's there, he breaks the link and gets the Doom out, onto Dreamercell, a secondary Doom, who they aim for, they'll go after Makoto, great targets here from Armel, but is it gonna be enough? There's Yael, the Sunray, it's healing up Dreamercell, but he still will lose the first life, as now the Ravage comes in FBZ, put the stop to all the fun for TNC. They've bursted down 2, and Gabby, he's going after Makoto. He hasn't finished the job, but it won't matter. He gets it done as Dreamercell. He pops a Terror Wave onto Armel. The Doom trying to run, but he's just so darn slow. Can they keep up with him? It doesn't seem like it. He'll blink away and make it out as Gabby from the backside now wants to go after FBZ and Hyde. But can they really keep this fight up? Hyde dropping low. There's your finger out. FBZ onto Buck. Meanwhile, they found Hyde on the Phoenix. They'll burst him down. It's going to be a man fight. Dreamercell and Gabby trying to fight it out. They'll go after Kescud instead, but there's FBZ interrupting this fight. Gabby, he's out of places to run. It looks like he is going to drop a no. Armel, he's in with the stop. It might be enough, and it will be. Gabby's out of there. And they really snipe him. FBZ. He gets him with the gush. He has buyback on the Spectre. Gonna have to commit it, John.
This is a really bad spot for TNC. Like, Bach already committing that buyback early. They're only 1 racks away from Megas. They should be pretty much cleaned up by Boom. I don't think there's anything to stop them. Like, even without Metamorphosis and the Terror Wave, they've still got enough damage to slowly chip through. Ravage is a minute off, Egg half a minute. So they can kind of just keep this wave shoved in and slowly go in, although Dream Missile.
Oh, everything just kind of missing. That Lincoln Spear going to work. Armel, another stun out, but there's your Hex now. A great Winter's Curse to turn it though. Boomy saving the day, and now Gabby, he's brought back. This could be the last ditch team fight of the Terror Wave. Gonna connect on every single hero on the side of TNC. Sunstrike is there, it won't land. Tim's gonna try and run. Spike Carapace, it will not be enough. They have at least run out of the meta, so maybe now Gabby, maybe he can make some magic happen. Armel jumps in, blinks right back out. Gabby, you'll have to go for the fight against Dreamisol. It's a 2-on-1 scenario. Dreamisol still going for the fight back though. Gabby, he's gonna have to kite out of the Sunder. Does fly out as well. Onto FBZ to give the reset for Dreamisol. They haven't got the Megas yet. TNC, they are not out of this game. They do defend the high ground.
They barely hold on. No progress made on the racks, only the range racks really taking hits. However, that was Boom forcing a fight without Ravage, without Egg being quite up. So next time around, they will have that combination back in. TNC, their backs are the ones against the wall. They buy back on Gabby. There's no Roche to take to kind of give him some safety nets now. So it's going to be a slow game going forward. TNC, they don't have many resources, many areas to play on the map. Boom have all the control in the world here to do what they want. Heck, they're going to have even more items coming through as well. Refresh from FBZ almost done. So once you've got the double Ravage on top of the Cataclysm coming through with the Egg, it's just way too much for TNC to deal with, and they're going to have to watch themselves. Boom, they're smoked up. They might run into the right targets here.
That they made. Oh, nice blink away. Armel, he'll avoid the Ravage. Instead, they're going to find Bok. No buyback on the left rack. A great start for Boom. Still don't have hide on the Phoenix, but it may not matter. We'll be up in 7 seconds to rejoin his team. Well, TNC, they've held high ground before with the disadvantage. They may be able to do it again here. Abby is still pretty big. Matter of whether he can take on Dreamisol. Wait out the Phoenix first. Don't forget, you don't have the Ravage now. FBZ, he does not have the Refresher Orb up yet. It's your meta, Dreamisol, he'll start getting to work. Mel just frontlining, and they need to jump in. Impel is there. They want to start with Dreamisol. The mute is no, the Doom. They do end up getting him. No, they don't. It was broken by the Lincolns. Dreamisol, he's going to be just fine as they try to go on the backside, but Gabby gets caught out, gets caught with his pants down. Oh, Mel trying to help out, but look at the damage output. He got the Doom off, but it does nothing. That'll be a game number 3 for this lower bracket final as Boom Esports refused to bow out without a fight.
It's just such a great showing from Boom. They managed to make this Mikado Invoker work, and we talked about it in the draft, right? When they pick up this Invoker, that's when Boom's backs are against the wall and they want to bring out something special. They make it work really well. TNC, for their part, it went off a bit slower. I think you'd have to really look at the Bach Lushrak. The impact it had was less than we'd expect. So, you know, I kind of want to see TNC shake it up as well, but props to Boom. We're going to game 3 here.
That's what we love to see. It is the lower bracket final after all, and there's just so much on the line. The last ticket to TI10 for the SEA region. Who's going to make it to that grand final? We are going to head to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to break down what happened in this game number 2.
Yo, let's go. Game number 3. Boom are not giving up. You were saying that Mikoto may have been Minato if he played that Templar Assassin. Here he's looking like pain on Invoker. That man was putting the team on his back. Seriously, stellar performance from Mikoto. And John, I would have been disappointed if he couldn't get a game 2 win out of that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's that one thing with Boom. They pick Invoker at the end. When they feel threatened, they manage to really pull off a cleaner game. I think it's not just down to Mikado, but their execution was a lot better. They had these timings with Ravage Egg to play around. Much better teamfight execution coming through from them. For TNC's part, it's not completely outplaced. I think they had some weaknesses in the draft. I think I look at Box Leshrac, and it just felt like it had no impact. Like, he couldn't do what he wanted to as a Leshrac. They got some early tier 1s, but you saw the counter fight coming through from Boom. They held onto their mid tier 1 for a long time, and they couldn't shut down the map fast enough. And even though he found a couple of kills on Dreamocell in the laning phase, that was nice. Dreamocell was still farming up, so they didn't slow the pace down of Boom enough to really get that early advantage you want to get with Leshrac. Yeah,
and usually we see a fair amount of flex out of Leshrac, at least in other regions. But in Southeast Asia, I feel we rarely see safe lane Leshrac, we rarely see off lane Leshrac. And so maybe TNC were a little bit too creative with shifting it. But the Doom made sense. It's just maybe they should have let Doom be the off lane and let Armel pick up the Leshrac in the mid lane. Because, I mean, if you're going up against Mikoto and Invoker, you need to bring your A game in all the lanes. And he never even made it, Mike, to the refresher. He was going primarily defensive. He built the BKB, he built the Eon disc. This Invoker, even with such a self-preservation build, was still popping off in all these teamfights.
Yeah, he was just doing his job, right? Like, it was so much about just canceling the blinks in the team fight, never allowing a clean initiation on any of the heroes on the side of Boom Esports. So yeah, they weren't lacking damage in the end, right? Like Dreamocell, he had the Daedalus and the TB. You would have loved to see the double Cataclysm, but I feel like the whole game, we only saw one Cataclysm. It wasn't, he didn't need it. They just didn't need the damage. The control was all that was necessary. And if you find a team that can't initiate, how do they win?
Yeah, and ideally that initiation comes from the Doom. He got the blink early on, but this after so much praise that I've given for late game Doom, and I saw the refresher come out, and I was like, oh snap, this might be when TNC make it back. But Boom, where they came into this game with a plan, and boy did they execute that plan. And now both teams, they probably not thrilled that they need to go to 3 games because they have to play a BO5 versus Fnatic later. You don't want to show too many cards, but you want to at least make it to that grand final. You want to make it to game number 3. And I know you at home watching want to make it to game number 3. So we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we will close out the series of TNC versus Boom.
Tapped in. Lately my life had a fast man, but it's ass plan. Fight for my life with the brass hands, and I still ball with a bad hand. Got an aerial point of view, but they'll never see the big picture through zoom lens. In the quicksand, make it push start, type of band's coupe, but the tank plan. I'm back on my bender rolls for the kicks. They quick to give them 2 cents. Put my circle tight like we glued hands. Like I don't believe in new friends. Tread light, I know the ice thin. I drop the song, get a few wins. I crave the comfort in my own skin. Really, I just wanna feel the world spin. If I check, watch me double that. I get it lit, I watch it bubble up. Remember opening for shows, never show, but I pulled through, I muscled up. Not a label one, fuck with us. I spin the paper, let them know what's up. I figured I was really onto something, cause the jealous niggas give a subtle love. Crazy, they hella shaky on that really, but that's fake. Shit, see through the shade, shit, they so unstable. Done waiting, I'ma wind the lust, I'm really going all the way to places. Never thought I'd take it all off the phrases, but I can't get no sleep. Landing in the weeks, life is bittersweet. I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep. Landing in the weeks, life is bittersweet. I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright, okay. These days I get replays these blue faces, how I decorated the loose page. Remember how I used to serve the plate, clean the food tray, working 8 to 4 from Tuesday through the weekdays. Hustle evenings at the stool off Highway 92 in Haywood, always running just a few late. Tucking a new game, back to the crib and I color in new ways. With a new blade of the budget tied me down like shoestrings. Collected the loose change, those were the days that made me. She on my line like a beacon, she could've swore that I was cheating. Be honest, I was barely breathing. Chasing the life how I wanted it, knowing that you was all that I need. Puzzle that all of the pieces that fit like a glove, you sit it right in front of me. How I don't see it. Hit up the Brody to vent, like Dota and I take it easy. Am I on or something, or am I reaching to be validated? Instead I get told from the parking space, why do it feel like I could have a vote for the ominous faces to all that won't save us? I thought the ground was for the breaking, look like it's all overrated. Yeah, like it's all overrated. Like it's all overrated to me. Like it's all overrated to me. I can't get no sleep, living in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep, living in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah.
This is it. This is the point that Boom have a tendency to kind of be like, oh, we made it. We're so close to the finish line. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then it just falls apart. But I thought that may have been the case last game. I thought that may have been a 2-0 for TNC. I thought third place would have been enough. But they come in swanging with a solid draft, solid gameplay, and they take TNC off their balance. Can they replicate it, John? Can they think? Does it all come down to a Mikoto Invoker or a Templar Assassin? Do you have to put respect on these first phase things?
I think you do. I think if you manage to give Boom these comfort picks, especially on mid, it becomes a lot shakier. I think TNC, they're kind of going with the same idea from game 2. They start with Lion instead of the Nyx to counteract that Phoenix this time, and they've got the DP. So they've got a support and a flex for mid or off. I think we can kind of consider this the Bach hero. He's played it much more in the offlane here for TNC. So it's almost the same thing as a Leshrac, right? Like decent push, pretty tanky on the offlane. I think he can achieve a better push rate with that DP compared to his Lesh. We just didn't see enough commitment towards tier 2s, towards invading the jungles in game 2 this time from TNC, and it really slowed down the pace. Like they did get a couple of kills on the Terrorblade, but it didn't feel impactful because the TV still farmed up. So we'll see if they can change that story with that DP. Boom, for their part, they get to start with this FBZ pick along with the Phoenix. So they've got Phoenix, Mars, Arena, Egg, already a really solid combo to have on hand here.
If FBZ doesn't get his hands on Timber, then Mars is usually my second favorite hero to see him do work on. And Mike, they're able to pair it up with a Phoenix too. What more could you ask for?
I mean, it's a great combination for sure. Mars Phoenix, a classic combo, very, very painful to go into a lot of team fight. But I want to go back to the DP for a second, because the last time TNC and Boom Esports went against each other was in the upper bracket round of 2. TNC ended up getting a 2-1 against Boom Esports, and I think it's important to note both the games that TNC won were with the Armel DP. So it seems like it might be a bit of a bane here against Boom Esports. TNC do kind of go back to that. I'm wondering how impactful this DP is going to be. I think it kind of fits Armel's playstyle quite a lot. Like, he likes to kind of farm up quick and create that space, have that big team fight ultimate, have the push in as well. And
was it Armel DP? Or was it Bach DP?
was it?
I think it was Bach
Whoopsie,
DP.
or there you go.
Yeah, Bach. It was Bach. I just checked. Yep, on the offlane.
Reappropriate that, and why is DP good for Bach then?
Gotcha, Mike.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, so Bach DP is what I actually meant. So Bach DP in the offlane. I mean, the Leshrac, you know, it was struggling a little bit last game. I guess the DP is a bit more self-explanatory, right? Like, you don't need too much farm on the hero. Exorcism's just a kind of broken ability. AoE Silence pretty darn strong as well. Has some nice wave clear. So I think, you know, overall, pretty good hero. And, you know, I mixed up the players, but they still won 2 times in a row with DP against Boom Esports. So, you know, my point still stands. Boom Esports has a problem dealing with this hero, it seems.
Exactly, and conceptually, I think being able to play around an Exorcism cooldown may make it a little bit more straightforward. I think with Leshrac, it's a little bit more vague. You're like, okay, I have Edict. Do I wait for my Siege creep timing? Do I wait for my Spectre to have Haunt? In game number 2, it seemed kind of like Bach didn't really know the best timing to do things, but now he can kind of dictate the pace, because Luna is just going to be farming the entire time. She's not going to really be caring about doing much other than taking her triangle stacks, but it's up to Bach and whoever they do end up picking for Armel to make space for this Luna to farm up the triangle to her heart's content.
Yeah, and this is where we need to see Boom kind of go back into contesting those camps, cleaning up what happened in game 1. They have to ensure that the stacks don't come out. They have to ensure that the Luna's not going to get easy access there, because the Luna will accelerate a lot faster from that position. So they've got to be more active, especially with their supports, get the aggressive wards out, and they also have to play around their own timings. Play around the Egg, play around that Arena to kind of counteract what the DP will want to do with that Exorcism, and just get something of their own there to slow that out, to stop that Luna from getting big. I think they'd want to have something as well that plays quicker on hand. Maybe a quicker core could help them out here, or something from Mikoto that can join fights relatively quick. The TA could still line up. You don't have the best burn for Refraction outside of committing Exorcism right now. So you could do that. I guess Spirit Siphon is also kind of annoying, but it's not a total deal breaker for the TA. They could still go that route, especially if they expect that DP to be offlane. Anyway, they start with a clock, so Clockwork Mars lane, or Mars Phoenix lane could still happen, but more than likely the Clockwork on the 4. Pretty solid to have. Spear into cogs, you can run down. You're very, very tanky with these 2 heroes. You can make it hellish for the Luna to just hold her own there. And you've got more ways to protect the Egg. You can isolate heroes with the cogs. You can just kind of let the egg run through the arena as well. You've got great reach with a hook shot. This does enable that aggression for Boom.
Enchantress.
And TNC pick up an Enchantress now, so lane is going to be kind of difficult for whoever Boom wants to send into their safe lane, because it's going to be DP and...
Dire team
do they prefer 5 Enchantress, or do they prefer 4 Enchantress? Look. Seems like Tim's is primarily the Lion player, so it may be 5 Ench and 4 Lion. But either way, it's still an annoying lane for now a Phantom Lancer to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Enchantress 4 is fine as well. Like, Enchant's just kind of broken as a spell, right? So it's pretty nice to just dominate the lane, make it very hard for Dreamer Soul. I guess excuse me, I've completely forgotten the name. The PL, the Phantom Lancer, is kind of nice because you can just kind of rush away the Phantom Rush, or you can doppel away. So you do have those defensive abilities to try and get away from this DP Enchantress. I guess it could still be the Lion, though, as well. It's a bit of a toss-up. I'm trying to think which one we'd prefer to see, but I'd say the pressure applied from the DP Enchantress is probably a little bit better. Maybe just go down that route.
Yeah, they're looking to squeeze the PL out of his lane early on, and I'm kind of surprised by the PL. It's good on paper versus Luna's Eclipse, because it absorbs so many of the impacts with the illusions, but at the same time, Luna doesn't really deal with having to clear, or doesn't really care about having to deal with AoE damage. She will inherently deal damage to all of Phantom Lancer, his illusions, and his heroes, so I'm curious why they see the value in the PL pick.
We've seen Boom pick it a couple of times. I guess it's mainly just down to perhaps just that diffusal timing and the aggro you can play with that, compared to a Luna who might need a little bit more and is a bit more constricted by Eclipse early on. The PL does have more uptime once you hit Diffusal Manta or Diffusal SNY. You're just ready to run down. So in that sense, it is a fairly quick hero if you want to play it that way. We have seen, I think Dreamercell has actually tried the Pale Horse build from NA, which is the Octarine with shards. I don't know if you want to do that here. I would probably lean towards no.
I am surprised you're crediting Pale Horse with that. I talked to 23 Savage and he said that's the only way to play Phantom Lancer.
Oh no. Don't. It's so
Savage. No.
I feel so bad, that build. I don't know. It's like you have this PL, he can make a billion illusions, and you decide what you're gonna do is be like some PL that sits in the back and just throws lances over and over again. I get it. It's a 4-second cooldown. It adds up. It's a lot of damage. It's annoying, but it just feels so bad. When's the last time we saw it win? I don't know. I can't actually remember.
Yeah, and it may need to be a little bit more committal, because if you have a Leshrac going in now, which seems like a great denial pick also. I think TNC were hoping to maybe get their hands on the Leshrac. They banned out this Invoker and Lina, and then Boom were like, nah, that's cool. We'll take the Leshrac. You're not going to be able to counter our Phantom Lancer just that easy. And now TNC need to figure out what is going to be the answer for their mid lane. Storm and Ember are both banned out, and going to be laning against a Leshrac.
Not many options, I'd say. If they could have flexed an LC off would be nice with a DP mid, but they do go with a puck in the end, which is, you know, it's a pretty solid hero for Armel. He's one of the shining Pinoy pucks. I think there was a discussion on every single Filipino mid and their puck performance, and Armel's most definitely up there. So this is a hero TNC falls back to as well, almost the same way that Boom falls back to the Invoker every now and again, and it does tie this draft in quite nicely. It gives him fast momentum, great way for themselves to reach the back line, and gives them some AoE control, which TNC was kind of lacking in this draft.
Yeah, AoE control and more AoE damage for this Phantom Lancer, and a hero that can get in and out of the arena, because for the most part, the rest of TNC's heroes are going to struggle. Gabby may eventually make his way to a BKB, which he'll probably need against a Leshrac, but aside from that, being able to deal with this arena egg seems like a problem that they haven't really considered, or rather cared about too much. And also, Bulwark against a range carries always feels kind of disappointing. I think Luna's gonna be like, where's all my damage going? But Mike, it's game 3. Which one you favoring?
I have a rule. Never doubt Armel puck.
Okay.
I can't go against it. I think TNC's got this 2-1.
John, how about you?
A bit tricky. I think Armel puck is definitely a big factor. I think draft-wise, if we look at it in a vacuum, I'd lean towards Boom just a bit more. So I'll play devil's advocate. I think the draft of Boom is solid. They just need to somehow deal with Armel Puck, which is far easier said than done.
And somehow deal with their consistent curse of always being so close to greatness, so close to achieving superstardom. And this isn't even in the end of the road. Like we said, they are going to have to win this, take maybe like an hour break, and then they're going to have to go into a BO5 versus Fnatic. And so at least they're showing off that they're capable of a lot of strategies. Both teams, whichever team makes it to face off against Fnatic, they're showing that we don't need to rely on the same carry every single time. We don't need to rely on the same mid. But every once in a while, we'll get our signatures. The Mikoto Invoker in game number 2, and now the Armel Puck in game number 3. And the winner will go on to face Fnatic. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Game number 3 of the lower bracket officially underway between TNC Predator and Boom Esports. Been a hell of a ride so far, John. TNC, you were playing devil's advocate. You were kind of saying Boom had a pretty solid draft, and I do agree with you on that. It does feel like they already have the answers towards this PO. I think Tsunami pointed it out. Yeah, you're against the Luna. You've got a DP who can be quite annoying as well with the silence of the Crypt Swarm. On top of that, you've got a Puck to hold you down. Do you think Dreamsaw can work around these things, John?
It's going to be tough. He's going to need some quick times here. Smoke and smoke, though. Wrap around here. Nice ward coming out from TNC, so if it breaks on the low ground, Boom could be in an awkward spot. In fact, if it breaks under the ward, it's just bad.
Hide, he's going to break the smoke. Everyone's hiding, no one within vision, and now they show up. Surprise, surprise, Boom. They're going to go after Hyde, but no Tim's now. He's the one in trouble. Who gets the first blood? The orb is not going to hit, but Hyde, he is going to drop as they keep the chase up onto Tim's. The Lion, he's still alive. Earth spike out. Tim's is fine. He'll run out of there as now the rest of TNC here to back up their teammate. They'll go after Kezcute, but Boom, they will hug the tier 1 tower. First blood does go the way of TNC. That Bok is the one to pick it up on the Death Prophet. TNC, they are not going to stick around for the bounty, but they should still be able to secure a 3-for-1 on the bounties anyway.
It's still going to feel great for TNC. Really good start for themselves there. And this should lead to some early gold injections, especially for Bok. Like, this is accelerating his Null and Bracer buildup. So he's going to be a bit tankier in the offlane with that slightly earlier timing. Always great to see on that DP. And of course, that was a 1 lane for TNC in game 2. That didn't feel amazing. I mean, they got 2 kills, but they never managed to hit the stride with Bok's Leshrac. So we'll have to see if the DP changes that. We're taking a look at mid, Mikoto versus Armel, Leshrac versus Puck for now. It's pretty solid of a lane. We have seen Leshrac actually win out and bully out the Puck in this matchup. So far, it's rather even, but I think by the second or third wave, that should start to shape up. Lesh, of course, just having a little bit more burst damage on hand. You do have to land your split Earth, but the tendency is to kind of stick around to creep wave anyway. You should be able to snipe a couple of hits onto Armel, unless he just plays ultra conservative from the back.
So we'll have a look at the bot lane as well, John. You've got a bit of a chase going on here between Boomy and Hyde. Hyde does go ahead and take the creep wave away, but loses the range creep. Bring that over to the FBZ, I believe, on that Mars, and to allow him to get the gold and XP for that level 2, plus the soul ring that he desperately wants. Unfortunately, though, it looks like they are going to kind of miss connecting both creep waves now, so they don't quite get the creep equilibrium to go their way. Bit unfortunate that Wummy and Hyde has to continue kind of running in circles until the next creep wave comes around, but that does mean Boomy can really start harassing them quite heavily. This is a very awkward scenario now from Boom. Is FBZ going to try and avoid the Centaur? Meanwhile, Hyde, he's still juggling the creep wave, and it will eventually pay off. Had to be the hard way.
It doesn't feel great for Hyde. He only has that salve to stay in this lane. He doesn't have any tangos left, or any tangos at all, so he's going to be in a really tricky position. Does commit the salve, will ferry out tangos, but Boomy's already going to be feeling pretty great here. Just needs to clear out the camp, leave it unblocked for the next minute, and then he can start playing tag again. This has given Gabby a ton of space, though. 11 CS, almost as much as her mid. That's pretty much a perfect start for your safe laner here.
Definitely a cause of concern for Boom. We should have a look at the last lane we haven't spoken about yet, and that is going to be the top lane, where you'll see Dreamcell and Kezcute against Tims and Bok once again. Now, last time around, this top lane went pretty darn poorly for Boom Esports at the start. Saw Dreamer Soul dying twice in the turret. In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, Mel's dropping low now, and they might just be able to get him. No, the lightning strike. He phase shifted it off.
It's one of those things with the puck, right? Like, you do have a lot of damage on hand for Mikado, but the puck does have several ways of dodging that out. So Mikado misses out an opportunity, but that is forcing Armel to play really safe here.
Easy.
He does not have to drop the... Ooh.
Oh, that's a really good start for TNC now. Gabby finding a kill for himself. He's still got that perfect CS, by the way, John. He is still matching Armel CS in the mid lane, plus the kill he just got. I don't know if he's actually missed a creep yet. Boom, they can't do anything about it. They really can't.
I mean, it's a dual melee lane up against dual range. This is why the Mars clock is feeling a bit awkward here. Normally, if it's a mix, a melee plus range lane you're up against, you kind of feel fine as a clock because you can harass a melee guy out, but you're not finding those openings. You can't really play with your battery assault cogs, you can't really line up for the spear, and they're just doing a great job. I mean, Boomy's micro is just so on point. He always gets these nice camps, gets the Hadouken creep next, good regen on hand to sustain the lane as well. It's harder to really zone them out here.
Oh, in the Roshan pick, Kescute. Oh, he has the Icarus Knight, but the silence is there in time from Armel, and he'll take the kill. They take the water rune away from Armel, but he gets a kill, gets a bounty rune to boot. No problems here for our mid puck.
It's shaping up quite nicely, despite that early aggression coming out from Mikado. Armel's not really being stopped from finding his own farm, and having a kill under his belt is going to feel good. Even kind of equals out the EXP despite leaving that lane for a bit. So if you're not getting anything major yet from Mikado, we will have to eye if he commits for a bit more in Diabolic Edict to get a mid push. But so far, things are looking great for TNC. 3-0, 2K lead at 5 minutes in. That's pretty big for this early on. Just goes back to how perfect these lanes are. 28 CS on Gabby, 24 for Bach, 23 for Armel. They're way beyond most of the cores on Boom, at least a creep wave above.
Imisol, he's not able to match the CS whatsoever either, John. Like, he's at 17-1 now. Literally about 12 CS behind Gabby. You know, with a Luna, with the farming mechanism she does have with those glaives, it's going to be very hard to keep up as it is, as FBZ now is going to be enchanted up, chased down. Body blocks are very nice from Boomy, but he does have to back his hide. Will interrupt. There's no regen on either of these heroes from Boom. Means FBZ is gonna have to bring some out. A bit of time though, in this bot lane, it's been a real problem for Boom Esports already. It just seemingly gets worse every time we look at it.
And it's scary to think what Gabby can do with his farm, and they're trying again on FBZ.
He just bought a salve as well. FBZ, he doesn't want to dive right now. He will end up getting a salve and survive. In fact, Boomy now gets caught out. Hyde getting a bit of revenge, but on the other side of the map, Tim's also picks up Kescute. You have support kills going on across the map at the moment. Still in the favor of TNC by 1k net worth lead, though. Still a very close matchup.
Look at these stacks built up by Tims. It's always the same story. They get Radiant, they play around the triangle, they build amazing amounts of stacks, and Boom is just not able to contest. There's no ward this time around as well to watch that. They did manage to take that out, so TNC is just going to be able to build up this farm advantage. You're not seeing the same stacks coming out from Boom for their part. I think some pings are coming out to maybe start to build up, but this is going to impact them hard. Like, because Armel gets access to these early double, triple stacks, they can start stacking for the Luna afterwards at a much earlier point, and Gabby's farm can also accelerate at a good time. So lots of good things happening for TNC early on. Again, maintaining that 2k lead we were seeing earlier. Hyde does get some pretty decent mid lane wards, but it's not really able to watch the farming spots. And TNC's own ward on this ramp, just seeing Hyde's movement, spotting out any sort of rotations coming through, just keeps them so protected. You can see TNC, Bach has his EXO. As said in draft, he can dictate when the team groups around him. They're going for that top push.
Absolutely. You love to see it as soon as they hit that level 6 mark. No waiting around. You have the Enchantress as well, which just makes it so much easier to get this tower down. And Dark Troll Summoner, one of the better neutrals to take, I'd say, for the Enchantress is now Kescute. Forced to dive away. He knows he can't defend this. That'll be the tier 1 top tower going down. It's a really nice setup for TNC, because now they can go into the mid lane. Once that 10-minute siege creep spawns up, and they could just go for another tower. You'll have the EXO up at the perfect time as well. So really nice timing from TNC.
And it's super awkward for Boom. They don't have the same push potential just yet. I mean, they do have Edict they can commit from Mikato, but he doesn't really have a lane he can shove in. Mid is a bit tough to try to commit. Bot lane, Gabby's super farmed up, and it doesn't feel like they're really eyeing some tier 1 opportunities on Boom, and that's going to hurt them. If they allow TNC to keep going for these objectives without trade, you're going to start to run up of map space to get farm on Dreamo Cell, to get farm on FBZ, and these heroes do need items to have some impact, especially that Mars. You want that quick blink Yules, but that's a long ways off here for FBZ.
Kescute again forced to dive away top lane. And TNT already invading the Dive jungle, not giving any space over. Boom Esports, they want to start kind of smothering them and choking them out as now Dream Coil's there. Armel, there's no dive anyway to try and get out of this, so Armel, he just secure a nice easy kill for himself. Second of the game for him. And look at that net worth board. Top 3 cores, all on the side of the Radiant.
That's pretty bad news for Boom. Like, you have a Luna off to this good of a start compared to your PL. The PL just doesn't keep farm in the same way. Like, you can run around camps nice, you can manage your Phantom Rush, but it just doesn't clear the camps as quick. And that is something to worry about. They do at least find a tier 1 bot, considering that extended period where TNC's just not there. They might catch Bach out as well.
Nay, Arena down, nice spear, Makoto, he'll have the follow-up damage, and that should be a nice kill onto the DP. It's what you want to start seeing from Boom Esports. They've got to really try and take advantage of these powerful spells they do have to throw out every time they're off cooldown, and that's exactly what they do.
It's a really important kill as well to feed towards Mikato, as he wants to hit this timing with that Hood of Defiance and potentially the Eternal Shroud down the line. So it's going to give him more durability up front, allow him to join his Mars in a much more aggressive position there down the line. And that should enable more opportunities for Boom to look to play fast, right? Like, they can time themselves around Arena, and fairly soon the Egg, once Kescute gets enough levels, that's when you should start to see some of these bigger commitments from Boom. But
Hyde's going to be there to break the smoke. This isn't actually too bad. Because if Hyde wasn't around the clockwork, it would have been Dreamer Soul getting caught. So definitely a nice kind of tank of the gank. However, Dreamer Soul, he went into the triangle, but that's not safe. TNC are going to try and bully him back towards the fountain. And while that's happening mid lane, they pop the EXO. They're going to apply the tier 1 pressure. TNC right now, they're moving way too fast for Boom Esports. They don't have what it takes at the moment to really react to this. Siege creep up. EXO there, they can't defend. They're going to lose their jungle so early on.
You can see TNC just set to take out some of these camps. There's her first pause in the series. We haven't had that in a while.
You talked about it.
Did say it.
Yeah,
it's Merienda time.
Said, John. Merienda.
It's Merienda time. It's Boom pausing, so maybe they're grabbing a couple of donuts. We saw that in our last interview. Donuts in the background. Having a bit of an afternoon refill, as it has been a slugfest of a series. Not quite the longest one we've had. In fact, not even hitting the 60-minute mark, which is, I think, we all appreciate. And we see our admins asking. We're not going to admit to it, but we know it's donuts.
Well, Nika's just making sure. Just no donuts until the game 3, please. What's Tsunami doing on the screen?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness me. Shout out to our producer. Entertaining producer.
Pity. Thank you, Pity.
I thought to myself yesterday, John, after that interview we did, we're like the worst panelists I've ever personally seen. Like, I asked a question that didn't even matter to FBZ. You started asking about donuts. Tsunami was the only one that asked questions that were relevant. We're terrible.
Mike, you say worse. I strive to be even worse than that. So, yeah, you measure your words. It only goes down from there, Mike. I'm trying. We'll try.
We'll try our best. Get your hopes up too high. They need to get their hopes up a little higher here, John. 2K net worth behind. Tier 1, mid and top already gone. Things are looking rather bad for them at the moment. You see Dreamer's on that PL of that bot lane. He's kind of forced to go to the more dangerous parts of the map now. Try and farm up as the rest of Boom, they've smoked up. On that bot side, they're going to try and re-engage into this Radiant jungle and give a bit of space over to Dreamer's Soul. Amel, he's hanging around. It could be a very prime target, but FBZ, he's going to get a nice initiation. They've got to wait for the hook shot, and they get it. Hide into the cogs, and the spear should be more than enough to kill off this puck. It feels like that's exactly what Boom needed.
That's a really big kill. Surprised Armel didn't bail out. Like, the smoke broke under a ward. I felt like he might have had enough time, but maybe just right below that tree line. So just outside of vision when the smoke broke, he managed to catch the slipperiest target. Like, they have to actually start the fights that way. It has to be the hook shot, because they have no other really reliable stun to catch a puck. So the pressure is definitely there on Hyde. They get the biggest kill they could ask for outside of Luna, and they managed to give themselves a little bit more breathing room, but that lead is still being built up by TNC. Mike Gabby clearing out the ancient stacks, still uncontested in the triangle. There's still a lot more to worry about for Boom. They might be able to play a little bit more once this diffusal's done on Dreamocell, 2 parts away, so it's not too far off. And again, they still have Egg and Arena ready to go if they want to force a bigger engagement.
They are more than happy to take their time. Not trying to rush for more fights or engagements. They do have the arena up, and now FBZ's got the Yule Scepter up, so you have a lot of setup on the side of Boom. Great team fight. I think right now they'd much prefer to just find those solo pickoffs. You can see they haven't really been alone apart from that one death on Armel at the bot lane. They show up in the mid lane now. Box got Exorcism if they need it. They're going to smoke up. They'll try to take advantage of that. Going to run into the whole team of Boom if they're not careful. Really what they want is 2 heroes. Smoke not broken yet. They scouted them out. Kodo, Hyde, FBZ, so close they could smell them right now. Is FBZ gonna break the smoke? They'll pop the X-Limit on Ice Hook Shot. Hyde gonna try and disrupt. Is FBZ, he's still perfectly fine. He'll turn around with the arena. And he's going to run after Tims with the finger. It comes out in time. No egg committed either by Keskute. He's trying to back out of there. There's now Makoto. He gets chased down. Keskute, he's gonna try and run. He already committed the Icarus dive. Looks like he is kind of screwed. His courier goes down, and Bok will finish off the kill into the tier 2 top tower. Kind of shocked they never really tried to commit the egg there.
Just a bit awkward. I think the arena went off at a pretty good angle as well. Like, it didn't catch the Luna, but I don't think they expected the Luna to wrap around from the north side. And they would have had a pretty good setup for that egg. Miss an opportunity, 4K lead all of a sudden for TNC, and that was just pretty well played. I think Gabby just popping in with the Eclipse just caught them way off guard. And the damage output of the Luna at this point, you know, level 2 Eclipse up, a level 3 Lucent Beam up, it's not something you can just shrug off. So TNC is feeling a lot better for themselves. Only benefit for Boom is that Dream Assault's on the opposite side of the map. So your one big core is farming his win condition up, Diffusal Blade up on our PL. But look at that disparity, Mike. Dream Assault's at 5.9k net worth. Bok is at 6.7, or Luna's at 8.9. There's a lot of catching up this PL has to do.
I'll have a lot of catching up. Going for that Hood of Defiance next, just to have that magic immunity. Because against the draft of TNC, it is going to pay off for sure, as well, it looks like we caught out Phoenix Keskute. He will at least force the Dream Call to be expended. So you've got that going for you if you're Boom. Now you've got a blink up on Tims. Just on the courier. They may be willing to go for another pickoff with that blink reveal. You won't need the coil as long as you get in with the Hex Earth Spike.
Yeah. It's pretty scary. I don't think committing Dream Coil feels bad for Armel, all things considered. Like, he just wants to find kills, go back to farming, finish up the travels into the blink, and just kind of go from there. That's when you really start to think about when you commit the Dream Coils. For now, it's just farming. Just accelerate the farm. Blink is up. So he opts to bypass the travel
But,
system down mid.
nice earth spike Tim's. He's going to set up. They've got the follow-up Hex. Eclipse on cooldown for another 3 seconds. They won't be able to abuse that. And now Hyde gets in with the hook shot. It's only going to be onto Boomy, but it's a good start as now the Axis is blocked. Want to try and turn it around. There is the egg as well with the arena. They can't take it down in time. It should be able to explode, but doesn't matter. FBZ, he's going to be able to get it up there just in the nick of time as Gabby is the one to drop. And now Bok goes down. The egg saves the day. FBZ somehow gets out with a slither of HP. And they are into the mid-tier 1 tower.
That is big. That's what we were looking for. The arena egg combo in a very big and meaningful way. Trapping that Luna. No Eclipse. Made it super awkward. And Armel was so far away. Like, he was farming bot. He went back to base. He wasn't there in time for that fight. That might have been a bit better if he had travels. Like, lower cooldown TP might have helped the cause and could have gotten there in time, but just a bit too slow in the puck. And without the puck, they miss out on a lot of damage. They've invested a ton on Armel. Now to use... Oh, doesn't land. But you can see the pressure coming through from Boom. They find the mid-tier 1, they open up the bot jungle a bit more, they protect their triangle area by taking away that TP smoke point, and they can start to breathe a little better. 2k lead still remains for TNC though, and for their part, that was a fight they took without waiting for Gabby's BKB. He's pretty close to it, just really lacking the gold for the Ogre Axe into the recipe, and it won't take too long for Luna to hit those spikes. So once you do have that BKB on Luna and on Bok on DP, they can kind of take those fights better. Arena's not going to be a factor. Leshrak's not going to be a factor. So you just immediately take out 2 big tools that Boom has been using well to win these engagements.
Top lane Tim's being caught out by FBC. It's a nice setup there with the Yules into the arena and Spear. Like, you may have not even required the arena to be dropped, but I suppose it's just in case. Boom, they won't be looking for a team fight anytime soon. I say that, Armel. His orb got spotted. Hyde, he's going to run into Bok. He gets the cogs off with the battery assault. There's not much Bok can do apart from Spirit Siphon. He'll go for the Yules, Armel. Thinking about helping out. They spear him away. There's the call out, but Armel, he's too late to the party. I don't think they can fight. Or maybe they can. Gabby, he's going to join in. Eclipse up in 2 seconds. Egg on the high ground, though. They need to back immediately. Maybe you could argue maybe the egg was unnecessary, but I think for Boom, they just want to disengage after securing a nice kill onto Bok. It's exactly what they get. They'll go chill out for a bit till that egg's off cooldown. Though I say that, Gabby, he's going to run right into Makoto. A nice spear out taken by Armel. Armel, he blinked right into it. Makoto, he's going to be all right. Gabby will pop the BKB and turn around with the Eclipse now. FBZ at least goes down, but they are still going to go for more as Boomy builds himself for a second. That'll be enough. They don't have the catch. Still a worthwhile trade for Boom as they found Armel for FBZ. I have to say that's worth.
Definitely worth. Boom are just finding the targets they need to in these fights, and because Gabby had to use the BKB and Eclipse, you can expect the Luna not to show up in the next few engagements for at least 2 minutes. So it's a big opening for Boom. If they want to look to go for the next arena egg combo in about a minute, the Luna's not going to be quite ready to face up against that. And they're still stalling out for the PL. He's actually managed to catch a point nicely. Now Dream Assault's above Armel's farm. Our puck has slowed down. They need to find a way to recover, although Kescute.
Yeah, Kescute, that was a bit off. Yeah, I think he wanted to just secure the TD rune, but he Icarus dived a bit off target. Gabby took a very nice easy kill for himself. Easy Lucent Beam. Now TNC, they just won't stop this aggression. Even if they lose those last team fights, they do not care. Ultis are back up, they want to try and make use of them. But of course, Boom Esports, they know this. Without the Phoenix, it seems like they don't want to fight, but they're going to have to now. The Roshan has been started. You've got the arena. Egg is available in 3 seconds. They just need to make their way over, but the Roshan is dropping so darn low so quickly. They've got to make the jump in. Rocket Flare's going to give vision. They're trying to block the way for the clockwork and the Aegis. It is going to go the way of Gabby. Now, Boom, they need to dissipate. They do not want to fight this, or maybe they do. They're onto Armel with the hook shot, but there's no follow-up. Hyde buying some space for the rest of his team to back. That's exactly what he does. Everyone else gets out. Hyde, he'll sacrifice his life.
It's a great set of pickups for TNC. Aegis means that Gabby's gonna feel a little bit comfier up front. You can see Boom, they're still grouped up though. They have the arena egg combo.
Nice speed,
Oh,
Gabby.
Gabby.
He's been called out. He just got the Aegis of the Immortal. He's gonna BKB up and
BKB?
try to run, but they might be able to get him in time. Yulceptor's there. Dreamer Cell's not done on the arena. No,
Oh.
it's gonna be just enough time on the BKB to run out as now Bok is in danger, dropping so darn low underneath the sun itself. They found the DP, it seems like. The Bok is a tanky boy. Spirit Siphon out. He's gonna try and run, but no, they do end up getting him in the end. At the very least, you got Gabby out. He did have the Aegis anyway, but you got him out with the Aegis.
Yeah, it's just really greedy coming out from TNC. Like, there's this Obs ward just constantly watching him in that area, and even the Obs ward by the ramp area on the pit from Boom has just given him so much information to make those decisions, to make those jumps in. They were just camping that high ground for a fairly long time, so you do have to respect that arena egg combo. I think Gabby's just very fortunate that was his 8-second BKB charge. If it was any shorter, like literally the 7-second charge, he would have been caught in arena and dead. So just very on the edge there for TNC. They still maintain that lead, and boom, they're going to have to wait for cooldowns for that next combination to come in. But we're reaching the point where Dreamucel's getting a bit scary, Mike. He's got the SNY, but they do get the scan out, though. They know FBZ's in the tree line.
They do, but they miss out on the... Oh no, they don't. Quail is there. Oh no, he got just enough vision. Down FBZ, he's going to go for the arena, but it's not going to matter. Plenty of damage to burst him down in time. Nice pickup from TNC.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't really think they're going to be able to find an objective of this, but maybe they could try just chipping down that tier 2 top tower. Maybe he'll get started on that work. Bottom lane,
Go,
though.
Luna. Oh.
He's been scouted. They're not going to initiate. They'll leave him be.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Mid lane, off. Very far forward, hook shot Hyde, right on the edge, but he does connect. Oh, it's a great hook shot from Hyde, but now the reinitiation Armel. He shows up. Who are they going to aim? They'll go after the clockwork, but can you lock him down? Lucent Beam is there, but Makoto, he'll be there to back him up, and so will Dreamer Cell with a couple of PL illusions. It will be enough to force TNC back the other way.
It's really tricky right now for TNC. Most of their damage is still magical. You're not at the point where the Luna's an absolute right-click beast, so you're relying on Lucent Beam to kind of melt through the HP a bit more. You're relying on Puck to help you melt these heroes a bit more as well, but there are a lot of Hood of Defiances on the side of Boom. We have one on Clockwork, one on Leshrac, on the PL. Our Morris doesn't have one, and you do have the Glimmer Cape on Kesky. So literally 4 out of 5 heroes have magic resist of some sort, and that is slowing the pace of TNC's rotations. TNC, though, as you mentioned earlier, they don't seem to care. They just smoke up and keep hunting.
Top lane, FBZ, defensive arena has been placed against Gabby, but they still might be able to come up. In fact, they found Claire. That orb. Oh, they found him. You'll scepter up, calls down with the coil. It was too early. It won't matter. They've got the enchant. They'll get the kill, and they're onto the top tier 2 tower now. Great set of events here from TNC, and for Boom Esports, this is a big problem because TNC, they're going to push high ground. They'll try to force the buybacks. Makoto doesn't have one. FBZ, he certainly doesn't want to have to commit it if he can avoid it. He may have no choice in the matter.
Yeah.
There it is.
TNC, they've got Aegis for about 20 seconds more here, so they can't afford to put Gabby up front. They've got Eclipse ready too. Only the tier 3, so not really finding more, and I think they're going to play it safe. They know Aegis is about to expire. They already forced a buyback. That's more than enough considering the circumstances. You do have to kind of worry if this game goes long. I can't believe I'm saying that, but Dreamucel, he's got the Ag Shard. He's going into the heart. You know what's going to come after that. More than likely the Octarine. We'll see how long it takes, but this is a really good way to handle that high ground defense. So as long as Dreamucel hits those strides, you can hold high ground for a very long time, and boom, despite that buyback, they are actually smoking up as 4.
Yep. it's the element of surprise, right? You wouldn't expect this kind of smoke rotation to happen. That's exactly what Boom's going for. Problem is, they don't have any vision on anyone. Everyone's just fine on TNC, and it seems like TNC has kind of sniffed this out. In fact, RML's going to rejoin the team. They might counter smoke. There's a team waiting for that initiation from Boom, but it never comes. There's a team, though, just in case, behind Gabby. Boom has backed off.
They recognize that it's a bit of an awkward spot to start fighting. There is there's an obs here in the triangle finally watching the movements of TNC. No sentry out, so if they do choose to smoke, I think ideally you'd get the D ward first, but they have this cliff ward from TNC, so maybe they feel like there's no vision. Probably a bad time to smoke if they do so. Oh, Mikado.
Gabby, and the great hook shot. Arena speared down. They've already found Bok as well. He's going to use Scepter up. Now, Earthspike's there, stunning them up. Gabby, he'll get the BKB off this time. He's going to try and fight back like a Giga Chad. He'll just stand and fight. Mikado, he's going to try, but they can't get him. He'll force stuff away, but no Dreamer Cell from the side. Does manage to pick him off into another. They'll get Boomy. There's no buyback on Gabby. Dreamer Cell and the crew, can they get something done with this? The pings are out for that bottom tier 2 tower.
Really good creep cutting from Armel to ensure that the mid's not under threat. So they'll have to just settle with a bot. And that should still open up the outpost for them to deny some XP per minute. That should help them kind of even out the progression here from Boom's end. Dreamcell just wrapping around. I don't think they expected Dreamcell to be anywhere remotely close. So a really good surprise move from him. It looked good for TNC at the start, but just kind of faltered at the end. Dropped way too low on that Luna. I'm surprised we're not seeing Gabby go for something like the Satanic. Not just for the Dispel, but actually for the Lifesteal. You can't man-fight as a Luna without some form of Lifesteal. So I think damage is not an issue. This Daedalus Rush is nice, but again, I think a Satanic would do you more good here.
See, he's still grouped up. They'll take their outpost back. I think the Satanic would be quite impactful, John, but that's not going to be the case. They want the damage output. Daedalus build up from Gabby. It's only going to hurt quite a bit once he gets to work. They're going to sit back as well. Just take their time. Allow Dreamer Cell his own time to farm up as he's very close to that Heart of Tarask now. Yeah, a much tankier hero, but Roshan's up. TNC, smoked as 5. They want to start a fight. Could also try to sneak the Roshan if they feel really brave. It's Boom, they are across the map, but they're also going to counter smoke. Smoke on smoke situation. Roshan scouted by Tim's, Rocket Flare. Not going to give any info, but the fact that Roshan is up. But once it wears off, TNC, they might be able to smoke, rather just start this. But they won't. The Rocket Flare. Vision of Armel and Boomy in the pit, and now Boom feeling very confident, moving up FBZ. He saw Tim's for a second.
Got that board.
About going to get the vision on FBZ. Very tense scenario between these two teams. As you really don't want to give up that second Roshan. There's so much value. And just neither one really going to start the fight this time. They haven't found the opening.
No, don't smoke here. They're clumped up. This ramp ward is still up somehow. 2 sentries around it have not reached in range. And it's just giving Boom all the information they need. They know where TNC is clumping around. They fortunately do not smoke, so that is good news. They smoke further out. Very smart. Scans out. That is a dire scan, but they're not in the pit. So this smoke could still shape up to something more. But look at Boom's positioning. They're just always by the triangle, always on the opposite side of the map. No opportunities for TNC to actually get that pick off.
say that, John. Mid lane, Boom Esports, they have the low ground. They're running right into TNC, but Makoto, he's broken the smoke. He got the BKB off in time in the arena. It's not going to catch anyone. They still want Tims, but TNC, you know they want to reinitiate now, Armel. He won't find a cool target. They've popped the Exorcism. They're going to try and rush the Roshan. No arena. It's going to make it much harder to get a nice egg off in this team fight. Boom, they can't allow this to go down for free. You've got the hook shot. You might be able to go for the steal. They're going to try and buy time. Rocket Flare still giving vision. Does wear off now. Hook shot's in. He's in the pit hide. He's going to try with the Roshan. It hasn't died yet. It's complete chaos for Gabby. He outpicks everybody. Dreamer Cell will go to the backside and start the fight for Gabby. He's already got an FBZ. Rescued. He got the full egg duration off, but it means nothing as Gabby eats the cheese. Survives another day. Back on a Makoto, but the cogs hide. Will buy more space. It won't matter though. Makoto's down. And Gabby will keep to work. Still Dreamer Cell. He wants to fight. Gabby still going up the hide. The clockwork just about a fall, and it looks like they will be able to get him surely, just barely. And in the end, Dreamer Soul, he's the only one left. A full team wipeout for TNC, and they got absolutely everything from the pit.
Oh,
Everything.
That was right on the edge. Right on the edge from Gabby. He managed to clear out the inventory. I'm surprised he actually managed to do that. I think the cheese was left on the ground, and he managed to just eat the ag shard because it was coming in from his backpack. He ate the shard, and then managed to pick up the cheese. Right on the edge, right when he was dropping below that threshold. And boom, that was a very costly forced fight. They jump in on the back of that hook shot that doesn't actually catch him. And look at that, Gabby knows, it's a Luna. You can skip these objectives, you can just go for the tier 4s, go for the throat, and pressure for buybacks. Unfortunately, Boom's not biting the bait. So they're not going to fully commit for the buybacks, but this will still lead to a couple of racks if you're not careful.
Still might want to try. FBZ, Glimmer K may save the day, but no, Tims is in. They get the Hex. There's your buyback. Dreamer Cell already committing as he'll rush towards Gabby. I don't know if you can fight though. The coil gonna lock him down. Arena defensively placed. Doesn't matter. Dreamer Cell, he's still leashed, but he's alive as he will go back off. For a snipe in, Kesku trying to slow them down. They want to catch a straggler. They need to make this buyback worth it. But can they find anyone? Boomy, he is caught. That's not going to be the greatest target. They might just have to accept what they get, but that's all they're going to get. If you're TNC, you're happy with that. You force the Dreamer Soul buyback, and they only get an Enchantress out of it.
It's a really big win. That is a dieback in your Ench, but not the biggest loss in the world. You hold on to your Aegis. You can wait for this BKB to be back up. Gabby is, again, just going full damage, going for the Butterfly next, it looks like, after the Daedalus, which is still just being kept in the secret shop. So even more protection. The evasion's really gonna annoy the PL. Like, he's nowhere near thinking about a Bloodthorn, he's nowhere near an MKB. The illusions do get the Pierce, apparently, but not the damage. But nowhere near any of those, so if this butterfly is built up by Gabby at a decent rate, not only is he hitting faster, but he is so well protected from those illusions. Dream Assault's going to have a bit of a rough time getting his own damage off. I'm actually really happy to see this from Dream Assault, though. Like, he got the heart done, right? He's got the shard, but he's not going Octarine, Mike. He's going Scotty. So, more stats, more tankiness for the illusions, I suppose, and not the spam. I actually, honestly, this feels like a game where you might want to go Octarine, actually. No, but it's the defense. You try to justify it with the defense. I think it does make sense. You spam it out on the high ground. It'll bounce around and you just build an army. Then again, I don't think the Luna particularly cares. Outside of burning mana, it doesn't do too much to Gabby anyway, so probably for the best.
I mean, it makes sense. I do agree the high ground defense with the Shard Doctrine is incredible. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think Dreamer Soul would rather be able to really get in there and fight for the team than have to rely on those lances. Maybe later on, we'll see. NC back into the Dire Jungle. They'll take the outpost.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful, Mike. Dagon 5 up on Armel with a Quick Ming Charm. Cooldown at 13 seconds for how much of a nuke? 800 damage nuke at 13 seconds. Beautiful. Great.
Good.
Perfect.
Basically like a finger, but just 13 seconds instead of, 100.
Yep. That's what it is. Really good item. And they're applying pressure on the high ground. Again, they have Aegis for a lot longer. So it should be a relatively quick push. It's a Luna. You can't really stop these racks from falling.
Well, there goes your range racks. Here they go, Armel. Not throw out the coil yet. Gabby's got the shards as well, don't forget. And with that Daedalus, those bouncers can do a lot of damage if you're not too careful. I believe he's critting for about 800 right now.
God.
Not going to be able to fully commit. Gabby shows up in the mid lane, but even with the Aegis, you can tell they really just want to be careful and not to throw this game away. And there's the Aegis expiring anyway. So just nice timing from TNC to back off. Play clean. Doom Esports, on their part, they're going to smoke up. They want to try and take advantage of the fact that the Aegis is now no longer there. Abby, he's the closest target. Hyde, he did not get vision. Good flare. Not going to catch anyone. Gabby, oh, he's going to run into Hyde. Hook shots up, but they aren't going to pop it. Where's that BKB anyway? He's not that easy of a kill to just kind of burst down on this Luna. You want the backlines first. Armel gonna break his own smoke onto the Phoenix. Yeah, nice start to try and blow up Kezcute. There's the Earth Spike. Hook shot, Arena. Four-man Arena, in fact, into the egg now. But they've got the Eclipse out. Gabby is gonna try and fight this one out. They've lost Tims. They've lost Kezcute. Can they keep going? Boom, they're going to try. They will rush forward onto Boomy. Meanwhile, Brock dropping very, very low on that DP, but still fighting it out. Makoto dropping low himself. These Dagons are so damn painful, but Gabby is in big, big trouble. There's the egg out from Kezcute. It won't mean much. Boomy, he does drop 3 for nothing. Or rather 3 for 1 as FPZ just about to die, but he will survive as Brock. He's been caught. Oh my,
man.
TNC. That was a 4 for 1. They do get the buyback from Kezcute. That was about it though.
Yeah, that's painful for TNC. Boom execute really nicely on that fight. It looked bad because their smoke broken. They didn't quite find the angle, but they managed to isolate out Gabby. The Gabby hits 25 in the middle of that fight, so he gets the life steal talent. Still not enough to out-sustain and kind of heal through all the damage coming out from everyone else. And boom, and the 4-man arena was just too much, and you lost your line super quick. High ground's not going to take too long. It's a Leshrac, it's a PL, they can melt quite nicely. Armel's trying to split with a DD, but the puck just doesn't right-click and melt objectives the same way as the Leshrac would.
Boom Esports on the verge of a comeback here in Game 3. I suppose they weren't really that far behind, but you'd lose 2 range racks already. It certainly felt like TNC were in charge of this game as Armel. He's going to respawn. Does not have the coil to throw out. Hear the wave. Back out of there. There you go, John. You got what you asked for. Dreamercell, he is now going to buy the Octarine core.
Oh, great. This is when it gets spicy. It's still a ways off, but he's actually so hard to kill. Like, the damage output from Gabby is still really good, but it doesn't feel like Gabby really focuses on the peel as much. They try to clean up everyone else first, get the isolation off, and kind of go from there. Illusionist Cape for Gabby is nice, but you also have an Illusionist Cape on Boom, so looks like Ice Frog isn't playing favorites here, Mike. Everyone gets a cape.
Feels pretty broken on both carries, right? Like, Peel plus a Luna. Why the hell not? And both get spell prisms. Fair enough.
Wow. This is the most even tier 4s I've seen trading between two teams. Like, we almost never see that. I guess the telescope is kind of meh for Boom. I think you really would rather, I don't know, a Minotaur Horn sounds like it would be really good. So maybe that's what drops last for Boom. TNC, they're all pretty much set in tier 4s. They can start saving up. I think Gabby will need to save for buyback along with that Satanic buildup. He is going for it. So he skips the Butterfly, wants the Satanic next. Don't know what you really slot out from your inventory, though. Maybe you swap around your boots, pop Satanic, swap them back in. You are fairly susceptible to being kited without move speed here.
Wrap around, boom, smoked up. In the Radiant Triangle. Rocket Flare gonna get some great vision and hook shot into block. Arena is going to be off target though. FBZ completely whiffed it, and now they've lost height to start the fight. But Kono's still going to go for this with Dreamer Cell, but can they really fight? 4v5, they're going to try. Tim's falling very, very low, but not low enough as Gabby trying to fight as well, but the spear is out. FBZ, he does redeem himself in the end. Gabby should drop, gets the Eclipse off. How is he not dead yet? Gabby, he's going to back out of there. Keskin, he wants to get the top up, but he can't get him. They can't kill him off. How does Gabby survive that?
25 pounds. He just had the life steal, just enough damage flying through. I think the Scotty, if he had the debuff on, must have faded at some point. Like, they stopped hitting him on the PL, so he just manages to heal back up, forces the 2 big buybacks, and Roshan is back up. With a refresh, this is big. They could go for an exo refresh on a high ground push. They could go for a double Dream Coil refresh for a team fight. They could go for Eclipse instead. And this is going to open up a lot of opportunities for TNC. They know Bloods and Water. They know the buybacks forced out are big. And if they can catch either of these heroes out, you are in for a world of pain. As even Armel finishes up his hags now.
Look at that bot rune, John. There's a bottle just waiting for Gabby right now. Look, they just left the bottle there. Just...
Who is that? Armel. Oh, he didn't swap in.
Yeah, Gabby's like, who the hell cares? There's 2 heroes down, no buyback on either. Let's just rush. Rush through the mid. See if we can get it done. Boom Esports, they need to defend this to keep their TI10 dreams alive. PNC, they want a rematch against Fnatic, who are waiting in the grand finals right now. Gabby will get started on the mid ranks. Not going for tier 4s, FBZ, he's in a nice arena, and Speed does connect onto Gabby. Hookshot is there as well. Permastun's out, but it's not going to be enough. Gabby, he'll turn around now, back on a hide. They'll get the clockwork. No buyback available, but they do get the Aegis off Gabby. 1 more life for Gabby. The spear doesn't latch onto the cogs. Split Earth will connect. Kodo trying to hold him down. They'll even hand the cheese over to Gabby now. He has a bit of a secondary life. Dreamer's Cell, a lot of damage being dealt. Pops the BKB on that Luna, and they want to retreat. They might have to come back another time as Boom Esports. They're not going to make it easy. They still hold that mid-melee barracks. NC, even with an 18k net worth lead, they know not to throw against Boom. It's just too risky right now.
Not a situation where you want to risk it all, as we do get another pause. Flaming Dreamo Cell. Thank you, Armel. Prime opportunity for Merienda.
Indeed, it is Merienda time. You keep mentioning it. It is certainly a good time to get it. And of course, Boom having a donut. TNC, we have no idea what they're eating, but maybe if they win this series, we can kind of have a peek behind them, see what kind of food they've got in the background. I think I saw Motivate Trust, even though they got kicked out very early, they were having like lobsters and crabs
they had
afterwards.
A feast. Yeah, that was insane. A hell lot of crabs and lobsters. Like, dang, I haven't had that in a while. You know? There's a unique crab from my dad's hometown. It's called curacha. I forget what they're called in English. They're a nice, long, fat crab, and normally you cook them up with, I don't know what it's called, alavar sauce, which I believe is like crab fat and butter and something. It's very decadent, very rich, and I miss it. Just a fun fact. Very good seafood here. Great stuff.
Thank you, John. If I ever need a food critic, I'll know who to call. Thank you for that. Boom Esports. I mean, they're still in this game, John. It's an 18k net worth deficit, but when you defend that high ground, it doesn't seem like the net worth matters. You've still got the Octarine to come out on Dreamer's Cell. Gabby's still going for a butterfly and should have it up pretty soon, but he doesn't really have space for it. Because you can get rid of the cheese. It's actually, towards the north. They caught out there. Got down somebody. It's going to be Armel. They're trying to get a stun off, but like he is going to be fine. They committed a lot for that. Arena and Hook are both down. And another pause, Tims. Still having some FPS issues.
Yeah, it's something that has plagued us since the update, but you know how it is. Just grind and bear it, Mike.
Yeah. At least it's not
it's not internet issues.
I mean, if there was a brood with a pipe in this game, we would all be screwed.
Every single time that pops on, it just lags out. Even my 2080 is like, can't deal with that. It's too much. Like, dang.
60 gang here. Shout out to all you guys with that. What can you do, John? There's
That's a
no cards
classic.
out
It's a
there. What can
classic.
you do? It is a class. It's a great card. Except when I'm doing production,
Yeah.
I can't run anything. But you know, apart from that,
Oh, we've got to get you hooked up somehow, Mike. Someday.
yeah, someday. Not now though.
I mean, I guess you're emulating like the Dota 1 experience, aren't you? Like lower polys, lower res, get those FPS up. The old days of Dota.
Ah, good old days, John. Don't call them the old days. The good old days is the way you meant to phrase it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You could run.
You might as well also
anything.
remap. True. You should remap your keys to get the full experience. Go back to legacy keys. See how you do with that.
I ran legacy keys for quite a while until I realized you could kind of alter them. I think it was like a full year before I actually found out you could change it. It was a hell of an
Really?
experience. Yeah, I was a bit of an idiot, John. I didn't pick up on it.
Oh, Hyde actually asked what patay means. So anyone who doesn't know, patay means dead. Right, so they're yelling there, ay patay ata to. It's like, oh, I think he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, 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 dead. That's all they're yelling. So it's always fitting when TNC spams it, but good to see that it only took until lower bracket game 3 for Hyde to ask that. It's a fairly long time. There were a lot of Filipino teams they played, but they finally know. Very nice.
Very good indeed. Speaking of lines, I mean, where's the voice lines? I haven't heard anything as of yet. It's been a PNC, they've been going at it, but Boom Esports very, very quiet. I haven't heard a
Right?
voice line from them.
They haven't used the Maukemana boss, they haven't used
No.
Ratachin, they haven't used Et the Bang. I don't know. I think they're so focused. You know, they're on the line, they're hanging by an edge.
Oh,
They need to
FBZ.
focus for this game.
Coils out, Fuel Scepter, gonna buy him a bit of time. Earth Spike does land, now the Exorcism hookshot trying to save. It's probably not gonna be enough. They've lost FBZ and Makoto. He's gonna run, they're gonna drop the egg and buy back. They'll go for the team fight, but can they lock anyone down? They've only got Bok, but he'll use Scepter up as well. He'll survive, but there's your arena. FBZ gonna try and turn it. Eclipse out Gabby, he's gonna go for the fight, but there's so many illusions around that the Eclipse does no damage. It's now Dreamer Cell, rushes for the Luna. Boomy gonna try and back as well as Armel. Keeps the rest of the team from Boom from proceeding further. Couple buybacks. Once again, Boom will hold the high ground. They are 2 Raxes down. That third Rax is still safe. All 5 heroes are up. It was a buyback each from each team. I think it's going to be about the next Roshan for both teams, John, but it's going to be about 3.5 minutes till we even find out when that's coming up. I think TNC, maybe they don't want to risk waiting that long.
Yeah, it feels like they might be under a bit of pressure. They're the ones playing aggressive. I think the big issue right now is that the Luna damage isn't flying out. You only get 6 bounces on your waves. Look at how many illusions Dreamer Cell has at one time. It's not 6. So it's so hard to find a real PL. And that's where the back and forth between the Luna and PL kind of come into play. It's like, I am not scratching Dreamo Cell unless we kill the entire team first and then focus on the PL. But that's how TNC's been doing it the past, I don't know, 20 minutes now. Like, they clean up the team fight and then they isolate the PL, put him on an island, and that's when they can really focus in. So they're going to need to find a way to drag Boom out to that awkward position and force that out. We've been going long enough that it feels like buyback should be coming off cooldown again. It's still a ways off, about 2 minutes at the lowest for most, and 6 minutes for the other side.
There it is, John. 3-second cooldown Spirit Lance with Shard is now online.
Oh yes, beautiful. 4.5 second doppel as well. So how do you lock this guy down? I don't know.
That's fine.
And this is the eternal defense.
Why not? Another double damage rune going to be scouted out here by Boomy. We'll leave that for Gabby, I'm sure. Rocket Flare to scout out the Roshan, but again, it's very, very early for the Rocket Flare. Still 2 minutes till we find out when Roshan respawns. Gabby, he's got the bottle. He'll bottle the DD up this time, so he can save it for a while. seems like TNC has kind of reserved themselves to just waiting out this third Roshan, or rather fourth Roshan. And they're high ground anyway. They're not budging. They're putting up an immovable wall with these PO illusions. You've got to fully commit if you want to take that final lane of barracks here from Boom.
Getting really hard to pierce that high ground. You do have the butterfly up on Gabby now, so he's got some evasion to help himself tank up. Of course, the added damage is always nice as well. They just need to find a way to make use of that. Honestly, it feels like Gabby's going to need to hit the next talent spike in his levels. Like, get that move speed talent, so you can definitely just sell your boots, and you feel a lot comfier. Like, you'll have additional backpack space to swap God knows what around. As Boom, they manage to venture outside of base, take out the outpost to get some XP per minute back. This exposes their racks a bit, though. They're forced to fortify here.
Yeah, Gabby, he popped the DD rune, and there's the exorcism. They're fully committing. It's now Armel in the backside. Got the Aeon Disc, but FBZ, he got Gabby for a second. KB was there. E3 still standing. Pretty much come back for that anytime as TNC. They can just send the Lunar Illusions in. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Slowly chip away at the tier 3. 29 HP for that poor tower. But it does survive a bit longer.
Yeah, it's stalling the game out. Boom's still holding on. Next Roche in 15. We'll find out how long that respawn will be in a short while. So things are looking up and up. Dream Cell, level 28, so has the 2 additional talents now. Minus 3 seconds Spirit Land CD is already there, already has the evasion on top, so his own illusions are feeling a lot tankier, or at least himself is feeling a lot better now. And you don't have any evasion pierce from TNC. Not like 16% is massive, but you do have another pause here. Lag issue this time.
Yeah. I mean, 16%, it's not massive, but it could be the difference, right? Like that one hit before death, maybe it misses, you just never know. It's not like Dream Missile has a choice anyway. He has to take the talent. He's level 28 now. So it's, eventually, I mean, any talent just helps. So you'll take it. TNC, level 27 Gabby. Some decent talents himself. Plus 25 movement speed, really not that bad. Plus 8 all stats, you know, kind of negligible. I guess the mini stun can be quite nice as well. Anything that just kind of gives you that extra edge never really hurts, but I think both teams now got to focus on that Roshan, which has respawned.
Yep.
Problem is for Boom, you can't really leave the base. That's the problem.
Nah. I mean, they have 2 lanes that just constantly shove out. It's going to be really hectic to try and get out there. TNC can probably clear that in pretty fast time, and they are smoked up. So they're in a good position to maybe look to force something out, or just straight up take a Roche. Again, that's the full complement. Cheese, refresh, Ag's Blessing. I wonder who they actually pass a couple of those things. I guess Ag's would be good, although.
Im's quick blink away, Mel quick blink in, wants to burst down the clockwork, FBZ, the spear from the low ground, but they got Hind. He's gonna buy back, they wanna go for the fight, Egg committed, Bok, he'll refresh, go for the exorcism, onto Gabby they go, Dreamers are trying to commit all the way, but they need some lockdown, Gabby, hook shot, not gonna be on the mark, Hind, he missed everyone, Fingers there, Gabby's gonna turn around, they'll get the tie back, the clockwork's down, Dreamers though, still trying to fight us now, the arena, will look to them in, they've got Fermi, and they get Bok on the DP, his Aeon Disc is gonna proc, he'll Yulsef through up, he'll try to make a run as they fight around the Roshan pit now, but buyback is also there from Boomy. 5v4 scenario. Teams know the Roshan's up. Be about it though.
I'm looking at Armel right now. He's queuing an overwhelming blink on Puck. Not a swift blink for the right click down the line. Not an arcane blink. Overwhelming blink. I guess just prioritizing more stats, really feeling like he needs more strength, which is fair. Doesn't really have enough slots as the Puck to swap around, especially since he's a bottle carrier, pocketing those double damages.
It might be a bit of extra damage as well for the PL illusions. The slow never hurts either. Like, I mean, it does seem kind of weird, but I guess it's all about just trying to shut down Dreamer's Soul.
Yeah, and just help identify the real one ASAP. The damage output isn't great on a puck. You don't have that much strength to begin with, but I guess anything's better than nothing as they do start to rush. Boom still in position here, but no hook. Oh,
What they got was Armel for a second. It's back off. Roshan still dropping. Makoto gonna try and run in, but it's just so hard without the clockwork vision. Coil's there. They've locked down two. They'll snap the leash, but they just want the Roshan. TNT going back in as Armel holds them back. Kescute, he couldn't get there in time. They use him up. They've got the Phoenix under control with the Aeon Disc. Gonna buy more time as he forces us up the hill. But Armel's still in the chase. With that day gone out, the Phoenix, the McCabe might save him for a little bit more time, but not for long. It's Icarus dive. Not going to be enough. Armel does take the kill. No buyback on Kescute. You've got everything from that second, or rather fourth Roshan on TNC. All 4 items. That's why they try for that high ground again, I think.
yeah, they have a lot of tools on hand. They've got the free Ags upgrade on Gabby. So the orbital cannon is in play. And that could be helpful. That could be really helpful in helping identify the PL in that next engagement. They've got a refresh sitting as well there on Gabby, so double eclipse in a pretty wide area is now a possibility. They do only have that one set of racks to kind of clear up. If they can throw Gabby in there, it's not going to last for long.
There's that area denial from Makoto, though, to make it a little bit more challenging as Gabby just trying to get into the gap. He does get stunned up for a second, but he's just going to go for the Mega Creeps. He really wants those Raxes down. Another stun out. He's still alright as the Bloodthorn now being thrown out on Gabby. Still fine, however. More stuns to come out. Gabby, he might lose his first life if he's not careful. He'll try to heal up, but there's just so much stuff flying the way of this Luna. Another stun from Makoto. He just can't escape them. They're going to go for the fight, but they've lost the Aegis now. The Luna's down. They've got 1 Rax to go. The 4 Megas are up, but the arena is there. The split outs around Gabby. Can he survive this? No, he's down. They've got the Luna, and now the egg will be committed. Armel needs to back out. Meanwhile, Boomy going to get chased down by Dreamer's Cell. And they take down the Enchantress. Not quite. On the other side, Armel still trying to get an escape plan going for himself. But FBZ, he's on the chase. Be away. No blink up on FBZ. He does have buyback, so they can't really rush for anything. They could certainly try and force the buyback out of this Luna. I just don't think they'll have enough time with all the creep skipping potential that you've got with Armel.
It's pretty difficult. And they could just try to body the bot lane, but it looks like they're just going to take this time to maybe get some farm up themselves, stall out for a buyback. They're only really lacking Dreamercell and Hide. Hide by timer, Dreamercell by gold. So needs 900 more on PL. Be safe.
Oh, no, he's playing with fire now. He's going to be alright. He'll orb away. Do you want to wait for the tier 5 items if you're Boom Esports? And maybe you have no choice.
Yeah, at this point, you're like, alright, we're 26k down, 56 minutes in. Our PL is in a very weird matchup against Luna, where Luna feels like she can and also can't handle PL. And I think you might as well wait 60 minutes. I don't think the game changes too much for either side in terms of farming up in the next 4 minutes. So, yeah, you could look for that slight advantage in that time period. Of course, you run the risk of TNC finding something like, say, a Ballista. That has been pretty game-changing on the range cores. And, of course, if you get a Ballista on Boom, no one can use that. Leshrac Ballista? Phoenix Ballista? Both sound like absolute turds, so there's that risk that TNC can make use of those items just a little bit better.
Quite a few very nice items. Like, you wouldn't mind something like the Force Boots either. Considering how late we are, Fallen Sky could be very nice for Dreamer's Soul. You got the Giant Ring, the Ex Machina. Even the Mirror Shield could be quite decent here against all the disables you have with the Lion. Very, very impactful. I would agree that Ballista could be quite scary if Gabby does pick one up. Even the pure damage you can do with that, it's kind of ridiculous, just the plus 50 pure damage. But that might be the extra damage he requires to be able to deal with Dreamer's Soul with these PL illusions.
Just kind of busted. And the attack range, especially in something like a Luna, right? Like, she has a pretty atrocious range. That just helps you kind of sit back farm. It almost doubles Luna's range, which is pretty ridiculous considering that's her shortcoming as a range hero. So that could be big.
He has a hurricane plaque in the backpack as well. If he
All
wants
right, yeah, that's why it's short. Yeah, there you go.
if he wants to sub both of them in.
Goodness me. This is we're reaching that point. You know, this is what we were looking for, right? Like we said, the last time these teams played, they had a 66, 46, and 77-ish minute game. Here we are. This is what we were expecting, and this is what we're getting. We just need to see if anyone gets impatient, but it doesn't look like it. Everyone's being really patient, just securing their jungle areas. Maybe both teams now realize, all right, let's wait. Easy peasy. Grab some merienda. You know, you don't need to be too active right now.
Pressure though, John. I mean, you could be just a couple minutes away from securing your ticket to the grand final, up against Fnatic, who are just patiently watching and waiting for their opponent. And that opponent still is not very clear whatsoever. As we're about 1 minute and 10 seconds away from those tier 5 items coming up. TNC, they should have first dibs on those tier 5 items, as they are the ones still controlling the map here. Boom. It would be a bit of a struggle to get out of the base at that 60-minute mark, and you can already see TNC ensuring that all the waves are just pushed in constantly. Someone's going to try and have to sneak out to secure some of the tier 5s for the team. You can get a massive advantage from those items. They're waiting. I mean, Gavi's got 10k in the bank. Plenty of gold for the buyback. He could buy Divine if he really wants to. But they'll get prepared. They'll just take over the jungle. 30 seconds. See how lucky TNC can get.
Yeah. We've got the majority control of Boom with smoke.
They're not waiting. They want to go right now. Find a target. Oh, Gabby. He breaks the smoke. They haven't spotted him. Now they do, but they want to go the other way. They don't want to engage on the Luna. Instead, they'll try for Armel, but he goes for the phase shift. He's going to be all right. They'll rush back in. Freemacell trying to get some form of damage out. Coil going to like both, or rather lock both of them in. Now the Squidward's come out, but on the backside, they've lost Cascade on the Phoenix. Hook shot in, hide. He's going to try and help out. Freemacell, he's been caught out. The fingers there. They burst them down, but they will buy back Zakoto. He's still trying to fight by himself. They need to go and back him up ASAP. He is dropping quite low, and it looks like they will finally be able to get him a hill buyback as well. All 5 buybacks from Boom Esports. It's GNC. They are still very healthy. They could keep going, but they're going to go back with the T5 items. Here we go, John.
Oh,
Ex Machina.
Oh my god. Oh boy. First one, Ex Machina. Refresh Satanic, refresh BKB if you want. It is so good. The armor is pretty decent too, considering it's a PL you're playing against. 25 armor at this point is not as much EHP because of how armor stacking works and how physical resist and, to a certain extent, magic resist works, but still really useful. Force boots as well, pretty nice. Stygian for Boom is pretty bad.
There it is.
Fallen Sky at least comes out as well, so both teams finding some decent stuff. The Stygian, I don't know who you hand that off to. I'm not sure if you even do pick that up. Maybe your Mars if you feel like you lack damage. Book of the Dead is pretty dead as well at this point, especially against a Luna. Stat doesn't feel great, but I guess on Clockwork the stats are nice. So it's really just stats. I think TNC has the big picks, like Ex Machina, they've got Apex, Fallen Sky, and Force Boots. Like Gabby has mobility now. So you can kind of swap around after he pops the Illusionist Cape, go into the boots. HP regen's super nice as well in the middle of these fights. We've seen how tight Gabby's HP is. So I think TNC won out in that trade. Nothing silly like the Ballista or Giant Ring. It's still much more usable tier 5s compared to Boom. I mean, Book of the Dead. Like, okay, good stats on clock. That's it. Stygian on Mars is okay.
To note, John, they left Dreamersaur without one of those items. He's carrying the Illusionist Cape still. Instead,
it's too good
Sky,
on PL.
Yeah. Fallen Sky goes
Way
the
too
way
good.
of the Leshrac though. Which is still pretty nice, I reckon.
Armella?
Armel, he's in. He's been caught out though. FBC, he's there with here in a spear. It won't be enough though. Armel's still alive. It's now Box being targeted. Oh no, the egg. Armel, he got caught out. He went back into it. Gabby, he's been left behind. They need to retreat. They've lost him to the Lion. Gabby, the split up comes in. They lock him down again on the Luna. They're gonna have to buy back. Box still fighting. They need to get here ASAP. Aeon just proc. They jump in again. Armel, he's rejoined the team fight. Coil on the backside. Dream himself in trouble. Getting very low. More stuff not going to be enough. They dig on him down. They'll get the second buyback. Wind Waker on Makoto. It's probably not going to be enough. They'll keep the chase up. This game is looking very over now as they fall.
Oh my god.
ENC, they've done it. The GG's been called. They get the 2-1 victory, and we have a rematch in the grand final for the SEA TI10 qualifiers. It'll be Fnatic against TNC, the classic matchup of SEA Dota once again.
Yeah, it's the classic end game towards TI. We've seen this over so many years. TNC Fnatic making it all the way. TNC, they had to play through lower bracket. They were knocked down by Fnatic 2-0. Boom, in this game. Man, they looked like they had a couple moments. They were hanging on with such a huge deficit. They didn't manage to clear it out. They took a massive risk in that last fight. And I have to point out, they didn't even find their last tier 5. They got a bit impatient. Kind of hurts them in the end. But TNC comes out as a stronger team this time.
I certainly did, John. Of course, we are going to have to head off to a quick break. And right after that break, we're going to be back with the panel to discuss what happened overall in this series. We'll be right back.
And unfortunately with that, the boys are out of the international, but we get a rematch. TNC versus Fnatic. About as El Clasico of a Southeast Asian matchup as you could hope for. And Indonesians shouldn't feel too bad. Your boys Whitemon and Zephyr are already carrying the torch with T1 and the international, so everyone's got someone to look forward to. And TNC now have to look forward to playing against Fnatic, but hell of a game. John, I don't even know where do you want to start with TNC getting a victory over Boom in this game 3. It was a beautiful game to watch, but some things need to be analyzed. What would you like to start with?
I think that Armel puck sliding through last was just too much. It wasn't banned. It wasn't, counteracted at all. There was a huge lack of control from Boom. We saw the only way for them to deal with Armel was basically hide hooking in, follow up with a spear. The cogs, everything had to land off the back of that hook. And at some point just got too difficult to lock Armel in. Like, he managed to create that momentum very early on for his team, buy the space out. And for the side of Boom, they just couldn't do that. And they also kind of lost that farm war. Like, they let the Luna farm up, they let the puck farm up. There were a couple moments where they were managing to fight back in with Dreamocell getting really tanky. And again, it was that weird interaction with PL Luna where Yeah, Luna can clear out illusions, but it only bounces up to 6 targets. Late game, PL has more than 6 illusions, so you kind of want to ignore him, go for someone else, unless you kind of find the real PL in the middle. And they did manage to do that, so it was really disciplined coming through from TNC. Boom, there were some flashes of brilliance going back, but not quite enough to carry through.
No, unfortunately not. And part of it is because of the Death Prophet player. We will get an opportunity to speak to Bach from TNC. Bach, congratulations on a nail biter game 3. Were you guys nervous at all, or were you feeling in control in that game 3?
Hello?
Yeah, your microphone may be muted, but I think you're good now. Okay. So, yeah, how are you feeling in that game 3?
Everyone is just playing calm.
Yo, you keep alternating in and out, Bach. I need to hear from you, my man. Yeah, get that mic up and close.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
I mean, yeah,
You were
everyone is
playing calm, and then what happened?
Everyone is just calm and just playing the roles, so everyone was really good.
Now, I had asked this question yesterday to a different player, but I want to get your perspective. Do you like late game Dota? Because so many of these Southeast Asian qualifier games have been going 50 minutes, 60 minutes, 70 minutes. Do you enjoy that, or do you like it when a game ends in like 35
No,
minutes?
yeah, of course. Everyone would prefer the 35 minutes. No, everyone would prefer 35 minutes.
You sure you don't like your tier 5 neutral items?
Hell no. It's like RNG based for me. Like, I mean, if a hero gets lucky and getting a very good tier 5 item, the percentage dips.
Oh yeah.
Bok, yesterday, you guys unfortunately went 0-2 up against Fnatic. I just wanted to ask, now that you've qualified back into the grand final against them, are you guys confident you figured out what happened yesterday? And going into that grand final, do you feel confident now that you can take on Fnatic and secure your ticket to TI10?
Yesterday we were like discussing. We had a very long discussion. Hello.
Hello.
Our discussion is like mainly on how we play and move around the.
Yo, Bach, how about you just hold the mic? Because it seems like your voice activity threshold is a little low.
Let me adjust real quick.
Yeah. All right, so yesterday you guys were what exactly?
Yesterday we talked about like what we should do. Like we had a really long discussion on what we should do around the map, and like we really think we played a little bit too passive sometimes. That's why like we discussed on everything. Like we should like not play to lose, and just of course, even though if we make mistakes, it's part of the game, and that's all.
All right, fair enough. I've got a question for you, Bach. Filipino to Filipino.
Oh,
Is there any? Do you guys feel pressure of going in as the last full Filipino stack, carrying that hope into the finals? Is that a factor for you guys mentally going into this?
I feel not necessarily. Everyone feels really confident.
Good to hear. And it's been a long game. Of course, been a long lower bracket this series. You guys have another matchup against Fnatic. I have to ask this: Is there like a team merienda? Do you guys have anything to energize you? We saw Boom last time; they had donuts. What do you guys have in the team house?
Red Bull.
Okay, that's good. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's all for me, I think.
Get all the energy you can then, Bach, because this is a best of 5 that many people are looking forward to. And no matter what happens, I think Southeast Asia as a region should be very proud of whoever takes the crown. But good luck to you versus Fnatic in that rematch, and we'll see you in maybe like an hour or so.
Thank you very much.
That's right. They do not have much time to recharge, but they need to make it happen because, yeah, it was a quick 2-0 versus, well, I say quick 2-0. It was a 2-0, which was one 60-minute game and one 70-minute game. So it wasn't a 2-1 is what I mean, but it was still an exhausting series that they had versus Fnatic. And do you think that, John, you saw any growth from them in this series compared to their Fnatic series that you're like, oh, this inspires confidence for the Pinoys going up against Fnatic?
I think they've gotten some better movements out, especially in this one. They were a lot more disciplined as well in taking some of these fights. They were a lot more patient. So I think that's going to be really good seeing in going against Fnatic, because Fnatic, I think they've been kind of surprising considering their roster shakeup. There was a question mark over Chuan. There's a question mark over whether or not Det would be as consistent as we saw in the Singapore Major, and those questions have been answered. I think it's time for TNC to kind of try to break through those expectations now and kind of show us how well a full Filipino stack can be. They're the last Filipino hope. I know they're not thinking about that as pressure, but I'm rocking the barong. I have to root for my Filipino boys, you know.
And he said that he's gonna chug some Red Bull, but me, I get my caffeine from Mate Mate. Quick shout out last day for our proud sponsor who has been with us throughout all of these qualifiers. Mate Mate, it's a natural energy drink. It's caffeine, reimagined. You can try Mate Mate today. You can get more day, more night. And if you don't know if it's available in your country, well, don't worry. You can go to bts.gg/mate and you can see the availability in your country. And it's I can't believe it's been the last day. It's been 4 days of Southeast Asian qualifiers, and now we are culminating here. I don't know if we can take a look at the bracket. We can take a look at the journey that has brought us to this point of a best of 5 between TNC versus Fnatic, which I'm sure if you had to, like, sample size all of the potential qualifiers, I would say probably more than 50% of people who ever voted in their compendiums in TI probably had one of these two teams. Sure, I know you, Mike, and John. Mike, you had your boys Motivate Trust. They fell a little bit early, but surely you're happy to see a Fnatic versus TNC best of 5.
Oh, naturally. I mean, look, I just want the best team from the region to get to TI10. I mean, it's unfortunate there's only going to be 2 teams from SCA anyway. It was always going to be a bloody qualifier, so no bias here. I just want the best team and a best of 5 between Fnatic and TNC of all things, the classic SCA matchup. How could you not be excited? There's nothing more exciting.
And out of all these teams that we see on the screen, John, which ones do you think you have encouragement for, assuming, let's say, that they keep all the same rosters, which is likely not going to happen. And in fact, after looking at Southeast Asia throughout these qualifiers, I bet a bunch of other regions are like, yo, maybe we should poach some of these cores into our regions. But if they all stayed the same, which ones impressed you throughout these qualifiers?
I think OB Neon, Motivate Trust, and Galaxy Racer all performed really well. I think people expected a little bit more, especially from OB Neon from the Filipino side, and Motivate Trust, consider their previous tournament runs. But they've got a lot of room for growth. Like OB Neon just had a roster change. Motivate Trust just kind of played way too much coming in here. And Galaxy Racer also just kind of shifted out. I think all 3 of those teams are top contenders. And all the teams that we've seen here has been really good. Even the ones that didn't quite have a long run, like say Army Geniuses, they just got figured out, but we saw them grow throughout the season in their lower div performance in their outside tournaments as well. So I'm hoping we see some of these closer knit stacks, because Army Geniuses have played together for such a long time. Motivate Trust as well. Stick together, commit. There's still a fresh season after TI. It's going to be a while off, but that's a lot more time to practice for that.
Yeah, and hopefully time that these teams do stay together, because I think that was the purpose of the DPC in general. The league structure is to encourage roster consistency, and it has paid off for so many of these teams. I think, like, even with Boom, we saw Dreamacell leave in Season 1 and then reunited Season 2. I think that has, absence made the heart grow fonder, and I don't think that they would have made it to top 3 if they didn't stick together as well as they did, but no shame in it. It is a shame that they don't get to move forward or don't get any prize money or anything for that, but they should feel at least somewhat satisfied that they were able to make it this far. But now it's down to the final 2. Fnatic, TNC. I know I'm going to be, what was the Marienda?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a Marienda.
Okay, so what's the typical routine for a Marienda? What should I be drinking? What should I be eating?
Normally you'd have a coffee, but I think you could chug down a mate and you'd grab something like we call puto or bibingka, like rice cakes, just sweet stuff. You have some sweet stuff or some noodles, pancit, and just get ready, plop yourself down and get that food, get that energy in for those good games.
I'm looking forward to that then. Mike, any parting words as your final bit of DPC coverage for the Southeast Asian region?
It's just been an absolute pleasure. Great Dota overall, and I think the region is only going to get stronger as time goes on. So it's a very exciting time for the SCA region, that's for sure.
A lot of eyeballs on it. I know a whole lot of people have been tuning in, hearing all of the fervor that's surrounding Southeast Asia, and hopefully the region starts being paid attention to more, because you might have to look out at TI. one of these two teams, Fnatic TNC, or maybe even T1, going to be showing up deep into the bracket. But that'll be it from all of us here. But you've still got plenty more coverage. It's going to be Nat, Gods, and Black guiding you through TNC versus Fnatic, the best of 5, the end of Southeast Asia's TI10 qualifiers after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited. We have the grand final of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers coming up very shortly between TNC and Fnatic. And you might notice I'm a new face. My name's Nat. I'm also going to be joined by Gods over there and a familiar face, Tsunami. We thought we'd make him work extra hard today for his daily wage. And so we've made him slot into the analyst little, I guess, role for now. And I want to backpedal and talk a little bit more about TNC, not only just in that series, but as a whole throughout this qualifier so far. And I want to know your thoughts, Tsunami. I want you to start. I want you to tell me more about how you thought of them during that best of 3 series we had just before.
The whole time I've had them as my favorites. They were my prediction. That's why you guys tried to tear me away from this best of 5, and I was like, no, I need to talk about them some more. And maybe also Black might be having technical issues, but the important thing is that I'm here. And throughout that BO3, I was actually more impressed with Boom than I was with TNC. Both teams had a lot of versatility shown. I think they were like, I don't think TNC ended up duplicating a single hero throughout their entire series, which is quite impressive for 3 games straight. But at the same time, it was kind of a long series. And their games versus Fnatic were kind of long also. And Gods, you were able to cast that after the long ass day that we had in game number 1. Do you feel, or yesterday, do you feel like the stamina was an issue for TNC, or was it just tier 5 ballista items issues?
I think it was the item. I mean, item issues. I think it was just Fnatic being a little more clutch. I don't think stamina gets to TNC. Like, yeah, you could see they don't want to play the late games. If they can win in 35 minutes, they want to win it easier, but these guys are Dota players, you know. The Dota players are playing 12 hours a day till like 5 in the morning. I think stamina-wise they'll be fine, but we'll see. I expect long games again.
You did mention, you know, that Fnatic and TNC have faced off together already in this qualifier. Their first game went for 60 minutes, and then the second game gone for 70 minutes against each other. Do you guys think that we're in for the, you know, long run games again, because there is so much online? I mean, this is literally for the spot to TI. You don't have any more matches after this. This is where you put it all on the line. So do you think that they are going to be going to those 70-minute games?
The whole entire qualifier has felt like such an anomaly. I know Gods and I have both been like, we've seen more tier 5 neutral items in this qualifier than we have in a year of competitive Dota. And I think it's because, for the most part, these teams are very familiar with each other, but no one wants to go risky. I'm not seeing, like, early game strategies even be that popular. At most, earlier in the tournament, Omega was trying to go for it, and they would always, like, maybe slip up at, like, 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just slips out of control. And all these late game carries, like Spectre and Terrorblade, Medusa kind of falling off a little bit, but Arc Warden, these are the bread and butter of Southeast Asia in this qualifier, and so being able to double down on your existing strength of late game consistency, because that's always been an issue for Southeast Asia, is like, oh, we're so Rambulan, we're so aggressive. Oh, that's the Divide mentality of Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia. And then late game, people don't really hype up late game of Southeast Asia. They hype up China late game, or Western Europe late game, or North America late game. That's not really Southeast Asia's thing, but it's giving them good practice right now, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to give them a leg up whatever team ends up going to TI. Because I want to know, you know, how much is this going to mean for either team, right? What is it going to mean to Fnatic if they do qualify here? And what's it going to mean to TNC if they qualify?
I mean, for every Dota team, TI means everything. It's the rest of the year just is all about the build up towards TI. The way the circuit is structured, there's this one event, you know, before pandemic happened, it was once a year, and everything you're doing builds up towards TI. You want to first, everything you're doing is to qualify, and then you want to do everything you can to get the best results there because of the prestige and of course the prize money. $40 million at stake. Fnatic as an organization has been at every single international since TI2, well, not including TI2. They were at TI3 and they haven't missed one since then. TNC have been at the last 4. So these have been the 2 top teams in Southeast Asia for the longest time now. TNC made waves back in 2016 when they knocked OG out of the tournament in the lower bracket with one of the biggest upsets like in TI history. And since then, yeah, these 2 teams have been dominant. This year, one of these teams won't be at TI. And that is kind of a historic moment for this SEA region, that only one of either Fnatic or TNC won't be there. I think for whoever doesn't make it, it also means a huge disappointment because both these teams, they expect to be there. I think, you know, Fnatic, especially as an org, is that team that's always been at TI. They throw around money to get the best players in the regions. They break up other rosters some of the time to get the star-studded rosters. So if they don't make it, that's a big disappointment for them.
Do you think there is then more pressure on Fnatic to make it, and for TNC perhaps it's just sort of like, you know, we're not so much that they're not expecting to do it, but the pressure just isn't there, and it's almost this joyous thing if they can overcome the Fnatic, I guess, reign.
In terms of legacy, I think there is a little bit more pressure on Fnatic, but for the most part, expectations were low. Like, Death randomly being slotted in, people were like, I don't even know how good this guy is going to be. He was pretty good, pretty impressive in the Singapore Major, but other than that, it's been off and off in competitive history and competitive Dota in general. And so the fact that Fnatic have even made it this far exceeded my expectations, because I was watching them throughout DPC Season 2, and they did not impress me, especially after showing up to Singapore, bombing out of Singapore, then showing up Season 2, still outdated mentalities in terms of drafts and stuff like that. And then they get a reinvigoration, put Xion on mid, the CEO gets demoted, and Death gets slotted in. And so the fact that Fnatic have made it this far, I think they should be happy with it. They want to go further because, like God said, this is an organization that's storied, but so is TNC. TNC has also been at, like, I don't know how many TIs, but probably just maybe like one or two fewer than Fnatic, because they have always been the Southeast Asian mainstays. And even like the TNC youth teams, they had like the Tigers team, which also got really close to qualifying. And so it's, I think for the roster, the 5-man Filipino roster of TNC, they probably have more reasonable expectations to be able to make it just because they've been together longer.
Yeah.
So you talk about, sorry guys, I'm going to ask another question, and you can also answer that one too, but you know, Tsunami, you mentioned that Fnatic, they didn't really have a great TPC like Season 2, and you mentioned some players coming in and really shaking that one up. Do you think that's a really big advantage for them, and do you think it's their only advantage, or do you think there's been a lot more going on behind the scenes preparation-wise that we just don't know about yet?
Parker, what's the answer? I can field it if you want me to.
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, fine. With the change up. Okay, so I don't want to be critical of Moon, but I kind of have to be critical of Moon. He was kind of underwhelming throughout Season 2, and Shuyan is a born and bred mid laner. He was slotted into the off lane whenever Fnatic, in typical Fnatic fashion, just kind of purchases players from different regions. Shuyan was coming from Astra, I believe, so like a Chinese team, and they're like, yeah, sure, you know, he's Malaysian, he's good, make him play offlane. And at the beginning, I was like, I don't really know about that. Why do you have like 2 mid laners? And so that's the biggest thing for me. And then I'm sure Ponlo, his boy Death Sama, he would go to definitely advocate for him to hell and back, because he has impressed me as well. I think a lot of the offlaners that have been coming out of Southeast Asia that I didn't have high expectations for, like Miracle or Mizu, I was like, is he an offlaner player? Turns out he is an offlaner player. And now Death also showing up. I think this was the shot in the arm that Fnatic needed, because they still have. Do you know if Sunbee is still coaching Gods? If Sunbee is still coaching Fnatic?
He is still coaching. I don't know how involved. I think he's online coach as far as I know. I don't know if he's in Malaysia. Don't quote me on that though, but I think he's still coaching.
Yeah, and so whatever strategies he had in mind during DPC Season 2, I think we're trying to salvage whatever they had of the roster, and now the strategies that they're running here seem far better than anything they had during the month of like April.
Yeah.
Death seems to be absolutely outstanding in so many heroes that they keep putting him on, and I guess the heroes as well that they've been picking have just been working so well for their draft. He seems to be fitting in amazingly and giving them that leg up. But let's talk about TNC side then. What do you think is going on behind the scenes for them to be able to make such a strong performance and make it to the grand finals as well? And I'm going to direct this one to Gods. You can't let Tsunami take this one.
Well, actually, no. Okay, go ahead.
I can. Tsunami, you know, I'm your boss here, Tsunami. You take this question. No. I love I love both these two teams, TNC, the Filipino boys. They've been, you know, as far as their year goes, what's gone to the grand final, I think so much is the star power and, you know, the just longevity of this current roster. I guess bringing in Bok and Boomy has really done wonders for them. You know, unfortunately, was it Omega, I think it was. That kind of hurt that team a bit. But Bulk and Boomy have been great additions. Perhaps there is going to be some inexperience there, and I think they are taking some time to adjust since moving on from Febby and KP. That's where things initially got better, but TNC haven't been. TNC would have hoped to have qualified for TI through the DPC and not have to go through these qualifiers, but they're still a mainstay in the SEA region. I think Gabby and Armel, as far as core duos go in the SEA region, it's probably the best. And then on the Fnatic side, you've got kind of like the best support duo in the SEA region. So it's really an interesting clash. And I think a big part is just the skill of the players on these teams as well as the experience. Fnatic and TNC, we're having all these 60, 70-minute games, and there's a reason Fnatic TNC are in the finals. And the biggest one is just their experience, and they're not choking in the pressure moments.
Well, on top of that pressure, then, let's say, whoever loses the first game, who do you think is going to be better to bounce back? Let's say Fnatic lose. Do you think they have a better chance of holding the mentality and bouncing back for game 2? Or, do you think TNC have that resilience, just that little bit of an edge over Fnatic?
That's why I was praising the versatility of TNC in their previous series versus Boom, because I was like, oh wow, they're not relying on similar strats. So even if they do lose game 1, I feel like both these teams have shown a great level of adaptability, which also par for the course with a team that's with rosters that are this experienced, is that they don't get shaken up by a loss here and there. And every single interview that we've done, also everyone's like, the pressure's not really getting to me. I don't know if that's a front. I don't know if they're just like doing it because other teams are watching. They're like, damn, he's got ice in the veins. He's not nervous. I'm freaking out over here. But everyone seems very calm. Bach in that previous interview was like, we just...
I don't believe it for a second. They're definitely nervous. This is $40 million. I think they're obviously, trying to play calm and play casually. And I do believe some of the players are maybe not so nervous because they've been to TI. This isn't a new experience for them. But for players like Bok and Boomy, for players like Death, for players like Chuan, who, he's played on Aster and actually done pretty well with Aster. But these are new, younger players with high expectations. I think Death is incredibly nervous. I think Bok and Boomy are also going to be very nervous once they get into this game 5. Once they're playing Dota, maybe they can put the nerves aside and they're just, focused in on the Dota game. But leading up to the game and between the games, I think there's a lot of nerves.
Do you reckon any of them have rituals that they go through that like they're just really superstitious and they're like, I have to either like put on my left sock first and then my right sock first, or I have to be sitting in a certain position? Do you reckon they're doing those rituals, and do you think they have them?
John spoke about the meriendas that the Filipinos do, which I guess every single culture kind of has that, except American culture, because like, Latino culture has the siestas, and Indian culture also has something. I feel like I should know the name, but I don't. What's the Aussie afternoon like? What are you guys are culture authorities, at least Nat, you should be. Gods is an imposter, Australian imposter, but what's your typical... I don't know. Oh wait, are you not familiar with this? Gods is he's kind of been Americanized over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, I was watching the stream that you guys were doing. I think it was day 1, and you asked Gods how Australians pronounce aluminium.
That's right.
And he was like, I have no idea.
That's right.
I sat there and I was like, God, how can you not know how we pronounce aluminium? That's so weird.
Oh, wait, so then I have another question on that before you tell me about your afternoon routine. In the most recent cinematic that Dota had, they had the hero Hoodwink, and she said munted whenever she lassoed someone. What does munted mean? I didn't know what this meant.
Okay, I'll say the way that I use it. It's quite funny because states in Australia use certain words in different circumstances, but munted for me means like messed up, like just absolutely gone.
Okay.
Scuff.
Yeah, normally you use it in a drinking phrase.
Yeah.
Don't tag on to that, Gods, and be like, oh yeah, that's what she...
I know what.
Trying to get back at least a little bit of my Aussie credibility,
Because then the other culture question would have come from Mike, who was explaining to me the glory of... Oh, no, never mind. It was Aries and Danog who were explaining to me the glory of the goon bag. Are you familiar with this term, Nat? Okay, you are.
Yeah, and Wheel of Goon as well, if there's any Aussies watching
yes,
they'll know
okay.
exactly what
But
I mean.
That's not your afternoon, though. You probably have
No.
a much classier afternoon than that.
Yeah, definitely. We don't really have a cultural thing in terms of like what I think a lot of Asian cultures have for afternoon. But honestly, I think if I looked at the wider population, it probably would be having a drink or two.
Okay.
I personally like to have a tea. I don't think anyone would be able to guess that one, but yeah, I do like a tea in the afternoon. But probably just having a drink is most of Aussie culture.
That's what I figured. That's the stereotype, at least.
Yeah, I have goon, bloody hell. I have Black in the Discord asking what a goon bag is, and
Oh,
I
just
feel
look
like
it
I
up, Black.
do. Yeah, I feel like that's just something you've got to look up yourself.
Because American
don't
culture
worry,
has boxed wine, but you guys have optimized the process quite a bit.
Yeah, there's quite a few funny sayings as well that go with certain brands of goon too, and I can't believe I'm on a TI10 qualifier broadcast talking about goon.
Welcome to Dota, my friend. We can bring it back though. Do you have another question pertaining to TNC and Fnatic? Because I'm all ears.
Just the ritual one. I actually do want to answer to it. Like, you guys know these players a lot more than I do, so perhaps you might know of a ritual that they do or anything like that.
Let's see. If I feel like I should know if TNC have a coach. Do you know if TNC has a coach, Gods? I feel like I should have asked this in one of their interviews.
I'm blanking on this one.
It's not on the. Oh, they have Mushi. Yes.
I was gonna say, do they have Mushi?
Yes.
Yeah. We've talked about it so many times. Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
It's been a long qualifier. Yeah, so I would say that the routine for both of these teams is probably your captain and your coach just need to agonize over everything because there's a lot of data at this point. Fnatic have played a 3-game series versus Omega, they played a 3-game series versus Neon, and then they had the 2-game series versus TNC. And so that's 8 games of data that you have to rely on. And TNC, they've done
11 games.
The TNC did 11 games?
total.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a lot of information.
Yeah.
Then I think that's probably your go-to for both teams. It's like, look at what the favorites have been, because as much as there's a regional meta, there are signatures for every single player. Like, last game, we saw Armel get his hands on Puck. Probably Fnatic aren't going to let that happen. And Fnatic, you got any signatures that Fnatic might be looking to get their hands on?
You actually say, like, that they're not going to let the puck through, but it did happen in the last time they went up against each other, and they did end up losing with that puck. So, they seem to have a way to deal with it and to counter it, or at least, like, they know it's something that's coming, and so they've prepped a lot for it, so they don't want to waste, per se, one of their bans on this puck because they know that they can deal with it.
Yeah. And that's a big part of the strategy preparing, looking at these drafts, is saying, okay, if we ban this, knowing what they're going to pick. Sometimes giving your opponents one of their best and most picked heroes can be a good thing because you know what to pick and play it. Okay, we're going to give them Puck, but we're going to first do Alliance so we have some disable to deal with the heroes. So it's definitely an approach a lot of teams talk about where it's like you almost feel more comfortable leaving something in because you know they're going to pick it. Whereas if you ban all their heroes, they may pick something that catches you completely by surprise. So I'm curious to see, how the team approach at least the first couple drafts.
I want to know how much attention you guys have been paying. I've got it written down here, but I want to know if you know TNC's most picked hero just in this Southeast Asia qualifiers.
Give me a hint if it's a support or...
It is a support,
right? Yeah.
It is a support.
That was my...
Phoenix.
I think Phoenix. Oh, I had Phoenix as well.
Yeah, it is Phoenix. They've played it, 9 out of 11 games pretty much.
Damn.
Something close to that, yeah.
I was not expecting that
8 or
much.
9.
Because then in the Boom series, they only played it once. Yeah, so in that series, they only played it once. Again, a testament to them expanding their hero pool. And probably a testament again to like Mushi as well, being like, you guys can't just rely on the same thing over and over again. We have talked about this for years about how Mushi has been such a instrumental part as a leader in so many teams, either as a coach or as a player. And as constructive as this time was on SMG to, I guess, sharpen his playing capabilities, I feel like he's always felt more natural as a coach in the past 3 years or so. And
yeah,
the TNC players are kind of young, right? Okay, so Gabby's 22, Armel's 21, Bach is 27, he's a little bit older, Tim's is 23, and Boomy's 20. Well, Boomy's actually the oldest player, he's 28. I guess that makes sense because they're the ones who wait, so then Gods, has Boomy attended a TI yet or no?
No, I don't believe so. At least not that I know of. He's been around since the Dota 1 days.
He's been around forever.
Yeah, he's someone I remember. I think casting Dota 1. So
he's got to be absolutely hungry for this win then. But the TNC interview that we had with them yesterday, they talked about how they are inclined to sometimes throw a bit of a lead. And in the series we just saw, I feel like they were pretty, restrained in not overextending, in resetting after fights. We saw them have Fnatic have all those buybacks, but they were able to, not keep engaging. What do you think was the talk around that and the decision making on having those resets and to not overextend?
I think it's very much play disciplined, play safe, and play calm. So it's like, okay, we're in this big deciding fight that could decide who gets Roshan. If you die right away, and the fight isn't lost, buy back so that we can try and win it. If the fight's lost, you want to not instantly buy back. So I think it's very much just a way for these teams to play as safe and calm as possible.
Would you say pretty similar, Tsunami?
Yeah, because also I think in the series versus Boom, they were, in my mind, the favorites, and so I want to see what happens when TNC is thrown off balance. I don't really know if Boom was able to throw them off balance. It's easy to look good whenever things are going your way. Everyone's got a plan until they got punched in the mouth, and everyone's got a plan to get rid of me because apparently I'm being ousted. You have to bring in an actual smart person now. So that's it for me, right? Yeah, am I done?
Yeah, I do believe, you know, Black's finished doing his makeup, brushing his teeth, feeding his dog, doing the grocery shopping. I don't know what he was doing, but I think he's done with it now. So I think we're going to head to a really, really short break just to have this swap over, get Tsunami out of here. Oh, we're just going to actually stay here, but we are going to
Oh my god,
get
am I
rid
gonna
of you,
get
Tsunami.
Thanos snapped? Like,
Fade.
Yeah.
we-
He was just gone. Black, how are you feeling? Thank you for finally joining us. I hope you're all fed and the windows are washed or whatever
I
you
mean,
were doing.
it's a long story, but TLDR, I went downstairs to buy some water. Security guy's like, your rent expired. Like, you're supposed to be gone already, right? I
Oh.
was like, no, we actually extended it by 1 month. Then he came up with me, did a bunch of phone calls while I'm like sitting at my PC. Hello, I gotta work. Hello. And he just stands there, talks really calmly on the phone, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
Oh
But I'm
my
good now.
goodness.
But I'm good now.
All right, so you're not getting kicked out of your apartment. You got your water and you dealt with the security guy all in the span of about half an hour. Is that what I'm
Yep.
hearing?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty impressive, but you know what else is impressive? Game 1 draft for this best of 5 between TNC and Fnatic. We're going to see that Viper and Brood ban. Nothing too surprising there. TNC picking up the Lion whilst banning the Nyx and the Timbersaw, and Fnatic picking up their AA. I'm a little bit surprised that, you know, they're not going for the Phoenix on TNC side, but maybe they're waiting for the second phase. Instead, they are really just going to gun for that TA and the Lion combo.
Yeah,
AA is pretty good against Phoenix, right, Gods?
And the Sunray, the Phoenix heal is a big part of why the heroes pick. So I think AA blocks a lot of those strong healing supports. Fnatic usually either open with the healing supports or they go for the AA. That's kind of their two approaches to their support picks. And I think Lion is just so key. It's such a good support at just having the disables, and also it matches up really well against a lot of the carries because it deals with the illusions. That mana drain insta-killing illusions is such an OP part about Lion.
Yeah, Lion has been one of the strongest supports for quite a long time now, just because you have this blink instant initiation that no other support really gives you, well, other than Shadow Shaman, of course. And we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but Lion is just much superior in this current meta. But yeah, like I like the two pickups a lot. Like TA overall is just a very strong hero. Even if you counter it, he just goes jungle and farms freely over there. And Lion, as we said, sets up very well for TA to actually deal the damage.
So we see the Dragon Knight picked here. I know it's a little bit of one of those flex picks. We've seen Fnatic run it in a few different places here. But I want to know why TA was picked this early. Is it just a fear of it being banned in second phase, or is there an advantage to, other than that, is there an advantage to picking her right now?
10 seconds remaining.
I would say, I mean, TA is definitely a hero that will get second phase banned because you have 3 bans, and the hero just overall is too strong. We have seen a lot of teams try to counter it with like a Razor or like a Viper. Sure, you win the lane, but he goes jungle, out farms you, and then he doesn't care because he 3 hits you anyways. And the traps give a lot of vision, and in the Roche pit, and to the triangle. So it's just a very valuable hero that the longer the tournament went on, I feel like got more and more important. At the beginning, it wasn't picked as much.
And the TA counters seem really weak right now. Like, you don't, like, often in the past you pick Batrider and TA, but I don't think you want to first to pick a Batrider, so I think TNC know that TA counters are just not meta heroes.
So I was just about to ask that. I was gonna say, do you think this is finally my chance to see a Batrider game? But you just think there's not really a chance of it coming out?
It's possible. I think it's if it comes out later in the draft, which I don't want to see them first to pick it. They could if they pick Batrider instead of DK, I'd be like, yeah, it's good against TA, but I'm not a big fan of them picking this early. But if they want to pick it 4th or 5th, that seems fine.
Yep. I mean, it could potentially even come out for both teams because it's really good against AA Dragon Knight as well. But it's just a hero that the laning phase is pretty weak unless you get like a free matchup. And if you do get shut down in lane, your comeback mechanic has been nerfed severely because your Firefly and Napalm only deals half damage on creeps now. So it just, you want to win lanes. That is what the current meta is about, and Batrider only helps to do that if you like last pick it. But usually it gets banned in the last phase.
Okay, so if they do want to pick it up, you think it's going to have to be in the next few picks within this phase.
But at the same time, I also think if you pick it up in the next few picks, it's probably gonna get countered and not feel very well, very strong. Because you can just pick in the bad and then suddenly it's like, oh, what do I do now?
Yeah.
A bad and lifestealer, there's plenty of options. I don't know if I totally agree that at least the meta in SCA hasn't. I mean, it's been about lanes to the extent you don't want to lose your lanes, but no teams are actually looking to crush lanes. I feel like if you look at the other regions, like Europe, NA, Eastern Europe, teams were you would get to 10 minutes and a team would have won the lane stage. And you're like, oh, that team's going to win. I don't feel like that's happened in a single game in Southeast Asia.
There is
also
in that
true.
in that mid game there seems to be a lot of back and forth. We've seen early aggression from TNC before in their matchup against Fnatic, but then it comes to around the 20-odd minute mark, and all of a sudden they're just not lost what to do, but they just aren't being as decisive. They're not always keeping on top of that aggression, and then it turns into this out-farming, out-scaling sort of thing, and nothing really too drastic happens until near the end.
Ooh, Tim's Mirana. He played a sick Mirana against Boom. Puts the line 5, which is, I mean, you're fine. You get everything you need out of your line, whether it's a 4. That's the other crazy good thing about line is it can play either 4 or 5 position, which is a very useful thing to have in your support role.
The double ice support combo. Very scary.
Yeah.
Is that for Winter Wyvern then? I actually liked it quite a bit. Like a farm priority on Winter Wyvern can actually lead to him being somewhat of a semi-core in the mid-game. Like, there's a lot of cool item builds you can go for.
And the heroes that usually are good against Wyvern are more mid laners because they're the heroes that put out a lot of magic damage. There's not many carries that dish out magic damage other than like maybe the gyrocopter. So I feel like when you see the TA, this Wyvern pick feels really strong because there's not like there's no carries that feel good into Wyvern for the most part.
What about Batrider right now though? Boring. Actually, Batrider would have been really good against the 3 heroes, but nope, don't want.
Why do you think they're so anxious to pick that
it just doesn't give team fight. As you said, the lane is not that good. Tidehunter is just a frontline beast. You run in, you ravage, and
Bat Mirana sounds yuck.
Yeah, terrible lane. Tidehunter Mirana at the 40% gush slow on a target without boots is actually a pretty good setup for the arrow. Like if you gush an AA, he is gonna get arrow pretty much no matter what.
And that's what they want, right? They want to be able to shut down these supports a lot more because they don't want any of their cores to be enabled. But we see Monkey King coming up. Is Monkey King? Yeah, I was gonna say, is Monkey King something comfort for Fnatic?
Yeah, I would say Raven loves that hero quite a bit. It's fallen out of meta ever since the nerfs he received, but it's still a strong hero. The item build is a little bit different now. But against Tidehunter, it's one of the best answers you can have in the game. You don't really care about the anchor smash at all. And TA has a very hard time fighting into that ring later on into the game as well.
They've picked heroes that are very resilient to the TA's damage output. Monkey King with the ring with the armor, DK naturally tanky, Wyvern has the cold embrace, so it does feel like Team CS to look at this and be like, okay, we can't expect our TA to be able to solo carry this game, at least in the late game. Early to mid game, you can still snowball. TA's going to be good and useful regardless, but it's not a hero that will win you the game alone.
Yeah, and there is the Batrider ban still. Interesting.
Yeah, which... Well, I guess maybe they thought... You know what? I don't know what they're thinking. I'd just be lying if I said anything right now.
And we have seen some carry TAs, especially in other regions. So maybe they're like, oh, if they pick a mid Batrider, it's no good.
Yeah, definitely have. But I think ultimately, you know, what you're saying is that the TA isn't going to be able to shut down this Monkey King or this Dragon Knight. And I think for them, the Monkey King is going to be a really big issue. And that's probably what TNC have to look at more so than anything. And Fnatic might just be so confident that there isn't anything they can pick right now that will deal with it.
Yeah, I would say the draft is very even right now. It really just all comes down to initiation. Like if you ravage the Monkey King before he gets the ring out, then TA can just blow him up. Vice versa, if they get to initiate on the TA with the Monkey King, then she's completely out of position, can't really defend herself. It's gonna be a game of inches. The drafts look very, very even right now.
Agreed. Yeah, a lot of team fight on both sides, and both teams I think have at least somewhat of a reliable initiation. The DK making up for the fact that AA Wyvern don't have stuns. The Lion at least covering the lack of stuns, but and the good thing with the Lion is it's not all up to the Lion start. You can have a Blink Ravage, you've got the arrow, so plenty of setup on both sides.
Yeah.
TNC
What mid hero do they want?
Really control.
Fnatic. Could it be a Storm Spirit? There's a Lion, but that's pretty much it. He lanes decently against TA.
We've seen a Storm Spirit come out from them, have we not?
Yeah, we have. And
Yeah,
they won that game.
Yeah, the last
Yeah, awkward
they
game,
versed
yeah.
each other. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, mid DK then. Okay.
There's
Yeah.
a DK mid.
Or it could be DK carry. We've seen that as well, even just
True,
earlier today.
true.
So could be a monkey mid with DK carry. That's another possibility. But I don't think you want to play DK into Tide.
Yeah,
as far as
DK
the
actually
lanes
lanes
go.
very well into TA. Like you don't care at all about the right click damage, and the brief fire actually reduces your overall damage, so even the refraction gets shut down a little bit. And Monkey King, of course, is the hard counter to Tide Hunter. If you don't address that properly, Tide might just be completely shut down out of the lane.
I'm just really excited to see Death on that Legion Commander again.
It's a decent pick. It's not what I thought they would pick, because there are some answers here for TNC, I would say. Something like a Draw Ranger or so.
What would you have gone? Yeah, what would you have gone instead of the Legion Commander if you were going to do that last pick?
Well, I thought something like a Storm would have been better, where you just have some better source of initiation. Because like your mid Dragon Knight, sure, he can initiate, but you don't feel like super good about it, because he has more farm priority. If you're a little bit out of position, you might die really quickly. But, I mean, it's Fnatic. They love their Legion Commander. So,
It's comfort, you know?
Yeah.
Well, like we said, there's so much on the line for this game. At what point do you play something that you're extremely comfort on that might not always be the best matchup, but you know you can execute it to a T? And that could be why they've gone for that Legion Commander instead. It might not be on paper the best, but comfort-wise, it's just something that they know that they're going to be able to execute and get quite ahead with.
I
Yep.
got
And the-
predict TNC pick.
Ursa.
Oh,
I got it. Yeah.
You're
I think
so
that,
good.
the guy, the other thing is the guy playing the Legion Commander, he's the new player. He's the young guy. I mean, he's 26, but he's new to the team. He's never gotten this close to being in a TI. Usually this is the guy who's been in these SEA qualifiers and gets last place. Paul New was filling me. He's like, yeah, this guy got 8th place last time he played TI qualifiers with me on Resurgence. You know, he's lost in the open qualifier. So here he is in the grand finals. Give him something he's comfortable on.
100%.
Do you like
So
that Ursa
then-
last pick though? I feel like they are doubling down on the physical damage, and now Tia and Ursa kind of do the same thing. Wyvern is amazing against it, even Monkey King as well.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. I mean, Wyvern is amazing, but I guess maybe thinking that you can just build up those, you know, Fury swipe stacks, but it's still, I think Wyvern, yeah, still is amazing and does counter the Ursa, so it does feel like he's just trying to take advantage of the lane. You're up against 3 melee cores. I think that's what TNC said. Okay, they have 3 melee cores. What's the carry that can kind of punish this? And they decide Ursa. Maybe they're going to be just looking to play really fast. Like TA Ursa, the 2 best roshing heroes in Dota, it feels like. This may be a more, you know, snowbally TNC draft than what we've seen before.
Fast games seem to work really well in favor of TNC, though. Like I said, the games that we saw beforehand that TNC did win in the other best of 3 that happened, they were only around 40-45 minutes. So that could be a goal that they're going for here. They found success in it yesterday as well for that really quick early game draft. Ultimately, I really like the look of TNC, but I could also just be a really big TNC fan. But I'll let you guys jump into game number 1, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
Here we are, Black. It's the grand finals, TNC Fnatic. We've been waiting a long time to get here, and, well, you perhaps could not ask for a better matchup. The 2 biggest names in Southeast Asian Dota. I think we figured out who Nat has in her companion prediction with the TNC. They may or may not be in mine as well. But this, based on how Fnatic's played, the fact when these two teams last met and it was a 2-0, I mean, I guess even ignoring the draft, looking at this best of 5 as a whole, I'm curious to ask you, do you think there is a favorite coming in at all?
I would say, just based on what we saw yesterday, Fnatic is like slightly favored, maybe 55-45, simply because their decisiveness seems to be on another level than TNC. Yesterday, both games were insanely close, and Fnatic just won both games purely based on their decision-making with those buybacks and the decisiveness to reinitiate when TNC wasn't ready for it.
We'll see how things unravel here. Looking at what some of these lanes might be, there are definitely... I feel like when you see these heroes like Monkey King and Ursa, you're always looking for specific lane matchups. Already, you've got Raven kind of playing around the mid lane, trying to figure out, does he go top, does he go bottom? Where is he going to get the Tidehunter matchup?
Yeah,
Playing
definitely
Boomy
want to
coming
get
in
the right
to steal a
lanes
bounty rune. Has the Impale, he's going to snipe it. Boomy with the aggressive ward on that hill, helping him out. 2 runes apiece.
Yep. Jabs with the quick fingers there, otherwise could have been 3 for TNC. But yeah, this top lane is very interesting, as I said. Like, you know it's going to be a 4 Wyvern, and I feel like a 4 Wyvern is actually pretty damn good against Ursa. You have 2 slows, and a potential save also for your Legion commander. And especially in China, we have seen this answer a lot. Every time there was an LC, they picked Ursa. But Ursa lost the lane every single time. It was just come mid-game, where the Ursa had like the power spike with the diffuser blade, where he made LC feel very uncomfortable. But the lane was not won by Ursa a single time.
Feels like there's going to be a lot of harass coming out because it's Splinter Blast and level 1 overwhelming odds with a Bacillus Ring on the Wyvern. This is a very different approach to the offlane, just going for this double nuke spam. And that's going to constantly harass this Ursa.
Yeah, which also will lead to LC, I think, just free farming here because, as you said, you can't really contest the Ursa. Once there's Arctic Burn online, you just won't be able to reach anyone.
See if TNC have a response to that, if they find any ways to make any kind of aggressive plays or get on top of the Wyvern. Looking at some of our other lanes, mid lane TA versus DK, do you think any edge going either way or just a bit of a farm battle?
It's a farm battle. If anything, usually it's the DK that starts pressuring more once he's level 6. Because he doesn't really care too much about the TA right clicks. And once the Dragon Form is up, the refraction doesn't really matter anymore either. I think the biggest action lane is going to be probably bottom.
There was almost an arrow then that if that had landed on Raven before his salve, that could have actually been a potential kill. They have gone for that early point in Gush, but first blood, it's not bottom, it's top. Gabby, they find the kill onto Death, who perhaps overplays his hand. And Boomy and Gabby team up to get that kill early on. Do they have a salve? Doesn't look like it, so they're going to have to bring one out as well as use the Tengos they've got.
Yeah, they misplayed this lane a little bit. Like, as you said, they went for a spam lane, but they actually started to just fight them head on, which is exactly what TNC want. Like, they don't want to get spammed out of the lane, they just want to fight them. That's what they did, leading to Ursa getting a first blood here.
Yeah, because they don't have the same kind of health regen. They're playing with this Bassi Ring, and they don't have the stats from branches.
Yeah.
TNC find a way to punish it. We'll see if that's how much of a difference that's going to make up here. It was Ursa who got the kill as well, so that's going to allow him to get a much faster phase boost with that bonus gold.
Yeah, and Chayon actually opting to not go for a bottle, which we usually see against matchups like TA, simply because you're going to get harassed a lot. He's already sitting at half health, and this refraction Psyblade damage is really starting to stack up on him. Has to be careful.
Maybe this is just his DK build, because it's the second time I've seen him play this DK mid, and last time he also went for this Bracer Soul Ring build.
Yeah, it just might backfire a little bit in this high Harris lane here.
You see Armel, whenever he can, just throwing out those meld strikes.
A lot of damage. Yeah. You can also see Armel, he does have the bottle, so he should win that region war.
Yes.
The only problem I have with Soul Ring is, every time you use it, you're also sacrificing 150 health. When you're already low on health, it's not the greatest investment. I will see how it goes. He's regening back up.
Yep, he's leveling up Dragon Blood. I think that's how you make up for it. You go for that third point in Dragon Blood. At that point, you've got 9 armor and 12 health regen. I imagine he's going to be okay unless his support rotates. I say that, he's getting pushed so low. Armel just bullying him here, and he's going to zone him away from this top water rune, forces Xuan to go back to the bottom one. And Mirana is there with a leap. I believe Mirana is going to be able to pick that one up, so no rune for the DK. It's just a water rune. He doesn't have a bottle, so it wasn't a bottle refill. Arrow comes flying in. It's nicely dodged.
Yeah. Ursa fell down to 200 HP as well, getting salved up by his support. He went mask of, or rather morbid mask first, just to sustain himself a little bit better in this lane, but it's not really a whole lot of sustain, because you can't really get Fury Swipe stacks up on anyone to be able to make good use of the life leech.
Mid lane, meanwhile, they're diving on Xuan underneath the tower here. Tim's backing up Armel, but the jab's TP will be enough to deter any chase, but that exposes perhaps this top lane. Death has to be careful now. He's got raindrops though, so he should be tanky enough to sustain himself, and it doesn't look like they're gonna go for any kind of an aggressive play.
This is very good though for the side of TNC, because Gabby now can life reach back to full with his morbid mask without a wyvern there to harass him. No problem. Getting stunned up on death, but
yeah,
a little bit too speedy. Do you like the scaling on overwhelming odds? Do you think it should give the same bonus movement speed every level? I think it should scale also.
I mean, I'm not a big Legion player, so.
I mean,
I'm not going to advocate for any. Yeah, I'm not advocating for any Legion buffs if that's what you're asking.
No nerfs of anything. I hate playing against that hero.
Yeah, the fact, the level 1 gives you so much escape potential.
Yeah, DK level 6 now, middle. So Armel is gonna feel the pain a little bit from that poison breath.
Yeah. Just break through that refraction a bit easy, but TA already level 6, can easily fall back to the jungle. Gloves, Wraithband, and a Blightstone. I said, will be a jump in down bottom. Raven immediately gets jumped on. There will be a Boundless Strike follow-up, but it's top lane where Death actually goes down, so a lot of fighting happening both top and bottom. They go for the return kill, they're going to get
Jabs, no boots!
As the Splinter Blast reaches them off. And Jabs, yeah, he's just dying to Gabby. One more right click, can he juke him in the trees? He shouldn't be able to do so. It's going to be a double kill up top for Gabby. Absolutely fantastic start for this Ursa.
Yeah, who already has the Diffuser Blade queued up as well. I liked it a lot. You don't want to go for any sort of greedy item build when you have a TA in your team already. You really just want to bring the pace to them.
Having those raindrops early. He's already chewed through 3 charges, but it's just allowed him to destroy this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, raindrops is a super value item. Any pub player that doesn't buy it, they're making a big mistake. It's cheap, gives super good mana regen, and can win you a lane, as we have seen just now.
Well, we'll see. You can see look to also fall back, set up some stacks. AA did make a nice rotation into this dire ancient area to block the ancients, but it does get dewarded, so good job by TNC to find immediately. Yeah, I didn't actually. I guess they realized AA made that move because I don't think they'd actually scout out. They've got so many stacks. You've got Lion also stacking up top in the jungle.
Yeah, and the big problem is they have no stack clearer on Radiant at all. That's the only thing their draft really lacks, because they can't make good use of the ancients. Like, who's gonna farm them? Even Monkey King can't really farm them efficiently.
Do you think there's going to be pressure on Fnatic to take some team fights once they get their kind of key early game items in if they can't keep up in farm?
Yeah, I think so. You can already see a 1k gold advantage purely off farm. TA is starting to take these ancient stacks right at minute 7 also, so they're getting all these juicy neutral items.
Yeah, the TA net worth is most of the difference. 1,000 gold ahead of the Dragon Knight with the obviously superior farming ability. That is every TA game. You know, I guess obviously teams are letting TA go through, and it's not like TA is being picked every game. There is a fall-off point for TA. Is that correct? Do you feel, or why is what's the answer to TA when you're just giving her this much farm?
So the thing is, why TA is so prioritized right now in a lot of regions is because with this new Dragonlance build, you actually scale very well into the late game. You itemize more into a hard carry. Like, a lot of TAs don't even go for this Blink Dagger anymore. They just go for more damage items, which means in the late game you're a much bigger threat than you were previously.
Okay. Yeah, has the Dragonlance queued up. Dragonlance stats I could imagine. Then you always feels like they're hoping for that Grove Bow.
Yeah, and then suddenly you have that 900 range. Kind of crazy.
The Quiver seems to be the crazy good one, because that Quiver Meld Strike hit from insane range is just ridiculous.
Especially if you have like a Daedalus or just a mini crit even. Can just melt supports. This Ursa is also very farmed. He is already up one Blade of Alacrity. Once he finishes the Fusel, at this rate, should be like minute 12 or so. It's gonna be very big. Chayo on top, but Tidehunter already TP'd. They wanna set up with the Ravage here.
They're coming around from behind. Death's going to be careful. The Ravage is going to lead things off. It's going to zone out the DK, who does get clipped by the edge of it. They try and kill off Death first with the Impale. Boomy's chasing for more. Has a Hex. But Fnatic do a good job to cut their losses. Still a good rotation from TNC. Defend their tower. They get a kill. But it is just one kill.
Yeah, they were not ready for that. Like, they thought they could just pressure the tower with the DK. But it was a pre-rotation before the DK even really arrived from Bok. And they're landing a pretty decent Ravage there. But now the mid tower under little pressure. Half health
They
already.
don't want to let this tower mid take too much damage. There are some TA traps on the sides, and Lion trying to maybe set up, but
Yeah,
doesn't
look
have
at
the backup to get this kill.
TA trap network. I hate that. When you get trapped once, you walk into another trap, and then another trap.
From a slow, yeah.
And the damage too is actually pretty significant. 250, level 1. Oh, I didn't know it's that much.
Atrium bot gets stolen by the DK. Armel hoping to refill his bottle, and DK just denying it. Isn't going to be able to make any plays with this. It does feel like the Fnatic game plan was, let's pick all these series that TA is going to struggle to kill, but at the same time, their early game has really suffered because of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Titan's net worth compared to Monkey. The plan is to shut him down out of the lane completely, but they're the same net worth. So bot lane didn't even win at all.
We come top though. Moonlight Shadow in. James is coming from behind. What's he going to find here? Walked into a sentry ward, so they did see him.
Arrow on the catapult.
He carries the siege creep. He gets Winter's Curse. They're going to look to set up. He manages to leap away before any kind of a duel. I don't think they had the damage though.
I don't think so either, and they just seem to be getting out-moved here around the map. No real chance to set up anything. DK Dragon Form back online in 3, and they just want to pressure this mid tower. Ravage back up in 40. But
without
you can
that,
see they're very timid.
Yeah, this is a siege wagon, and they didn't want to pressure this mid tier 1 tower. The arrow is just going to clear it out. This is another, obviously a big part of why Mirana, maybe not a big part, but one part why Mirana is popular. Instantly killing siege creeps, keeping these towers alive.
Yeah, and look at Ursa. Just one robe of the Magi away from this Diffuser Blade. That's a massive power spike for Ursa. Like, after that, you're just looking for 1-2 kills potentially and going to the Roche Pit. You can even force Roshan, I think, with his Ravage. Fnatic should not be able to teamfight into you.
You kind of mentioned the Cold Embrace earlier, but if you're saving someone, they're just going to have their entire mana pool get burned by a Diffusal Blade.
Yeah. I did not expect TNC to be able to mount such a lead this early on.
Ice Blast will set up Umi in the trees. He's going to get taken out. He thought he was in a good spot there. They
would have been,
sniff him
but
out.
Monkey King is the king of trees. Wow, look at Jayon. He took so much damage from the Psy Blades. Half health already. That's a good thing about TA. Also, like the spill range of the Psy Blades with this Dragonlance build is almost full screen. Like, you don't know how many couriers I lost to this. Just you don't expect it at all. What's the attack range already?
Lane. Are they making a plan to Gabby here? 1 TP. They've got 2 heroes, a third coming. They're going to set up with the curse. They're going to go for the Wukongs. They want to bring down Gabby. He's got the Enrage. He's not getting a chance to get off, and the dual follow-up is there. They take out Gabby. Smart move from Fnatic.
Yeah. Perhaps a bit careless by Gabby here, because they didn't show on any other lane. Fnatic did. And he pays the price for his greed, but he has Diffusal Blade finished. And they expended quite a bit of ultimates. So maybe they're just going into the Roche Pit with that Ravage now.
Okay. See if that's the play. TA getting close to Deso. Maybe they don't need the Deso because it's Ursa TA.
Who's gonna carry the Aegis then, though? Like, they both want it.
True. I would lean towards Ursa myself, just because it feels like that's a hero that can really run into the middle of things and even allow the TA to do more damage by just soaking up spells.
Yeah. Ursa TPing straight middle. Are they looking to go into the Roche Pit or find a kill?
They're definitely looking to do something. They're grouping up with basically their entire team here. The TA may not smoke with them.
Well,
to go for that.
Are you guys gonna smoke or no? They've been standing here for quite long. And they go.
I'm not
straight into the pit,
indecisive, but a little bit slow. Yeah.
15 seconds should be more than enough.
Meanwhile, they go on the high ground. Fnatic smoke themselves, run into it. It's a Blink Ravage onto 3. It catches out the entire Fnatic team. Jabs is going to keep himself alive with a Cold Embrace, but believe the follow-up damage should be there with the Starstorm to finish him off. Bok once more. Have they got the detection that Invis is going to wear off? And Juan in some trouble here as Blink being cancelled. Gabby is shredding through them with the overpower. He gets Winter's Curse, but that's not going to be enough to save the DK. The Ice Blast is going to come flying through after the buyback to the Wyvern. It's going to be a dieback. And they want more. Death does not have a Blink Dagger. He may be in trouble. He dodges the arrow. Okay, that'll keep him alive. Central Roche now.
This is a free Roche now. They know there's no Wyvern for 50. And they just don't really have teamfight ultimates to fight around this pit.
Arrow to make sure of it, and Fnatic just know they're just giving this up.
Yeah. Fnatic really need to play for these mid-game timings this time around. Like, Monkey King needs a lot more farm to be effective. What does Dragonet have? He finished his Blink Dagger, but honestly, his farm is very comparable to an offlane DK. It doesn't really feel like a mid DK this game.
And even just the idea of going for Tread's Blink, it's kind of more that utility offlaner build.
Yeah, which is kind of what I critiqued when they picked this Legion Commander. It's not really what you want from a mid laner, but they were kind of forced into it with the draft they had. And with losing this early game, it's going to be tough for them to come back, because we said they don't have any flash farmers. All of their farmers are pretty slow.
Well, this is the way when we saw this draft, at least, we were hoping and expecting TNC to play. They've been playing much more for the late game with the TBs and Medusas and whatnot, mostly the TB, but this game around with an Ursa TA draft against a lineup that potentially has tools for deal with the TA later in the game, they wanted to snowball, and so far they're doing just that.
Yeah. And TA, of course, level 25, she is an absolute monster with this new talent, the 8 reflection instances. You just have 14 instances where you just take 0 damage, and that's on a 17 seconds cooldown.
Mid gets blinked on with the Dragon Tail, the Ice Blast follow up, the Boundless Strike and the Jewel. Having the Jewel against the Tidehunter working out well there. Just to cover the retreat perhaps, because here come TNC. Gabby on the side is wanting to try and find a way into this one. Jabs was looking for a Winter's Curse, but didn't manage to get Boomy next to the Ursa. Fnatic will back off for now, but they commit a couple of ultimates.
They got a tight kill, but he didn't really have Ravage. Once he's up, he's gonna have it again. But they couldn't convert into a tower, unfortunately. Mirana ult popped. What are they looking for here? Nothing? Okay. Why not? Just pop it.
Maybe just, yeah, I don't know. Bypass wards. I'm not. Here we go. Maybe the aggression at mid is what they're looking for. Yeah, he's just diving. He's got that Aegis, so he can just go running in and he finds the Jabs Wyvern, who is not even going to go for a cold embrace. I think he just knows he's dead, so he's like, I'm not even going to bother delaying this.
Yeah, wants to respawn a little bit sooner. And it should just be a free mid tower with the Desolator. Very quick push. And they haven't even gotten the top tower yet, I just realized. Top is still up, mid is still up. Is DK going to be able to take it down? Doesn't even look like it. No, Tide's just TPing there.
Radiant Cliff to keep the tower alive a bit longer. Also pinging Tim's Mirana, maybe thinking they could make a play on him, but not going to be the case. And they're also defending top, so TNC keep their top tier 1 alive. They are getting further and further ahead, taking over more and more of this map.
Yeah, the map control right now is absurd. They already have most of the tier 1 towers down, only the top one remaining. They might be looking to converge here.
Mirana finishing a Spirit Vessel. That's going to be very helpful against some of these heals. It can be purged off by the press the attack, but still a nice.
It's okay, he has to be careful.
Okay, he's got the Aegis, but they may just try and kill him twice. The Tide is in the neighborhood with a Blink Ravage. He's going to wait for the respawn. What's the play here from Bok? I believe they know he's here. Abby is going to be let free. I think they were positioning. They saw the Tide, so they backed off. But now it's going to be a blink in onto Boomy's Lion. Juan looking for the kill there. The Monkey King jumps in, so Lion will not see any friends help him out. Bit of a misplay perhaps there from TNC, not expecting Fnatic to have a ward and to have vision on them.
They have triple blink now online though on TNC, so any target they jump on will get obliterated. Ursa, Tide, and TA all went for blinks.
Here come Fnatic though. They won't get a chance to use these blinks if they're the ones getting jumped. There's another duel potentially on the Bok, but he gets the Ravage off before! Oh! Okay, no, but it's still Ravage down.
Yeah, it was good.
It's still good for Fnatic, yeah.
That means
that's almost better.
Finally gone. And this all started because Gabby, we have seen this in the past where TNC just makes these sort of random moves. Why was he there in the left tree line? Like, there was no reason to be there. And they get punished for it quite badly. Sure, they don't lose a ton of net worth, but now Ravage is down, which could lead to a very bad team fight.
It's kind of similar happened bottom where he died too, but I would say Gabby, he reminds me a lot of someone who, just won a major, Ame, where you get the really good with the occasional bad. He wants to push his hero to the limits and be maybe that little bit greedier, and sometimes, he's going to get picked off like that, but he also, more often than not, is carrying and winning his team some crazy games.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, still there.
Stop flaming my boy Gabby Black, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're done flaming Gabby.
I'm not blaming you, I'm just doing my...
I know you're not flaming.
Amazing job as a caster. But yeah, still 7k lead. They're like in an amazing position. What is Monkey King's next item? He's looking for a BKB, but still very far away from it. Legion Commander, Halberd first. Okay, so not going for any sort of initiation, leaving it out to the DK.
Good item, of course, against Ursa as well as TA for the most part.
Yeah. Smoke up again. No Ravage though this time.
They're trying to catch Fnatic out on the top side of the map, but Fnatic have already left to play around this mid part. Both teams just kind of dancing around each other.
DJ has to be careful. You could get one in here, but it's TA. Ooh. Oh, 2 hits.
Yeah.
But the first hit was without melt, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's it. It didn't look like he melded, so it literally would have been a one-shot with meld.
Oh, he has an Imp Claw too, of course. Why not? The best TA item.
Yeah, better than Groko, you think?
I would say so, yeah. With the new talent and Dragon Lance. You can't quite outrange towers, but your damage is insane with that one crit.
Alright, well, TNC. We'll see how much they want to try and force fights and make plays on the other side of the map. It looks like they're just waiting for Ravage, because that's up in 10 seconds. Yeah, with the Ravage coming back up, they are looking for a fight. Jabs is down here in a bit of a tricky spot. He's got the Philosopher's Stone to get him some gold towards his Blink Dagger, and he's just trying to farm it, but they get punished. Do they have a scan? Oh, Radiant scan. He knows what's coming. The TA trap will scout him out. Jabs is like, uh-oh.
The arrow scouts him out too?
They know I'm here.
Oh,
he's
Boomy also with the Blink Dagger. It's the fourth
as soon as he scanned, he maybe should have just gone for a TP out, because the TA trap and arrow.
As soon as he scanned, you saw him like fly left and right. He's like, oh. Yeah. Couldn't do anything, unfortunately.
This is what you usually see when a team gets that early lead. They take the bottom offlane tier 2 tower, and then they claim the outpost. And now they can wait for that. That second Roche is a lot more impactful than the first, because it has those extra items, the cheese as well as the Ag Shard.
Yeah, when is that up? It may respawn in 1 minute, so 4 minutes max.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned for the damage output, perhaps. Like Blink, Dragon Knight, DK, Halberd, LC. DK also going into a Halberd. It's only really the Monkey King that's itemizing into any sort of damage. Sure, you have AA, who kind of makes up for that, but against this tier Refraction and Ursa and Rage, it might not be enough.
Feels like DJ cannot afford to get picked off, or they're going to have complete lack of damage.
Yeah, he is so important for the team fight. Like these Ice Vortexes and the Ice Blast is so important for them.
I think playing around their side of the map while they give up this bottom part with the outpost. So if this game slows down a bit, TNC will continue to get an experience lead with the outpost advantage. I think Fnatic may be looking to have something to say about that soon. They've got a smoke and they're grouped up around mid, so we'll see if they make another aggressive maneuver. Do you think they need to kind of go out and try to look for that dual initiation kill again, or are they just waiting for TNC to slip up?
I think Fnatic should be quite comfortable going into this mid late game with the draft they've picked for themselves. Because they should be scaling better with this winter into the late game. Because they have better ways of mitigating the damage that TNC have. But at the pace it's going right now, the second Roche could be all TNC need to put the nail to the coffin.
How much emphasis are Fnatic going to put on contesting it?
It's going to be so hard to contest that into the Ravage. How many BKBs do they have up now? Only one, right? No, Monkey actually has his, so depending on the initiation, it's very possible. This ring with the Maelstrom can deal a ton of damage.
They come Black. They get the ward on the high ground that allows them to get the Blink Dragon Tail off on this Mirana, who gets Boundless Strike, which is going to set up the Ice Blast. Tim's just trying to use as many spells as he can before he goes down. One more right click, the Ice Blast damage should tick over. Brings him down, getting very low. Yeah, he gets helped up by the Cold Embrace, still has the BKB. Fnatic not looking to commit too hard on this one. They've still got that high ground wall. They're going to buy back the Mirana. Ursa, meanwhile, gets the A on the backlines. The Ravage comes out. It only catches Death because the other two were BKB. Now the Wukong's command comes in. Bok is just melting on this tide. Raven goes down inside, even with the bonus armor. There's just too much damage. The chase is on. Gabby with his diffusal wants Xuan, who is going to go for the TP out, but the Earth Spike is there. Boomy's chasing with the Hex. He's going to get Death as well. Boomy, what a player. He cancels one TP with the Earth Spike and then just runs for the next, which he cancels with the Hex, forcing a team wipe.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough Ravage actually, because they both managed to activate BKB before it hit, but it was enough to shut down the supports on the backline for Ursa to pick them off. And that's what we spoke about, this Monkey TA matchup. He didn't manage to put out the ring fast enough, the Melt Strike hits, and he just gets destroyed by Armel.
Well, Armel has well and truly hit that scary TA timing, that -3 bonus meld armor reduction, and we're going to take a tier 2 mid and probably just head right to the Roche pit. They've got the trap there. Fnatic will be alive for this one if they can move quickly.
They have no ring though. No ring means no Roche fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. And also this Roche just dies way too freaking fast. Who's getting what? Hag shot on Ursa.
Yeah. With that Enrage after Earthshock. It's a very good talent, especially against heroes like Winter Wyvern, where you jump on them and they can't really curse you because of that status resistance that you get.
There's a few stuns. The Dragon Tail is all another one where if he has that Enrage up for it, it's going to heavily reduce it. TNC just charged down bottom. Juan's DK has to be careful about not showing himself here. If he breathes fire, that could be the death of him, but he's going to see the Mirana and just blink away. Oh, they know where he is! The arrow! He BKB's TPs. Wow, Tims. Maybe he caught a glimpse of him through the fog. I didn't see the dire vision, so I'm guessing maybe he caught a glimpse, but that was...
Can you see the blink particles through the fog?
You're the more recent pro player here, Black.
Yeah, but I have not seen it before. Is there like a little tree? Maybe.
Yeah.
Must have been.
He just wasn't hidden and fully tucked into fog.
Well, you know, if it was CSGO, there would be a lot of VAC right now in Twitch. Oh, good curse. But again, we talked about it.
Abby just goes charging in, wanting to get Raven, who's going to go for the TP out. There's no Basher yet. Ooh, barely makes it. Jabs gets the TP out himself as Boomy goes fishing with an Earth Spike and doesn't find it this time around.
Yeah, we saw the interaction right away. Earthshock got cursed right after the Earthshock, and it only lasts for like 2 seconds or so.
And they instantly are going to be smoking down towards this bottom lane. There was a couple of Radiant wards that... I don't know if they got spotted, but I believe TNC, they find that Fnatic's kind of expecting this one and hiding.
Yeah, they definitely saw that because they have 2 pretty deep observer wards right next to each other. But what can they do to stop them is the real question. No BKB on Monkey.
They're just hiding on the high ground. Monkey is just running. He figures if they're smoking top, they're not going to stay top. Oh, blink in, Ravage. They just delete Death on the Legion. Now DJ's getting jumped as well. He does get Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little longer, but surely he's going to die after it with the Earth Spike help.
Yeah. DJ got clipped also by the Ravage. And no buyback on Death, and Raven doesn't even have a TP. This might just be one side.
In seconds, yeah. I mean, it's kind of that point where it's a 15k gold lead and a high ground siege with a TA Deso. Even if Monkey was here, I'm not sure there's a whole lot they could do.
Yeah, especially not without his BKB.
This they will lose at least the
tower. Yes, TAs. I mean, this is why teams just second pick it. It is such a strong win condition every time. And we said it, with the new item build, the new talents, you scale so well into the late game. Even level 30, you get a free bash as well.
They will back off after getting the tower. TNC, you know,
no rush.
Probably feeling, this getting a melee, even if they force that melee Rex and get it without dying, it doesn't maybe change the game. I feel like you go back maybe a couple of years, getting a Rex, it used to be all that, you're willing to die to get a lane of Rex. Nowadays, if you feed your whole team to get a lane of Rex, that's a really bad thing.
Yeah, and now Fnatic trying to smoke out, they need to make something happen here. They see the TA!
I just hate this TA though. That's not the target you want to go on. He gets forced out the way, is back to safety. The arrow going to quit the DK as well. The chase is on now. Bok just blinks in for the anchor smash. The Quintus curse on the TA doesn't catch anyone except the Mirana, so Armel's going to be just fine as the Ursa goes charging in with the BKB. Death gets cold embrace, but that may just delay the inevitable here as he will not be focused. So Gabby's found a new target. The arrow catches the Legion. The Wukong's command plays perfectly here, though, doing a lot, but instead they go for the Monkey King, who dies inside his own Wukong with a duel. It's going to be a loss as DK, the new target. TNC just with too much firepower. They chuck out the Finger of Death to help bring down the Dragon Knight. All right, here we go to the high ground. TNC. They are merciless as they just launch their bodies at the Fnatic base. We could be in for, you know, this feels like what used to be a normal game of Dota before these SEA qualifiers. Okay, we have a good early game. We get Roshan, we snowball, we win the game with second Roshan at 30 minutes. This is the Dota I knew before coming to these qualifiers. And this is the first game of Dota that we've seen that actually went that way, Black.
Yeah, TNC is very bloodthirsty after these games against Boom. You can see the draft adjustments, the gameplay adjustments. Outscale them early, transition to a strong mid game, and don't give them any time to breathe with their lineup. And now it's 23k. They don't need to go for mega creeps. Well, they can't anyway because there's a tier 2 top. But they kind of sniffed it out too. You know, everyone from Fnatic was alive. They smelled out the desperation smoke. They initiate on the TA, the worst target to go on, unfortunately, because of that Aegis. And they just lose the fight. Was it 5-0? 4-0? Something really bad for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Re-smoke right away, Ravage is up.
Yep, they're ready to go. Blinking with the Hex, they're going on Chuan. The arrow follow-up is there. Gets forced out the way. The Blink Ravage going to catch out on 3. Gabby looking for a 4th. They just blow up the A, who does it buyback. Not bad for Fnatic if they can keep the DK alive. Gonna throw out the Wukong's command. Can they get this arm LTA? He's got BKB, needs to find a way to pop it. He gets the Hurricane Pike to push him out of the Wukong's command, and Chuan sitting inside his buddy's Wukong. Using that for some protection here. Meanwhile, the Hex on the Death, followed up by an Earth Spike. Gets him low. Xuan blinks away just in time, but it's the AA dying back as Gabby dives the fountain with the BKB. He can't get the Mega Creep still, but they're happy to just go for these hero kills.
Yep, I think now it's time to retreat. You used everything you have.
Yeah. This, you know, remember TNC 2 or 3 years ago? This was their playstyle, and every now and then they would get these huge leads and dive a fountain, and things would go south for them, Black.
Yeah. I mean, over the years, all these players have come a long way, just in terms of discipline and knowing how to close out a game. As you previously said, there's a reason both these teams are here, and that's just because they're the most stable in these late game scenarios. Which we're not even in yet. We're in this mid game, and they're so disciplined. I'm sure Mushi also plays a big part in that. He's also one of the most disciplined coaches / players out there, so... It's a good fit on paper, right? Mushi for TNC. Because I feel like he would take care of their weaknesses quite a bit. Yeah. TA, 1k away from Daedalus, and there's just so many strong items coming out. Ursa just finished his Aghanim, so even if you stun him before the enrage, you can just enrage out of it now. It's looking pretty grim for Fnatic in game 1. I think this kind of draft, you have to be very careful with picking something like this, because we said they have no scaling ability, right? No one can farm Ancients. They're purely picking to win the lane. Unfortunately, they lost top and middle quite badly, and bottom they didn't really win, even though they counter-picked it. Which just leads to this insurmountable lead coming to the mid-game for TNC.
Yeah, and Monkey, a hero that has just disappeared from the meta. When it was that top, you know, first 2-pick hero, you didn't mind if you didn't get a great lane matchup, but you're picking Monkey for the lane, and TNC just kind of shrugged that one off.
Yeah, they were like, whatever.
Out of that. Yeah.
Crazy. Okay, they're
Tim's
going
had a great
for...
game. His Mirana helping.
He always does have his Mirana, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know when we critique teams for picking Mirana? His Mirana always somehow hits arrows. Like even without stuns, with stuns, they just don't miss. Yeah. Like heat seeking.
And Boomy. I mean, I kind of said the story of this series, you know, TNC maybe with the best core duo in Southeast Asia, while Fnatic have the best support duo. The TNC support duo, they're the ones who are making the big plays this game. Boomy and Tim's have been huge.
This is the last smoke out here from Fnatic. They want to make something happen. Who can they catch?
He knows it's maybe coming. He pops his sentry ward. He's going to pop it from the high ground. But Tim's actually, okay, has the first leap. Second leap, he gets back to safety, and Fnatic have been revealed. Meanwhile, Boomy also positioned perfectly for this one.
Yeah, he's running in.
So well. Yeah, he's not afraid. He just goes in with a BKB, gets DJ. The TP out from Juan's DK. They don't have a basher, so he'll get out.
Oh, that was close on the Wyvern there.
And it's, I like that from Ursa. He could have prioritized the Basher. That's like the second or third time someone BKB TP out in front of him, but he just knows there's a better, safer item to get, and you can always get that Basher later.
Yeah, and also you don't really need to kill them. If they don't leave base, they farm 0. Look at the gold lead just growing. Roshan up in, 2 seconds? That's the third one. What will it have? Oh, the refresher for the Tide Hunter couldn't be any better for them. Oh, Raven is forced to BKB.
I don't know if that was maybe even a misclick as well. Was just jumping up into the trees and popped it with Armel in the neighborhood. As here we go, third Roshan. Going to be the TNC pickup, as after this you got to imagine they'll just go top for those mega creeps. Force a fight, they smoke up and everything as one needs to get a refresh. There we go.
Ursa picked up the refresher. I feel like, isn't Tide the best? Oh, he has a refresher up himself, never mind.
Okay. Not a problem though. He actually leveled up the third point in Ravage. Sometimes you see
you gotta do the Tinker move. Can't forget the Soul Ring before you refresh.
Full Soul Ring.
Yeah.
He's got mango.
Gabby's just running up with the spider legs. Arrow hit. What is DK?
Not the ideal target, but in the front line, they know there's a double Ravage here, and oh, DJ. Gabby just jumps in looking for him with the Earthshock. The Halberd just immediately gets basically negated as he takes out the Wyvern. Gabby is just wreaking havoc here. Did give me his BKB. Gabby just blinks away. I think the call is, play it safe.
Might be a reset point, yeah.
Fight your instincts, Gabby. We're not diving here. We're going for the mega creeps. Let's reset. As the DK in the front lines. Can't do much about this TA with the long range sieging.
Though, mind you. So there's another BKB available.
Blink, Ravage, they've got a second, but he doesn't have the money. He does now, just barely enough. And with Gabby on the backlines, they take out the DK. They want the Legion next. The Hex is there as well. Winter's Curse comes out just on the Tide. That's going to trap the TA as well, setting up a nice move on command. Can Raven carry this fight? The damage is not going to be enough initially to bring down the Tide. Instead, it's his teammate going down, and Armel with an Aegis, happy just to stand in there. Gabby's now jumping into the ring as well. They just don't care about this ring. They've got Cheese, they've got Aegis, and they'll take out the Monkey and force a GG. TNC, they strike first.
What a bloodthirsty gameplay here by TNC. I love their draft, I love their execution. Can't really fault anything. They were a little bit overexcited here and there, where they made like a little mistake, like losing that Aegis top lane, but any big error, I didn't see. No big error at all. Like, they played it almost perfectly.
Yeah, micro errors. Macro-wise, gameplay strategy, this is a perfect way for them to execute their draft, to play game one. And against a Fnatic team that I feel like Fnatic more than anyone are generally picking some of these harder late game carries. This game, not so much, but I think they were kind of forced into that. So TNC, they take game one. It is a best of 5. Last time these two teams met, Fnatic had the 2-0 victory. So TNC already proving they can take a game off of Fnatic. We're going to bring back a Nat and break down what we saw here as we get ready for game number 2. Stick with us. You're watching the Southeast Asian Grand Finals.
TNC take game number 1, and pretty convincingly, if I might add myself. It was amazing to see this game only go for about 36 minutes. They were breaking high ground at 27 minutes, I think. Yep, 27 minutes. That's what I noted down here. And I just have to ask, Black, how were they just doing this? How were they breaking high ground at 27 minutes, having such a successful, aggressive early game?
I think it's really draft related, and also the way they played the lanes. Bok on his Tidehunter had the same net worth as Raven, who Monkey King is considered a hard counter to Tidehunter in the lane, but he didn't care at all. Same net worth at minute 10. And top lane, Legion Commander, Winter Wyvern were supposed to at least go even, if not even win the lane. But Gabby was out farming a TA because of all the kills he's gotten. And of course, TA middle also crushed the lane, so 3 lanes went into their favor. Transitioned into a very good mid game, and Fnatic just had no way of farming their way back into it because they picked for that strong laning stage, which they ended up losing.
Yeah, I remember you saying in that drafting phase that Monkey King, you know, he was going to be like, I guess their sort of their win condition and whatnot. Do you think there was a point that they could have matched the tempo and the aggression of TNC, or were Fnatic just not really built around that draft-wise?
I never really felt like they had anything left in them after this early game, to be honest. Every team fight was just going TNC's way. The item timings didn't come online fast enough. TNC just outscaled them, and it ended in a very quick finish because of that.
And something
I just want to...
Oh,
no, sorry, I just want to jump in because we've got the stats on the screen really quickly. That hero damage from the Legion Commander was only 3,808, and that is a giant feels bad. You have to, I guess, sympathize a little bit for death there on that Legion Commander, because that is just not a game you want to be playing, and it's not a game you'll be happy with.
Yeah, it's not on Bulba record levels of hero damage, but it's definitely not,
How much was Bulba again? 300?
1.3k.
1.3k.
Oh.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But no, he's a Legion Commander. I mean, again, I'll sympathize, and obviously I'm not going to flame him too hard. It's not his job to deal damage this game, but you know, things fell apart quickly and early here for Fnatic. I think a big problem is, you mentioned the lanes, Black, and how they had to kind of win them. They also, if things went even with the lanes, or maybe they slightly won, they had no one to make plays. This support duo, Wyvern AA, I think it requires them to have like a much more active playmaking off laner as well as mid laner. The DK moves around kind of slowly. They need that like spirit type hero. The Storm, I think, was suggested, and even something in the offlane that can be more active than a Legion Commander, because Fnatic, I don't know, it just felt like their draft didn't make a whole lot of sense in the end.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the end of the draft, right? We don't want to be too critical of the Legion pick, but it really felt like they kind of just fell into the trap of comfort rather than what's really good for our draft here.
Do you think they might have been wanting that Tidehunter and it kind of just got picked out from underneath them?
Potentially,
Possibly.
but you gotta
They
be
love Tide, yeah.
you gotta prepare for that though, right? Like if they pick Tide, we're gonna be like, okay, crap, we wanted that, but what do we do now? We can't just fall back to a Legion Commander if it doesn't fit our draft, because it just made everything seem pretty awkward. DK, I'm sure he wanted to itemize into a BKB first against his Tidehunter, but because Legion couldn't itemize into the Blink early, he had to do it. So his game gets slowed down a lot, and everything just felt kind of awkward.
Gods, do you think that Fnatic have the ability to draft and play just as aggressive as TNC for Game 2?
They do, but I think they're more likely going to lean back on playing the late games, the hard carries, and picking something that can just slow the game down and stall it out. Maybe ban, and to play that style, you need to ban the fast pace heroes, ban that TA especially. I think we could see a TA ban in the first stage. It does mean something's being let through. We've seen, you know, the same bans pretty much every series. You know, the Vipers, the Timbersaws, and whatnot, the Brood. So maybe TNC gets something with a bit of an X factor to it, but Fnatic want to play slow late games. They just showed that, I mean, I don't actually necessarily think they were that outdrafted. They just lost their two side lanes that they were meant to win. Like, if they'd won those side lanes like they were perhaps supposed to, that could have been a very different game.
Well, look, we'll head to a break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll see if Fnatic are going to stick for that late game, or maybe they want to change it up and go for the early game aggression as well. Welcome back, everyone. We're soon to jump into game number 2 of this Southeast Asia TI10 qualifier grand final. TNC had a pretty convincing victory for that one. I don't know how you kind of really bounce back if you are Fnatic here, but I guess if you are going to bounce back, it's going to start in the draft. And I want to know, Black, from you, what change-ups do we want to see from Fnatic? What do we want to see them ban? Any respect bans that should come out from them?
I think the issue with the draft wasn't necessarily the bans, but the way they sort of drafted themselves not into a corner, but into a mindset where they had to win every lane pretty much to stand a chance. What we see pretty much every team draft is a fallback plan. Sure, if we win lane, that's great, but if we lose lane, what do? That's why we see a lot of Terrorblade, TAs, just heroes that can retreat into the jungle if things don't go as well as they should.
What are some of those heroes that you would like to see come out of Fnatic for this game?
I think they could easily go back to their Terrorblade, maybe some Spectre. They play TA themselves as well. Could be Storm. No, it's just all 3 of their cores are not able to go into the jungle to catch back up at all. So they have to play the lanes, and if they lose the lanes, they still have to play the lanes, and then they just keep losing, and it never stops.
It is just that little snowball effect, isn't it? But Gods, on the other side of the coin, you're now TNC. You're 1 up in this grand final. You know you're obviously not going to get the same draft that you just won with. So what are the thought processes, and what are you trying to go for? Still that early game, or do you want to try and beat them at a late game now?
I think Fnatic can do both, and that's perhaps their strength. I honestly can't say what they're gonna do. I don't know. Mushi's probably the guy to ask, unfortunately.
We'll pretend you're Mushi right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is I don't mind if they go either way. I think it's let's wait and see where they head with their draft. If they're going to leave a first 2 TA again, maybe you have to. Obviously, they can first 2 the TA again, but they have to think, okay, Fnatic's going to give us a first 2 TA. They have an answer this time because last time they didn't pick. I mean, they kind of had an idea about how to beat it with these tanky cores, but I think Fnatic's going to approach giving a first 2 TA very differently this time around.
So you think there is definitely still a possibility that Fnatic let TNC have that and ultimately just really kind of come back to their own draft and what they're picking?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, you only have those 2 bans, and there are some heroes that Fnatic don't feel comfortable playing against, especially the Brood. So you maybe just have to give it away again and try, and like you say, focus on your own draft. I think teams sometimes get too much, in their heads, thinking they have to counter what their opponents are doing, and then suddenly they don't have a very well-rounded draft.
Well, then, Black, the common bans that we see at the start are the Viper, the Timbersaw, the Nyx, and the Brood. Out of those 4, which one would you rather come up against, right? Let's say you want to give over one of those heroes. Which one would you much rather face?
Probably the Viper, because if you somehow beat him in lane, you pick a good lane against it, he just becomes dead weight, like a little paper plane. The other 3 heroes, they're a lot harder to deal with, I feel like. Viper is pretty simple. It's just very strong. Simple, but strong. So give me that Viper. I'll crush it somehow. Better than the Brood.
You reckon? I would have let through Brood because we know that they can play Axe. And, the Axe and the Brood matchup has been successful in the past in this qualifier as well. So I think I would rather let Brood through personally. But
okay.
That's a good point.
But you don't have the PTSD that I have from Brood Mothers.
That's true. That is true.
I counter pick it in lane. You know what he does? He walks behind the tower. And I'm like, what do? Can't do anything.
The good takeaway there is you got to plan on giving them one of those heroes and then having an answer for it. It's just about having a plan that it didn't really feel like they had a. If anything, it seemed like they got caught by surprise by the first 2 TA, which I don't think they should have been. So we'll see what this game 2 draft is going to have in store. It does feel like usually, we're just rushing into from game to game. This time around, Fnatic took a bit longer to be ready in the lobby. So it does, to me, suggest that, they're really discussing how to approach the next draft because they only usually have that small 10-minute window.
Yeah, especially after yesterday, right? Where Fnatic kind of beat TNC very convincingly. Today, TNC just crushed them in game 1. Must be a little bit surprising for Fnatic as well.
Well, I think on TNC's side, right, the 2 games were 60 minutes and 70 minutes. So I think in TNC's head, they're like, we clearly can't beat Fnatic late game. If this game goes past 60 minutes, there's probably a chance that we don't do it. We have an interview again. They think they have a few issues of throwing a game, letting that lead not take them. They struggle closing out. So I think for them, it's very much do this early game aggression because, it's paid off for them, even though Fnatic did beat them 2-0 in the last series they played up against.
Ooh,
but
some interesting picks and bans coming out. So they do ban the TA. I mean, maybe not so interesting in the sense that nothing crazy happened. They ban the TA, they ban the Brood. The only thing that really slips through is the Viper, which I feel like, I don't know how good this hero is. Maybe you have an idea, Black. It just feels like I never see it because it's always banned. And I actually don't
feel like we've seen it
rate
once.
that high.
Let me look at my notes really quickly. I feel like we have seen it.
The reason why it's so good is mainly because it's very versatile. Can go offlane, mid, sometimes even as pos 5. I personally don't think it's super strong, but teams really love it. I'm not entirely sure why. Are they gonna pick it? No. So they also don't pick it.
Yeah, but we have seen TNC play it actually. They played it in pos 3 in one of their first few games of this qualifier.
But not against the Baton, please. He's like one of the best heroes against that Viper.
So yeah, I guess they let it through having already picked a hero that they know can quite strongly counter the Viper, sort of deter them from picking it up.
Yep, and Leshrac Baton, we have seen it I think yesterday, right? Very strong combination. You keep the Leshrac alive. He just runs in, deals all the damage. Death Prophet. Very good answer to Leshrac. Oh yeah. Very big fan of DP against Lesh. They sort of do the same thing, but generally Leshrac takes a lot more damage from Death Prophet than vice versa. That's why it's a good matchup.
Is there a way for Leshrac to come out of laning phase on stronger than Death Prophet? Maybe like a head for damage?
It's probably mid Lesh and an offlane DP. I think Bok plays DP the most in TNC, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is normally offlane.
Yeah, so Lesh will definitely have the experience advantage and a gold advantage. And the early game pressure advantage as well, because of course Edict has 22 seconds cooldown, whereas Death Prophet Ultimate is like 145 or so.
Does that mean we're gonna see a lot more early game aggression from Fnatic?
I think maybe still too soon to tell. Abaddon is a very defensive support, but the Leshrac is a hero that you want to take towers with. Probably depends a bit where they send the Leshrac. Both teams have picked this flexible core. The Death Prophet can still go mid, even though it's usually offlane. The Leshrac can still also go offlane. We've seen Death play the Leshrac. So Fnatic, they really like giving the option to have Death last pick his offlane hero, but sometimes they will still leave it for Chuan.
Yeah. So we got the Tide ban coming out on the side of TNC, the Spectre being banned for Fnatic. Is the Spectre ban one of those meta ones, not necessarily something that gives away too much for what they might be predicting to pick?
Yeah, Spectre DP is a very strong combination, because as soon as Death Prophet pops ult, usually what you want to do is disengage, but when there is a Haunt coming in and an Astral Dagger, a Spectral Dagger, and slows down all the heroes, it's very hard to retreat away from that. So it's a very strong core combination. And I just want to talk about something really quick that you said earlier, Nat, where you said TNC struggles in the late game. And that's actually very true. We have seen the last series against Boom. In the late game, they struggled a lot against them. Managed to barely beat them. But against Fnatic yesterday, both times in the late game, they got absolutely demolished. So it makes a lot of sense that they just pick up the tempo a lot more this time around.
Yeah. I mean, I loved seeing that game, them breaking high ground at 27 minutes. That was just... You guys are like, that's a normal game. And I'm like, this does not feel normal. After all the games I've hosted, 27-minute high ground does not feel normal.
Yeah. Well, now it is.
yeah. Maybe we'll get another one. Two fast games back to back. But that Medusa ban coming out from TNC. Again, just one of those meta bans that they just don't really want to be going up against. Could we look, actually, with the Medusa being banned out, could it be a Phoenix from TNC that they want?
Oh wow, Phoenix, still in the pool. That's a hero both these teams play a lot of. I guess it's usually a bit more in the 5 position. TNC can put the Lion in the 4. And I think what both teams, I guess what TNC is looking for is probably a hero with some save out of the support role. Whether that's a heal like a Sunray, or something like an Oracle to go with the Death Prophet. On the Fnatic side, you already have it. So I do like the Supernova and having the Sunray on TNC side.
Yeah, I'd agree. Sunray plus Death Prophet makes very makes a very strong combination as well.
Yeah, because it all comes down to this last ban on Fnatic side,
Yeah.
right? They can either ban the Phoenix and they pick up the Oracle potentially, or they ban the Oracle and leave the Phoenix to TNC, which I
TNC?
personally would. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, they banned TB, so it makes me think they want to pick Luna here, or at least somebody wants to pick Luna. Okay, Fnatic steals the Luna. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah.
They ban Grimstroke and pick Luna. Oh, I love that. That's so smart, because TNC banning Terrorblade, anytime you're banning Terrorblade, you're basically telling your opponents, we want to at least have the option to pick Luna, and Fnatic's like, okay, they want to pick Luna? Is Luna good for our draft? Sure. What's good against Luna? The Grimstroke. We saw it last time. The Dark Portrait illusion on Luna just wins you games, and they take it away from TNC.
Why do you like the Grimstroke ban? Sorry.
Because of the Dark Port. The Aghanim Scepter you get is a really hard counter to the Luna. It's just a hero that doesn't have any way of killing the illusion that it makes of you. We saw it in one of the earlier games where Grimstroke in the support role countered like a hard carry Luna just by himself.
I think it was yesterday, actually. TNC against Fnatic as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I see. But TNC, they're not going to pick up the Phoenix, even though it was let through. They're going to pick up that Tusk instead, which we have seen them on.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset button against the Eclipse, a save against Leshrac, and a good laning presence also early on into the game. Like Death Prophet Tusk is one of the better dual lanes in Dota, I'd say. Probably can contest Abaddon Luna pretty easily. Fnatic, I think it's gonna be a mid lash, and they're gonna be looking for one of those tanky offlaners that Dev really likes. Maybe they will even last pick it, and they could go for a Phoenix themselves. Looks pretty good for them too.
So if we're looking at a tanky hero for Death, we see the Tidehunter isn't in the pool. What other potential options could there be for them to pick?
Legion Commander.
You really didn't like it last draft, though.
Yeah, but this time around it makes a lot more sense because you actually have these cores that you can really just stay behind and save. They have 2 flash farming cores that can just take the map over for you. They go for the Shadow Demon. Okay. Shadow Demon Luna, the classic.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Gives you the
Shadow Demon Lash
purge.
even.
Yeah, the purge against the Death Prophet. You can't have that self-Yules, so it seems like a pretty good pick here. Gives you another save as well.
How about Storm Spirit here? If TNC picks Storm right now, I feel very bad for Fnatic. They have no catch.
Yeah, they need to pick something that takes advantage of that, whether it's Storm or an Ember, some kind of spirit hero, some kind of carry maybe that even can take advantage of that. Darts here, though.
Daxia against Shadow Demon. Wow. I did not expect that pick. So it's the DP middle. That means no spirit there either. And Daxia into Shadow Demon is very... It's not bad early on into the game, but past Purge, it's gonna be rough. Like, you can't search anyone, you can't Iron Shell anyone.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they
Interesting.
potentially doing too much of the opposite, right? Like their first game, they really wanted aggression, but they had that potential fallback. Are they now too focused on early game that they're not thinking about extreme late game? They're like, oh man, we either have to end it before 40 or we're probably not going to win.
I mean, I love their lineup before this Daxia. I just feel like it's already sort of countered, and they didn't abuse the weakness of Fnatic at all so far, which is the lack of catch.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, I would have loved to see a Storm or Ember here.
They could still last pick, right? I mean, it's probably not great, but they could.
They could if they want to lose. Okay then.
They play an Ember.
A carry needs to be able to abuse the lack of stunts at least. We need something like a PA, something that can really jump the back line and kill a Shadow Demon. Because otherwise they're not winning team fights, I don't think.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you like the PA, what you say, potentially?
Yeah, some burst damage sort of carry.
Yep.
It's tough. I think this last pick is very tough now for TNC. They sort of drafted themselves into a rough spot, just like Fnatic did last game.
And Fnatic's side, you know, you're already lacking the look of that one, but to really complete the draft, what do you think is going to give them that extreme advantage to take the game?
10 seconds remaining.
Something tanky to carry those auras, and that's what, you know, TNC bans Doom, bans Centaur. Centaur was the hero I was looking at because just the disengage from Stampede is really good when you're playing against a hero like Death Prophet. They already have a couple of saves, but to have a disengage as well as ability to just get on top of Death Prophet if you want to go for that kill could be really nice.
Do you think it's a Lash offlane with a Shadow Demon? Or do you think they're going to pick a tanky offlaner?
I think tanky offlaner fits what they do more. I think Shadow Demon Lash feels kind of squishy and like maybe it could be punished. Like imagine a Lion plus one lane, and you're against a Tusk. So what we've seen is these Tusks get level 2 in the offlane, and then Darkseer can just play alone, cut waves, farm jungle, and Tusk TP's bottom to go for the tri-lane kills. So
We still have Mars. Mars Shadow Demon is a super strong lane as well.
That is true. Mars is still in there.
But yeah, like
And
this
Life
last
Stealer.
pick needs to do a lot of work. Like it needs to salvage pretty much everything. The team fight is still not bad, of course, with this Death Prophet. It's just they kind of put themselves on a clock, which is what I don't like.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
What do they have
They
here?
could potentially miss their timing,
Seconds remaining.
and that's it. There's just no real way back into the game, is what you're saying.
It's going to be a little rough, yeah. Depending on what they pick.
yeah, is there any consideration towards getting that carry that outranges Luna? Like you mentioned the Drow in the last draft. Do you think that anything like that is an option?
Drow is okay, it's just you don't have this last pick, and there are a couple of heroes that make life pretty difficult for Drow Ranger.
Agreed.
And it doesn't go very well with Darkseer also, right? That's why I suggested like a PA, just get searched and runs in.
That's where the Darkseer pick. I mean, there is some laning strength with the Darkseer plus Tusk. You can Iron Shell Tusk and block people off, get on top of heroes like Luna, and Abaddon doesn't want to really trade right clicks with an Iron Shell, but it still does feel a bit unexpected to see this Darkseer.
What about a Ricky?
I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, good.
I mean,
Not a bad
like you
idea.
kind of gotta go all in, but
Yep,
I feel like that's what TNC drafted for.
Turn to pick.
they are gonna go that PA.
Safe option.
That's really the only one that makes sense also, because like,
You-
all
you
the other
seem so
carry heroes are
disappointed.
just not that good. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit disappointing because if we could see it from a mile away, I'm sure Fnatic could as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And now what do they want? I think Legion Commander now makes so much sense.
Remaining.
Strong lane against PA, you have a triple save basically for this Luna and Lashrak duo core.
They're
They're
gonna
gonna
do
drag.
Dragon
I
Knight
think
this
they're
time.
too scarred. They're too scarred from the last game with the Legion Commander. Death is
DK is
like,
amazing
I
too.
really don't want to play it.
DK is super good. Like it owns
Where's
PA
the-
lane as well, and it gives you tower pressure, which you now have that in abundance. Like Lashrak, Luna, and DK. You're hard pressed to find a better push lineup. Maybe if you replace Abaddon with like a Jakiro or so.
So I'm going to take a stab in the dark, Black. You're going to side with Fnatic's draft here. You really like it, and you think it's going to go to 55 minutes. Am I close to what you're thinking?
55? Nah, I think it's honestly, if this early game goes bad for TNC, I can see this end in 30 or even less.
Okay. And Gods is going to stick with Fnatic too, but he reckons it's going to go late.
Late. How late is this going to go? I feel like if it goes late, I mean, I like Fnatic's draft even if this goes late. You know, you've got Shadow
Yeah.
Demon Luna. It feels like, to me, Fnatic's draft at all stages looks good. I think TNC is going to have to pull something out of their hat, play these lanes incredibly well. It's their first time playing Darkseer during these qualifiers. Gabby's PA, though, he is an amazing PA player, so maybe potentially TNC know what they're doing.
He gets those crits on command, unlike other plebs.
Yeah, I personally like Fnatic's too. I think they are going to go late game though. I think what they've kind of gone for here is to shut down the possibility of TNC winning lanes, getting that early aggression, pushing high ground by the 30-minute mark, and then they want to play their pace. They want to play their tempo. Fnatic have just, I guess, tried to, like you said, back TNC into that early game corner and are trying to come out on top. But we are going to jump into game number 2 of this best of 5. Good luck, and I can't wait to see who comes out as winner.
Alrighty, well, Fnatic perhaps have the draft Black to turn this series back in their direction. Things started off poorly for them in game 1, but they made some adjustments. I mean, you could say TNC did too. They changed things up here for game number 2, but it does feel like we're liking what we're seeing from Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't like the adjustment that TNC made, to be honest. Like, I love their draft, as I said, until the Darkseer pick. It just kind of feels out of place. A little bit forced, perhaps. Whereas this DK last pick, it makes absolute sense with this entire draft. You have a good Blink initiation, a good frontliner that you can save with a Baton, as well as Shadow Demon. It looks like probably one of the best drafts Fnatic had all qualifier long, to be honest.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, we'll see if TNC can find a way to make their draft work. Obviously, something they feel confident in. They feel like this is the game for the Darkseer, and I think a lot maybe of the attention is going to be on how they play that off lane with the Tusk and Darkseer, and if they can pressure this Luna early on, get some early kills.
Yeah, I feel like if they lose this Darkseer lane, this game is going to get really difficult. Because this PA lane has 0 chance of winning against the DK. There's just nothing you can do. Just 1 level in Dragon Blood and he will never drop below like 75% health even. He will get a fast 6, start pressuring the tower, and that's when your Darkseer needs to be really strong. To be able to Iron Shell the Tusk with a high level Iron Shell, he TP's bottom, and maybe gets a good kill on the Dragon Knight. But if your Darkseer is shut down, you don't have that option. Your map will just shrink really, really fast.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye out on those plays that TNC need to make. Tim's, you know, if there's a guy you want to put a lot of your hopes into to make this draft work, he's definitely one of the right guys. So we'll see if he can make those kind of rotations that's needed.
Yep, I'd agree. I mean, Tim's is probably, I don't know if he's the best, but definitely the top 3 +4 players in the entire region, just like Jabs and DJ are as well. So many good supports here. Kind of scary.
That's the SDA region. I feel like they're stacked with mids and 4s. And we're starting to see some new kind of off-laners break out, like Death being picked up here by Fnatic before these qualifiers, but...
Yeah. Really want to see how this top lane goes. That's where I'm going to be spending most of my camera time on. Mid lane, you just trade farm until level 6. Bot lane shouldn't really be a kill lane for either lane, but DK is gonna outfarm the PA just naturally.
As far as the Shadow Demon goes securing this lane, that's not gonna, like, Shadow Demon's not a weak hero in this lane by any means, is it?
No. I mean, okay, let's say he gets like a double poison stack, you get a disruption, a 3rd poison stack, and then a dragon tail. You can actually threaten a kill on these heroes. It shouldn't happen. I like his D. I think his buffs have been quite good.
Well, he's got the double, triple,
There's 4 already.
quadruple Shadow Poison. Yeah, he's looking for a 5th. One maybe one right click. Well, that's just enough. First blood. Jabs just found him. He got double poison into a disruption. Then he just hit 3 more.
Yeah. The classic. I play a lot of SD middle. I catch a lot of boys out like that.
That's when it's a squishy support. So that gives Shadow Demon a fantastic start.
He now has his boots already. This is why PA is also considered one of the meh heroes. Magic stickers are so good against it. Every dagger you just get 1 charge. 8 on the DK already. How are you ever gonna kill this guy?
Oh, and even Shadow Demon, usually you're gonna have mana from spamming your poison, but with the stick charges, you know, you're getting that mana back, so
yeah,
definitely something good. Not to mention this PA. If we, we talked about, is this going to go 50, 60 minutes like so many games we've seen? Late game Aghanim's Shadow Demon. You have a built-in break to deal with this PA.
Yeah, and then she's literally a creep. These voice lines are very interesting.
A favorite?
There's a lot of good ones, to be honest. Probably my favorite is from 496. The one that everyone's spamming. Winnable.
Oh, okay. I like the steady pumpy one. That one's grown
steady
on me a lot.
pumpy B.
Yeah.
Yeah, bringing some Singlish into the game. It was actually in the Singapore news, I think.
Oh, really? That's cool. Okay, yeah, I think probably biased because I lived in Singapore for it, so I hear the Singlish. I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. This is what Dota was missing. Top lane. They force Raven to TP away, but he has a point in the vacuum early on. Bach gonna stop the TP, but they don't actually end up getting the kill. They kind of vacuum him a little bit to safety. Yeah. A little bit odd.
The level 2 Iron Shell putting on a lot of pressure though.
DJ maybe now going to be the one in trouble. They've got another snowball up and they jump on top of him. The Lucent Beam mini stun helping him out a bit, but Bok is going to just chase him down.
Just in range. There was like a millisecond before he's out of range because the movement speed. But yeah, off to a good start is TNC, which is what they need. Even got a kill on the bot lane as well.
Oh, while that was happening, yeah. Boomy taking out the Shadow Demon. Has hit level 3. So DK farming is fine, but you mentioned there the PA versus DK lane is going pretty even. This is something we kind of saw last game where these lanes maybe that you feel Fnatic should go Fnatic's way don't go quite as one-sided. Boomy though, they get this kill again. Yeah, 4 poisons, that should be enough damage. Is he gonna pop it? He goes for a fifth. That's a sure thing. I don't think he needed a fifth.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna make you suffer.
Delay the inevitable. Lane meanwhile. Ooh. Chuan with a glyph under the tower and the edict damage, putting a lot of pressure on Armel, forces out all of his Spirit Siphon charges.
That's the thing with Lash though. As soon as you have to dive the tower, Edict suddenly doesn't deal damage anymore.
Yeah. Nice play from Lion just to TP in to refill that bottle. Yeah. I mean, he just died, so it's, no, it's not like anything crazy, but just making sure he helps out his mid lane.
And DP needs it also. Like, as we said, they need to play a strong early game tempo, and this DP needs to come off a good start. Once you have level 6, maybe even start to threaten some towers.
Top lane again, the snowball on in with the tag team. They vacuum back Raven. Taking a lot of Iron Shell damage with a TP from Jabs. He should be okay here. He gets back to his tower. Has some Lucent Beams they can chuck out. Tim's could be the one in some trouble now. Second point in poison. Doing a lot of damage here, and with a double, now triple poison stack here. I believe they should be able to get this kill. Yep, there's a beam. The snowball's there. Bok going to turn this one around. They want the kill on DJ in revenge, but Bok doesn't have an Iron Shell on himself. He's out of mana.
Yep, and now this is the power of DK. He's going to be full health forever until either the task with an Iron Shell TPs or the Death Prophet TPs. This is why this hero is so popular now in the offlane. You just can't bully him out at all. Sitting there with 17 health regen, he's gonna have his dragon soon, and then he forces you to respond to him. Because if you don't, you just lose the tower for free.
And definitely PA not the hero that just wants to stay there trying to defend the tower, so we'll see if maybe they send someone else like a Darkseer, but may just be a lane they have to give up at some point.
Yeah, PA is actually going a little bit greedy. Gonna go for the Battle Fury rather than the Desolator timing. Alright.
Feels like their game may turn into let's get some stacks going and hope for Gabby to carry us. I mean, not that this game start has been terrible for TNC by any means. It does, I mean, you can see the gold and the farm and the various cores. It is pretty even.
Yeah. You remember how yesterday Tim's got like a ton of farm priority on his Grimstroke? I want to see the same this time around on the Shadow Demon. Everything they have just gets answered by the Demonic Purge. The Yule Scepter save, the Surge save, PA gets answered by it. There's just nothing Shadow Demon doesn't do.
TNC,
and now he does.
Find Jabs walking. They just stole a neutral stack, and now they're looking for a kill as well. He may just survive his way through this one. That's probably too far away. Jabs getting right-clicked by a line, but they're Royal 1 charges, so they get some. They get most of the neutral stack though.
Yep, that's good. Gotta make sure that Lesher doesn't get this, but he just rotates bottom with the Dragon Form as well. Easiest tower of their life.
Yeah. And the response up top, is it going to be proportionate? It may include a kill here. Raven is still up here. Perhaps should not have been staying up here this long with both Bok and Gabby making the move. DJ going to be forced to TP out, and he's going to...
He's being...
Oh, he's still... What to say? I thought he was out, but was he TPing to the bottom
TP to the mid tower where Lesh already TP'd.
Oh, Boomy hits the Impale now with the fun Leshak trying to defend this mid lane. Armel is not going to be able to chase him with the X's, but he gets some good damage. This T1 mid taking damage as well as up top. TNC
Taiwan
making some great moves. The Shadow Team with the disruption save will help keep Chuan alive from the snowball in. Tim will pay the price. Great positioning from Jabs.
Yep. Well played by him. And yeah, as you said, the Luna Death top hurts him quite a bit. I feel like as though he should have been bottom together with the other cores already. Top was not safe at the time anymore. Now they're gonna lose top tower, and it's 1-1 even.
Okay. Well, offlane tower apiece, 4 kills apiece. PA farming well, top of the charts with the Death Prophet in terms of net worth. That is definitely what you want to see if you're TNC.
Yeah. And Luna is not going for the greedy Mom build, just going straight into Dragonlance's Yasha. We've seen this be popular quite a bit more lately, just so you're able to fight a little bit earlier.
Do you like that Gabby's going for this greedy Battle Fury build?
That's a good question, because we kind of said in the mid-late game we favored Fnatic, right? Like, Desolator timing this game could be very strong against the heroes they have. But if you do get a fast Battle Fury, and we see the stacks they have with the Ancients, it might not even delay your Desolator by a whole ton.
It feels like that 3-item timing, the Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, is where TNC are going to be at their strongest, assuming, you know, things don't go crazy one way or the other with some, you know, smoke plays here. Obviously, a lot could happen before then. Dota is not a game that's played on a script, and Fnatic, looking to write their own script, are making their way down bottom with a smoke play, but TNC have already vacated this lane.
And the DP is actually going Kaya Sanj. First item. I liked it quite a bit actually against all these stuns they have. The Demonic Purge as well. Gets the time reduction, of course. With status resistance. And also your Spirit Siphon actually scales very nicely with this with the Kaya. Upping the percentage a little bit.
As far as some of these other heroes go, Bok rushing the Aghanim Scepter, not being that kind of aura hero. Looking to have that double Iron Shell in play.
Yeah.
Early on.
I mean, it's just the best item on Darkseer for me. Always. Like, you get this 40 seconds duration, which is insane. Like, you just put it on a creep in the base, and it pushes all the way to the other base almost. That's how long the duration is. It gives you the 350 health bonus. Is it 350? No, only 300 now. Yeah. It's been nerfed a little bit. But 300 health on every hero, that's basically 1500 health in total. It's a huge upgrade.
See if Fnatic going to try and make any more moves. The smoke down bottom, unsuccessful. I mean, they took the bottom tier 1 tower, but it doesn't really feel like they're trying to use this Leshrac or DK to take objectives. Is that fine for them, Black? Are they just playing for that late game Luna right now?
Sort of, but I think what they're really looking for is just the initiation of the Dragon Knight. He is 300 gold away from the Blink Dagger. After that, they should really be able to pick up the pace and potentially stop that PA in the triangle. Because without that, they have nothing, right? They just can't initiate.
Now it's TNC again making a move. They smoke down bottom. The Lion, just level 5, though. He doesn't actually have Finger of Death, but they have got Nexusism. They're fishing, and Death, his Blink Dagger not up. Are they going to see him? The smoke down pops, they see Death. TP up, but there's an Earthquake. Death! No escape for you. He was not expecting the rotation down here, and they're going to throw an Exorcism to make sure they get this kill. He was 200 away from a Blink Dagger.
It's the biggest kill they could have gotten. Wow. This feels super bad if you're Dragon Knight. Now your Blink is delayed by at least 2 minutes. Bot tower, I don't think they're going to get the whole tower, but at least half health.
Hims may regret this snowball. They just threat. He's just going to turn around and dish out a Walrus Punch before he goes down.
Yeah, Invis Rune top.
Jab.
Can he snatch it away? Cannot.
Doesn't try and go in. He not ready to throw away his life for a rune. That's the carry, not a support life.
Yeah. Look at this massive ancient stack. It's not quite the 8 stack that we saw earlier into the tournament, but really big nonetheless.
There is a loot on the Fnatic side. Any chance if they, you know, can take this mid tower? Are they trying to contest it at some point, or they just have to accept it's going to go down?
If they're aware of it, I don't think they scouted it out at all. They do have the Shadow Demon Illusions as well on the Luna. They could farm it relatively easily, but they have never really been to that area yet, I think. And so another stack gonna come out here. Is he gonna get it? Looks good.
Is that we're at what, 4 now? It's about to be a 5 stack. He stuns it to make sure. All right.
Yeah, and Battle Fury 400 gold away.
Good timing for Gabby. As at this point, a slower game for TNC seems fine. I don't think they wanted to say slow once they hit that, you know, Battle Fury BKB or Battle Fury Death BKB, but it's Fnatic who feel like they want to make moves. With the blink on Death's DK, they want to catch TNC by surprise, making their way mid lane. That's a big kill if they can get it. There's the Blink Dragon Tail. Is there going to be enough saves? That's charged. blocking off any kind of follow-up. The snowball pulls him out of the shards as well. Tusk
On the
Tins.
neutral creep!
Very nicely done. What happened? Well, the snowball, yeah. Very
Well,
cool.
on the neutral creep, which was right in front of them. They thought they targeted the melee creep at the tower, but no. Tims is a little bit too smart for Fnatic in this time around. I mean, that would have been dead otherwise.
Yeah, even the ice shards at the start kind of blocked off any kind of melee follow-up. Like Leshrac couldn't really run in for the Edict Pulse Nova.
Yep, and during all this time, another stack of the Ancients. It's like a 7th now, I think, or 6th. I don't even know. It's too many.
I think it was 5 before, so maybe it's up to 6 now.
Alright, time
But,
to blur it up. Ah, this is so... I hate this mechanic as it works. Like, no other hero can do this.
Yeah. I mean, other heroes can farm stack. Some of them have to obviously pay a price to do
True.
so. But
You could be a Sven and just kill it in 3 hits.
yeah. Or a TA. It reminds me of TA using traps, for example. Like, you're not really taking any damage as a TA to farm ancient stacks.
Yeah, and it's gone, just like that, in 20 seconds. Now PA, suddenly the big net worth leader. It went from like 6k to 7.6 or so.
Have you, as you see this game develop and play out, are you kind of reconsidering it all? Like, you know, our thoughts at the end of the draft was like, you know, this looks like Fnatic have a better draft for once. Do you still feel that way?
I do. If the Shadow Demon gets some farm priority, which he hasn't so far, he's still quite far away from his Aghanim Scepter. Which is really where this game is going to turn around. Because PA is the big damage leader. If you can purge him, he really just won't do anything. And he's not building into a Saint Yasha, which means the status resistance isn't there. How long does this purge last? 7 seconds, where you're basically just a creep. There's nothing he can do about it.
I think even though he's not getting the farm priority, he recognizes that's the game-changing item. A lot of times Shadow Demons won't rush the Ag Scepter. They'll get an Aether Lens or something along the way. But he is just going straight into it. We'll need to get some farm priority to get there.
Well, it's a big smoke into the
Be in some
triangle.
trouble. Yeah.
But it's already farmed. They missed their time.
Yeah, Gabby's already out. Perhaps a little bit exposed, but he's sitting back now. Gabby's going to be carefully blue. He is blurred up. Instead, they find Bok. Gabby's like, oh, what's going on here? This doesn't look so pretty. He's going to leave Bok to die. Is the turnaround there? Radiant actually glyph to try and get some tower damage out with the split shot, but not going to get any revenge kills.
Yep, good pickoff. He was very close to his Aghanim Scepter. But I think it's not the end of the world for TNC also, because no one from Fnatic was farming during all of this. And they didn't get the big prize of Gabby.
Oh, this mid-observer ward. Is this out of range? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
Look,
just
the
out of
dire
range.
observer. It was next to a sentry. There was a sentry right on top of it that they dewarded. So they deward a sentry that's like here, and then the obs is just.
I mean, it's like a double sentry too, right? Both sentries is literally
Yeah.
on the edge.
Oh.
I've never seen a ward live on knife's edge like this. And this ward could potentially be a fight winner, if not even the game winner.
That's one where, yeah, I mean, it's kind of in full
If it's
TNC too
bad.
much.
Because if you're TNC,
Yeah.
you're not checking there. Because you have so many sentries down already.
Oh, exactly. They've got a sentry above. It's a triangle. They basically built a triangle, and somehow there's this one spot in the middle that's just barely missed.
Yeah. At the same time, though, they don't really hit any strong power spike for a while, so this ward might not lead to anything major for them.
Yeah, we're hyping it up, but yeah, it is a moment of farming for really both teams. As both PA looking to hit that Deso, they may go for something like a Roche before the BKB if TNC can find a pickoff. But on the Fnatic side, Luna, SMY complete to go with the Dragonlance, has a BKB queued up, so both teams are going to be hitting a BKB timing at a fairly similar time for that big team fight.
Yeah, but now the big power spike from the Darkseer is coming. That Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be providing a lot of bonus health for all of these heroes on the Radiant. And you can already see DP sitting at 2.3k health. It's going to be a tough kill.
Armel, Blink, Dragon Tail is there. The Split Earth follow-up potentially could cause him some problems. He's being purged up as well. Armel in trouble, but the Snowball save is there. It snowballs him in, keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Can Armel heal himself back up? He's Spirit Siphoning, but it's not enough. He does go down with the extras and committed. I don't think you want to take this fight. TNC lose 2 quickly. The Demonic Purge preventing any kind of, Iron Shell bonus health and...
Yeah, no surge, no nothing.
Down.
That's what we spoke about. You run in, you feel very confident, but gets turned around on you real quick. Because Shadow Demon, of course, also with a Soul Catcher, your max health is just reduced by 20% basically. And it's only level 1. It's gonna get way worse soon.
Well, after that fight, TNC actually spoke up. Are they going into Roche with this? It looks like a two-man sneaky Roche with tag team.
Okay. Are they gonna sniff that out? They are in the area, but it's pretty sneaky. It's hard to sniff.
Yeah, Lion's showing top. This is very much the team saying, Boomy, show top. If you feed, it's okay. He is intentionally making himself known, as is Armel mid. They're showing two heroes, about to be 3. They see Bok with a ward down bottom, so they do not sniff it out at all.
Yeah, Lesh wanted to kill the Lion, but as soon as Roche drops, he's like, oh, no.
I don't know if TNC can use the Aegis so much. They still need a BKB on Gabby, perhaps, and they lose their bottom tier 2 tower. They are trying to defend mid on the Fnatic side. Gabby's going to be a little bit careful. He's got the Aegis, but they may just kill him twice. Silence comes out onto the Leshrac, but there's going to be a Dragon Tail as soon as he comes out, and yeah, he needs a Blink Strike target. The Snowball stun going on through. He's looking to blink to Armel. He does succeed in doing so. Tim's trying to save the day. Gabby's still in trouble, though. They get the kill, and Gabby gets punished. They saw 4 heroes bottom, so I guess they felt it was safe to go mid, but Fnatic are just too quick.
We have seen it last game as well, where Gabby with an Aegis, or they catch Darkseid with the Yules as well.
No. Not ready for it, as that's going to be an easy free pickoff.
Gabby has to be really careful with these Aegises. We have seen many times in this qualifier in particular where he just wanders off by himself with that Aegis and forces his team in a little bit of an awkward position.
It was just kind of a mystery. Like the entire Fnatic team was bottom taking the tier 2, and I guess they were expecting Fnatic to, okay, they're going to get the tier 2, then they're going to steal our outpost, but before even finishing the tier 2, they were 5-man TPing mid.
Yeah, he definitely did not expect that. Good punish by Fnatic. It was a very big win for them.
And this feels like really Fnatic's power spike.
Yeah, all these good items are online now. DK, very close to his BKB. Luna just finished hers. How's Leshrac looking? He's not even going BKB, but he finishes Kaya Assange.
And you mentioned the Ags. Jabs has a Philosopher's Stone, so that could be a bit of a game changer.
Always when you need it.
Yeah.
Do they have one on the Radiant side?
Not
they
one
don't.
that anyone's carrying, no. Yeah, they do not.
And they have a growth board that no one can use.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, perhaps time to revisit my idea of tokens.
Tokens. That's what we need. Gambling inside Dota 2. That's what I'm hearing.
It's not really gambling, right? It's more like you're redeeming.
That's spoken like a true gambler. It's not really gambling, says the gambler.
Yeah, it's more of a redeeming thing, guys.
It's a loot box, you know. It's not a slot machine.
Not the same thing at all. Yeah. What are you on about?
Here we go. Fnatic with a 4k gold lead, just storming down these lanes. And if you don't defend towers, they fall fast. Leshrac, Edict, Luna. I don't know if probably not any kind of a high ground push is coming. We'll have to wait and see if Fnatic, how bold they feel without an Aegis. But if Fnatic manage to secure their second Roshan and they do go for a high ground push, it's a Luna Leshrac defense. That's really hard to defend into.
Yeah. And Shadow Demon is inching closer and closer to this game-winning item. 600 gold away now. And he's gonna be pretty tanky too with it. He has raindrops, 1700 health. Not gonna be easy to kill him for this PA.
Yep. Well, a free uncontested tower at top going the way of Fnatic. There is a tier 1 trade for TNC down bottom, but Fnatic happy just to play this top side of the map, farm the Radiant Ancients, continue to get closer and closer to that Aghanim Scepter as well as the BKB on Dragon Knight. And it feels like they are just waiting for Roche number 2 Black.
Yeah, and that's when they want to put the nail in the coffin. When is that gonna spawn? May respawn in 4 minutes. It's a long time. I didn't realize Gaby lost his Aegis he lost it like 10 seconds after he got it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fnatic
could go for a smoke play before then if they see a potential pickoff, but really they're in such a good position now to get like an uncontested Roche. The pressure and the onus is on TNC to make a play outside of their base to stop Roche from happening.
They have this really cool combo now though. Lion Blink, and Darkseer blink, where they could set up for a massive vacuum impale, which is really the only way for them to win a team fight right now, it feels like.
They feel like it's a good way. They smoke up. 5-man smoke down the mid lane. The Dire Ward did not scout it. Fnatic have really good vision up, so they're going to see nobody leaving the base on either the top or bottom side, so they may realize TNC is smoked up fairly soon because their vision basically should see somebody, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and Abaddon is on prime course to just intercept the smoke.
And he's doing this intentionally. Like, Fnatic drew a square around their Ancients as if they knew this was coming. Yeah, and Luna actually comes as well, does have a BKB. Luna getting blown up by the Finger of Death. Oh, Raven gets blown up too fast. DJ couldn't get the shield up because he was stunned as well. It felt like Fnatic knew that was coming.
Actually.
Yeah.
He preemptively shielded himself, probably thinking, I'm going to intercept the smoke gang, but then it never happened. They went straight into the Luna.
Yeah, it looked like he was running in to intentionally pop the smoke, but then Luna also came in was the problem. If he was there alone and, dies or whatever, it's fine. But suddenly, Gabby's on the high ground. He's got a double damage rune. They need to deal with Gabby, but there's going to be a vacuum to kind of disjoint this one. The Chain Stun is there. The Snowball Save comes into play now. With the Shadow Demon Interceptor, is this going to be enough to cancel out
Gabby,
the PA?
Gabby, careful!
BKB TPing. No, yep. He gets out of there. Just Blink strikes away. Doesn't go for the TP. Well, he was considering for a second.
Little
BKB
crazy.
at least blocking that damage.
Yeah, that was a 3v5 fight. They get out of it, but gotta be a little bit careful with Fnatic. They might have potentially lost to the game. If that vacuum impale hits on 2-3 heroes, you're done. The game might be just over there. Or you have to buy back and spend a lot of resources. But I get away with it. Courtesy
Even
to
just careful in the sense. Yeah, they just lost their lead though. I felt like, Fnatic had this map control had really good vision up that they just had to play around, and then they kind of gave it all away with that sequence of events there.
Yeah, it's basically a 5k gold swing, but the big item we've been hyping up, the Shadow Demon Axe, is now there. Yeah. So even if PA blinks in and starts hitting people, he's gonna get purged right away. They're smoking up into the triangle, but again, Gabby just finished the camp and is out of there.
They had the ward there, so they know nobody's there. They are, trying to just clear these Radiant heroes away from this area of the map so they can secure Roche, but Roche is still not up for some time. Even though Gabby instantly lost that Aegis and kind of made a mistake, it is helping him out a lot.
Yeah,
because Fnatic not
so hard right now. Like, Tim's also just cuts that last creep wave before TPing out, and there was 5 heroes running around together. They did not farm a single creep in like 45 seconds, any of them. Which, it was a pretty obvious smoke. We weren't pushing out any lanes, right?
Because they went top, suddenly TNC able to come farm their Ancients. Again, Gabby farms these Ancients, dewards the area, so kind of outmaneuvering Fnatic in every way possible here, but it is still an even gold game, and we've been hyping up what Fnatic's draft can do and how much they can deal with this PA because of the Ag Scepter, so still have plenty of ways to win this game and win this next important Roche fight.
By TNC. He's also going full assassination build on PA, going for this axe just to be able to kill the Shadow Demon, because that's the winning condition for the Radiant.
Find and kill this pesky Shadow Demon. Jabs is going to be so careful with his positioning. Has an Aeon Disc queued up, recognizing what's going on. And they get Orb of Destruction. That is so nice for them.
Yep, handing it over straight to the PA. And now it's TNC's turn to find absolutely nothing.
Both teams. And this is, I feel like that's often been the case. These teams have gotten so good at reading what their opponents are doing. They understand and have played so many games against each other that so many of these long late game SEA Dota games, it's like one team smokes and the other team knows they're smoked and just basically avoids them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're good at reading the map for sure. I mean, there's a reason they're here.
Yeah. And they're playing the kind of cautious safe. So anytime they could be smoked, even if they're not, sometimes they're playing defensively. Just don't want to leave anything to chance when $40 million is at stake.
Yeah, want to make sure that you get there as safely as possible without any sort of heart attack.
Alright, we've got tier 3 neutral amps coming out. What are we getting here? That's perhaps something that can have a slight influence on the game. Titan Sliver for Death Prophet with the Orbit Destruct on PA we mentioned. And on the Dire side, there's also a Titan Sliver and a Quickening Charm, which they don't have the best hero for, so the support Abba gets it.
Yeah. I would actually like to see it on the Shadow Demon, but he's holding on to the Philosopher's Stone still. He wants the money.
Give him both, so we can have one. The Quickening in the backpack, maybe.
Yeah, and when you die, you put the Philosopher in the inventory. Elven Tunic. That's a good one against PA. Who's gonna pick it up?
What's on the Radiant? Got it. Oh no, it is Dire. You're right. Sorry, what am I saying?
Yeah. But Paladin Sword also. Very good item for the PA. But that means Orb of Destruction won't be used. Maybe can give that one to the Tusk.
Ooh.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Paladin Sword on what's her name? DP either, because yeah, the Spirit Siphon gets amplified by it as well. But she has the Titan Sliver, so no. No, no,
They've
no.
got too many good neutral items, is what I'm hearing. They've just got all the good ones. Well, here we go.
Cloak of Flame also in the Darkseer. It's also his good item.
Like, okay, we're done getting on neutral items. Roche is up. It's time to fight. Fnatic, they smoke up, looking to break this high ground. There's a Radiant Ward on the logo now. Scamasec. Tim's immediately blinks out as Death blinks out. Yeah. Death jumps in. Tim's jumps out. Both teams disengage. This is...
Yep. Death in, Tim's out, Boomy out. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep. And they force this Roshan. Fnatic think they can. They just hit the Skadi timing on Raven. It does mean he does not have buyback. If TNC can get the jump here, it's an illusion room, which is pretty nice as a save. Gabby maybe going to jump in and just cause confusion with this to prevent himself getting purged, but Roche is starting to drop, getting low, but not dropping too fast. They still have time to get here. Gabby, does he look to jump in and make this play? Has the Orbit Destruction. Shadow Demon on the side. They get the first break onto Armel. They find the Shadow Demon. They instantly kill him. Gabby doesn't get purged. As the BKB's coming out on the Fnatic side, they're protecting their cores. Then Luna, and now they're going to snowball in. They want DJ. Instead, they're going to switch targets. The board's trying to Raven isolating him. PA getting purged. PA cannot get the crits here. Even through the BKB, Gabby's just being entirely negated, but it's Armel. He's the carry of this fight in the front lines, but he runs out of Spirit Siphons and finally goes down, even though he takes the Luna with him. Are there more purge charges? Shadow Demon's still got one to go. He's going to throw out the last one as Gabby is in some trouble.
The poison!
He gets low. No more poison. Now the mana drain. It's
Gabby!
the shard. He's mana burning everybody. Gabby goes in and back out. The Aghanim Scepter helping him out here. Can he find more? What a team fight. Gabby played that so goddamn freaking well. Oh. Paladin sword too.
They are! Shot, Aegis, cheese. Oh, you have to die back if you die.
He just bought back, and perhaps it's going to be a second death on him. They're already tipping him. They know they've found the Shadow Demon. And now they can perhaps even go for a high ground play. Death Prophet back in 20 won't have Exorcism, so maybe TNC will look to just slow things down a bit.
And his DP dealt so much damage while the Gabby PA got purged like twice or 3 times even. He ends up dying
was on
Gabby survives at 50 health.
Yeah. First purge was actually on the Death Prophet. They killed Shadow Demon before he purged the PA. They just blinked on the Shadow Demon. Gabby, Armel made it his #1 duty to kill Shadow Demon.
Yeah,
and then the buyback came in.
And Shadow Demon is pretty far away once more from his Aeon Disc with that. And now the shard up on PA, that's gonna make him very squishy on the Dragon Knight.
Goes for the one-shot play.
Oh, he caught him!
Okay, with the shards blocked, you're gonna get the kill, and Death blinked into this one! Oh no! He's a madman! The Fan of Knives just shredding some of these Fnatic heroes with that percent-based damage. TNC finding kill after kill. It's the Gabby PA. This guy, the best PA in Southeast Asia. And he's putting on a show here. Every time I see him play this hero, he's always going this Axe build. He just loves what the item brings to the hero, and able just to constantly run at Fnatic and outplay them.
His Earth shot, though, is doing a lot of work.
Exorcism's back up, though. TNC want to force his high ground. Next creep wave's a little bit of a ways away.
Yeah, and it's gonna disappear quickly.
Another left track. Yeah.
Another one. Another one.
They get bigger. And bigger. You may just have to back off. Gabby's got the Aegis though. They will get the tower, so not a bad find, but TNC are going to have to reset, perhaps wait for another Exorcism and look to fight with this Aegis. Showing that this Shadow Demon Axe is not perhaps the counter that you and I hyped it up to be, Black.
Yeah, it's still a little bit difficult for him to survive. But with this Gold Scepter, it should be a little bit easier. And look at the Armel skill and talent build, and item build too. Like if you click on the Spirit Siphon, 7.3% of max health per second for 6 seconds. It's just absolutely massive against DK, Luna, and Leshrac, honestly. Last fight he got a Spirit Siphon on all 3 of them. He just didn't die for like 15 seconds.
And when he goes in and gets, when he got Purge last fight, because he's got this BKB, he doesn't necessarily die. The physical damage from Luna isn't there. It may come with this like Crystallis Daedalus, but Luna, it's spread damage. It's not single target physical damage as far as carries go. Like Luna does a lot of physical damage, but you're not bursting a hero like Death Prophet down during BKB.
Yeah, 100% agree. And this Armel DP is also starting to scale very strongly. If they go into late game with such a big lead, honestly, this TNC draft looks really scary.
Do you think Fnatic need to be prioritizing killing PA or Death Prophet more in these fights?
That's a very good question. I'd say probably whoever they get their hand on first, right? With the DK initiation.
It's either or, okay.
Yeah. The problem is though, DK is not, he's just not really a factor anymore. He's a stun, that's it.
May change with the Axe, or is that not the case?
I mean, at least, I guess you can slow them down a bit more, but this fan of knives makes Dragon Knight just like a paper plane. This plus 12 armor is just gone. 8 armor against DP, you're gonna be in a minus. He's gonna die.
Yeah, making great use of Orb of Destruction. Was toggling in the Paladin Sword when she got low last fight as well. As here comes TNC, smoking up with the wraparound. They get a jump, Walrus punch in, and that's the DK melting. Couldn't get his BKB off, and also, yeah, just the fan of knives. So good.
And it's a DP ult pop. You wanna go for the mid-rex.
And with the Axe Scepter, all those spells, like the fan of knives, they reset whenever Gabby gets a kill in these fights.
Yeah, it's really good to get up with a shard. And so mid-rex gone. Do they wanna go for more? Looks like, yes.
Headed that way. They're pinging it. DK does a buyback. Are they gonna be forced to use this one? Fnatic maybe looking like they could go down 2-0 in this best of 5 grand finals unless they can find a way to defend their top lane of racks here.
TNC assuming a more defensive posture now. They don't need to go for anything more. Like every time they kill this Dragon Knight, just look at the gold differential between him and the Darkseer. Like it's obvious who's gonna scale way better into the late game. And Luna alone won't be able to carry this game.
Raven will do what he can. Are we headed towards that, you know, crazy point? Doesn't he consider a rapier at some point at all?
Potentially. I think the answer we'll have right after the smoke.
Yeah, we'll see how this fight goes. Death blinks in. Oh! They all get stunned! The Centaur! The hero! What was that Centaur doing? They get all the BKBs off the Fnatic side. They're looking to finish off this PA who has been purged up. They're looking to get the blink strike away. PA still alive for now, but the chase is on in Fnatic. That's Centaur! That was a neutral, right? It wasn't dominated. It was just a neutral Centaur. And Armel has a cheese. I don't know if he wants to pop it here. He's going, yeah, back towards the wrong base. It's an ultra kill. It's a team by Fnatic. Centaur lol. Oh my god. It was a 4-man stun from a neutral creep in a grand final game. What the hell just happened, Black?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that, but they sort of put themselves into the situation. They hit him. They made him mad, and they didn't finish him off.
Yeah,
we all know from action movies how this goes. John Wick, you gotta finish him off, or he's gonna destroy you.
Oh my
And
god! They just
this
got
also answers the
ravaged
question,
by a neutral
no
creep.
rapier needed.
I mean,
Never seen
they
that
didn't know
before.
they were about to get smoked. Obviously, you have to be ready for something like that. But oh my god! And it's to the high ground we go. Fnatic. That is the most crazy thing I've seen in a game of Dota in a long, long time.
Yeah, and that's at least one side, maybe with Luna even two. The entire advances is gone.
Oh
man. It was a perfect fight also for Fnatic. They get the purge on the PA. He can't run anywhere.
Even without the Centaur, it may have been. It looked like it could be a good fight, but it. It's hard to know. Many things could happen if there wasn't a 4-man stun. Death's going to get the BKB stun off. They blow up the Dragons here, the Darks here before he can do a whole lot. Schwan now in the front lines with the last BKB. And TNC are just throwing away their lives to try and defend their base here. Armel, she's keeping alive a bit longer. Armel on the sides with a Spirit Siphon healing him back up. He's making this fight work. They take out the DK Abba. They're going to get the Leshrac as well. Armel with the cheese is holding. They kill 4. They're going to get a team wipe with Jebs. Can't find a way out of this one. Even with the Aeon, he's still going down. They get double racks, but they pay the heavy, heavy price of their entire team.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of buybacks expended, at least by the TNC side. The big crucial part of this team fight was Abaddon got 1-hit crit without being able to activate his ultimate.
Oh.
If he lives there,
yeah,
maybe the fight goes the other way, but another team wipe, and now they're going for the top side.
You know, let's say, do they go for racks or do they wait? Roche just respawned as well, so that's another thing that, you know, TNC...
If they get Roche now, that would be massive. No one has buybacks. With that Roche on advantage, you could potentially just close out this game. But they want to force up more buybacks.
5 seconds, yeah.
They're not happy with this.
And I think if you're Fnatic, you may just let it go because there is a tier 2 tower bottom, so they can't take mega creeps.
But then if you're Fnatic, why do you buyback these 2 heroes?
True. Maybe just a bit of a stall play. They
nerves.
throw the Earth. See what the call is going to be. It looks like they're giving up this Rax. It's going to be 2 lanes of Rax down on both sides. TNC can fall back and go for that Roche and it respawn fairly quickly.
Yeah, Luna's still there for 10. They can definitely do it in 10 seconds. If they know about it, which doesn't look like they do. And he's going straight into a nullifier on the PA just to get rid of that pesky Aeon disc on the Shadow Demon. They scan the Roche pit. They know they're
double
doing
damage. Gabby gets a DD though. They're going to kill this Roche so fast. Can Fnatic get there in time? They need it.
Remember though, SD Purge will also purge their DD.
Gabby's going to be trying to fight out of this blur. They want to blow up the Shadow Demon. Aeon disc is back up. He blinks and he's looking for the DJ kill. He gets it. Oh, silence with the break. There's nothing he can do about that. The Phantom Knife, yeah, the break. It's not just against heroes like the DK. Against an Abba with the break silence, that's huge.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that combo, but obviously TNC did. Make perfect use of it, and you can't fight without Abaddon. No way. Aegis, Cheese, Axe. Who's the Axe going to? The DP.
Picks it up, but he's passing it over, yeah.
I wouldn't have minded it on the task, to be honest. The kick is really valuable against these BKB targets. Well, DP closing in on her heart of Tarask. She might honestly be at almost unkillable territory at that point.
Yeah.
How much damage are you gonna have? Like 5k?
Fnatic are probably kicking themselves a bit. They won the huge fight, took racks, but just pushed it. Should have maybe just gone for the 1 lane and backed off, because when Armel respawned with the Exorcism plus Cheese, committed so much to try and kill him, but the Cheese able to help turn things around.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome a little bit down there in the lane. MVP Centaur was not enough to make him win the game just yet. Let's see which neutral creep they bribe next time.
Yeah, maybe someone's like, all right, so how about we get a, you know, Helm of the Dominator here? Maybe that's what we're missing.
Abaddon is like, maybe Solar Crest is not that good.
Let's get a few more Centaurs on our side.
Oh, that's honestly the next biggest play we'll see in Pro Dota. You Glimmer Cape, a Helm of Dominator Centaur, and he gets a 4-man stun.
For MB's watching and you're giving him ideas here.
I mean, they won the game yesterday. They still have a chance today, so if we see it, I'll take half the prize money.
Pretty hype. He's in the top 3 in the final day. SEA's, you know, delivering some amazing games, but every single region when it comes to, you know, the importance of TI, suddenly the level of Dota, it's just that much better.
Yeah, and it has to be. Because if you're slacking just 1 day, you are gone.
So you think this Death Prophet now, Heart of Trask, unkillable? Is that, you just have to kind of ignore her, or run away from her?
It depends on which situation you get caught in. This Shadow Demon Soul Catcher is still a very big deal. Minus 35% right off the bat. She has a cheese on top of that though. Kaya's changed for the status resistance, a lot of armor. It just seems so difficult to kill her. And once she gets this overwhelming bling, there's even more health on top of that.
feels like they're gonna need like the Luna with the Skadi attack, and then maybe try get a chain stun with the eclipse damage or something in.
Yeah. This game is not over yet, though. They still do have the hard counter of the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, PA does not want to maybe poke at these buildings. It's gonna get Surge. Gabby's like, do I go in? Am I gonna get?
Stuns.
Yep, gets hit by a Split Earth. That's the Iron Shell on for a bit of extra health here. Of course, that can be purged off. Shadow Demon just sitting back invis. Has a Shadow Amulet to play around. Jab's trying to use this when they blink in with the Dragon Tail. They can win. On Gabby, the first purge come out. That's the first life. Can they kill her a second time? They have the wall, making some illusions here. Armel on the front line, very tanky. The second purge comes out. Jabs gets his Aeon Disc proc, has a Shadow Amulet. They need detection. What a pickup from Jabs. He's just hiding here invis. This is so smart from the Shadow Demon. He's got one more purge to play around. Does he go for Gabby here? He's just staying in the trees and in invis. Blink Dragon Tail, they get the kill on the Lion. Can they get more? Oh, what an amazing call from Jabs to get this Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, very well done by him. They do end up getting the tier 3 tower still, but TNC wanted to end the game right there. Good high ground defense. It's so hard to push into the Luna Shard, the Lash Shard, the Purges, Shadow Poison also flying through.
It's actually crazy. Like I was commenting earlier. Like imagine Dota what it was 2 or 3 years ago. Like late game Dota, it was like all these things just didn't exist. Nowadays, late game Dota, there's like every hero has like 2 extra spells and 2 extra crazy items, tier 5 items. It's just
and Aeon Discs and Nullifiers to counter those Aeon Discs. And
yeah,
it's definitely a very different time period. Like back then, we were just happy with like 1 item. Now we get like
well for supports you didn't like before neutral items. It's like late game you just didn't have many, like a neutral item basically like is an extra like 5k net worth item in late game.
Yeah, or when you could carry multiple neutral items. The supports would just never get one.
That's true. Different times now.
Yeah.
Or it's just having gold in the late game. I feel like, you know, when you were playing at TI supports, at this point, 45 minutes in, they're still sitting at 4k net worth. They're buying sentries.
Yep. Maybe a Glimmer Cape.
Observers. Yeah. 1 item, 1 force.
Was Glimmer Cape even there at that point? I don't even remember. I think it came after TI6, wasn't it?
Oh, even later? Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly, but it came pretty late. Such a good addition too, like makes for such hype moments.
Nice.
But then you just get nullified and no hype.
So, here we go. We're in the late game Dota. Level 25's coming into play. Luna about to hit hers. Leshrac has his.
Wait, how about minute 60 items? PA gets a Stygian Desolator with her Desolator.
We still got a bit of a ways to get there, you know.
Yeah. But we can see it in there.
yeah, we can see it coming maybe. But right now, both teams going to play back. TNC may be thinking about another Roshan. At this point, they got to be a little bit worried about what they can do in a team fight.
They got DD again on the PA.
Yeah.
And a Nullifier this time around as well. If they can find the capacity.
They've only got 1 sentry on this Tusk. That's the only detection I see on the Radiant side, by the way.
Are they out of sentries then? Probably, because they're not lacking gold.
Yeah, they must have realized that there was a Shadow Amulet. He's got Shadow Amulet and Ninja Gear on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's all about surviving for him.
Dream items, yeah. He's gonna get.
You need
now
to get
he's going back for
out.
the Aetherlight. But it's usually the first item has become like his last item.
Yeah. Recognizing very well what his job is this game. Don't die, get purges out on the PA. Potentially the DP. But
maybe,
PA,
yeah, maybe one of them, but nothing more than that.
Yeah.
Oh. Fnatic just playing on their side of the map. Looks like Luna can almost have enough gold for this butterfly plus buyback, but may also be considering something else. There's a lot of gold on Raven's Luna.
With butterfly, you gotta be careful. You're making this Darkseer illusion very strong. Once he reaches level 25 with the parallel wall and refresher, it's gonna be very tough to teamfight into that.
Yeah.
There's so many walls all around. Have you seen that before? Just 4 walls. And you just vacant them from left to right. There's so many illusions. Darkseer is still a late game menace.
comes TNC, smoked up, going down the mid lane.
Double damage PA.
One. Careful, there's going to be a cycling dash
He's
with
dead.
a blink impale. They blow up the ledge with the finger of death, and they find a second target with the Abbot, who does get the borrowed time off, but may still get chased down if they're not careful. He gets stunned up by the Earth Spike, and that DK just walked into a cleaving crit, and lost half his health there. They both have buyback, but these buybacks in late game can be so important. TNC, they're not playing scared here in the late game. They're going for that killing blow. Gonna force those 2 buybacks and may have to back off with Exorcism wearing off here.
Yeah, extending the lead even further. And the next Roshan is just around the corner. 2 minutes.
Long one.
I lied. I thought it was the actual ring already.
Yeah, it could have been that, but here we go. Fnatic running down, looking to make a counterplay of their own. Extra cloak on the Leshek for some invis.
Yeah, so many invis tools. Might need a gem.
Yeah,
they have a gem.
Okay, yeah, they just got one. Yeah, he had 1 sentry, and I think he sold DJs. He's like, why buy one when you can get a free one?
Yeah. Robin Hood mentality.
Also, you know, incarcerated criminal mentality.
True.
You know, is the man he stole it from rich? This is DJ's gem. How much net worth does DJ have? He's the poor. He stole from the poor. Black.
Oh no.
That's not Robin Hood.
He did the reverse Robin Hood.
Yeah. This guy's like the rich noble, taking the taxes from the poor peasants.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. I have more money than you, so give me that. Okay.
Well, the stand. It's funny because we know Roche is not back for a little bit, but obviously these teams do not. They do what they.
What's the
can
rec
to scout
situation?
Roche out.
So bottom is always gonna push in for Fnatic, and top is always gonna push in for TNC. Well, the sidelines are gonna be a problem at some point. But of course, the Illusionist Cape. Why not?
Yes. For Fnatic, yeah, the top lane they need to push out is closer to the pit, which is maybe nice for them.
Yeah. But the good thing is Darkseid could just double Iron Shell bottom whenever, and it would just push to the base.
You say whenever, but he has to actually be in the bottom lane. He doesn't have anything like Boot to travel, so
True.
Ability may become a problem. Fnatic. Smoked up, they just hovering around this observer ward. Meanwhile, same thing. It's like both teams have a cliff they're playing around.
What's the
like,
buyback
this is
status,
ours. Oh, good scouting with the sigil. They're gonna find these wards and take it out.
They have 2 more buybacks.
Buybacks were used. Blink stun. They find the line in the pit, but he's maybe baiting with his Aeon Disc. Death is going to look to bring him down as Roche respawns in front of them. Raven in the front lines has the Eclipse. He's going to throw it out. He's standing on top of the Darkseid wall, though. He's got to be careful. He takes out his Illusion now. They look for the next target. Armel with his Exorcism. They'd love to bring him down. Back to the high ground goes Jabs. Jabs is in some trouble. He goes in busy. Has used up all his purges. He goes down. Now the DK as well. They both got buyback on the high ground. It is the Lion just draining everybody, sucking out all their mana. Gabby getting low. He is going to die. The PA with buyback. Every single TNC hero using buyback. And now a blink. Earthspike. Boomy. Catches out too. DJ has the shields though there. Can he keep Luna alive? They do a buyback on this Luna if she goes down. Making some illusions now as well. Bring
And
down
Roche
that
does
sigil.
respond.
Oh, we're at, what, 2 buybacks now. Tusk and Luna, the only 2 heroes with buyback. Like 6 heroes used buyback in that fight and 2 were already on cooldown.
How many purges do we have though? Only 1. They have a long recharge time of 60 seconds.
Yeah. At the same time, no Exorcism and no buybacks means PA probably is a little bit scared here. Is this a rapier?
No wall too.
What Demon Execute up? What is this? No, it's in my MKB. I was like, okay, Gabby, are you crazy?
Yeah, he needs it for that butterfly.
I didn't
But
feel
they're
confident
going
though.
to the pit.
No Exorcism. That's a huge amount of damage that's lacking. Gabby's on the
Ravens
north. Is
just
he going to
BKB.
try and make a play here? Yep. They're in the pit. They're killing this fast. TNC get the Earthspike off at a good time. No one's going to go in for the steal though. Tron pops his BKB just to guarantee that they can pick up some of these items. And TNC did not want to make the jump, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky. Oh, it's... Darkseid needs level 25 ASAP. Like, if there's a double wall there, they're gonna win that fight. If I'm not wrong, you can actually have up to 4 Luna illusions if you drag her through all the walls with the refresher later on. which
I guess the one thing Luna can do is maybe try and kill them quickly with the Luna Blessing, but it's not. Well, just with the right clicks and the Moonglaves.
potentially it's just 4 of them. They're probably gonna shred you
Yeah.
before you can kill like even one of them. And
Well,
I will
but
feel
it's 4
even worse
Lunas
for your
against-
team.
But there's Illusionist Cape and Shadow Demon Illusions too, so it's gonna be like an army of Lunas versus an army of Lunas.
Yeah. How much damage did the Wall Illusions deal? He took the talent, so it's 125%. Pretty significant.
Okay. They're bouncing on your teammates. They're not gonna be very happy.
Yeah, but he's still a whole level away from it. It's not easy to get experience at this point. He already took the tome. No other tome available for at least 6 minutes.
And I guess you have Leshrac, who's not bad at clearing illusions, so some
Yeah.
potential to try and kill them quickly.
That's the downside of the Wall Illusions. It's not magic immune like Grimstroke.
And just stun them,
Which-
hit them with the Split Earth.
Why are they even magic immune? Who knows?
Backroom Gags. Thing of nightmares. And, support
Yeah.
players, they deserve some fun stuff too, okay?
I'm
You gotta give them something.
I'm not complaining until I am.
Here we go. Fnatic actually looking to go high ground. Neither team has been scared to go for these kind of game-winning plays when they feel like they have the advantage. And Fnatic not going for the Mega Creeps. They're just playing around this mid and bottom side, maybe looking more at the tier 4s. So, like, Mega Creeps is not going to be the way they win this game. Raven on the front lane just with that Solar Crest, but top lane Chuan says, okay, Raven, you distract them, and I'm going to go top with the Edict. If they don't defend this lane, we will happily take the Mega Creeps. And they do force a Glyph hit block. BKB gets the wall out, gets an illusion of this Luna, who's also hexed up. Luna getting low, gonna lose it first up, gets disrupted, still alive for now. Luna gonna go down, as soon as she comes down, they've lost the Abaddon, who doesn't have buyback.
Raven bought back for this.
Bought back. Okay. It's the Leshrac with the Aegis. Yeah, this is a disaster for Fnatic. The Leshrac dies once, but Mages die a second time. They couldn't keep the Luna alive. And now they're just all going to get team wiped. TNC with an ultra kill on Gabby. He just shredded them. It could be all over.
This game is over. They have no buybacks. When is the buybacks off cooldown? 1 minute 20? 4 minutes? I don't think you can hold this for over a minute, can you? Even then, you only Leshrac.
And it was just
you can hold on.
They just jumped in. It was just the lines looking in and hexing, and
yeah, but you said these teams are not scared of going high ground. Maybe you should have been a little bit scared because you didn't have any buyback.
Yeah. Oh.
PA was crit for 2.5k damage. This DK got 1 hit. DK got 1 hit.
Both teams, when they've gone for these high ground plays, have, I think, soon regret. We've seen TNC a few times get punished when they go for that.
Are they going for Megas? Go Throne! You know they don't have buyback.
No. They got time for both. I think that's what they're saying.
Play safe and then even safer.
I'm not sure what the Luna's plan is here. It's sitting at the base here. If anything, it's just figuring out, do I want to type GG with lowercase GG or uppercase GG?
Yeah,
that seems like what
you can do.
Fnatic's
kick him
thinking
away.
about.
Oh no.
And it's all over. They take out the Luna. It's GG.
This must be
Fnatic.
heartbreaking. After that Centaur Storm, they won a massive fight. They lost 5 in the base, and now they lost 5 in the base again. They must have nightmares about this high ground push.
2 times Fnatic convincingly team wipe TNC, and then, yeah, go for those high ground plays, go for the push, and get destroyed for it. That is got to be something they're feeling like, what more can we do?
Yeah. Or perhaps did we do too much?
Yeah.
Because they could have potentially played for some pickoffs here and there. Like, we said their draft late game should, in theory, be better, but I don't think we took into consideration how strong this Darkseer actually is once it's 25 with the Refresher Orb against the Luna. So maybe it was a little bit more even than we gave them credit for, and they're clutching it out.
The Gabby PA pick works. Guys, we're going to head to a quick break and be back to discuss Game 2 as TNC take a 2-0 lead in this Grand Finals.
Alrighty, I've got to just straight up say it. When did Dota start allowing 6-person rosters into the game? Because that center was absolutely doing work for Fnatic in one of those team fights. That was insane. I don't even know where that came from.
Somebody needs to. Maybe the Centaur had like a second name. Maybe it was actually PPD in disguise. You know, I don't know what's going on there.
We might have to run that one back. But I do want to talk about Fnatic's struggle to really succeed in this high ground. I guess we didn't really see it too much in game 1, but in game 2, you know, they didn't do so well once they entered TNC's base. So, Black, what do you think Fnatic need to take a step back and have a look at?
They just didn't respect the high ground of TNC at all. I think every fight they went high ground, Lion, Blink, hexes a guy, he dies, and it's just all over. Like, DJ, of course you can purge that hex off, but they're not just gonna let you do that. He got silenced, he got stunned, and then the Luna just died. And without the Luna, half the damage output is just gone.
What do you think? No, yeah, go, sorry.
I was going to say they had double saves, but it never felt like that in these fights. Like, neither the Disruption nor the Abaddon, it felt like we're saving heroes.
Do you think that's because Dabs was very tunnel vision on just keeping himself alive? Because PA was looking for him all the time.
Yeah. I think he overly prioritized getting that purge on a PA and wasn't... Like that last fight at the end where they got team wiped at top racks, he disrupted Luna when she was already on 1% health.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. That was a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a wrong mindset coming into the late game. Well, of course, you are the hard counter to the PA, but you are also the guy that's supposed to save the heroes they jump on with this hex. It's tough to play.
Yeah, but what do you think on the side of TNC they did so well though? Because, you know, early game wasn't really looking too well for them. I thought Fnatic had really brought it to them for that laning phase. Why do you think TNC were able to bring it back?
They had really good teamfight execution. Yeah, I'd say teamfight execution. And just they just punished. Like this Gabby PA, he is a level 27 master tier PA. This guy knows exactly how to play the hero. He's played it so many times in pubs. He's probably played against this Ag Shadow Demon, you know, countless times. He is, I said best PA in Southeast Asia, probably just the best PA player in the world. It's like his best hero, and this is with PA not being like a top meta pick right now, and he just won a game that's got them one game closer to TI.
Yep.
Yeah,
won the lane, and the lane shouldn't win. Itemized very well, and sure it was a team win. Like the entire team played very well, but Gabby on his PA overperformed massively. Like if 100% is our benchmark, he was at like 150 at least.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. He absolutely played out of his mind with that PA. Do you also feel that the TNC roster is focusing a lot more around Rush compared to some of the last series that we've seen them in for this qualifier?
It looks like it for sure, right? Because that was the downfall of them against Fnatic. Where they got 2-0, it was because of Roche fights both games. And this time around, their Roche fights are much better. Their buybacks are much more decisive and quicker. And this time around, they take the victory against Fnatic at the pit.
They're picking heroes that just kill Roche super fast. Game 1, it was, you know, the Ursa. It was Ursa TA. And this game around, they have the PA plus Tusk, who do a 2-man Roshan sneak. Fnatic had that mid-game timing where they were going to be way stronger, but they had to wait like 8 or 9 minutes for Roche to spawn because of that steal. So I think TNC have done a great job of winning that battle to claim Roshan this series, which they didn't do last time. So yeah, definitely not.
They've absolutely taken their gameplay to a whole nother level. And you know what else can help you guys take your gameplay to a whole nother level? That's some HyperX gear. You know, HyperX is sponsoring us, so I want to give them a big shout out. They're running a special promotion of their line of HyperX Alloy Origins keyboards during the TI10 qualifiers. All HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models feature HyperX mechanical switches, fully customizable RGB lighting, and aircraft-grade aluminium body. Available in 10 keyless and 60% keyboards. You can either click on the HyperX banner below or head over to bts.gg/SEA HyperX if you want to know a lot more about it. But for now, we're going to jump to a break before we come back for game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to head into game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between TNC and Fnatic. Black, I want to ask you, you favored Fnatic for a draft in game number 2, and they still weren't able to close out the game, which makes me think it must be a little bit more down to the execution. So what do you think is the conversation that's happening down there for the team right now?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little bit worried. They had a very one-sided game in the first one. Second one, they had a pretty strong draft against what TNC drafted, but they still didn't manage to close it out despite being given a lot of chances by like a lot of circumstances, right? Like Gabby, the first feed mid lane with that Aegis was pretty bad by them, and then the Centaur, then another team wipe, but they just still lost the game ultimately, and that must feel really bad because you don't really have much time to talk about it. Now you're down 2-0.
Yeah, guys, if you're in their position, what do you think you would be saying to the team or thinking about to make sure that, you know, you're not getting, I guess, too tilted in this series?
Yeah, I imagine there is at least some level of tilt and also definitely nerves. Death on the offlane has not looked as good as he did early in the tournament. He was like having amazing games, and this best of 5 so far, it feels like he's been shut down. I think what you got to say is, you know, you got to probably hype everyone up in a way where you don't play too scared because you're down 2-0. At this point, it's like, we're down 2-0. The only way you're going to win 3 games in a row is if you start playing with confidence and start taking the game to TNC. Like, they can still pick late games and play their carries and play their Fnatic style, but they can't, like, second-guess themselves and play, you know, like, play in a way where they just give TNC whatever they want.
Yeah. Time to enter question mark mode.
I am hoping, you know, something a little bit different does come out from them, maybe something unexpected. But one thing that's not unexpected is that Broodmother and the TA ban from them. They're definitely not going to let that one through. And instead, they're going to do I guess, the equivalent of what TNC did in the first game. And they're going to second pick that Terrorblade. They really want to pick it up in conjunction with the Lion. And then the TNC going for a really standard but strong-looking Leshrac and Abaddon duo over there.
Yep. The evolution of the draft. Game 1 it was Game 2 it was more Fnatic, but now they're going with what they love the most, the strongest suit. Terrorblade, Raven, probably his best hero. Not entirely sure, but one of the best for sure. And they're gonna go all in into the Terrorblade basket.
What are you expecting to come? You know, we talked about Death, so what are you expecting to come from him for the offlane that could pair quite well for this Terrorblade to give him space?
The Legion would always, I mean, he played it first game. Legion TB is just insanely good. The pressy attack with the Aghanim shard is just so good at enabling this hero. It gives you a save as well, and that's something which Lion does not bring to the table. Lion does a lot of things, but doesn't have any real defensive capabilities, so that's a hero that stands out to me. But otherwise, I think you're going to maybe wait and see. Maybe they'll wait to see what TNC picks up for their carry, or at least their mid, to make sure that he does get a good matchup. Yeah,
if you pick your carry early like this, you are expecting it to get countered, but it also leaves your own offlaner / mid laner to counter the enemy's draft.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Legion Commander come out because Death didn't have that game that he wanted in game 1, and we know that he can play it Legion Commander absolutely to a T. So it would be nice, again, stay on that comfort, but just have a better supporting draft to enable him to do some things.
Yeah, I feel like as though they need to come out of the early game strong here. Like, they need some sort of confidence boost, because after these 2 losses, there must be, you know, some sort of uneasiness in the room, and a good early game would definitely help alleviate that.
Do you not think they had a pretty good early game in game 2? I feel like they did for the laning phase, and then they just really struggled when they came out of it.
And then they still lost, though. So now probably the spirits aren't as high. They're also, I believe, not in the boot camp, right? I think DJ was at home. We interviewed him yesterday.
No idea. It looks like it, but...
Yeah.
Do you think that has more of an impact on this than maybe we are considering?
I mean, it's hard to rally the troops, right? When everyone is at their own home. Like, just nothing feels the same. Like, imagine you're all sitting in a circle and we're talking, or we're talking over the mic. You know, David, if I was right next to you, you would be much more inspired by what I'm saying, right?
It's true. And I'm just like, you're over there, you know, in Romania. I'm just like, Black's not saying anything smart.
Exactly.
I'll
Who is that dog? Look at him. Yeah.
Big words being said over the mics here.
I know. I can't even be like, Black, you're calling me out. Let's go. Let's take this out back. No.
Yeah. I'm safe behind my screen. I'm keyboard warrior. What do you want to do, bro?
Absolutely love it.
Well,
But I thought potentially there was going to be a tide for Fnatic, but they banned it themselves.
Brewmaster. All right. That is the China response to a Terrorblade generally, because you can dispel all the illusions. You can just cyclone him up, and as we said, this timing of Aghanim's Refresher on Brewmaster is really deadly for a Terrorblade.
I was wondering if it would go the Darkseer again, because Dax is a hero that actually matches up pretty well against TB, but it's a similar idea. It's another hero. You're going to probably see another Aghanim's Rush. They played it against Boom and had great success with this fast tempo play. TNC is basically saying, yeah, we don't want to go necessarily 50, 60 minutes against Fnatic. Yeah, last game did, but that was not necessarily their plan going in. They're looking for these more tempo kind of drafts.
Yep, you said it, and then they're going to last pick Arc Ward, and then we're going to be like...
Yeah, that's true. That was what Fnatic did against the TB, was the Arc Warden.
Yeah.
Gabby, not as well known for his Arc Warden, perhaps, but
what
play it.
of his heroes are really good against a Terrorblade, though? PA is terrible. Drow Ranger could work. I pick up the Phoenix, okay. Extra health for the Terrorblade. Good team fight. They don't really have a good egg hitter at all.
Yeah.
Because after Brewmaster splits, of course, he can't hit the egg at all. Like, it's just not possible.
They could just pick the Mirana if they're worried about that. They do need a 4 position, but they also don't have that many stuns. I'm actually preferring Fnatic's draft a lot right now. Yeah, this Brewmaster pick looks nice, but I just feel like they've ticked more boxes. They have the line for the disables, Phoenix Supernova for the team fight, and TNC.
There we go, baby. No
we
stuns.
talked
Hero.
about it so much. And they're gonna bring
Gonna
it
stunts,
out.
you need the boy.
Yep, there you go. You know, you talked about the fact that they might not have that catch-alert lockdown, and they're like, they're 100% surely gonna go for the old 10-second shackle on Shaman.
Lion is the better Shaman. That's why he gets picked first. But Shaman is like, I got this too. What do you want? And it fits pretty well into this push draft.
Yeah, TNC want to prove that they don't need the Phoenix, and that maybe Shaman is on the same level as Lion.
Yeah, but Egg Killer, question mark? None of these can do it. The last pick will have to be some sort of Egg Killer, because otherwise you just can't really play team fights ever. If you have to run every time there's an egg, it's not a good sign.
So Arc Warden, that is what I'm hearing.
Arc Warden is okay. You know me, Naga Siren.
You're such a big fan of that Naga. You really want to see it.
Every time China plays it, they do so well with it.
Yeah.
And it has been an SEA hero historically, but not anymore. Damn.
Well, what other sort of, I guess they would want to be going for someone ranged,
Profit.
right? On the TNC side to try and get these eggs, because...
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Drow Ranger right now. I think that makes the most sense, but Fnatic has 2 bans. See what they think is best for TNC. This DP Phoenix Terrorblade draft is very scary. We have said it many times in the past. Death Prophet Terrorblade combo is almost unbeatable in team fights. Like, you can't fight into Exorcism and Metamorphosis in mid-game. It's just too much damage. It's not possible to fight into. Your Phoenix Egg on top of that. No chance.
Fnatic don't want that Arc Warden to come out. They don't want to go to that extreme late game. But how... I'm curious for the Drow Ranger into Death Prophet matchup for late game, like around team fighting. How did they sort of go against each other?
It's pretty decent. It's not the best, because now Death Prophet can build into like Blink, even overwhelming Blink. You can get on top of him. But in this mid game, it's very hard for DP to play against Raw Ranger.
As for TNC, I feel like they are going to be forced into a carry that's just not like it's similar. It kind of reminds me of Game 2, where it feels like, draft-wise, Fnatic seem to have a slight edge, but TNC just find ways to play their draft so well. I feel like they may just have to say, we can't get an egg hitter. Let's just, if they use Supernova, we just disengage. These 3 ultimates: Exorcism, Supernova, Metamorphosis. Run the hell away and then fight them when they're down. That to me is TNC's best option.
This series as well, they've been showing a lot more of that restraint to be able to make the calls of when they don't want to engage, when they don't want to keep pushing, when they think they might be overextending. they've shown it in these two games, so I think that is going to be the way that they end up going. It's something that's been working for them. It's won them the first two games. They know they have that communication in the team. But you're not going to see the Draw Ranger get picked up,
unfortunately, all the heroes I like are getting banned out. What a shame. I just hope we don't see a Wraith King. I feel like if they pick Wraith King, this game is just almost auto loss on draft.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people have been falling back to.
They want to play something fast-paced that can punish these long cooldowns, I feel. Also, like as we saw last game, something that ideally takes Roche. Like, I wouldn't mind just like an Ursa again.
Look, gods. You say disengage, I say Naga Siren. We're on the same page here.
Yeah. It's not like a go-to for Gabby, but it's doable.
Yeah, potentially. Okay, what other heroes does he really like, though? I think the Drow's out. Juggernaut potentially matches up terribly against DP and TB, though. What else is there? Morphling? Could work, but against the Lion Phoenix?
How much of TNC's draft right now is really Roche orientated, right? Because maybe that's just not what they're going to go for this game.
Like 0?
Yeah, so maybe they are going to be
focusing
focusing
no Roche at all.
on that team fight, the disengage aspect a lot more.
So, Black, by the way, the last time Gabby played Naga Siren was 12 months ago.
Okay. Probably not going to be seeing it then, especially not against the Pangolier.
Yeah.
This looks like a very solid draft. What do you got, TNC? I feel like you gotta go something like a Morphling. There's something that can snowball really hard and carry you.
I like more for Ursa. I think those are the two that stand out to me most. But
Ursa's
it's just a tough
pretty
draft.
scary against these heroes.
We've seen Morphling before.
Yeah, many times actually. Hasn't been popular in this qualifier, but historically a very good qualifier hero. What about Medusa? No. Nah. Too slow. Could work though. Would give a lot of team fight.
Yep.
And you have Shaman to push towers.
TNC are definitely pushing the timer for this choice. They are going to go that
Good call, Black. Good call. They just had nothing better. It's not a hero that has been a go-to, but at the same time, Gabby did make PA work, so he's going to try to do the same for the Morphling here. Yep. And lane-wise, I do like this a lot against the Pengo.
It's good, for sure. But both games, we've seen this last pick not be like the best optimal hero they could have had. It's already countered by the Lion, and the matchup generally is not easy. But they made it work last game, and Gabby is obviously a very confident player. You can see it in his playstyle. And Morphling is a hero that, if he gets off to a good start, he can just snowball these games completely out of control.
Which team do you favor than Black? And that's not just draft based, but I guess having that knowledge of how they've been playing in this series so far too.
I gotta go with Fnatic again this game. I think their draft is just a little bit too solid. It's all on Gabby, really. Which can he do it a second time in a row? Is my question.
Well, what do you think, guys? Do you think it's possible for him to pull it through a second time in a row?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think what we've seen from Fnatic is they're just not playing their A game here. You know, the pressure of maybe getting a TI seems to be affecting them. Similar to Black, favor Fnatic's draft, but unlike him, I think TNC, it feels like there's this magic about them where they're just making these drafts work, and Fnatic just is not playing with the same amount of confidence as they have in the past.
Yeah, they seem to have almost more pocket picks, things that Fnatic aren't expecting, things that they think they should be able to beat them on. They have the confidence in the early game of having that knowledge. Then when they transition to this middle game, I don't know, it just feels like TNC almost have more direction. They know how to play what they've picked. I think I am going to side with Fnatic here, though. It does look kind of difficult to come up against. So that's where I'm going to be putting my prediction. But I'm very excited to jump in to game number 3 of the grand final. Take it away, guys.
Game 3, back against the wall. Fnatic, can they do it? These are players, a few of whom have had a long, storied, historied career. The likes of DJ as well as Jabs, Raven as well. These guys have played at numerous TIs, had quite a bit of success at TI as well, but they are facing elimination here, Black.
Yep, on the verge. Not where I thought they would be after yesterday, where they gave TNC a lot of problems. But today TNC just seems to be you know, on a different sort of level. Like they had a better breakfast maybe or lunch, not sure. The series against Boom was more than a good warm-up. It was a very close series, so maybe that's helping them a little bit because they came in already warmed up. But yeah, they're making it work. A little bit scared for them this time around with the draft, but I was the same as the last game, so see if they make it work again.
I am enjoying the two teams having a little banter back and forth about the tipping and not bullying each other. Obviously, good friends and also rivals as soon as they're in game, but friends outside of the game. So,
yeah, I mean, even last game we saw some all chatting when the Centaur stormed, right? They were in happy spirits, all of them. I'm sure TNC was a little bit mad about it, but they could still joke about it.
Exactly. Still the tips going out. Raven getting a few himself. Jabs was one asking them to, you know, stop tipping him. But nothing too crazy coming out to start this game off. It will be Lion in the 4 position role, Phoenix in the 5. That's something, you know, I guess there is sometimes some switch arounds with the Lion and even the Phoenix, but
yeah.
Here we go.
It's gonna be a very different game than we've seen before. Like the playmaking is not very obvious for TNC. That they gotta preemptively split and then run him with like a Brewmaster, try to cyclone someone, get a stun off until this Shadow Shaman gets a blink, which should be at like 15 minutes or so. It's gonna be difficult to play the map for TNC until then.
And Shaman, we haven't seen this here at all. Coming kind of out of nowhere. What can we expect from Shaman?
I mean, they just picked it as a Lion replacement, right? I'm sure if there was Lion, I would have picked that instead. But they just had a severe lack of Disable. And that's pretty much the best option you can go to. Like, if you look at the POS 4 hero pool, there's really nothing better than Lion and Shaman when it comes to just disabling heroes and enabling your own heroes to deal damage to them.
Yeah, the hero that used to be the go-to, maybe like more the Earth Spirit, has kind of fallen to the wayside. Not the go-to for anymore. Otherwise, you know, Tim's an Earth Spirit specialist. He'd be loving that hero, but you need these ranged supports.
Yeah, mid lane this time around. No, not reverse roles. Armel was last game too, right? No, Armel was the DP. What am I talking about?
They swapped mid heroes. So last time this mid matchup was pretty even overall. So far, Armel having a bit of a sizable edge.
Yeah,
At least
only
for the
missed
first
2
couple
CS
of
so
minutes. Yeah, and good 4 denies up to his hands as well. So good start for the Leshrac. Armel, you know, perhaps punishing the newly returned mid laner. Chuan obviously initially a mid laner when it was on Esther, coming back from the off lane, a little bit maybe inexperienced when it comes to the mid lane as of late. And bottom lane, a lot of harass coming down. Fnatic were the ones playing aggressive, but they get zapped back.
Yeah, the Cinder Brew plus Clap plus the Shaman Shock is a lot of single target damage, which Terrorblade is very afraid of in the laning phase. He's sitting at 300 health right now, has to be careful. They're out of regen down here. But both couriers are coming with more regen. They should be
Cinder Brew slow. Gets the ignite on him
Tims?
as well. Tims gets stove on. DJ's going for the kill. The Fire Spirits come back up now. Just as he dives in, so DJ timed this one for this aggression. Has he got the damage to follow this up? 1 or 2 more right clicks. Doesn't get it though. He threw the Fire Spirits at Bok as well, which meant he didn't have a third one to throw.
Yeah, my level 1 Fire Spirits really just don't deal any damage. They slow your attack speed by a ton, but yeah, the damage just comes in from like level 3 onwards. What is the Morphling doing? Decently, but so is Death. Like this Pangolier is really the big question mark here. It's always, this hero is very hit or miss, right? Like either you're owning a game or you're not having very much impact at all. And it doesn't really strike me as a Death hero. Like I haven't seen him play it a whole lot.
Yeah, not. I mean, speaking of Polno, who obviously knows him well. His fellow Singaporean. Did not really mention his Pango too much. Yeah, yeah. Let me get you all the info. No.
Hey, Polno, Death Pangolier, how?
Something smart to say that I can steal. I was messaging him before the series. I was like, all right, I need to sound smart when I'm casting. What have you got? But all he got, what he did tell me was last time Death played TI qualifiers with him, they got last place. That's what I got.
Oh, that is a great information.
Yep. He was like, yeah, we played TI quals from Resurgence, got last place. Hopefully he does better here. Well, I mean, he already has done better here.
I saw that qualifier was a rough ride for them.
Yeah.
It was a Singapore-only team, which is can't work. Don't have enough players over there.
I know that feeling as an Australian.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we got a couple good players, but we definitely don't have 5.
Yeah. But the ones you do have, they're very successful.
Yeah. This will be one of the first years in a while without an Australian at TI, unfortunately, with Anna's retirement and KP not making it. So sad days for Aussie Dota.
It's okay, there's always the next year. That's what I keep telling myself.
As you cast Dota. Here we go. Bottom lane, Tim's in trouble. The Fire Spirits this time around, level 2. They're going to go down, and yeah, mid lane, a very deep bit of pressure coming out from Chuan on the Death Prophet playing behind the tower. Armel, so he gets that level 6, has to maybe be a bit careful here.
Yeah, and we can also see why Shaman is not really picked a whole lot.
Oh, it's for the bottle refill?
He didn't get it, I think. No, he didn't get it. Armel put it too late.
Oh. And he took a lot of damage from another Crypt Storm as well. And he's got a Bounty Rune on the Death Prophet to fall back to. So yeah, he's going to go back to base. Death Prophet doesn't have to go for the rune yet. It's just going to pop a Clarity.
This is really bad news. Like, Terrorblade is generally a hero. You want to hold lane.
Going in on more.
Gabby. How did he die? They got hacked?
First spike into Swashbuckle. And yeah, the Hex. They just chain stunned him from the trees, and Death just jumped in with a Swashbuckle. The Orb of Corrosion timing, maybe catching him by surprise. I don't know.
Potentially. But look at the gold. It's already 2k. They're winning all 3 lanes right now. Like, Terrorblade is a hero. You want to beat a lane, he has to go jungle, right? But if he wins lane, it's just a snowball hero that farms faster than almost anybody in the game. And he's having a good old time. All 3 of them are.
Is this supposed to happen? Is this why no one picked Shaman because his hero is kind of weak? Or it's not like they're playing
terrible laner. I mean, he has a good base damage. It's just his mobility is so limited. And after the Ether Shock, what does he have? Like, Phoenix just out-trades him. He can't move.
And
it's just
Phoenix has mobility, so Phoenix can get on top of you with the dive. And we saw even from the start, TB was spamming level 1 Reflection for Harass, so just doing everything they can to bully him.
TB is not the same old weak laner anymore with this Reflection buff he received. It's actually a decent spell. It deals 100 damage every time you use it. Good movement slow for your support to hit him even more. It's a strong hero now. That's why it's picked so much.
Yeah. Alright, well, this is the start Fnatic we're hoping for. They had it at least somewhat in game 2. I feel like this is an even bigger laning victory for them, so we'll see if there's going to be any kind of a response. As bottom lane, they're going to force the Phoenix to dive away. The chase is on Tims, trying to bring him down. It's going to be Boomy elsewhere dying as Tims gets back to the trees. That was another kill top for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Morphling already relegated to the jungle.
And
not a good feeling. That's why you want to have Terrorblade, not Morphling.
Yeah. Every time Morph is bigger, you also have, I feel like, have to look a bit at the ulti combos. Like, is there somebody he can kind of turn into that's going to have a big impact? There is, what, the Metamorphosis is the big one this game? Is there anything else that stands out for you?
Potentially the Lion. Like, if you get a good Impale Hex on like a DP or something, it'd be pretty impactful. But you also have to be careful, of course, if you turn into the Lion, he's right next to you, then you don't get hexed and impaled. Good rotation from Armel. They needed something. Gotta open the map up. Farming the stack as well. It's a big stack.
Yeah, I imagine that's why the call was like, come for this kill. Even if he dives and gets away, you can take a stack and push this tower. So, a good move regardless. Fnatic make a similar one up top. They rotate with the Exorcism. Will take a tier 1 tower of their own. And Exorcism is still running. They're going to TP mid and pressure this mid tier 1. They probably don't get this tower, but they can get some good damage in.
They have meta as well.
Maybe they do get this tower. We'll see. TNC are going to have to come and defend this. They popped the glyph already. Can they get in here in time? Fine, gets a double damage rune. Yeah, they want to fight this one, it looks like. Fine does not want to overstay. Oh, ooh, very close for a Hex there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's struggling quite a bit on Tims, who we said is going to be the only source of initiation.
That Swashbuckle is just half of Morph's health when he's on low.
He has a Javelin, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Going
to
to
the just now his courier. Yeah. Did lose his courier, not a big deal though. As Fnatic will see the gold lead reduce. The Leshrac farming that stack and getting the bottom tower does put Armel actually on top again. So TNC doing a good job.
DJ here, that could be a big one as well, but they have a ward, he's sitting right on top of it. Not happening. Unless Armel can hit a split earth? No.
DJ just min-maxing, getting as much farm and XP as he can, even with the knowledge that those heroes are there. It's
He's already
Tim,
6 now.
Tim's just going to Sentry. I think Tim's realizes, like, yeah, he's kind of playing like he doesn't see us, but he's also playing like he does see us, so.
Yeah. An experienced support player will see that in a matter of seconds. Yeah, Armel still keeping the top of the network for now. It's a little bit scary to fight into these heroes though. We said many times how strong DP and TB are against Leshrac, because you gotta run in close and personal. That's where they want you to be in order to beat you up.
This entire Radiant team fight, it's like 4 big kind of wombo combo ultimates, or maybe less so the Metamorphosis, and then even Lion offering a lot of disables, but yeah. Respect the team fight.
Yeah, and Def just making the top lane his new home. Well, still home, I guess, not really new home. He almost has a Maelstrom. He's very farmed on the Pangolier.
I like how he's played this game.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, just taking this top lane. If the TP needed this top lane, he should give it up. If, like, I imagine he would have left if Raven was having a bad game, but Raven's just been free farming down bottom as well as at the Ancient Triangle, so he'll give up the lane now to TB, but getting all this farm is going to allow him to have a really nice game.
Yeah, and we have yet to see a brew split. He's headed for a good 3 minutes, but no chance to use it just yet.
Maybe the top gets waveformed on, but there's no real follow-up.
Nope, and Exorcism popped in the mid lane. What's the defense they can mount?
Primal Split is the big one that probably has to be committed if they want to defend this one. Chuan just throws out a casual silence to kind of deter them. ENC.
Finger?
Find their Brewmaster in trouble. The Finger blows him up before it can ultimate, and they've got the Rolling Thunder follow-up. They're going to catch Tim's now as well on the Shaman. Death kind of traps himself a little bit, unfortunately. Doesn't get the stun he was hoping for, and that puts Chuan in a bit of trouble on the Death Prop, and he needs to start healing up.
Leshrac damage though.
Exorcism heal coming in, but it's going to be too late.
We hasted Leshrac, doing so much work.
Oh.
He has Phoenix Egg.
And he gets down to the low ground. He gets out of there, dodges the Split Earth. Unfortunately for Death, he just didn't get the bounces he was hoping for. Shaman kind of positioned near the wall meant that he could avoid the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Raven getting very low at the Ancients. Be careful. But you're a Terrorblade, so who cares?
It's got Possessed Mask. Oh,
just sunder me, alright. DJ team player?
Nope.
How is Gabby looking? He's actually ahead of Terrorblade in farm after this pretty bad laning phase. And yeah, gold lead back to pretty much 0.
Wondering how that fight started. I'm surprised TNC won it.
Yeah, Hasted Leshrac is really strong though. Like, it's probably the best rune he can have.
They just take a mid-tier 1 tower. This level 4 Edict with the Abaddon backing up Armel. He's able just to run in. Yep, Death is the target. He's got a Rolling Thunder, but I don't imagine he wants to commit. He's just going to swashbuckle away. Sure about this split here. TNC perhaps crossing wires a bit.
And it's fine. They get the tower, they disengage, but that should also mean that the Radiant can get the mid-tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, they're probably hoping not to have to commit the Exorcism. It's already low. Midas up on the Brewmaster, so going for the Midas before the Ags is... We'll see what Fnatic's play is going to be with the Brew split down.
Yeah, now a 1k lead of Fnatic. They basically made up 3k gold in 4 minutes. Very efficient map movement. And Lion is farming his blink.
On the high ground, Lion going to run into him. A backup in the Death Prophet nearby, but the Lion is going to get split. There's the Silent, or the Hexor only coming out into 1. The Revenge kill should be there. Support for support. Lion for Lion in a sense.
Did force some rotations though to a lane where you don't really want to be at this point.
But this mid tower is still standing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They're gonna split. Like, now should be the time to strike. And Raven says, yep, it is.
Alright.
Should be pretty easy with this Metamorphosis. They do have Glyph though.
I mean, they can hold on to the Exorcism for now, it seems. And they're not even rotating in the Death Prophet. They will Glyph it to delay things and look for a deny, it seems. Can Boomy time this? He's pump faking, and they get it with the Brew. Okay. Raven tried to time it, but too many TNC heroes going for the deny.
Yeah.
And Morph is out farming the TP now, by the way. Morph is,
yeah, he is
having a great game.
I mean, look at Lash though, 2k ahead of the enemy's Death Prophet. He's getting everything he wants.
Yeah, what
He might be setting up for DP down there with his Yule Scepter.
The Prophet winning one more last creep. We'll get out of there, it looks like, safely. Unless he'll just come in to farm the wave. So, neither team looking to make a play right now.
Yep.
Does feel like Fnatic, who had that 2k gold lead coming out of the lanes, have not exactly found a way to capitalize on it. And if anything, it's the opposite. DJ could be in some trouble in the Phoenix. Runs into a Hex and actually gets the dive away. He's still alive for now. And
Tim's need other, he needs other heroes to play with him. It's like not the Abaddon Shaman that you're scared of, right? Like, it's not really a killer combo. Like, he needs to Lash with him or Morph, maybe even the Brewmaster. But yeah, very close there for DJ. And he's just gonna stay there with his Tranquil Boots.
Having the low levels in Hex as well as Shackles means the Disables aren't really kicking in yet for the Shaman. He's gonna need more levels first.
It's a very different skill build than we usually see from when China picked it up a lot. They went like 1-2 levels max in the Shock and just maxed Hex and Shackle.
Wow, they commit the Exorcism and they actually managed to bring him down. They throw everything. Finger of Death, all the Disables, and an Exorcism. They killed the
There was a line without Blink and he did not morph up. That means he must have gotten surprised by a silence or so. Because I imagine if he morphs up there, there's a decent chance he might live.
Not a bad place to commit Exorcism as well, because the tier 1 tower is there for them if they want to go for that. It looks like they might trade.
Exo is gone already though.
Yeah. And they
Lesh is so much
Fnatic
faster
wants
than
to
DP.
defend. Yeah. I don't know if Lesh is expecting this one. Tim's is in the trees. He gets the Hex out first on the line. They both get the Hex out. And Xuan comes running in. The Aphotic Shield helping keep Armel alive. He's going to have to run away from... Yeah, Meta TB. You got to maybe run away from him. But Xuan's got nothing on the Death Prophet. He's going to find the Brewmaster split running at him. And Xuan in trouble. The Yule Scepter being used to dodge the Boulder Toss. That may just save Xuan's life. And now with the Rolling Thunder coming to play, Death is zoning these heroes away. But he's only got the Shadow Shaman. He needs to maybe address Armel. He gets the kill on the Shaman. Can they stop Armel from getting these kills? Xuan has just juked them in the trees. This Death Prophet coming up big.
Raven is dealing way too much damage. They need to disengage.
Yeah. Adam gets
he juked him while Raven was just putting in the pain.
Oh. Yeah, Lesh was hunting so hard for this Death Prophet. Xuan, without an Exorcism, without any mana, just baited them in.
Yep, stayed alive forever. I mean, he's still alive even. Did not even fall, and they did not get the tower. And it's a Brew Spirit committed. Sure, Meta is also down, but TNC was definitely looking for more there. Still holding the gold lead though. Like, you don't expect Terrorblade to ever be ahead in net worth against the Morphling. I mean, vice versa. Morphling to be ahead against Terrorblade. He should be farming much faster.
Yeah, Fnatic going for maybe some of these kind of team plays where they try and force these towers and they haven't been able to win the fights as successfully as TNC have until that one up top. That pulled them ahead a little, didn't pull them ahead in terms of goal, but at least in terms of the kills. And Raven now going to go back to focus on his own farm with some ancient stacks, but feels like whenever we've been looking, it's TNC, they're the ones farming stacks, now they're the ones
for the Roshan
pit. DJ's scouted by this observer. Boomy planted it while smoked, so they're not going to know maybe what's going on. A TB Illusion could go in and scout this one, but I don't think they realize. They're just sneaking this.
Yeah, they don't have the best Roche lineup either. But now the Illusions are kind of running their way. No?
They're killing it slowly, but it's not being scouted. DJ could use the Fire Spirits here.
They're not... Nah, they're just not aware at all. Leshrac played it very smart too. He looked like he was just taking the rune and disengaging.
They're showing the Brewmaster top, they're showing Leshrac mid. It's same as last game. TNC, I mean, we mentioned how some of these SEA teams at times have been playing a little bit maybe cautiously and scared. TNC, 2 games in a row, sneak a Roshan. That's not playing cautiously or scared. That's making bold decisions that you think can win you the game, and it did last game, and it put TNC in a great position this game.
Yeah, this morphing with Aegis could be the decider in the next team fight. What are we looking at for item progression? Terrorblade just finishes Manta.
Fnatic is smoked up into the enemy side of the map. It's an Abaddon tanking it though. He's got the borrowed time, so if anything, TNC's like, alright, let's fight them.
Another haste rune. Barely missed out.
That's away, still has the Yule Scepter. Who's he going to look to go on? They initiate in with the Phoenix. Rolling Thunder followed up from Death, but there is going to be Yules in the abandon. They'll cut their losses on TNC to stop the borrowed time. Just a support kill and several ultimates committed.
Yeah, not a fight they were looking for at all. Good reveal from the smoke though, by Abaddon there. Yeah, not too many strong items coming out. DP prioritizing his own game a little more, going into the travels rather than a fast BKB or Kaya Sanj. Leshrac is very strong. Oh, you said that?
Oh, trying to get his off first. Leshrac didn't get the Yules into the stun. Now they're going to follow up with an Earth Spike. Jabs went blinking in for this one. Has the Finger of Death. Is the damage going to be there? They got the Supernova on top of Armel. Armel trying to take his way through this, but even with the hood, it's not enough. Jabs will pay the price. The Brewmaster split being used to make sure they get the Lion, but the chase is on. They want Bok. His Earth Panda is on the run. I believe he has no Blink Dagger, so yeah, he's got no way out without a Blink Dagger. He's going to go for the TP, but wishful thinking.
Yeah. No chance he makes it out of there. How close is his... Oh, he's only 50 gold away to his Aghanim Scepter. On the Brewmaster, that means next team fight there's going to be 2 splits, which is going to be very, very troublesome.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really make these plays without Abaddon. Like, he needs to be behind the Leshrac. If he's there, he's going to survive a whole lot longer.
Even the Aegis Morph was off farming. Like, they're trying to get this Morph E-Blade up, so... Not Gabby's fault, he necessarily wasn't there. It's just the team who were not all on the same page.
Yeah. E-Blade is done in 1,000. And we still got about 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. So he'll have like a decent timing. Not the longest, but a timing nonetheless.
Tim's down bottom, they're looking for him. They get the sound. Jabs guesses wrong. He's like, he's in the trees, but he just guessed the wrong tree cluster, and now they're looking to turn this one around. Fnatic, oh, he misses Split Earth. Khan again, just juking these TNC spells. Jabs will get the blink out as well. Oh, they're breaking ankles out here, Black.
Yeah. I'm not sure why Armel went for the stun before Yules. There was no reason to, really. Probably thought he would get him, but... Yeah, gonna play it a little bit more safe, because like you didn't need the Yules defensively there at all, since there weren't any enemy heroes around. But they will still get the tier 2 tower bottom. Are they trading for top though? Shaman cancels TP.
Yeah, oh, I thought they were gonna go for the defense. Instead, they're gonna just back off, take the outpost. Attic, we're a little scared that TNC were gonna come and defend this one, but now maybe realizing that's not the case. They'll clear out the creeps and hope that maybe the Radiant Creep Wave can finish off the tier 2 tower. Looks like
gonna be enough.
They'll get it down to 9 range at least. Maybe, yeah, if a TB illusion or something was up there, they would have had it, but they can clear another Creep Wave and slowly get it.
Yeah. It's not like super important. The outposts don't give that much experience anymore as they used to.
Maybe for Roshan, having the outpost TP2 can matter, but
yeah. No Roshan yet.
Something you have to
So
worry about.
50 seconds left on the Aegis. E-Blade is up. We don't want to force anything with this.
I think we may see Fnatic go for... Well, I guess they're waiting on this Skadi, because often you see these teams smoke up when Aegis is expiring. But they are constantly being scouted out. This Dire Ward, they just smoked under it. PNC, they know this is coming. The question is, do they try and bait this and take a fight? Looks like they're at least considering that. Boomy on the high ground. The selfless support trying to tank this smoke gank.
Gabby is TPing there too. They definitely want to fight this.
Meanwhile, Shaman
the best initiation.
Shaman may just drop wards down bottom.
Yeah, one more creep until level 12.
Ether shocks, and there's a TP. Oh, he may get caught. He doesn't have a blink dagger himself. He's in the trees. Jabs has a hex. He just... Oh, he got him! Oh, the last 0.1 second. He'll get the finger stack as well.
TP would have lived.
It's level 4 hex.
Maybe they can get...
Here comes...
Oh, Lion is out of position.
Better Lion than Death Prophet. Jab's trying to get his mana back. Uses the Shadow Amulet. That may save his life. If they got detection, Split Earth with the Leshrac AoE damage should be enough. They're going to throw out the Brewmaster Split as well, but the Rolling Thunder comes through, pummeling this Leshrac, getting the backlines as well. The Abaddon going to get hit by this one as well. The Shotgun takes out the Death Prophet. The follow-up damage from Raven's there, but the defensive Yules from the Lesh going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but the Sunray will finish him off. What a Rolling Thunder from Death! Absolutely wrecking the backlines. Will take out the Abaddon, but they still maybe don't have the best answer for Gabby. He's going to be forced back. because of the TB. Instead, it's DJ on the Phoenix being chased down. This Brewmaster split with the Axe timing, causing a lot of problems here as TB tries to finish off the split. Won't be successful. Nothing to cancel the TP out. Whew. A bloodbath in this middle lane. It was kind of a 3-for-3 in the end since Shaman, I guess, died before the fight, but both teams using all their big ultis.
Yeah, and Roshan responds in potentially 1.5 minutes. But you just see this Terrorblade. He's untouched every fight. Like, they're just trying to ignore him, but he's outputting so much damage. And his Pangolier, they don't have an answer to him either. Like, they can't really stop the roll at all.
And it's great because he's stunning everyone. So he stuns up the Leshrac and then he also hits the Abaddon. So those shields and miscores are not saving people like you'd perhaps want them to be.
Yeah, they definitely need BKBs to answer this Pangolier here. Are they building into them? Yeah, Morph is, Lesh is, and Brewmaster is going straight A on this. I like that quite a bit. You just need to get off your splits.
You mentioned the TB kind of being ignored and putting out all the damage. What did you see from Morphling that fight? Like, as far as, we haven't seen much Morphling this tournament. Is this looking like a game where Gabby's going to be able to carry things?
I mean, the way he played it was really good. He turned into the Lion, killed the Lion, of course, and then he hexed the DP so he can't dual dodge his shotgun combo, killed the DP. He did all the right things there. Just didn't end up being enough to win the team fight, but I mean, he definitely knows what he's doing. Is he level 30 on Morphing? That's a pretty sick symbol.
I
think it's level 30.
That's the level 30. Yeah, I think that's level 30.
I mean, you could definitely tell. Like, the way he's using his spells. Yeah, he instantly morphed back before he got stunned. Then morphed up strength. He knows pretty much everything about this hero. In and out.
Yeah, that's a lot of games played.
Yeah.
Gabby.
I wonder how many games it is, actually.
With a 2-0 lead, that's them saying, you know, you mentioned they didn't seem to be a better option than Morphling when we got to that last pick. And Gabby saw the same thing, so going for a comfort pick, even if it's an out-of-meta comfort pick.
Yeah.
And with the 2-0 lead, that's a good time to go for a pick like that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of players would just be like, nah, I don't want to play Morphling unless it's like a free Morphling game, you know? But Gabby is... Yeah, he doesn't seem to be caring too much. Even in game 2. It wasn't the perfect PA game, but he still made it work, no problem.
Alright. Gabby has definitely shown up these qualifiers.
Yeah, and he had to. A lot of strong competition.
Yeah.
Leshrac feeling close to his BKB.
Yeah. Is that... I mean, you mentioned the Rolling Thunder. Is that something that TNC's ready to go with? I mean, they may have to be ready to go because Roche has respawned, so we'll see if either of these teams goes for it. Raven's in there. They may just commit an Exorcism.
Yeah.
And TNC's
Morph has
nowhere
to be very careful.
seen. Yeah, this Roche is just dead.
Yeah, no way they're fighting this. I mean, they sort of know, but it's too late already. I think Morph just wants to prioritize his own BKB. Because fighting into Rolling Thunder without BKB is so hard. Especially with this Talon on Pango. It lasts for 13 seconds. It's ridiculous.
Okay, they just give it up. Looked like they were TPing mid as if they might want to try and contest it, but that's not the case.
That's a shot on DP. I liked it quite a bit. When you get Spirit Siphon for 4 seconds, you get feared. Can be pretty impactful against some of these heroes.
Yep. Like a more.
Also gives you one additional charge, right? Yeah, 5 charges.
So, Fnatic, not going to see them immediately look to utilize this Aegis cheese. They have to wait for the Exorcism cooldown as well as the meta. Or sorry, not meta, they didn't actually commit, it was just the Exorcism.
Yep, just Exorcism. TB is ready to fight. 200 away from his BKB. And we didn't really talk much about it, but TNC was leading by like 2k before that fight. And ever since then, they made up 7k gold, basically.
Similar to last game with it going back and forth. Because this game it was Fnatic who had the lead, like 2-3k gold out of the lanes, and then TNC swung it their way, and now it's back Fnatic's way. But it doesn't feel like either team is making the same kind of maybe overly aggressive throws as we saw a bit in game number 2.
Yeah. And this game is really going to come down to who gets the better initiation. They both have instant blink hexes, Shaman and Lion. This game is just going to be purely decided on who goes first and on what target.
I hear that, and I'm hearing we're going to see some A on this. Then I already see a few queued up.
Yep.
On cores
every
as
game.
well. You're playing against Hex as a core, you want Aeon Disc. Pango has one, Death Prophet has one queued up. Oh, and also,
Brewmaster
and
already has his as well.
Yeah, Brewmaster has it. So, yep, all these cores with Aeon Disc.
DJ queued up Aeon Disc. There's definitely something that will be done to this item. I'm not quite sure what, but a little too good. And by a little, I mean a lot.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I like the concept of the item. It just seems too cheap. Like, I imagine even make the build up different, so it costs like an extra like 1,000, 1,500 gold, and gives like some different stats maybe. Like that.
I just don't like the concept of it reducing or basically removing all the damage. Like, if it reduced it by like half, I would be on board with it. But it's basically a free blink out, a free everything. It's like a mini Oracle ulti, right? Tim's. Raven has Aegis. Can they kill this guy? Well, not anymore. Morphin TP'd out already. Finished his BKB. I think he's happy to fight now. Just a question, do you want to fight into a Terrorblade Aegis? It's not an easy fight.
I mean, you mentioned these fights coming down to execution. Is there key target for either side, or like what is the execution that both teams are looking for to win these fights?
I think the best targets to kill for TNC are definitely DP and Phoenix. I think it's going to be very hard to kill Def with his Aeon Disc, so...
He's fishing, he's right next to Tim.
Ooh.
They're
breathing each other's air.
6 feet,
like,
guys,
where's
6
that
feet.
smell coming from?
That's not socially distant. We don't like that here. And Jabs walks off. That's a bit better, Jabs.
Yep, thank you for abiding the law. DP is a little bit alone up there, but Shaman is nowhere near. And his Battle-Axe is out.
Yeah.
Okay. They need Shaman to set up for these kills. Otherwise, no chance. He was trying to bottom, but Fnatic was just like, alright, we're pushing the whole lane with everybody.
They found Shaman's courier, which kind of reveals the fact of what he's doing, but they're going high ground. They say we're ready. Exorcism plus TB with an Aegis. It's time to go. They still have a couple minutes left on this Aegis, so they want this tower.
How hard do they want to commit? No meta has been committed so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised no glyph. It was used some time ago, so PNC have to find a way to defend this one. Gabby in the trees trying to find an E-Blade target. There is an Aeon Disc on Pangolier though, so Death can't really be blown up here. It looks like Fnatic just going to disengage. And with 60, it's an Arcane Rune Death Prophet. That's why they threw this Exorcism. There will still be a window. They'll still have like a minute left on this Aegis when Exorcism is back up. Maybe more like 45, 50 seconds. They want to fight while it's down. I imagine they would have seen this Arcane Rune.
Yeah,
they know this
I'm
window
sure
is
aware
small.
of it.
Well, this courier flying over, that's going to kind of reveal where TNC are. Question is, do they want to go from low ground to high ground? That seems incredibly risky. Bok is leading the charge.
Bok is going.
Brewmaster going to pop out of the smoke here. Has the primal split. Fnatic, Death immediately throws out the Rolling Thunder. The Silence Bulb is there, but Armel gets the BKB up. Death turns the Aeon Disc. Can they blow up Bok? Nope, he gets off the primal split. Armel, he's dying to the meta TB. Does TB have the damage with the Skadi? So he should be fine. The BKB going to wear off soon. He might get thrown up in the air. The Spider Legs. Armel, he gets out of there. TB can't finish him off. Raven needs a Sun to target too. He's getting a bit low here. Has got the Phoenix speed, needs it. Will take out Boomy, and the Lesh did end up getting chased down. They got 3. They're looking for 4. Is Gabby in trouble on the Morph? Anything to stop his TP? No. He gets out, but they may get Bok now instead. He threw the second ultimate. Even if they don't get him, he's got no primal splits left. Looks like he will get his way out of there.
Ooh, yeah. It's just... We spoke about it during the draft. Like, fighting into these heroes is so incredibly difficult. You can't fight into Supernova and Metamorphosis. There wasn't even Exorcism.
They just flipped, and now they have Exorcism. There's no glyph for this one. This is going to be a lane of Rax, it feels like. 35 seconds without the ledge rack.
TB Ido is pushing the mid tower, and they're just going to go middle right after this, I feel like.
Keep in from Abaddon, but there we go. They'll get the full bottom lane. What's the call? Do they want to push their luck? I feel like they're having some slight flashbacks from last game. Like, what happened last game when we went for a second lane? But no, it's fine. Oh, wait, no, it's not. They're thinking twice about this one, and they'll play it safe. I don't mind this Black. Like, I think they, like you say, they probably could have, but Aegis was expiring, no Metamorphosis, and last game things went pretty south for them when they went for that second lane.
Yeah, just wait for your cooldowns. You are super far ahead. There's no reason to risk anything. If anything, TNC has to be the one making a risky play. But just prepare for that. Exorcism 90 seconds. Meta is going to be up by that time as well. Like the overwhelming amount of team fight on the Radiant side is just too much to deal with for the Dire. There's just nothing they can do, really.
And that's what we kind of, highlighted in the draft when we saw some of these heroes. We're just like, there's definitely some question marks about how TNC win a team fight. We haven't even really seen Supernova come into play because these team fights just end so quick. Ooh, that's how you win a team fight. You blow her up with an E-Blade. DP goes down, dead for 75. Gabby's stuck in the woods, but we'll have a wave for him, so he's fine.
Gabby's like, I don't want to leave.
Like Shaman should be able to deny the wards from full health.
Yeah, or make one go into the ground so you can walk through and then back up again.
There you go. Shaman definitely needs something. I feel like this hero is not being changed ever, really.
Yeah.
The last change I remember this hero had was when Aethershock used to be single target, right? Like way back when? Like Dota 1 days, maybe?
Yeah. And the constant buff to his base damage.
That's not a change to the hero. I mean, like, I'm talking like, you know, a new
you mean
spell.
like a fundamental change?
Yeah. Like a new spell. Like, even his act is one of the, for me, like, just most boring acts in the game. Here we go, Blink in bottom. They have the Finger of Death. They want to blow up this Slash Strike, stop him getting the BKB off. But he does get it out of the Yules with the right-click damages there. Raven blows him up. They're doing this without the Death Prophet. They're just catching TNC by surprise. The Abaddon's trying to come in to save the day, but it's too late with the Lesh already dead. Raven BKB TP's out. And they just killed Lesh without Death Prophet. That was ballsy from Fnatic.
In the enemy base as well. Yeah, it's not something you see every day, but they get out without losing anybody also.
Yeah.
So both mid lanes going down in the end. And now DP. Arcane Rune again.
Oh, beautiful. For Fnatic at least.
Beautiful. Go, my
I don't think it's beautiful. The Death Prophet does. I'm not trying to be unbiased here.
Yeah, of course, of course. We all know
there's a
what you're
DD
thinking.
outside the Roche pit. It's like, oh yeah. So that person's happy, but
Beautiful.
not me. Not me personally.
Of course, you would never be happy. You're very unbiased.
At least
You
now,
don't want
know,
TNC to win
without
because
Aussies
of your
in the
compendium.
tournament. Actually, I'm biased, Black. I predicted TNC. I got to be able to brag that I predicted the right team.
Yeah.
No. That's
The bragging rights are always there.
What do we got? DJ has a ward. He's going to throw the sentry out first. Check that there's nothing on the high ground.
Interesting that he did that. Because he has a gem.
They could have just, I guess, dropped the gem on the ground for that flying vision, right?
Yeah. But of course, he's getting a bit older, so...
Fingers aren't what they used to be.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's been on this Fnatic team the longest. Since maybe like what, 2016,
couple of years,
2007, maybe 2017, longer I want to say, like 3 or 4 years, right? Or not?
Did he ever leave since he joined first?
Oh, maybe he took a break or something. That's a good question. Not up to date on my DJ history. Yep. He gets the more strength off, and it feels like Death is just poking and prodding, fading out some spells.
Yeah, I mean, Rolling Thunder is such low cooldown. It doesn't really matter.
It's going to look like a kind of nothing ultimate, but the one thing is Roche could have been coming up, but he's got a minute before they have to worry about Roche. And of course, Rolling Thunder for a potential Roche fight is always going to be huge.
Yeah, one of the scariest abilities in the entire game. I'm just trying to see what like the game-breaking power spike could be for Morphling. He's got a Skadi now. It just doesn't feel like he can combat the Terrorblade at all during this like supernova exorcism flying around. There's just too much stuff going on that Morphling can't really focus anyone.
The Daedalus TB, his damage output is getting out of control. Doesn't have the Satanic here. That's kind of more the defensive item, and he doesn't feel like he's ever needed this defensive item. He's yet to die and never really feels like he's in any danger of dying.
1.1 second Crypt Swarm cooldown.
Watching that, I'm like, what's going on here? How, does he have a refresher? Like, I was like, this is nuts. Both teams,
the talent is pretty insane.
Yeah. Both teams hovering around this Roshan pit. The TB Illusion gets to scout it, whereas TNC have a bit of a trickier time scouting Roche.
They could be doing Roche soon because somebody has to go bottom and defend that lane. Courtesy of the Rex push, of course.
And Fnatic see that, which is perhaps why they smoke now. They're looking for that jump. If
Straight
they
into the
see
pit.
this Leshrac bottom, There is an outpost for Lesh to TP to, but they're just going to look to probably take this with Exorcism. Maybe they'll want to hold on to these ultimates. They're probably saving it for a fight. Bok throws out the Cinder Brew. This
Has
Roche
to be
is
fast,
dying
though. You gotta be decisive.
Yep. Going in, he gets silenced though. He has got an Aeon Disc. They may just going to ignore him while they finish off the Roche. Nope, they want Bok, but he does get off the split. The Aeon Disc saving the day for now. The Morphling gets blown up and now buyback. Oh no! TB gets hexed up, but this TB is a tanky fella. You're not bringing him down, and he's just going to focus the Roche. Needs to maybe deal with these Serpent Wards. You don't want to see Roshan get denied or stolen or an Aegis denied or whatever it may be. So yeah, clear the Serpent Wards, then finish the Roche, and TNC, they're just getting the hell out of there. We're starting to see why Morphling is perhaps not picked so much, it feels like, Black. This was a free farm Morphling, but it's not doing much against the 5-man teamfight lineup.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. Picking Morph into line can easily end up like this, because Morph always wants to wave in and shotgun someone, which means you're in prime position to get hexed by the line. This is what happened. Couldn't get off his BKB. And yeah, this game seems all but over. 30 seconds. No Exorcism though. So I guess there's some hope to defend the last lane at least.
Yeah, Fnatic feeling like it's in a pretty good place. They're tipping their buddy Raven. He's the guy that TNC were tipping. The former TNC carry player, played with them through numerous TIs, is looking to get one back on his former teammates here. They are down 2-0, so this is just the first step of several for Fnatic if they want to make their way to the International, but first have to get this one game.
Yeah, but it's about time though. Like, after these 2 defeats, they really need this win to boost morale as well.
Yeah. I don't feel like it's going to demoralize TNC. I think draft-wise, TNC are probably going to look at this and be like, yeah, we made some mistakes. Play-wise, you know, wasn't our best game, wasn't our worst, but like you say, morale-wise, this will definitely boost Fnatic up.
Yeah, but if you just look at the chess game of draft, last game, TNC also lost that. They outplayed, but they can't be happy with the draft they've had.
TNC trying to perhaps make something happen. They get the Hex out onto the Terrorblade. Maybe not the best target if they can't burst him down. Doesn't look like they've got the damage. The Rolling Thunder coming through, which is going to stun up Tim's on the Shadow Shaman. He's the one that was trying to lock down the TB, but they just had no damage at all. Shaman dead. Gabby getting stunned up. Death with the Rolling Thunder. This Tango is just wreaking havoc here. Gabby going to go for a roll-up play of his own, using the Morph as he turns around with an E-Blade, but that does no damage at all to Jap. He's got the Aeon Disc to keep himself alive. Death with an Aeon Disc of his own. The Pengo still surviving his way through this one. Armel's Slash doing some good pulse damage. Kill off the Phoenix. Chuan's Death Prophet has an Exorcism now, and this could spell trouble for TNC, who's now lost their Morph, and they have to fight into an Exorcism. They need to get Armel out of here. Not sure they can. They've lost the line. It looks like Armel will just barely get back to safety, so Fnatic don't perhaps get the team fight they were hoping for with the Exorcism. Don goes down, as that'll kind of even things up at 2 kills apiece, but that Exorcism was a very short-lived one.
Yeah, the fight, I think you can't really ask for anything better if you're TNC with this goal disadvantage. And any trade that you take at this point is probably good for you. But yeah, this Terrorblade is just unstoppable. And that was without Exorcism, as we said. Absolutely brutal. Terrorblade is 13k gold ahead of the Morphling.
Ooh.
Ay. Morph is itemizing into an E-Blade. A Swift Blink. The thing is, Morph is also a hero that can't build into Nullifier at all. While his entire kit is about bursting down heroes. You can't do that against Aeon. It's just not possible. We have seen there, he shotgunned the line. He was like, oh, alright, I got Aeon this. I don't care.
Things will slow down a bit now on the TNC side, but Fnatic may just be looking to go high ground again. They've got boots to travel on Death Prophet. They're playing around this top lane here. What can they find?
It's a TB25 as well, so it's the meta attack range.
Boom with a Flicker and Abaddon. It's a great item. I'm surprised to see that it's on the Abaddon. It's maybe not feeling they've got a bad target, and with the TB meta range, they're just going to be hitting this high ground from the low ground. Death Prophet TP's into the creeps. They force an Aeon Disc on the Brood. Now he's going to be careful when he initiates. May just have to use that Primal Split from afar. I'm not trying to clear out some illusions with the Pulse Nova Shiver's Guard. They've got the Sunray heal. Buying them some time. In the trees is the Morphling looking for a target. Raven just going to BKB. He gets the Fear out onto the Leshrac as well. And with that, Leshrac, Armel, he can't be kept alive. He just melts. TB will lose his first
Raven
life
died,
though.
No meta.
Yeah, he's got
No
Nate,
BKB
who's going to be
also.
coming back without meta. There's going to be a fear. Gabby with the stolen fear, looking to take out Raven. It looks like Raven will get forced off back to safety. Gabby's Morphling doing some work here. Armor running in as well. This
careful.
Ledger doing so much damage. Raven uses the Sunder, turns this one around on the Morphling. Morphling is dead, but now there's no more Sunder, and Armel on this Lesh has to get out of there with the spider legs. He's on his own. He's got a shield to try and bail him out here, but they've lost the Shaman as well, so no more control to play around as Armel still on the rumble. Finally get caught and chased down. That's 4 dead, and TNC are going to call GG. We're going to a game 4. Not so easy, say Fnatic.
Yeah, finally a sign of life. Whew. Draft again, very good. Execution this time around was also very good. There was a time in the mid game where you thought maybe TNC can do it, but the team fight is just overwhelming. Ever since TB got Skadi BKB, I think the game was just pretty much over. They could never find a good team fight. And yeah, well done Fnatic, extending it to a 4-game series at minimum.
And that's, you know, that's the free farming Gabby Morph, who's like the master tier level 30 Morph. And he's stealing every spell he can, trying to make all the plays and unable to carry that game. So probably won't see the Morphling again, I would expect. But a fantastic game 3 goes Fnatic's ways, which means this series is not over. So we're going to have to bring back a Nat as we get ourselves ready for game 4. Guys, stick with us. It's going to be fantastic.
That is exactly what we want to see from Fnatic. They came, you know, running out of the gates there. They looked really good in the early game, and I would say didn't really falter too much in terms of closing that one out. The draft looked really good, and they executed it pretty amazingly, I have to say, which brings this series to a 2-1 to TNC. Which means that we're not over yet. We're definitely going to be going to a game number 4. That excites me so much. So, Black, do you think Fnatic played that early game as strong as you expected? Like, did it go the way that you thought it would?
Even stronger than I expected, to be honest. They won all 3 lanes pretty convincingly. Little bit of a misstep in the mid game where they lost all their lead, but the draft advantage held together and they just itemized in a way where they would win those team fights. TNC never really had a chance to pick them off. The map movement of Fnatic was superb this time around. And they finally managed to close out a game where you might think could have been a 2-1 for them at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I want to bring back the spotlight to how you said the map movements. You know, they played a lot more, it felt, towards rush. They got a lot better rush engagement and fights. Do you think that was a key to the win there, Gods?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah. You Gods, Black? Come on.
Oh, he said Gods? I'm sorry. I'm Gods now.
That's all right. You can, you know what? You can just
No,
take
I am
over,
actually...
You can be all three of us.
I'm done talking. No? Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was saying definitely, absolutely. I think Roshan is just so key in these close, tight matches. The further we get in the tournament, I think the other key for me was the two carry players. The heroes they're playing. I mean, Gabby doesn't play poorly or anything, but his Morphling does about half the hero damage of Raven's TB. It's just kind of the nature of the drafts and what TB can do when set up for success, and this Morphling didn't have an easy game. I feel like if you're going to pick... The only time I feel like I've seen Morph work on this patch lately is when there's like some kind of cheesy like Morph Dark Willow or something where you can turn into some hero with a really overpowered Acceptor.
Tell me then, Gods.
Yeah.
How do you not answer a first 2 Terrorblade? It happens every time. Happened yesterday. Happened today again.
What should they have picked though? What do you think?
Well, that's a good question. Because they actually secured it quite well with the bans afterwards. Yeah. And then the last 2 bans were also... maybe you just need to... I mean, can you ban out Terrorblade first too? Might be a consideration. Maybe pick it up yourself. It seems like a very, very strong hero right now, which no team really found answers to yet. Maybe a Tinker or Zeus or something like that?
We saw Zeus work one game. I think if they pick it themselves, then you're playing TB into PL maybe, which maybe you just have to be okay with, because usually it's you pick TB and then insta-ban PL. So if they pick it when they have the second pick of the draft, they're going to get counter-picked right away.
There probably isn't too much chance that we will see the Terrorblade again, but do you think there is a chance that we're going to see the Shaman again? I would say probably not. It looked really rough for them in that one. What alternative could they have gone in that game instead of the Shaman that you think could have worked a bit better?
Hard to
I
say.
think you just roll the dice and hope a Mirana worked there. They could have just picked a 4-position Mirana. Like it's a hero that's actually relevant, I think, and can do stuff. They lost their lane. You're against a Phoenix, it's good. Like I don't know. They picked Shaman and Morphling in this match. I like the confidence from TNC, but at the same time, next game just pull it back a bit.
Yeah, this is the problem. Fnatic ran into in game 1. They picked AA here with no stuns, so they ended up with a really weird draft. In game 2, TNC ended up winning, but they also picked... in game 3, they picked Abaddon, who has no stun. So they were like, we have no stuns at all. Shaman is the best option we have to get some stuns on the board, but it's a pretty bad hero, and this game showed perfectly why. He's just so weak early on.
I feel like the crazy ban that may come out this next game is actually Lion, because I feel like Lion is just the hero that's going to get first overall picked. It's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside to potentially banning the Lion is letting the Nyx through. But before we get into the draft and have those questions answered, we're going to head to a short break. here we are at game 4. Who would have thought after 2 really good decisive victories from TNC, Fnatic claw it back in game number 3, and we are going to be heading into draft for game number 4 really soon. But Black, what do you think the atmosphere down in Fnatic is at the moment? Because I know if I was them, I'd be absolutely ecstatic knowing that it's not over yet.
They got their hands on Terror, but they're probably like, they're there, game 5, let's go. This
All the
time
Fnatic
around,
fans.
I hope TNC knows what they're doing against it, because last game they had 0 answers. He free farmed on lane. Did he ever die in this entire game? I don't think so, right?
I don't have the answer to that one off the top of my head.
Maybe 0 deaths,
He
maybe
died with
not.
Aegis.
But he carried his team. That's all that matters. And they're giving it to him again. And Lion.
I was about to say that. They're gonna let them have the exact same 2 first picks, the Lion, the Terrorblade. I guess TNC are like, it's alright, it was only one
And now we
game,
throw to
let's-
gods to explain their thought process.
Why
I'm
do you
not
give him the
sure.
Terrorblade?
I mean, I think this is just a better omen for Fnatic. So, I mean, the thought process for Fnatic I can explain. It's like, we get first pick. I think TNC should have just banned Lion, because this Lion hero allows you to pick TB, and Lion is just like a very, like, it's like soft counter to TB. But the reason TNC don't first to the TB themselves is because then they're playing into Lion plus a potential counter like PL. So I think TNC think this Phoenix plus teamfight is going to be the answer. My guess is they're going to go very heavy teamfight, unlike last game where it felt like Fnatic had both TB and better teamfight. This time around, TNC's like, we'll give them TB, but we'll make sure we have the better teamfight.
Yeah. And the lane is pretty good. Like, if it is Dragon Knight Phoenix against the Terrorblade, he should be having a lot more problems than last game.
And also, DK gives them stuns, so they've got those disables that they need to play around, which they didn't they did last game, but they had to pick a shaman. So
Yeah,
this
no
time
need
around
for
they
shaman
pick
anymore.
a
They're happy.
shaman, yeah.
They had Shaman on the list. They crossed him out. They're like, all right, don't trial that one again.
Mushi was
Go
like,
with
no.
Taking it off the list, never to be played again for poor TNC. But yeah, the Dragon Knight's also really good because, like you guys have said many times, it's really flexible, right? It can go in that lane with the Phoenix, but they can also put it in a few other places as well, depending on what Fnatic pick. And I think that's where TNC thrives, is not being backed into that corner that they were for last game. They have a lot more options open for them. And on top of that Lion topic that we were talking about, I personally would rather let the Lion through and have that Terrorblade paired with it than to let a Nyx Assassin through.
I mean, you know me. I'm a Nyx hater. I agree with that. I'm a little bit concerned for TNC, though. The last 2 drafts were pretty Fnatic favored. Hopefully they can figure out what they want this time around, because Fnatic looks like they know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, I wonder if I was gonna have a bold prediction. Last time they actually played DK carry TNC one game.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's gonna be something they consider. They did it when they have a mid. I think they had a mid TA. So usually that's when they have like a mid that can also deal damage, which I don't think there's any good options. I say that because Lesh is actually still in the pool. That's usually been a first 2 pick, but Lesh is there for both teams. The problem with TNC picking Lesh is it kind of reveals that, you know, DK offlane, Lesh mid, and I don't think TNC want to reveal their mid and offlaner this early on when they have the last pick. So they're actually going to ban the Lesh, which is smart.
Yeah, Mirana back on the menu. A DK Mirana lane. Very good against a hero like Terrorblade, who has very low health.
Yeah.
I like
good at all stages in the game. Like late game, you have a way to kill TB. I feel like this forces Fnatic to pick up some kind of save, like a Tusk or something, to basically answer that Dragon Tail arrow combo. They need,
or potentially
a way
Abaddon.
to keep TB alive. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, Abaddon, Tusk, whatever it may be.
TB Abaddon is also a pretty decent lane. But yeah, TNC looks already a lot better than before. With their 3 heroes.
I would agree with you. Fnatic has picked up that Abaddon.
Pach! Oh, it actually went through this time. I didn't notice.
Yeah, neither did I.
Armel Puck, let's go. Yeah. That is a good answer to Terrorblade.
They were not going to let it go through any longer. They're like, we have to pick it now, because if it's not picked now, it's definitely going to get banned in one of the next phases. Sure.
But again, they do have a Lion against it. It's not a free puck game, but Armel has played against a lot of pucks in this qualifier already and seemed very comfortable with it.
We've seen a similar lineup come out from TNC as well, except they had the Terrorblade on the side joined with the Puck and the Phoenix and the
which
Dragon
is way
Knight.
better.
Yeah.
And their carry options when we get to the end of this draft, I feel like they're going to be, again, digging out from the bottom of the barrel. They've already lost, you know, the obvious TP counters. There's going to be 2 more bans, so it does feel like the Gabby hero options are going to be limited this game.
Yeah, once more. 3rd game in a row. I mean, I'm just going to keep going back to it. I won.
Last pick is not working.
Naga Siren, let's go.
Ooh, out of the heroes picked for TNC right now, can Gabby be put on any of these comfortably?
I mean, he can play
Just
Dragon
the DK.
Knight, but it is already pretty much confirmed that it is a DK Mirana dual offlane. They could put Dragon Knight as carry, but you're on such a big timer against this Terrorblade. Like, you don't want to do that to yourself. I'd much rather see them just pick something. I mean, Drow is just gonna get banned again, and Aqua. This time around, they banned Faces Void actually.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's a strong combo with the egg. That means
so
the
maybe
Drow
that
might
Drow
survive for
Arc
the
Warden
Arc
go
Warden.
through, yeah.
But they
Are
do
you
have some
willing to
options.
Are you willing to have another Arc Warden game?
I'm fine with it. I'm. Today's early. I woke up early, drank lots of water. I'm ready for a 10-hour game if need be.
I don't think I'm ready for a 10-hour game.
Yeah, don't make it happen, please. I was just kidding. You know my philosophy? 1 hour and I'm out.
Yeah, and I was so proud of you yesterday. You lasted till the 70-minute game. You hadn't tapped out yet.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave Gods alone. I know how much he likes me, so I want to keep him company.
Glad you went the distance for me. I know you struggled to last long enough, Black, so thank you.
Yeah, it's one of my weaknesses. But, you know, can't be good at everything.
Can't be good at everything. But this Ember Spirit, what is it good for on the Fnatic lineup? Tell me that one, Black.
They honestly have pretty good answers to it. They have an arrow. After a Dragon Tail, they have a Puck Coil. It's not an easy Ember game, but in combination with Abaddon, it's a lot harder to lock him down. So he's just going to be looking for an early BKB and jump into the back lines of the team fight. Just make sure life is hard for the Phoenix, Mirana, and Puck. And it lanes very well against Puck too. Just max Sleight of Fist. There's a ton of damage in the laning phase. So Drow Ranger is in.
I don't know. I think the reason they leave it in is because it's pretty hard to play Drow into heroes like Ember. I feel like that they just get on top of you. That's another hero that Ember makes their life difficult.
Very true.
Do you like the Drow? Is there a potential for the Medusa, or does that make TNC's lineup a little too greedy?
Medusa can work.
Yeah.
It's just
see that working.
A little bit low on the damage front early on, perhaps. Like you have a Dragon Knight, Mirana, who doesn't really deal a lot of damage until higher levels. Same with Puck.
It doesn't fit what we've been seeing from TNC, right? Which is that really big explosive early game. So it could work, just not really the style that they've been going for right now.
Mm-hmm. And I don't really know how much Gabby actually likes heroes like Medusa. He's more of this jumpy kind of core player, which Drow Ranger also doesn't really fit. So maybe he's gonna pull out another hero out of the magic box.
5 seconds remaining.
One of the unplayed heroes potentially that we've been haven't been seeing.
Unfortunately, I think that's not gonna happen. Terrorblade is so good against most of them.
It's probably why so many of them are still unpicked. Terrorblade's just so consistent.
It's a godlike hero right now. Got nerfed a little bit. -2 base armor. Oh no.
Fnatic side though, they are coming up to their last pick.
Time for Legion Commander again.
You've really wanted it since game 1.
Yeah, I mean game 1 it didn't work because it was a bad Legion pick, but now it's actually a really good Legion pick against this Puck Coil, Dragon Knight Mirana. You have Abaddon who can save, you have Legion who can save, Lion, Legion is a strong lane, but maybe Def is like, nah, don't do that to me.
He knows. I feel like he knows if he picks Legion, they're gonna Ursa again. Which it's not like completely game over for you, but last time around it was a tough time for him.
Bloodseeker.
Oh.
All right, now I think I like Dusa a little bit more.
I feel like we've seen Fnatic play the Bloodseeker as well before. If I do believe so, unless someone corrects me.
One game with Death had.
Yeah, they had
the exact one.
Yeah, they had Io, Lion, Bloodseeker, Jaro, and Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Yes, is a very strong pressure hero. Not a lot of carry heroes can lane against him comfortably. So the question is, are we going to see Drow or something more out of the box, like a Medusa. Troll Waller, let's go. Drow makes the most sense, I think.
We'll see as the time.
Gabby, what do you have for us, man? We're all looking at you.
Yeah, this is, to me, again, a bad side that the way TNC uses last week, they will go for the safe option. Yeah, Medusa.
Yeah, I think Medusa makes a lot more sense now that they picked Bloodseeker, because you are a tower to begin with. You do not care about getting ruptured at all. You just want to stand there and hit people. Makes perfect sense. Lanes well into Bloodseeker too. And it doesn't really put a timer on Fnatic, I'd say. But you can definitely match a Terrorblade.
They also don't struggle, like, if Ember Spirit were to jump on top of the Medusa, it's not going to struggle anywhere near as much as that Dro. But normal question that I always am going to ask, starting with you, Black, which draft do you like? Which side do you favor?
I think I'm going to go with TNC this time around. Their
Okay.
gameplay seems a little bit more easy, whereas Fnatic, they really rely on DJ playing out of his mind and with his positioning, shielding off important spells. It seems like a pretty tough Abaddon game. I like what TNC has here.
And God, for you, which one do you like?
I'm gonna lean Fnatic. They've got Lion TB, which is just like a proven recipe for success. I feel like that's that, and also I won a game 5. So those two things. Give me Fnatic. Give me game 5.
That is very true. I would absolutely love a game 5, but I do slightly favor TNC's draft a little bit more, on top of the fact that they've been able to execute a little bit better than Fnatic in the games we have seen. Yeah, I think it's just a recipe for success on the side of TNC. But we're gonna jump into game number 4 for this grand finals. Take it away.
Alrighty, it's game 4, and it's do or die time, Black. Abby, you've been calling for the Naga Siren. Not a hero he plays, but the Medusa he does play the Medusa a little bit. He's played it the last 2 times he's played it in the last 3 months. He won both of those games. One of those was in the DPC against Boom. He also won a game against Galaxy Racer 3 months ago with the hero, so he can play the Medusa even if it's not his go-to.
Sure. It's just not really this mobility kind of carry here that he loves to play so much, but it makes perfect sense in this draft. And I might have to go for Fnatic as well. I really hate this DK persona. It just doesn't look like Dota.
You've swapped over. You've hopped on the Fnatic bandwagon, and
I mean, look at this DK persona. Does it belong in Dota? It looks like a comic character. I don't know.
I think it's fine.
It looks so silly. Look at it.
I think one of the comments I remember reading about like the new heroes and stuff is we need more monster heroes. Like it feels like every kind of new hero is kind of human-like, or
okay, fair enough.
We need just some like the broods, the monsters, you know, the Nyxes, the bugs. Like that's what we need, some new heroes with some
SF.
fear to them. Yeah.
Okay, I mean I like that. I think monster heroes are really cool, and some of the monster heroes have the best voices in Dota here. Terrorblade, Outworld Devourer, Shadow Fiend, their voices are amazing, their models are really cool. And then we get a squirrel. Like, really? Why?
Human-like squirrel, kind of.
With 500 times more pixels than water, man.
Oh, hell yes.
Well, here we go, Black. We'll save that conversation for another day, I'm sure. We'll get Ice Frog on the phone.
Yeah, right after the series.
Speed dial, I hear. Yep. And we'll get the next patch rolling. So actually, no, we have to wait probably till the next qualifier region set before that patch happens. But here we go. Anything? Puck versus Ember mid. Top lane, we've got Mirana DK versus Abba TB. Any lanes you feel like going to be more action-packed than others?
Not really, honestly. I don't really see a kill happen anywhere. Maybe bottom? Like, Impale into Blood Riot on the Phoenix? Or Medusa even. Oh, he's getting very low there. But all the lanes are really just farm focused. Terrorblade will just farm against the Dragon Knight because he has the Abaddon shield. He should never die unless Abaddon pulls and he gets like caught out of position. Same with mid lane. You just farm there. And bot lane should pretty much be the same thing.
Gabby just with some
Umi's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Boomy getting caught by the blood right, but yeah, Gabby getting some last hits while both enemies were trying to get those denied, so great start for him. And back at top, Tim's Mirana. It feels like he is one of these players. He's got the DK setup, but we've seen him land these arrows even without the setups. He's in trouble though. Doesn't have the leap, and with the Orb of Venom plus the Metamorphosis, they're going to get first blood. The Caster Curse strikes. I shouldn't have been hyping him up because he gives away an early kill.
That is not what should have happened.
Wanted to contest the pull, and DJ saw the opening. This Orb of Venom as a starting item is causing a lot of problems. Ooh,
yeah.
Arrow top. Doesn't find DJ, finds the creep.
I think it's also the first time that he started with this on his Abaddon. Recognizing that Mirana level 1 is just very weak, and that's the only weak time they can abuse to kill this, and that's the time they found.
Even the DK, not a hero that's going to force you to buy a lot of regen and harass you.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of a lane that takes a few levels and a little bit to come online. But now Leap is in play. DJ continues to go for the right clicks. No points in the Curse of Avernus, which I'm totally okay with. He's just going for this more kind of, utility build.
Yeah. And of course DK is... He's not a weak laner per se, but he's just not a hero that can pressure you at all, right? And then once you're level 6, you just start a tower pressure. Tim's getting a little bit low, but of course has leaps to work with. Oh, DJ managed to snatch the bounty.
Oh, nice little find.
Yeah, that
More
means
spins
Armel.
away from this lane as well.
And that's the power of Terrabit also. Like, heroes like DK are so good because they can just right-click you, making last hitting really hard. But because of all these illusions and the damage they deal, it's very easy for them to last hit.
Mid lane, Ember doing well against the puck, just able to tank through the spells with Flame Guard, spamming Sleight of Fist whenever it's up with the Blightstone and an arrow.
Oh, that's your kind of arrow.
You know me too well.
Yeah,
he refilled the bottle, Black, okay? He did his job, and he was just, he had a free arrow to try and get a kill.
Yeah,
Just
it
so
was
happened to
very
hit a range
close.
creep.
The Ember literally just walked behind the creep, was like, yeah.
It's a happy Mirana. You got a range creep out of it,
Yeah,
that
probably
that
the
creep could
7th
have
of
been
the game.
denied, If he's just looking out for his puck, making sure it doesn't get denied.
I know that feeling. Usually I'm on the other side. I'm on the puck side.
Oh, so you're happy? Yeah, okay.
Of
You
course
don't
I'm
mind-
happy.
so
I'm always happy.
Next time I play a pub game with you, I'll come mid on Mirana and just shoot arrows that may or may not accidentally get your range creep.
As soon as you do that, I'll intentionally aggro the melee creeps in front of it. Just to be like, ha.
The pub players on my team are not skilled enough to do that. Damn it. You found a solution for me.
Oh no. What do we do now? My strat is gone. Metamorphosis pop.
Don't.
Just to farm.
Yep. Just farm. Push out the DK a little bit.
Mirana is still middle. Looking for another arrow potentially.
Yeah. I guess feeling like
Not on the range
creep
creep again, please. Arrow is coming
Nukes
through.
it out. He's looking to place it, but the TP coming in from the
He
Abaddon.
dodged the
Arrow
coil.
hit. The TP. TP got cancelled. Jabs is here though to help bail him out. Armel waiting wrist forward, but yeah, dodged the coil. What a play from Chuan. Now the dive coming in from the Phoenix as he shows up. All the supports converging on this lane. Tims gets away, but the vision is there from the third, and with the shield popping, DJ gets the kill. And now he's looking for an escape, which he may not have. Armel will have another orb in a couple of seconds. It gets dodged by DJ. He'll have to run back to the high ground, which could spell his demise. As Puck finishes him off. Oh, Chuan tipping him with the miscoil. Woo.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's not something you can really counterplay, you know? It's just unfortunate timing, really. Like, he slides of fists while he coils. It's just... It happens. And it feels really bad, but what can you do, man? I feel like the arrow would have missed, though, if you got coiled, right? So, wouldn't have led to a kill. regardless.
That's so true. He actually ends up hitting a crazy good arrow after all. But Amel, a bit of fortune going his way, gets the 6-minute power rune up top where he was already headed.
Yeah.
His
tried
game
to
looking
steal
good.
it. Very. You know when you slide a fist on top of a rune, you can right-click it and steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going for the play there, just not being able to quite get it. And I'm looking for a rotation here from Amel, for sure. With that Arcane Rune, maybe towards the Bloodseeker. Medusa? Nah, he seems to be more than fine. Jabs is in a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Not making a move right away.
Yeah.
I think
Arcane Rune
the
Puck
play
is
you
scary.
mentioned. Oh yeah.
He's being
I
top.
was gonna say the play you mentioned. Yeah, he just headed top, and Armel looking to see
Hi,
what he can find
DJ.
up here. DJ, yeah, may just go down if they want to commit a coil here. And we'll do so. They'll just take the free kill. I think once he scouts out DJ, he knows there's no way they get the TP. TP's already deep into the jungle, so he's gonna just throw a 50-second cooldown coil because of the Arcane Rune. So why not?
Yeah, and get a lot of tower pressure at top as well. Bottom Medusa
Lane,
again.
meanwhile.
I mean, he's just too survivable with his mana shield. And that is the problem as Ember Spirit. Like, you can't really ever pressure the tower when the enemy mid laner leaves, so now he's making his way towards the bot lane. But this Medusa is very survivable.
And
And
they're
Puck
losing
has
top
TP
tower.
ready soon.
Dire's top tower is under
Just no
attack.
mana. Me.
By the Earth Spike, in goes Xuan.
He has stick
Amber
though.
has a sleight of fist. Yeah, he's gonna have stick as well as a dive, so he gets back to the safety of his trees, goes for the TP out. Gabby, what's his play? Does he stay down here, or does he feel like it's time to leave?
Might be time to leave, because Ember's coming back momentarily, and they do have a Rupture. If Gabby
Last
dies here,
snake.
it's really bad for him.
He's gotten maybe a little bit greedy. The Searing Chains of the Blood, right? The TP's coming in. I think they recognize that they cannot let Gabby die.
Yeah. He has
So,
11 sticks too, so he's very survivable with the mana shield, of course.
Doesn't look like Gabby wants to stay down here. Even, you don't want, I mean, DK, he's already committed the TP, so Gabby may just go back to the jungle now.
Yeah, mid lane, another coil on DJ. This time around he doesn't die,
Courier has been killed.
but yeah, he doesn't like DJ very much, it seems like. Every time he throws a coil out on him. Good arrow, but no conversion.
Yeah, not going to be followed up. He gets the D ward down bottom on that power ward, so that's a nice find for him.
Yep, and TB
Buying that
TP'd
for night
bottom
vision.
with level 4 meta. Can they kill his Dragonet though? He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, that's, I guess, why they left him down here then. Medusa's like, alright, you're now on tower defense, Yugi. They took top, and usually this is a tower trade, but Bok getting ruptured. Gets hit by the Earth Spike, so he can't get out of the Blood Red Silence. He'll be in some trouble here. The stun's still going. He gets a Dragon Tail up perhaps before he dies. The Sunray heal coming in, and Death will be in some trouble with the heals. He is still alive. Too much survivability. The Blood Right is not going to be enough, but the Earth Spike will finish off the kill. Death gets a little bit of a heal from that, so that could help him out. He goes for the TP. Orb still on Corp. And now Xuan showing up. Catches out the Phoenix. Jabs has an Earth Spike in a couple of seconds, but he's got to be a little bit careful. The Puck is hunting for him. Jabs wants his kill. Doesn't look like he's going to be needed for it. The Ember just gets it on his own. Great play from Xuan on the Ember. Posing all kinds of problems. As Armo just looking to clear the creeps to keep this tower alive. Cutting waves, cutting creeps. I like what I'm seeing from his Puck, but it's Fnatic who come out on top of this little skirmish.
Yeah, and this little observer ward from the Radiant gave Armel all the information he needed.
Just looking to turn around on Jabs. The Orb's not going to land as Armel goes in with the Coil plus Silence and the double Starstorm hit.
Yep.
Jabs.
And Phoenix TPing down there to get level 6. There's a tome available, so he should have it whenever he chooses to buy it. And that's a big ultimate. Like Puck Coil plus Phoenix. Oh, Death, maybe a little bit of problem.
He didn't have mana for the arrow, so there was no follow-up. He's very tanky with this hood, though. Looks like TNC are just trying to force him off the lane so they can pressure the tower with the Siege Wagon.
Now the arrow on DJ.
Ooh, he's level 5 only. They're going to go for the kill. They follow it up. They do have to worry about this Blood Right turnaround. Bob's Dragon Knight could be in trouble. He's being ruptured up, so he may pay the price for this aggression. They get some damage on the Tier 1 tower, but trading a core for a support here.
Yeah. The arrow may be a little bit of a bait, where they go in a little deeper than they should. What? Space for Terrorblade? I mean, what do we even say about this hero anymore? It feels like every game is the same, where he just gets so absurdly rich so fast because of his Conjure images. And then once he hits his timings, it's an unstoppable force.
Well, we'll see if Medusa has anything to say about that. I feel like we were seeing a lot of Medusa for a while. I remember watching the SEA and China DPC, and you guys were always hyping up how good this hero was with the old Axe build. But what does the current Medusa build look like?
You don't really go for Axe anymore, almost ever, simply because of the new talent timing. So now you just itemize into the right click, you get the 30 attack speed talent, which is really good. You get a free evasion talent, and you just don't have the same team fight prowess anymore than you did previously, because hitting level 15 and the Axe timing was very, very simple and very quick. This time around, you need level 20 to do the same thing, and the timings just don't check out anymore. This is why the hero doesn't get picked as much. He's still very strong though, just have to play it differently.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Down bottom, they're going to invis up. They're looking for initiation. Can they find Raven? They've got the supernova ready to go.
Bok is almost dead already.
Yeah, Bok, he just gets blown up before he can do anything. Armel, when he rips in, but he's going to get the hell out of there. He does drop the Dream Coil with the Stone Gaze. TNC at least can't get Gone for now, but now it's worn off, and Fnatic have taken almost no damage here. They've got to get Armel out of there. He doesn't orb very far. He jaunts. Actually gets the Waning Rift down to the low ground. Oh, will manage to get his way out of there. Slider Fist Spam going to do some good damage here, but every ultimate was used except for the Stone Gaze on Gabby.
Yeah, Bok's running in and dying in a second. Way overestimating his strength there. EK is trying to get to a Blink Dagger. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared for this Dragon Knight. I feel like every time he brings in, he's just gonna die. He's not survivable against all this pure damage.
Yeah, well, just, I guess, I mean, for now it's pre-Blink, but we've seen the firepower coming out from the Fnatic side as Armel forced to orb his way out of there.
Yeah. He finished his what's it called, Witchblade now, so his damage output is going to be a little higher. But they're not very farmed on the Fnatic side either. Like this Ember and Bloodseeker, it's not like they're monstrously farmed. They're just as poor as the Dragon Knight. Oh, nice deny. Doesn't seem like much, but it's actually 250 gold for the team. Pretty good.
We are headed towards perhaps more of the style of game, you know, that we've become very familiar with and that we expected from these two teams. The first two games, the TNC ones, were, you know, much quicker, fast-paced, but this feels like we're back to the battle of the late game carries. Medusa versus Terrorblade, both heroes getting free farm, neither team pulling ahead, and probably a lot of battles around this Roshan.
Yeah. This time around, TNC just didn't want to get put themselves onto this clock, this so scary clock where you go into late game versus Terrorblade, you just lose. So they picked the Medusa, which naturally will lead to a slower paced game. But yeah, there's nothing scarier than being on a clock on a TI qualifier. It's the worst feeling.
T1 tower, Armel wants it. He's coming in, is it going to get denied as well? Yep, another tower deny.
Jabs TPing in, slow TP though.
Armel was trying to get it from the trees there, but that's now 2 towers denied by Fnatic.
Yeah, Medusa, TB, neck and neck. I mean, everybody's neck and neck. Look at all these rolls. The farm distribution is very even.
Yeah. He's right down to the supports. One of the things I feel like, you know, there is a TB, but it does feel like this Supernova could be at least a little bit of a problem in these team fights.
100%. And the problem is Bloodseeker is not very farmed to a point where if he doesn't get some farm soon or some team fight success, he might just end up as a support. Which is why we don't see a lot of Bloodseeker. If you don't crush your lane and snowball, you don't do a whole lot. Coil pop.
Lion gets caught by the coil, and Gabby's there to back it up and secure the kill. Doesn't get the orb out, so be careful. The Ember's just going to finish him off. Okay.
A lot of damage with a Javelin proc as well.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, that explains that.
Oh, he didn't stun
crazy
him.
Amount.
Bok?
Maybe.
It was a big misplay there. Ember would have died, I'm pretty sure.
With the arrow follow-up, yeah. Mid lane, they're going to defend that instead. They don't want to overcommit. Instead, Death, he thought he was maybe safe here, but and he is. Okay, he's fine. He'll back off.
Gabby's actually going for the same old item build. He's still going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Despite
I think I've seen at least 1 or 2 juices go for it.
Okay.
In this
I mean, you get the
qualifier so
cooldown
far.
on the snake a little bit sooner now. But the big talent was always the mana gain from the snake, which is of course 20 now. See how much it will do. For now he finishes his Manta style, which is of course against the Bloodseeker Silence and the Searing Chains. But Lion of course is very good against these illusions.
Yeah. Lion has been the support of not just this series, but this entire qualifier. I feel like, I remember coming in when we got to day one, first series, we're like, what heroes should we see? We're talking about like stuff like Hoodwink, you know? Hoodwink, the most picked hero, every other region's picking Hoodwink, and SCA teams like, dude, this Hoodwink hero doesn't do anything. We're all about the Lion here.
Yeah, it's Lion and Phoenix, I think, the most picked, right, in this qualifier? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna say you're right, but I don't know.
I see Phoenix a lot.
I believe in you, Black. I think the Dota buff stats are they showed the combo region, so I'm not sure.
What if you combo regions? Okay. But yeah, of course, this Phoenix hero also is just such a dominant team fighter. Has been for such a long time as well. Even post nerfs. And Lion finishes his blink now. Do they want to go for a quick smoke?
Yeah. The Dire Scan did scout them out near the Roshan pit. Neither team, of course, going for Roshan yet. It's not like either team was geared towards it.
Terrible Roshan.
Medusa, they're looking at like, you know, a 2-3 item timing before they even consider, and even then they're not considering Roach. They want to take a fight first.
Yeah, and the way Gabby's itemizing here tells me they want to hit before Terrorblade hits critical mass. Like, he is not gearing towards the late game just yet, but more for these mid-game team fights.
Alright, well, you can see if they get a top T2 tower that could open things up to get this outpost, give them a little bit of an XP boost, but Fnatic don't want to maybe give this one up. They TP in DJ.
They're too late though if they want to TP, I think.
Run in, yeah. Other heroes not TPing, they are looking to rotate, and this tower looks like will go down. TNC have the disengage if they need it with the Stone Gaze.
Yep.
This is on, Blink in with the Hex.
It's a DD Ember.
Target, they may just let Tims die here. Yeah, Schwan shows up with a DD, and I think they're going to leave Tims to the Wolves. Fnatic chomp down and will take the freebie kill.
Yeah. Fuck. We have seen so many Armel pucks just be dominant. This game is a little bit more difficult, of course, because there's a Lion. It's not a free puck game. But even against puck, I feel like I've seen Armel do godly things.
Some of these, yeah, SCA puck players just seem to be able to maneuver around even the lineups that have a ton of disables.
Yeah, even from T1, Carl, one of the best pucks in the world. So many good puck players in SCA. Kind of insane. Maybe the hero of the region, even. Meta pop.
It's like they run at the challenge of playing into disables. Great Earth Spike from Jabs, catches out two, the Finger of Death follow-up, there we go. We're just hyping him up, the Caster Curse, it strikes once more. Puck goes down. He got found by the Lion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we just see time and time again why Lion is so good. And I feel like Fnatic wins this game, maybe TNC. No. I mean, I guess it depends on who has first pick. Because in the first game, I think TNC first picked Lion. But yeah,
this
might be
was
ban-worthy.
2 games in a row where Fnatic had first pick, because it feels like the team should be prioritizing first pick because Lion is such an important hero. Plus, you can do this Lion TP opener where your draft just feels so good once you get Lion TP, like you don't really have any gaps.
The new drafting, like the way it works, well, not really new anymore, but where you get 3 bans after the first 2 picks, is really strong for first pick, because they just first to the Terrorblade, as you said, and then they ban a lot of the hard matchups. And the semi-hard matchups are still in the pool, sure, but Lion sort of covers those a little bit.
Here we go, TNC ready to take this first fight. They go in, blinking with a Dragon Tail. Arrow, yep, follow up, and it's not the hero they're hoping for. They do get the slow out on DJ. He's still got a shield if needed, so.
No, he's gonna get away. He is.
Down, nope. Had the Holy Locket. Coil elsewhere. They found Death. He's going to break the coil, perhaps hoping for a shield here, but DJ a little bit far away. He's in trouble now. They pulled DJ back in. Because Death got caught, the Abaddon tried to save him and dies in the process, but looks like he will, in fact, save Death, so worth his own demise.
Yeah. And we actually saw Armel taking the Poem of Experience. I feel like they should be prioritizing Phoenix a little bit more, maybe, so he gets his 12 faster. Maybe he'll be getting it from the creep waves down there instead. This Phoenix Egg is gonna be massive for these team fights.
Alright, and that's going to be a level 2 egg soon. He's found some alone time down bottom.
Egg Medusa ult, we have seen so many times. It's one of the more classic combos. Yeah. Hey guys, let's all hit the egg. Medusa starts screaming and you're like, oh no, we're all slowed and we can't hit the egg. I haven't really seen a heavy team fight yet from TNC, which is a little bit weird because they have Coil, Medusa ult, and, as we said, the Phoenix Egg. Should be pretty easy team fights for them.
That was the Singapore Major combo. Everyone was picking Puck every game, and it was the Puck Phoenix where you coil them and you drop an egg on top of them and they can't run from it.
Yeah, and you can't really fight into it either. Just a very potent combination. Gabby now also finished up his Aghanim Scepter, and I think they should be going aggressive here soon. They're giving this Terrorblade a lot of space. He finished the Skadi already.
You mentioned level 20 talent. Medusa only 2 levels away from it, so at least that's kind of on the horizon for TNC.
Just feel like they could have turned up the speed of the game a little bit. Like the pace is a little slow, which favors Fnatic. And TNC definitely have the right heroes to up the pace, because they didn't feel comfortable doing so yet.
Definitely, I would say partially hats off to DJ. His positioning on the Abaddon, he's just tanking these smoke ganks.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like TNC try and make a move, DJ's just there to be like, maybe I die, maybe I don't. Either way, you're not going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, potentially if Fnatic win this also, it's going to be in TNC's head. You know, they picked this Dragon Knight, Mirana combination, didn't ban the Abaddon, they just pick it. It's negating so many kills so far.
Well, things will head towards, it looks like not just, you know, this 2-item Medusa, Gabby wanting to hit that level 20 talent, wanting that next item as Skadi of his own. And, you know, when you get to these games where teams are playing things a bit more cautiously, waiting for that great team fight, getting a lot more farm. One small thing I feel like I always see, one team's got a Philosopher's Stone, the other doesn't. Jabs is a very happy camper. His Lions getting that extra gold, and TNC's like, damn it, Phoenix is like, where's mine?
Yeah, just like game 2, it feels like. It's also where he didn't get it. Or was it game 3? I don't know, but in one of those games it was the same scenario. So once again, let's revisit my token idea.
Tokens, yep.
Yeah. Tokens.
Sounds like you're trying to sell me like the latest crypto. It's like, hear me out.
Dota tokens.
Black
coins. And now they're smoked up looking for a team fight. And they have to, because otherwise Medusa could have just itemized into a more greedy way, where he just farms away. Double damage Terrorblade.
Oh, yeah, and that's why Fnatic themselves are smoked up. They want to fight. They're happy to go on Gabby. His Medusa gets hit by an Earth Spike. The follow-up isn't going to be there immediately.
But he's dead.
He just leaps Bok. He just gets annihilated. Can they find more? They need the disables. But that's exactly what Jabs brings to the table. He's hiding in a Shadow Amulet. He loves this item pickup. He's found the Blink and Pale. He found Armel's Puck, the Shadow Amulet, giving him the initiation. He was just sitting there in biz, and then Puck showed on the ward, and Jabs caught him. Oh, that's huge.
And
Jabs with some MVP plays.
Yeah. Jabs on his Lion is absolutely incredible.
He just makes Shadow Amulet look like a broken item. He did it earlier with the Shadow Demon as well, even though I think they ended up losing that game.
Yeah, they did, but as you said, what he did in the base was... Yeah, it's kind of crazy how strong he makes that look.
It's picked off, we'll buy back. DJ in the front lines has the borrowed time. Just tanking up, forcing out the Medusa Stone Gaze. And Gabby's just going to retreat with this one. Has been ruptured, so he doesn't want to run too far. Can they get back into this Roshan pit? Puck respawning in 8 seconds. I think they're trying to force this one, knowing there's no Metamorphosis. Fnatic.
Oh, the arrow!
Black. Ooh, they've got the Abaddon to sit behind there. Okay.
No Medusa 20 talent yet. You can really see him struggle with his mana pool.
Same time, he may have enough time to wait it out because Terrorblade doesn't have Metamorphosis, so not sure if Fnatic want to force this one.
Our next team fight, if they want to wait, it's gonna be a BKB Terrorblade.
Or it's just going fishing, scouting for whatever they can.
Yeah. Where do you think the damage is gonna come from? I feel like it's mostly gonna be Phoenix, because Medusa is itemizing purely into tank / utility. Oh, Boomy, you can't die here.
Phoenix out of position. Jumps forward, gets the egg off near the cliff. Good position to be. Box on the high ground though, he's stuck. He blinked up there. They killed the lion though, so I think they're okay. Unless Fnatic realize this.
There, though.
And they see him with the sleight of fist. They know he's up here. He's got to blink in a couple of seconds, so he's
blinking aggressively.
Disengaged, goes in aggressively. Has the shield to maybe help him out, but now the Rupture's going to come into play. The first one comes out on block, the DK. Trying to disengage, but he can't really run too far, even with the BKB, the Rupture causing him problems, and into the Roshan pit we go. Hawk thinking twice, out of the Roshan pit we go.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis is coming up.
It's a perfect ancient spawn though for Medusa if he wants to snake it. Get back his mana. TB has meta again already? He does.
It's been a long standoff around this pit.
Medusa only sitting on 500 mana. They can't fight this.
Oh, but they kind of jump. TNC catch the line on the high ground. That's the key hero to perhaps pick off. Schwan in trouble as well. He's been silenced. Now he's lead. Schwan, he gets the side of fist. He gets the remnant away. Still alive. One more right click from the TB. Not gonna be enough. He TPs himself home. Another Rupture under this DK. Raven being zoned back by the Aghanim Scepter. And Armel, he found DJ. No more saves. They lose the DK in the process. It's Schwan on the Ember Spirit. The Stone Gaze being used, but it's just to kind of cover the retreat of Tims, who is being scattered by the Thirst.
Yeah, Armel also being scattered by the Thirst.
No shields, though. If they hit an arrow, this could be problematic. There's...
only 3 heroes.
By the steering chain, he manages it off. Death has got the one Rupture that he used up, so Medusa gonna just TP on home. They may just give up this Roshan. They're delaying it so well. Medusa's gonna walk all the way back though, so Medusa's not here for quite some time after that TP out.
Egg up in 5.
That should be enough. Ooh, Raven doesn't have Metamorphosis. This fight is just the never-ending Roshan up. They egg, they Sunray. Who's gonna kill it? Twan and Death, they're gonna bring this down. Fnatic, we're ready for it. They punish this. Raven's looking for a Sunder now. They're going to lose more. Tim's picked off. Armel dead as well. He was in the pit looking for the steal, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, I think they should have just given it up. They also lost the gem on the puck because of this that he previously stole from the Abaddon. Like, if you want to fight them, Medusa cannot TP out. Like, you got to make a call collectively as a team. Because now you bled away 3 heroes and gave them Aegis anyways.
And she was a bit mostly low on mana, but could have like fallen back or looked for a Mystic Snake target. But
yeah, it's tough.
You know, you mentioned it's not the Gabby hero, and that's something you mentioned. He's more about those jump in and kind of carries. So
yeah,
Fnatic taking advantage.
We see the same Terrorblade story again. He's going to the Daedalus next, and then even Medusa should not be tanky enough to just stand there and fight through it. She has no damage items whatsoever. She's tickling this Terrorblade.
It feels like they're going to rely on some kind of Dragon Tail arrow combo to catch him by surprise, and to do that they have to take Abaddon out of the picture, which maybe, like as you saw last game, that's going to be Armel's job. If Armel can even just silence the Abaddon, make sure that those heals and shields don't come into play.
Yeah, there will have to be the only play they really have. But he will have he already has BKB in fact. Oh, they're going to be absolutely perfect on that chain stun. It's a tough game from here on out.
Yeah. Aegis have got Orb of Destruction on TB. He's just looking to slowly siege things, but TNC have a very good draft to delay things and defend. Yep. Very annoying pushing into this frontline Medusa.
And in the meantime, Puck is just farming side lanes.
Arrows. And jabs, but yeah, it looks... And I mean, this is TNC making the most out of the map. They're defending while also getting farm elsewhere. So Armel making sure his farm continues, finds a Lincoln Sphere. That's a big pickup for him against this Lion.
Yeah, Medusa still holding her ground at the tower. Oh, they fought the Mirana.
Finger, backline, side of fist, Schwan just deletes the Mirana with the finger of death. Gabby going to be forced to pop the Stone Gaze in the trees. They look to turn this one around. They get the Dragon Tail. Can they kill off Raven? He gets the BKB off just in time, finds his Thunder target. It's DJ who can pop the borrowed time to help himself heal back up, and Raven, he wants Bok. He wants the DK. Bok stuck in it, going to be stuck in the blood right as Schwan gets the backline as well. It's going to be a dieback if they're not careful. Mirana leaping away back to the high ground. Gabby in the front has a buyback of his own, but he's completely out of mana. He gets the snake. He heals back his mana for now. TB still just wailing away, doing too much damage. Gabby mantles it off. Still scurrying back. Kim's in the trees. Has to be so careful. If they find him here, it's going to be a dieback. It's a monster kill. It's a double kill. Chuan, only Armel left standing, has got the Lincolns. Into the trees he goes with no Lion to worry about. Armel feeling confident, but there could be a Searing Chains. And Fnatic have found 4 kills plus multiple, at least one dieback there on the Mirana.
Yeah.
Fire flipping creeps. They want to go high ground.
Medusa had enough money for the Scotty, just never managed to buy it. And she just feels like a tickle monster. She's right-clicking a lot, but for not a lot of damage. Which is also why this item build fell out of favor. Like, you have this Aghanims, you can freeze people or stone people. Imagine if you had a butterfly Scotty instead of this. It would be way stronger and you would actually feel its impact in these fights a lot more. You definitely missed the Aghanim's timing. And now it's all Terrorblade, who itemized purely fight.
Yeah, his dataless timing feels very scary. He just won't be up for much longer though, but feels like Fnatic have got themselves a pretty substantial lead here, Black.
100%. Like, the Medusa needs minimum 1 more damage item. Like, Scotty is good. Doesn't solve any damage problems though, which we kind of criticized at the beginning, that the draft is lacking damage. Once they get this Daedalus on Dusa, and maybe 1 more item after, I think they're going to be in a good position. But it's a long way till then.
Fnatic, perhaps not going to be the ones to let up. They're grouped up as if they may be looking for another smoke play fairly soon. Here we go. Making their move. Raven going to be looking to push out this bottom lane. Not to worry about showing himself while the rest of his team look to make a play.
Daedalus on Terrorblade. It's going to be critting for a good 1,000 every hit. Woo.
Just expires though. Get the root in the mid lane. Box. Not going to be gone on. They don't have the Bloodseeker nearby for the Ruptures. Feels like, I feel like a few of these fights, Death has just used both of his Ruptures on this DK because Medusa just stands still and Puck is so elusive. So this poor DK is just constantly suffering the Rupture.
Yeah, you blink in, you get ruptured, you get hit by Terrorblade. That's been his fate the entire game pretty much, even since the early game. Bad. But what other play does he have? Like, you're just a DK, right? What you're supposed to do.
Not a hero known for its, you know, flashiness by any means.
No, especially from the off-lane
defend
position.
top. And they've got the Fire Remnants if they need him back on this Radiant side of the map. Doesn't look like Fnatic are interested in forcing any kind of a high ground play. Is it just waiting for next Roshan again? We keep, you know, highlighting how important Roshan is for both these two teams.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like TNC will really be able to do a whole lot about it, because as soon as this Roshan respawns, the heroes at this point take it down very easily. And they just keep cutting all the side waves, but they just have no way of pushing his lanes in. Yeah, Armel TPing out just in time.
I was just hunting up there with an Invis and he almost found a couple of heroes, but TNC have regrouped and smoking on out. They're going to push the lanes with the Manta Illusions, but Fnatic with good vision will not see the smoke, of course, but the fact when you have good vision, you don't see your enemies, it's a lot easier to kind of put 2 and 2 together and realize that they're probably smoked up.
Yeah. They are dewarding the newly put wards, so if they didn't know before, now they know 100%.
Yeah. They see Medusa and they got to imagine Medusa's pushed to the river. There's, you know, no way Medusa should be alone, right? Fnatic playing things by the book, playing it safe. Heroes go missing, let's group up. We're not going to split and farm multiple lanes. You know, one of the recent golden rules of Dota is you don't farm 3 lanes. That's just too greedy.
Yeah, unless it's Illusions doing it. And this Philosopher's Stone has been such a godsend for that. He's so rich. Already has his Ether Lens. And yeah, in these games you can really tell how much this Philosopher's Stone actually impacts the game.
It's been, what, almost 20 minutes? 80 GPM?
Yeah.
You can do the math right, Black?
1600.
Right.
Huh?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I totally could have done that too.
That's basically one item.
1600 gold. Yeah.
So, once again,
hey,
tokens are a good thing. You can purchase them at discount.
Time black coin at a crypto store near you.
You won't regret it.
Guys, don't buy it. It's a scam.
Oh, Mirana just gets blown up. No chance whatsoever. And this is when we see a Mirana pick just be useless. Like the Abaddon pick made her use his early game, and now she's just so poor that she has no impact anymore.
This was a great Ember pickup for Fnatic. 10-0-7. Chuan is just having a hell of a game.
Yep,
really
cutting some
stepping it
meat.
up here.
Already has Aghanim Scepter as well. Almost 25 for the Remnant recharge time. There's a lot of good timings coming here for Fnatic. Oh, he even got the book queued up already. Yeah, he's purchasing. Oh, they didn't purchase a minute 30 book, so now he is 25. And to Remnant City we go.
Oh yeah. What can TNC do here? Are they just at the mercy of Fnatic and forced to sit back, wait for mistakes, or can they make any kind of play?
I think they need to contest the next Roshan. Like the item in there is going to be too big, whether it's a refresher or Aghanims. It's a second Rosh or third?
It's third.
Third Rosh, right?
No way. No,
that's the second one.
I think second. Yeah, no.
It's gonna be a shot. There's gonna be Aegis Cheese. I just don't know how to kill this Terrorblade twice.
No.
With the Abaddon behind
like
him.
TB with Refresher Shard would be very, or even Ember with a Refresher Shard would be very problematic.
I mean, this is the new meta, right? You just build this Refresher up on Ember, you have 10 Remnants, double BKB. So much damage coming out from you. Ah, double damage. Of course. Roshan will respawn in 1 second. Oh, yeah. Will they scout it, though? Stone Boy's back.
Wait comes TNC, though. They're smoked up. They know they need to contest this Roche, but Fnatic themselves smoked up. They're claiming this high ground. Midnight Shadow is there. Ember going to pop the smoke as he goes jumping in. The follow-up Impale is there. Bok gets out the first Dragon Tail. He's been ruptured up, though. Going to be caught in the Blood Ray if he's not careful. This TB just doing too much. The double damage, you can't even see it. But luckily Medusa with the Stone Gaze trying to get Raven. They do pop out the Supernova, but the Stone Gaze is already worn off, so he can't keep it alive. The Sunder! It goes on the Medusa, burning away her health here. She's in trouble. Gets brought down, and Death's Bloodseeker able to tank his way through all the damage.
There's a Timeless Relic that somebody forgot. The Ancient. Oh. There's your big pickup. Whose is that?
It's being pinged now. It's picked up by the Dire.
Okay, it was Dire's anyway. Oof.
Okay. Medusa, no buyback. Went bought all out, bought the Daedalus for that fight, and just didn't have the damage. And now to the high ground we go, Fnatic.
Yep, that is the problem. If you can't execute your combo, this Terrorblade just hits too hard, and it looks like as though they're gonna lose. Park. Ember's on the chase, but
there's
not chasing any longer.
Sorry, I think he's just, he's not wasting his time with the puck.
If this goes to game 5, you gotta address the first phase of the draft. 100%.
The Lion, yeah.
I don't know if you just take first pick or what. I don't know what the rules are. But if you don't get first pick, you need to either ban the Lion or Terrorblade. Like, you didn't find an answer to either of those.
And it does leave something else in the pool, but you've just got to be willing to accept that. Even, it feels like this Lion is doing way more than the Nyx that keeps getting banned, or still
or
ban the Lion.
They keep banning.
Yeah, there's options to play into these heroes. As the second game in a row, Fnatic making full use of this Lion TB. They weren't going to go down without a fight, and they fall back on a Raven Classic, one of his best, most signature heroes. Get them all the way to a game 5. They're not there yet, though, Black. There's still, perhaps some hurdles to jump over.
Yeah. Just TNC, they like to make it hard for themselves, make it interesting for the viewers. So, see how long they can defend this base. They will definitely need some big damage infusion here on the Medusa. Rapier is probably on the menu at this point.
Good. You say damage, and that's what came into my head, so I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm hoping Gabby is. Late game Dota, here we go. 40 minutes as Fnatic.
He can be queued up right now.
Okay.
I feel like that doesn't answer your problem at all. Like, you need damage. You die last in every team fight, so survivability doesn't matter at this point, in my opinion. Damage, damage, damage. Damage. Maybe even a Satanic, so you can just survive a bit longer with that level 25 talent. Split shot uses modifiers, it's really good as well. You have like 600% lifesteal or something like that, crazy. Pretty good.
does that talent change this game for Gabby that much? Like, I mean, as far as does it boost up TNC's chances here?
It does, but only if he itemizes into items that actually make good use of it, like a Satanic or just more damage.
Oh, DK.
Oh, they caught the
Remnant
DK.
from Tron, he gets the PKB off, doesn't have the TP up though.
No, they cancel the TP.
Oh. He's in
No reveal?
game, I think Ember has a gem. Oh no, actually, knocked the gem over somewhere. Not sure what happened to it.
Actually, Thirst.
Where did the gem
Great
end up?
ability.
On the Bloodseeker. Oh, no,
Yep,
buyback
and now
on
it's time to
DK.
knock on the high ground. They're not gonna let this Medusa farm any more items.
TB with a level 25 Metamorph range, can just hit this from the low ground, doesn't have to overcommit. Medusa forced to Manta, finds a Flicker, that's a great item to have. But it's still problematic, can't really move with the Rupture. Puck going on the back lines, wants this line, but the line kept alive by the Abaddon. Good defensive play from DJ. Knowing that Jabs is the #1 target for this puck, meanwhile Raven just eyes on the prize, the buildings being picked off one by one. Juan goes in, sees the Phoenix, jumps the Phoenix, will force a necessary supernova. He's dead if he doesn't use it, and Tron's just happy to just get the hell out of there with his BKB. Still has a cheese, which is going to pop as well. The puck goes jumping in, once Jabs gets the Dagon out, but the damage just isn't there, as Raven won't find his Metamorph wearing off, so... Another... Oh! That's painful.
Wait, did that do a Rupture?
Yeah, Rupture dive. It was like casting the dive as the Rupture was cast. Didn't want to cancel. I mean, I think it was dead either way. TB is
Medusa's
on the high
dying!
ground with an Aghanim Step. Yeah, Medusa gets the Flicker, but it's not going to be enough. Pull back in, does a buyback in the trees. Tims, as well as the poor puck, get found out. They're leaping away. It's looking like we're going to a game 5. Jabs is getting low on the line, but that's just the line kill with the Stone Gaze committed. Gabby flickers out of there for now, but Rax being focused and TNC back against the wall. Doesn't look like they've got anything to unpin themselves as Gabby ruptured up, trying to turn onto Raven. Not enough, it looks like. The arrow will land, though, even after the Manta, but it gets shielded off immediately. DJ always ready to make these plays. And Fnatic say it's time to get this W. Let's go for the tier 4 towers, let's go for the throw. Another arrow gonna land, but once again, you gotta expect that shield to come into play. Abby,
And the heal also.
the tickle monster as you called him.
Yeah.
Some people afraid of the tickle monster, and Fnatic say that's not us.
Yeah.
He's resilient.
And that's it. GG.
GG, game 5.
Yeah, I expected TNC to be much more aggressive this time around. Like, Fnatic, we already said they know exactly what they want to do, which is hit this critical mass Terrorblade timing. And I thought with the itemization of the Medusa, they had the tools to stop him, but they were happy just sitting back and farming, even though the Medusa did itemize into an Aghanim Scepter. Like, if you want to go that route, just go like Skadi Butterfly or something, so you can right-click harder earlier. Because there was just so many damage issues that we already criticized from the draft.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Fnatic, Raven and Chuan both with perfect games on a single death between the core mid laner as well as carry player, and Fnatic have forced a game 5 with a convincing game 4. We're going the distance, Black. We wouldn't have it any other way. The SEA TI10 qualifiers continue to deliver. We've got a lot more to say about this game as well as a potential game 5, so stick with us, guys. You don't want to miss game 5.
Fnatic end up getting another game on the board to take us to a game number 5. But let's break down game number 4 a little bit. That Terrorblade is looking absolutely unstoppable at this point. So if you are TNC Black, are you going to first ban this Terrorblade, or how do you deal with it now?
I don't have information on who has first or second pick, but I think at this point, if you are second pick, you gotta change something up. I don't know if you ban the Lion or the Terrorblade, whatever they deemed the bigger issue, but you can't just give him the same thing 3 times in a row without having found a single answer to it.
Or they need to pick it for themselves. Like, yeah, picking TB, and let's say they get Lion plus maybe PL first phase. That still, to me, looks better than what we just saw, where they get Lion TB and you have no TB answers. You end up picking the Puck into the Lion, and Puck has a rough game because Jabs' Lion was just so sick finding all those pickoffs. Yeah, definitely something needs to change in the draft. Unless, ideally for TNC, they just have first pick. I think that solves a lot of their problems.
Would you be more inclined to, if you were on the TNC side, pick that Terrorblade for yourself?
Yeah, they play a great TB. It's a Gabby hero. Yeah, it's less of that kind of jump in and kill stuff, but he plays it like TB. I would say is one of his at least top 5 heroes. And they've shown throughout these qualifiers they're very comfortable with TB games.
Aside from draft, Fnatic, they seem to have a really great early game yet again, and they were also very Roche dependent. They were fighting around that, but I want to know if there was more that Fnatic could have done to end that Roche fight a little bit earlier. The one that we saw, it went back and forth for quite some time, Black.
I actually think they played that fight very well. Like, there were a couple of moments where it looked like Medusa with the Stone Gaze might be taking over the fight, but they stalled it out just enough, and then they baited them in, killed 3 heroes, get the Aegis, and ever since then, it looked like it was all Fnatic. They just had no chance of fighting back anymore because TNC itemized in a way where they want to take that Roche, and then with that Roche build a huge advantage, but they never got their hands on it.
If you were TNC, how would you have itemized instead?
I like the itemization. I just think they didn't use the timing like at all, pretty much. Like, he finished his Aghanim Scepter, and then he farmed up another ultimate orb without any sort of fight. Like, if you want to play that style, that's fine, but you got to itemize differently. Maybe Butterfly Skadi, just build some sort of damage, because as we have seen, he did no damage whatsoever in these team fights.
Definitely. Look, before we jump to a break and head into game number 5, I want to draw everyone's attention to an amazing giveaway that we are running throughout the TI10 qualifiers. If you want to know a little bit more, you can head over to bts.gg/giveaway or click on the banner below. But what is up for grabs is 4 cases of Mate Mate, then some Mate Mate swag, as well as pretty much a whole setup from HyperX. You're going to be getting an Alloy Origins keyboard, a Cloud Alpha S headset, a Pulse Fire Surge mouse, and a Fury S extra large mouse pad with a little bit of Beyond the Summit Dota 2 thank you hoodie to just make you realize just how thankful we are that you guys are tuning in. But that's all you can get from the giveaway. I say that's all, like as if that's not enough for you guys. But if you want to, head over to bts.gg/giveaway to enter that one. But for now, we'll head to a break and we'll be back with game number 5. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited that the grand final of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers has gone to a game number 5. I feel like it just would not do the region justice if we didn't go to a game 5 in this best of 5. But it's only really gotten there, it feels, because of the draft per se. You know, Fnatic have been getting that Terrorblade a lot, and I think it's something that TNC might need to start addressing. So I am going to theorycraft with Black and Gods here that if TNC ban the Terrorblade, okay, no, yep, you go.
TNC has
you
first
take the
pick.
floor.
So,
Okay.
Very different
That's
already.
important.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Now
Let's-
continue. Theorycraft. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's say TNC, they ban the Terrorblade, right? They ban the Terrorblade. We know Fnatic are going to ban the TA. Let's say Viper and Timbersaw are probably the two others that get banned. That's leaving Lion and Nyx open, as well as the Phoenix, the AA, a lot of those supports that we've been seeing. Do you then pick up the Lion for yourself, or do you favor the Nyx assassin? And if you don't take the Nyx and let's say Fnatic pick it up, are you more inclined to go for that life stealer? What are you going to be second picking then? Do you know what I mean?
Ooh. I like the Lion versus Nyx matchup. I think
Mhm.
Lion seems more value than Nyx because if you ever catch him in day, you can kind of blow him up. But yeah, I don't know. I think Lion is just so high value. It seems like the go-to support so many times. It just looked crazy good. I think the only other option is to go for something like completely different altogether. Oh, completely different altogether. Enchantress. All right.
Lion is banned. Terrorblade
Oh,
is
it's
banned.
banned. Yeah.
And we're gonna see a completely new draft.
I didn't see it play out, but I'm going to assume TNC got that Terrorblade ban off. I can't speak right now. And then Fnatic were like, well, if we can't get him, then we're just going to ban the Lion as well because, like you guys have said, it's just way too important. We can't let that one go through.
So,
Axe Mirana
gets
first.
through. What else gets through? That's you. Timbersaw is the other hero that's
They
usually
banned
banned in this
Timber
versus-
first two last time.
and Brood.
Brood? Yeah, I was going to say
Fnatic been
Brood's
banning
really
Brood
important.
every game. That's why Fnatic picked this Axe. They cover themselves against the Brood. I mean, you could still Brood into Axe, but it definitely gives you ways that you're not going to get overrun by Spiderlings and Brood pressuring
But
lanes.
then
so-
you also make Raven play an Axe, which means you definitely have the late game secured. Or you just pick a DP and own the Axe because you're a hard counter matchup. I like that
And this
much
goes,
more.
it goes back to what was working for TNC, which is these more like mid-game strats where they come online, can take towers and objectives, can take Roshan. They had like the Death Prophet with the TA games, the Ursa games. These heroes that just play fast tempo and, you know, force objectives. So I like this a lot from TNC that they, you know, they switch it up, but then they also don't go for the cheese picks that are there. They ignore the Timber, they ignore the Brood.
Yeah, I like this draft opening a
wanna
lot more
know-
already.
Yeah, then tell me more about this Enchantress because my memory is not the best, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it yet in the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. I don't know if it's been played at all, but I haven't seen it. So give me some reasoning and thoughts behind TNC picking that one.
So it's pretty versatile. It can be a 4 or 5. And if it's played as 4, it's a semi-core damage dealer-ish that is very strong in the lane and secures pretty much every lane or any off-laner. And that's probably where they want to put him because it dodges the Mirana. Then if you put it as 5, it's pretty much the same thing where you out-trade most other support heroes and secure the lane pretty easily for even greedier carry heroes. So Enchantress was very popular like a month ago. I don't know why it fell out of flavor, but probably because of Lion being so popular and just these supports that disable heroes.
I think supports also got better at just spamming sentries, blocking the Enchantress cams and body. I've started seeing supports just die to block an Enchantress cam from spawning. I was just like, that's how you beat an Enchantress in lane. Apparently, you feed your body away. But the hero is very much a laning state specialist. It's very much you're usually picking it because it can run over these lanes. So TNC are, you know, kind of as we mentioned, looking at this more laning stage into strong mid game kind of strategy.
So we've seen, well, not all the bans have been finished right now, but Phoenix is still open for that TNC. They could be looking for that 5th support still. Is that something that's more viable, or would you rather see a stun coming out of them? Do they need that sort of control?
Stuns,
I like
please.
stuns. Yeah, stuns. I don't know which. I mean, the cores that have stuns, the DK is the popular one. The Spirit Heroes, Puck's still available as well. It looks like, and you're playing Puck with Lion Band, so that could be something that comes into play. But I imagine TNC may wait a little bit before they pick either another mid or offlaner. They want to maybe keep this Death Prophet a little flexible. Death Prophet Enchantress seems kind of like a weak lane. Usually you want like a melee 4 position with the Death Prophet. But
yeah,
could work.
Maybe we're seeing the Tusk again, which is pretty good with Death Prophet, since you have the save against Axe. Tim's likes to play Tusk as well, so that would make sense. And it gives us stuns, which we like.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of conventional +4s left, right, that have stuns. Like Tusk, Earth Spirit, maybe Clockwork.
Yeah.
Shadow
Shaman.
Tusk just makes the most sense against Axe. Yeah, Shadow Shaman, why not? One Battle Hunger and you have 200 movement speed. You're like, can't do anything.
What do you mean, Black? I'm surprised you're not going for Spirit Breaker here.
No, Naga Siren.
I know, you want that one so bad.
Yeah, they could still do it. You know,
Of course they could.
Yeah. They could also do Spirit Breaker. Darkseer Spirit Breaker. They take it away from them.
They take it. Yeah, I feel like that's both something Fnatic wanted, but also blocks TNC.
Yeah, and now you really need some stuns.
Yeah, there's no TA for the mid lane. I imagine this is maybe like the Ember comes into play or something. I don't know, but
Ember potentially, yeah. I just don't want to see Armel play Death Prophet again. He plays a good DP, but it doesn't really make use of his skill set, in my opinion.
I think Tusk does look good with the Dragon Knight band coming out as well.
Puck is pretty good though, because you can't snowball when you're rooted.
Yeah. And you can always Waning Rift out. I mean, it's just Tusk doesn't ever really threaten the Puck. Now you see this Puck, I think you're feeling like you don't want to pick Tusk as much because you don't have that kill
I think
threat
Earth
on him.
Spirit now makes the most sense.
Oh, that's a good call.
That one.
Yeah,
That's
catch
a
the Puck.
throwback.
It's one of the best
classic.
supports against Puck though. You have silence and a stun.
Oh, dude, Black, you're on it. Yeah, it makes so much sense. It's like it's the old school kind of Puck counter, and yeah, it's been not picked. I feel like this entire SEA qualifier, but this is the game for it.
Yeah. A little bit underpicked, I feel like, especially at the Animajor. We have seen one. Did it win?
Yeah, I do believe it did.
Yeah, because at the Major it was picked a lot, especially by the SA region, and they were just trampling almost everybody.
Fnatic are going to pick up the Phoenix. Yeah, they're not going to let TNC have it. Not that they're really looking for it or anything, but...
Lifestealer is looking amazing here.
Yeah. Fnatic has a huge teamfight advantage right now. The Puck Phoenix, none of these TNC heroes bring a ton of teamfight. The Magnetize is kind of underwhelming. They go Spectre instead.
I mean, it makes sense.
They're going late game.
Yeah, Spectre Death Prophet is a very potent combination. And they will have one more hero, probably for Armel. I think it's going to be Death Prophet, Earth Spirit on the off lane, and then Enchantress Spectre safe lane. They don't have a lot of great targeted stuns though, until the Axe gets his Blink Dagger. Mirana Arrow, that's it. Maybe a Puck Coil, but again, Fnatic makes it very hard for themselves to play Dota, simply because they didn't pick any stuns.
I mean, if they watched last game, that's where they may feel like, you know, the Ember Spirit who can just get on top those, you know, Mirana Phoenix supports. It's the same support duo that TNC just ran, right? So
yeah,
something
you've
like
got to ban that Ember.
Catches the backline.
You have to Puck against it, but Puck can really suffer against Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit together. They have a silence already. They have 2 silences already, sorry. It's not an easy Puck game.
So you're going for Ember Spirit on TNC's side, but
Ember
let's
would
say
be really good.
Well, let's say it gets banned. The viability of Storm Spirit.
Storm is really good as well. It's
seems fine.
Yeah, just a little bit more squishy than Ember, but you can just itemize into the Sanj Kaya early on. Makes a lot of sense against Axe Puck anyways, and then you should be fine in theory as well.
But with that said, Fnatic think it's a mid-Death Prophet. They're banning offlaners. They ban Kunkka, they ban DK. I guess Kunkka's flex. We've seen it run offlane as well as mid, but definitely it feels like the DK ban is more targeted towards the off lane.
Do you think it's going to be offlane that they will pick? I feel like it's going to be DP offlane this time around and just pick
same.
Armel, one of the flashy playmakers.
Actually, with that said, I think the DK ban is actually banning a mid DK because DK, of course, good against the puck even as a mid, but it's not a flashy playmaker. So, not like Armel plays a fine DK, but it's not usually what I imagine most TNC fans and viewers are used to seeing him on or want to see him on.
I'm looking through the pool right now, trying to see what I can see for him for the mid lane. Maybe a tiny, but Phoenix is a tiny is it's a tough
I
one.
think we've seen that one before, though.
We have, yeah. It's just into the Phoenix is a rough matchup, but the rest, Tiny is pretty good against. And you also have a Spectre Death Prophet, so your late game would be very much stronger.
He's had a Void Spirit game. That's another spirit that he can play. He played that, I think, yesterday or the day before.
Probably the worst spirit though out there, right? Out of all of them.
I guess in terms if you want to capitalize on Fnatic only really having the Morana arrow and the puck silence, and it probably is.
Yeah.
Out of the spirits.
I mean...
But they do Doom, okay? Fnatic ban that Doom.
Yeah, they could pick Lina potentially, which is good against Phoenix. And lane's pretty decently against Puck. And they have a decent frontline already with the Death Prophet Spectre. And Armel.
Yeah, they're not looking for anything tanky, so that is very possible.
It's not a super easy pick, to be honest. Like, Tiny could be really good, Lina could be really... It just really depends on how it plays out. They go for the Magnus.
That is
I was thinking about that one,
it's
it's just weird, though. They don't really have any Empower abuser. And... yeah, it's a little strange. The Magnus pick.
It's funny because we listed like 10 different heroes and I think I'm saying totally different. It could even be a Mag offlane's the other thing, but probably unlikely I'm guessing since I don't think Mag wants to be laning with an Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit could just pull waves.
I mean, Mag crushes Puck in lane though. Like you have 30 more damage than him or something crazy like that.
Okay.
So you just outfarm him, and depending on what Fnatic pick, they might be on the clock. Already against Spectre Magnus DP, it's not easy to transition into late game.
Do they have much to deal with Magnus in their current 4 heroes?
Yeah. I mean, they have Puck Coil, they have Phoenix Egg, and Axe, which are all pretty good against Magnus. What carry are they lacking though? Something to deal a lot of damage. Need some good damage core. That is good against Spectre as well. And can lane decently against Death Prophet Earth Spirit. It's not an easy pick. What about... Morphling seems pretty rough.
Where are you putting this Axe at the moment? Where do you think it's going to be going?
Probably offlane. Like, if they pick carry Axe, they are on an absolute clock. And I feel like in a Game 5 Grand Final TI qualifier, that's not what you want to do.
Look, I don't know personally the matchup of Luna into Spec. It's gonna be
Ooh, it is a carry Axe. They're going all in.
They're just gonna rush this.
Yeah, I just don't think there was any obvious easy carry to play this game.
But Tide is so bad against Death Prophet. It's one of the worst heroes.
It's something Death has played a lot. He's been comfortable on it. He likes the big watermelon, the team fight it brings.
But does Axe even lane that well against Death Prophet? Shouldn't.
I guess we are gonna find out though. Maybe they know something that we don't know. Let's look at these drafts though. Black, which side
I'm going
do you think is gonna take? Okay. And Gods? Deep in thought?
I'm not ignoring the drafts. Game 5, I think TNC, I predicted my compendium. I think they have what it takes. But I think this is going to be such a good game.
It's going to be a slugfest for sure.
These two teams just, they're putting their all into this.
It's absolutely going to be fight after fight, especially in the early game. Their laning stage is probably going to be one of the most intense ones we've witnessed. I personally pretty torn. I want to side with TNC, but I feel like Fnatic might have the mental momentum here after, winning 2 games back off TNC. TNC have been going for a really long day here. But I think ultimately I'm gonna pick Fnatic. to take game number 5 and head to TI. But only time is going to tell with that one.
Yeah. All in draft for the last one is very interesting.
They just want to play really. No, you keep going.
Sorry, go on. I was going to say, you got to imagine at this point, TNC is getting maybe a bit exhausted. This is their 8th game for today.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of Dota.
Or they're entering Ultra Instinct mode for that last game.
Who knows? I know Fnatic have been absolutely looking pretty flawless in that early game, so if they can keep up the momentum, then they might be able to take a game number 5. But let's jump on in and take it away, Gods in Black.
Here we are. It is the dream finish, Black. We get a game 5. We get Fnatic versus TNC. One of these two historic SEA teams will not be going to the International 2010. Will not get a chance to compete for $40 million.
Yeah,
it's all on the table here.
An all-in draft against a pretty late game oriented draft. And I gotta be honest here, I don't like either last pick. I don't like the Magnus, I don't like the Tidehunter. And it's gonna be a slugfest 100%. Like Fnatic, they wanna get a lot of farm early on the X, make sure they get a lot of stacks. And every time they have a Coil Ravage, they wanna be able to win a team fight. For TNC, it's quite the opposite. They just wanna be farming up into the mid game, get the Spectre strong, get their BKBs out. And then once that's online, it's gonna be very, very tough for Fnatic to fight back. I think they need to crush this early mid game portion of the game.
I do got to say, though, I'm very excited to see some of these different picks coming out on the TNC side, as well as throwbacks. Tim's Earth Spirit. This guy is a legend on his Earth Spirit. Has won many a big LAN game on it. We got an Enchantress. You mentioned, you know, Fnatic having a kind of good early game, but these two supports are heroes that can cause a lot of problems in the laning stage.
Yeah, you're very right with that one. How does Axe fare against Death Prophet? I've not seen this matchup, to be honest. Not in the safe offlane like that.
Not sure, yeah. Axe carry is very much, you know, the new tech. It's something we've only been seeing mostly since the recent major. And I mean, there's been maybe 20, 30 odd games of sample size, but it's still large. I mean, for Dota standards, that's very unexplored.
Yeah, I would agree. And we still haven't seen it enough where we can say, does it actually fall off late game or not? Theoretically, it should, but it never really looked like it did. There's just so much damage coming out from the spins.
Early arrow just to secure a range creep up top. Enchantress going for the level 1 Nature's Attendance, just trying to trade right clicks using the heal and the Blightstone. So, you know, there's always a lot of different Enchantress builds, but I'm around not going for the early enchant, expecting these neutral camps to be getting blocked.
Yeah, but actually there is a camp available, which you might also want to expect because the enemy does have a Mirana, right? He wants those camps as well.
Yeah,
I think a little bit of a mind game, I guess.
Yeah, I thought Enchantress was actually trying to body block it to stop it from spawning because, yeah, Enchant not going for that spell is largely because it is a Mirana lane.
Yeah, and this is a little bit bad now because Mirana will be able to arrow it. Get ahead in the lane. Earth Spirit rolling out.
Roll away. Yeah, that Fire Spirit damage. He wants to, it looks like maybe go fish for some couriers. No, he wants to leech his experience down bottom. Just getting some denies in, and Tims will lose that range creep, but does get a little bit of XP for it.
Yeah, and the small camp is blocked by a sentry ward. So Armel will have to fly a sentry out relatively soon if he wants to make good use of that camp.
We'll see back at top. Enchant has now been leveled from Boomy.
But the Centaur's already gone.
With jab. Yep. Snipe. And some of the other lanes. You mentioned the Mag versus Puck. Yep.
The heal should be too much.
Low. Jab is a leap. And the heal is going to be too much for this kill to happen.
There's an enchant as
well.
well.
To get away. Whoa, he leaps into an Alpha Wolf camp. That's a little bit painful, but
yeah,
he carries away.
I also think all three of them just crit him simultaneously.
One thing I was going to ask, you mentioned the Mag with the damage advantage over Puck. It's actually Puck doing just fine. They're even on CS once Puck gets these last hits on the tower.
Yeah, there's something I saw from Magnus. Jabs actually dies to Enchantress. Oh, no, to Magnus, sorry.
Yeah.
He went for Shockwave level 1 rather than Empower, which is really his biggest power spike level 1, that you have this Empower 20 damage advantage. Chose the skill Shockwave over it. Was a little bit curious. But now with that kill, he's very happy. The nep of the part.
Well, perhaps a big part of why they picked the Tide into Death Prophet is what we're seeing here. Death is keeping the Spectre away from these creeps. The laning stage is problematic. Gabby not getting the farm hit hoped for, as Death with an Orb of Venom even.
But the Satyr is giving a lot of health regen to Gabby and harassing Death quite a bit. Mirana is back top now. Looking for an arrow here on the Spectre.
Yeah, this lane doesn't necessarily get any easier for Gabby is the problem.
Yeah, it doesn't. Arrow.
Look for an arrow. Going to be off the mark there. Gabby manages to avoid it. Still,
he has a healing
under the
self
tower.
damage.
Yeah, under the tower, he's struggling to get these last hits even because the Tide is constantly up in his face using the Anchor Smash.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent matchup against Spectre. You can't really ever pressure a Tide as Spectre. So he's gonna feel uncomfortable here for quite a long time. And we'll have to see some sort of rotation later on, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of the Magnus, because you can't really help your Spectre early on at all. I really just looking to farm into the mid game.
Earth Spirit roaming hero. So
yeah, he just doesn't really have the damage output to kill a Tide Hunter. Arrow, a lot of damage.
Yep, Gabby getting low in the top lane. This could be a second kill, but he gets out of there. The raindrops saving his life there. But, I mean, this is money invested in the raindrop, which is going to quickly get basically chewed through if Gabby's not careful.
Yep, and Axe is doing just fine down here. Pretty much free farming against this Death Prophet of Bok.
I think we're seeing why they picked this hide, though. Two lanes being pretty heavily won by Fnatic, it feels like. Both bottom
He's
as well as
burning on
top.
Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Battle Hunger plus the Fire Spirits. That's the level 2 Fire Spirits. This is a big power spike for the Phoenix. The damage more than doubles.
Okay, so the silence are looking very rough for them. But this is what Fnatic drafted for. Like, they drafted to win the early game, come into a mid game swinging. If they can't hold down this dire draft for long enough, it's gonna be very problematic.
They want to not give Spectre a chance to kind of come online and farm. It is a Gabby Spectre. It's been one of his go-tos, one of his better heroes. But this is a tough, tough game for him given how this laning stage has gone. He's just being bullied. Death continues to get up in his face. The Orb of Venom pick up. Gabby saw it coming, or predicted it coming.
Yeah, Orb of Corrosion plus Soaring. The Spectre can't really lane here anymore. Enchantress kind of abandoned him as well. Just stacking. And yeah, I think Spectre just has to accept her early game is over. It's done.
It's
healing self? Okay, thank you.
rough.
But all it takes is one gush, one anchor, and that healing self is gone again.
Yep. And Gabby, you know, feels like he might get 1 or 2 CS out of it if he goes close to this Tide.
Yeah. There's another pretty big benefit to Orb of Corrosion, which is the damage applies on denies as well, so denying creeps is so much easier with it.
Oh yeah. Well, you see there, it was the, the Gush Anchor Smash, got him down to half health. This time around, it's going to be a tendency to heal him back up. This lane is looking really rough. TP in.
No, it's a Magnus.
Magnus. It's even bigger.
It's a deity.
Okay, here we go. As the Shockwave to start things off, the Ravage Death looking to use that, but there can be a skewer to chase.
He has no boots, he's dead.
Trying to leave for Gabby, I'm sure. They give it to Gabby.
Empower him as well. And it's a level 4 empower, right? Yeah, so he will be happy with that one. Can also retreat to the jungle. Good rotation here.
Mid lane, meanwhile. Unfortunately, the Earth Spirit trying to leech his XP in the mid lane by himself. Doesn't get hit by the arrow, but the orb will finish him off. Schwan will find him. As the Magnus rotation did kind of free things up there. Magnus, though, with all those stacks, is getting some more farm for himself.
Yeah, I was curious whether he was gonna take it or leave it for the Spectre. Looks like he's just gonna farm the neutral items right away. And they're getting some pretty good ones. Broom Handle, Ironwood Tree. Very decent.
Yep. So, perhaps with the Empower aspect, we may see Spectre head back to the jungle sooner rather than later. It is a mid-Magnus, so I don't think Armel's going to be wanting to sit behind the Spectre, but he can at least hope to get it here or there.
Yeah, Power Threads are now online, and Haunt is also there. So maybe he's looking for a rotation somewhere. Bok Exorcism is also there.
Top
Who gets the rune? Oh, Tim's got it.
Even if he dies for this, just denying it from the puck could be nice. One sentry down, there's no more. Who gets away? Gabs does have his first earned charges, which he can potentially use offensively as Matt Gabby. He's just already lost his entire health pool. He just can't.
Exorcism.
He's trying to play this lane. Yeah, down bottom.
Yeah, it's not really something you can do. I think he would have been better off just going to the jungle a while ago. He's just not really touching.
He did get the chip vest though, Black. That doubles his health regen. That's a nice
Spectre
one.
classic.
Yeah.
We've
talked about the neutral items a lot in this series. I mean, the last few games, the Philosopher's Stone were on the Fnatic side, you know. So this is Gaben giving something back to TNC.
Yeah, he wanted to make this series interesting, and now both teams are getting pretty good neutral items. Did Axe get one? Not yet. There's still 2 to go though.
Axe did get one. They've got one on the Radiant too.
Gaben smiles upon us.
All according to his script. Things have made it their way to a Game 5 decider. Fnatic, they're going to look to pressure this top tier 1 tower, but the move from TNC is an aggressive smoke play down through the river. They've got RP up on the Magnus. Where do they want to go with this one?
Back to jungle.
They may find Pied here, but it doesn't look like they're actually looking to kill him. They're just trying to find
Tough kill, 1500 health, and he has Ravage up as well. And Bok has no Exorcism. Like, really, the hero to kill the Tide the easiest this game is going to be the DP. With the Spirit Siphon, with the Exorcism, you can't, of course, Kraken Shell that off, and if they want to kill him, he should be the one rotating.
Looking for Tim's, will find him. Doesn't hit the orb, but gets him with the coil now. Sounds from the Earth Spirit. He can't afford to break this coil, and that orb is going to be coming up in a couple of seconds. He needs to juke in the trees, but no way to go.
No jukes today. 2k lead for Fnatic.
Okay.
It's what they want from this early game. Is it perhaps not enough? We'll find out, I guess.
Spectre in the triangle. Yeah, doing Spectre things, just farming jungle camps. No kind of blade mail action here. Going for the Echo Saber. That's been, I believe, usually Gabby's go-to.
Yeah. Not sure if I like it super much this game. Because blade mail does make a lot of sense, just in terms to be keeping up the farm.
Yeah.
And it deals a lot of damage to a lot of those heroes, right? Like, even Axe takes a lot of pure damage back. Puck takes a lot of damage from it. But Echo Saber, the more aggressive choice.
One thing we haven't seen as much is, you know, Axe getting the crazy ancient sacks this game at least, but he is still top of the net worth chart even without it. Both teams trading towers for now. This mid tier 1 tower is a big one though. If Fnatic lose this, if Fnatic take this, they could really take over this dire side of the map, even contest those ancients that the Spectre's relying on. So Hawk shows up to defend it for now.
Yeah, EP very tanky though.
I think about running in for a Ravage, and yeah, he's just going to Ravage his Death Prophet. Can they blow him up? They drop the egg and everything, and it looks like he will go down. Doesn't buy back if he wants to use it, but it's going to be in a dead end charges as well. The egg gets picked off by Tims, but they've lost 3 in the process. Magnetized won't be lasting for much longer. Now the buyback's coming. There's an RP onto 2. Is the cleave damage going to be enough? It doesn't look like it for now with the Spectre showing up in this fight and Raven catching 2 in a call. He wants Armel. He gets a skewer away. The earn charge is taking him low, but won't be enough damage to finish him off. And Fnatic win the fight, buyback as well, and they only lose the Phoenix.
Yeah, the early game team fights are much stronger. We saw a beautiful Ravage come, and Puck silence on 3 as well. They need this Death Prophet to stay alive. He's the biggest damage source in this early game. They won't be able to win any fight if he's the one first that dies.
Yeah, he's just was sitting there trying to drag creeps and, you know, throw Crypt Storms out, but I think Tide, like you say, he recognizes exactly what you're saying. If Death Prophet dies first, we win this fight. It was almost like a solo Ravage. I think he clipped some heroes on the edge, but all they cared about was killing Bok.
Yeah, which was the right call. They don't get the mid tower, but it was a pretty convincing teamfight victory. At least Armel survived, right? That means the Magnus is still doing well in the net worth department, but 4k lead now. Yeah.
Gabby will find himself himself running into this puck. Afraid of the puck on his own.
Yeah, the chip vest looking very healthy as well.
He's got the man queued up over at top lane. Miranda doing some scanning of this jungle. TNC, two heroes that want to, you know, farm the jungle with both Magnus and Spectre. They don't want to give up everything to the Fnatic on this top side of the map.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough farm to go around for these two cores?
Yeah, this is where the Magnus pick is a little bit problematic. They don't have a real playmaker. All of them can just farm.
We saw in the last fight, he got a pretty good RP up, but the follow-up damage wasn't there. Oh, Enchantress. Puck has a coil, but doesn't want to go for it, and Juan needs to be careful. Drops the coil to try and protect himself. Another orb in a couple of seconds, but he's being silenced up, and that's just a dead puck. Abby got the kill as well. He showed up for a Spectral Dagger. It's Tim's making the plays with the silence.
Yep. And that is exactly what his matchup is. It's not impossible to play, of course, but it can get really annoying for Puck. You don't expect this instant silence, and suddenly you just sit there. Level 1 is pretty long as well. I think 1.5 seconds, right? 2 seconds even. Damn. That very value skill point.
Yeah, double silences for Puck make life very difficult this game.
Is he going into an early Yules? No, straight into the Blink. So he's gonna be feeling scared for quite a while longer. And gold lead back to about 3k. This is what TNC wants though. They just want to slow down the game as much as possible. Farm, 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 farm.
They smoke up, but TNC had a ward around the area, and they caught a glimpse of a couple of these heroes, so I think they might know this is coming.
Scan them right
I
away.
saw several heroes on their ward, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They saw this smoke, and they're getting out of here, but they may need to find a way to defend this mid tower. Death does have a blink Ravage. He goes for it. Just the Enchantress, so that's not the Ravage he wanted. Death Prophet gets away from it. They will probably get this tier 1 mid tower. Hawk actually in some trouble. He's being chased. Being slowed down a bit here by the Orb of Corrosion. It's going to be the tier 1 mid tower as Armel looks to poke at this top tower. So Ravage is down. We'll have to see if TNC can do anything to punish it. Do you think they're able to take a fight now, or are they just trying to farm it up, Black?
I think without Ravage it's very possible. Magnus has the Blink RP available as well. Finishes Echo Saber. They have a good 2 minutes now. Oh, nice roll out there. Right, Tims? And I would definitely love to see them fight right now. No Ravage. Yeah. You gotta be able to take a fight now. We haven't seen Exorcism yet, other than this one time on the bot tower. He now finishes his Yules as well. Like, if you just freely wait until Ravage is back up again, you probably don't feel terrible about not fighting, but you're not playing to your fullest potential either.
Right now they're worried about the vision game. Constantly looking for some of these wards, sentries everywhere.
Yep.
Tim's doing what he can, cutting down trees, getting some wards down. Maybe this time around he's going to be caught without a roll in the top lane. Tim's, by the Starstorm, has a decent bit of survivability. Catches Jabs, who blocks the roll, but despite being pushed away, they don't actually have the damage to kill off Tim's.
Yeah.
This is a lot of time for Spectre to farm though, Black.
It is. With this Empower, he's farming very well. But Axe is still keeping at the top of the net worth. This without the shard. He might even have Dagger and shard at minute 20. Very scary timings coming out. He's looking for a coil on the Spectre. It's only level 1 coil though. He can easily break this and TP out.
He wants to get away. He knows he's in trouble. He finds his way to the top lane.
Oh, if there was any other hero nearby.
Side, yeah.
It's a lot of damage with the Desolate Echo Saber.
But a smart move from Gabby. So, I mean, I guess, you know, we thought they might try and punish the Ravage cooldown, but they're more than happy just to farm it up. Gabby plays it safe, uses a long cooldown to haunt out of there. No way TNC look to fight without this haunt, I feel like.
But now Ravage is back online, and Raven just finished his Blink Dagger.
Yep.
So TNC has to be so careful they don't bleed away a lot of heroes here.
I see key heroes like this Death Prophet. They're having support get picked off as one thing. It's going to be Bok, though. The call into Arrow. Poor Death Prophet.
And that's all pre-shard. Axe really becomes much stronger in 2 minutes from now on.
Perhaps
Very close to Manta, though.
Yeah, very farmed. I mean, is this okay if Death Prophet kind of has this bad game where she's sacrificing her own farm and then Magnus Spectre? Are they going to be able to carry this game with an underfarmed Death Prophet?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm not sure, because he is still a prime damage leader for them, and he will be for the entirety of the game. Him not having a good game means he will have to gimp his item build. What does he have queued up? Yeah, an Aeon Disc first. So no BKB coming out anytime soon. You're just trying to be as efficiently tanky as possible.
And this is a game where BKB against, like Tide and stuff feels amazing. Boom! Death just blinks in, sees the Enchantress and ignores him, yeah. He's trying to find that Ravage target, that hero on the back lines. He's like, okay, that's the support tanking the smoke gank. Let's see who he's protecting. Let's find the Magnus. Let's find the Spectre. But that's what you want, I think, if you're TNC. That's what they were hoping for to happen before when Death Prophet got caught. The Enchantress dying to tank smoke ganks, not a problem.
Yeah. I like that movement quite a bit. So DP is sitting at 2k health now, but it's not nowhere near enough against this nice Yule's
reaction. It's off the Yule. Yeah, now the silence is there. Raven just going to back off.
They can fight
disengage, but yeah, they chase in. The Ravage is not going to come out immediately. Death is holding onto it for now. Will end up throwing it out. Bok's going to be careful. He's melting. And with the Supernova on top, do they have the right clicks to kill this one? They've got the Echo Saber to help bring down the egg a little bit quicker. The RP! It catches out everybody! The damage from him. Can they bring down the Puck? He's getting low with the silences. This is looking bad. Death is going to go down. Puck buys back, has the instant return to this fight. Looking to win this one as TNC are running out of gas. Gabby's being caught by the battle hunger. He's slowed down. He gets the haunt. He's jumping around. He's going to go down. Raven gets him with the dunk. Triple kill for Raven, who gets the tips. It costs him a Puck buyback, but what a fight. And what a buyback from Chuan. He bought back and had a jaunt, I believe, to get right back into the fight.
Yeah, there was still an active orb. He jaunted right back into it. And again, Bok just being, like, he had a very good initial reaction. But then he's just feeling a little bit too confident, runs uphill against the Ravage, gets clipped by it, and immediately gets taken out. We said how important his damage is in these team fights. Also no Haunt up, it came up at the very end of the fight. Just very unfortunate. This could have been the fight that wins TNC the game, honestly. Because if they win that 4-3 or something like that, convincingly, they're going to be in a prime position to take it.
I'm picturing it. If they had that Haunt at the start, that fight could just go so differently. And now into the Roshan pit we go. Not sure TNC can stop this one as Enchantress going to get caught by the Puck silence. Yeah. Abby finds Chuan, a lot of damage. Luckily he dodges the rolling boulder. Raven gets a nice two-man call. The follow-up from the Sunray damage doing a lot. It's going to bring down the Spectre, and Tims cannot get the roll out. They're losing numbers quickly. Bok going to be zoned back. They're not going to look to chase him down. Back to the objectives. Back to the Roshan pit. That's a second death in a row for this poor Spectre. Gabby's game suddenly feeling very, very rough.
Are they perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit? That was not necessary. Like, you know they're gonna get Roche. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You gotta stop. You gotta stop the bleeding. That's all you can do. Get your core items up. You need those BKBs. Spectre needs her next item, and then you're in an okay position to fight. Now it's a 6k lead within Aegis. This is where Raven really will hit the gas.
Not having that BKB coming anytime soon, or maybe, at all on the Death Prophet feels like such a big problem with playing into Puck and Tide. Yeah, the Axe Call can get you through it, but he just needs that survivability.
Yeah, 100%. And perhaps you could see the mindset a little bit in the draft already with that last pick Magnus. But they need to survive.
Almost played well, but yeah, draft-wise, it just feels like they don't have that playmaker that we're seeing on the Fnatic side with what Puck's bringing to the table. And now with creating all this space for the Axe just to come online with this 20-minute item time. You mentioned it, 20 minutes in with the Shard as well as Blink Dagger, and he's already almost completed a BKB. Raven is absolutely massive.
Yep, as you would expect from a carry Axe. Dominated the lane, super fast Manta style, has been cutting creeps very efficiently. And this is usually the point, though, where people wonder, when is this hero gonna fall off? Is he gonna fall off? And we haven't really found an answer to that yet. Desolate on Tide. Okay.
Tank just all TP'd back to their tier 3 tower bottom to smoke up. They want to clear out their jungle. They took the tower's top. They don't want to go high ground, so they say, let's clear things out. Yeah, he's got a BKB if he needs to go for a BKB TP. They Moonlight
Actually,
Shadow,
the
he's
prowl.
looking for a blink. Uh-oh, got the call. Now he can go for the BKB TP, but he gets hit by an arrow before he gets a chance to. Great play from Fnatic. And Armel gets picked off.
He was not aware at all. There were 5 heroes down there and he blinks on top of the creep wave. Maybe thinking they were still top. But yeah, quick movements from Fnatic, catching TNC off guard. And then firm control of this game.
One tower to the next, TNC. A lot of people after game 2 with the 2-0 lead, you know, they were bringing out the brooms this time and then putting them away after game 3. But if you're a Fnatic fan, it's time to take him out. That counter sweep could be happening, as Fnatic have won 2 straight games and have an edge in this game 5.
Yeah, at least he has the Aeon Disc on Death Prophet now. But if they just trigger that prematurely, just with like a sort of fake initiation, after that he has nothing. That's half his net worth right now.
That's why he's not assembling it. He wants to make sure he doesn't have it get wasted. Even then, it's still very tricky sometimes to get the right play.
Yeah,
Boomy's looking for the centaur play. He saw what the centaur did in the other game, Black. He's like, all right, that's what we need. We need a 6 hero.
Yeah.
We
Certainly
need that
didn't
6
pay
and
him the
5
same
Dota.
amount of money though. Spectre almost 18 at least for level 3 Han, which is very important for the cooldown reduction.
DNC.
Score in.
Blink, you're back. They pull Raven in deep. He has got the Aegis. The Ravage is going to come with a follow this one up,
BKB on
with the
Magnus.
Supernova on top. Gabby comes in with the Horn afterwards. He's going to look to focus down the egg. They bring it down. Magnus, without the BKB, just melts. They kill off the Axe once. Can the Spectre keep on fighting? I think he's just going to get the hell out of there with the Spirit Vessel charge. He's in trouble. The blink, the call, catches out 2. Only Bok could remain on the high ground here. He's running away. He needs to get out of this one, but the puck damage is too much. Earth Spirits just says, get me out of here. He's rolling down south. And Fnatic with the Aegis and the Blink Ravage from Death destroy the team fight.
Yeah, and in game 4 we saw Gabby ask Fnatic kindly, can you just give it to us? Fnatic has some other plans. They want to go to TI themselves, and they're in a prime position to do so. 12k lead in just 25 minutes. Uncharacteristic mistake from Amel. He did not BKB. They're definitely feeling it.
Yeah. Fnatic, they've been to the last 7 internationals as one of these 2 teams will not be making it.
We don't want to
$40
say,
million tournament.
or speak like this game is over yet, but it's very difficult to recover. Simply because the comeback tool is like a 3-4 man RP, which is not easy against the Tidehunter. And Armel again, he has to be careful.
Blink
They
call.
got him.
He's just getting picked off time and time again. They got a coil on the Earth Spirit as well as finding Boomy on the Enchantress. They're tipping Armel. I think they can sense he's just overplaying his hand. This is very uncharacteristic for him as well as TNC, and that's also where this game has a feeling where it's kind of in dire straits for TNC. It's not just the hero and the draft disadvantage, it's mentally they just seem defeated. They're making more misplays than we've seen. They're getting picked off more than we've seen. Fnatic just have their number. They have Bok's number. He has got the Aeon Disc. That'll keep him alive a little bit longer. As does the Yule Scepter, but I think it is all over for
they're feeling
this life of
themselves.
his. Yeah, they're diving buildings. They're diving the tier 4 towers.
Towers
Fnatic just overrunning TNC's base.
And this Tidehunter with this Shard and Desolator, he is destroying buildings. They might not have the best building hitters, but if you itemize in this way, Tidehunter can take care of that, no problem. Now it's all on Gabby, guys. Carry me, they say.
Gabby, Gabby, Gabby. This man has been the MVP for TNC so far in this tournament, and he's going to have to do it once again. He's 17k gold deficit, though. What can they do? Death with a Ravage. He's 1 Anchor Smash on the Boomy, deletes like almost half his health.
He is
He's
isolated,
pushing
though.
back.
Spectre will shred him.
Yep. The arrow comes flying in. The Manta is there. Death looks to turn with the Ravage. Armel follows up with an RP. Is the damage going to be there? They bring down the Mirana, but the Tide gets away thanks to the help of the Kraken. They pull him back in. Now the Horn coming out. They want to try and shred this Death, but the puck, the Dream Call, catches out Gabby Spectre. He's in trouble. He's just so low. They get the Death Prophet coming into the fight with the Exorcism, but Gabby needs to be helped out, but he gets taken out. Gets dunked by Raven, who wants more. He's still hungry. He's hungry for TNC Flash. His former teammates, he's taken 3 out. He's looking for a 4th. Bok in all sorts of trouble. Gets a silence out, but that's just going to delay the inevitable. Raven is beyond godlike with a triple kill. Magnus just blinking back to safety, and Raven is having his way with TNC. 15-0-7 on Axe.
Yeah. Went all in with the draft, and it's definitely paying off. Big time for them here. Score back.
Well, with the buybacks, they want Raven. They're not going to get him with the BKB being forced. Does at least make him use it. Jabs as a leap chance to get him back to the low ground.
He bought back.
Buying some room. Buying some room for his teammates to retreat here. Can they get any more? TNC used a lot of buybacks. It feels like they have to get something else with this one. They're looking for DJ. He TP's in the trees. DJ, you're a magician. He gets out of there.
Just barely. Roshan may respawn in 15. It's not up. If it was, Spectre could take it.
Does not feel like TNC got enough for those buybacks, and Spectre continues to struggle to get into the late game. 12k net worth to the 22k net worth of Axe. 10k difference in items between these two heroes.
Yeah, what's the Roshan respawn? Oh my god, it's a really long one too, so no chance TNC can take this at all. Gaben said, I've had enough of you guys.
Without the exorcism, yeah, they have the Spectre, but it's still probably... I feel like it would have been tough. A potential Axe call, a puck play, like, I don't even know if they could have easily gone for it.
At least they would have had like a comeback avenue, you know, like force maybe a fight without Ravage. Now, Fnatic is just gonna wait for that Roche, take it, and can TNC really do much? Stop it. Oh, Tidehunter's satanic finish. He's so massive as well.
Yeah, unkillable Tidehunter, it feels like. Those Anchor Smashes is going to be healing him for like 500 plus health, it feels like.
Yeah.
Getting more items too, just fully complete.
Smoke up.
And Sanj.
They gotta find something big here.
Yep.
But they already know they smoked. Cemetery revealed them.
Yeah, they're being Fnatic's ready. Raven on the front lines. He's got a Skadi on this Axe. Oh my gosh.
4.2k health.
Problem.
Plus evasion.
Yep. Oof.
Oh.
And
Oh my
now
god.
Fnatic's turn to smoke up. No Roshan for some time still, but Fnatic, they want to dish out the killing blow. They know where this dire vision is.
Walk in front, you can't be the one tank.
That's not where you want to be. The call is going to be there. Meanwhile, Death goes on the backlines. He finds Armel. He's stopping his Blink Dagger. This Tide is just zoning away the backlines. They don't manage to blow up Bok though. Bok's still alive with the help of the Aeon Disc. Now the Spectre Horn coming in. Raven gets another call. That's going to be enough to finish off Bok with all the spins. He just whirls around and takes him out. Death still has a Ravage here. I don't know if TNC can fight this one. Earth Spirit in the river is going to be getting brought down by an Anchor Smash, and the chase is on. They see Boomy. Take Boomy out as well. No opportunity for a Ravage. The Tide recognizing that a Blink RP is the one thing that could maybe win TNC the fight.
Yeah, no call at the ready. 20 seconds to Roche. Do they want to wait, or do they want to put the nail in the coffin now? Probably just want to...
Something tells me they want to wait, Black.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. This game is, you know, feels
Worth
like
a
that
little bit of money.
99.9. This feels like, you know, that OG LGD kind of odds in TI Grand Finals where it's like, oh, you know, it's 100% win rate, right?
Yeah. No.
It's a Spectre. That was their OG user in that TI, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, Spectre is getting close to his Skadi, but how much of a difference does that make?
Not sure. It's going to be enough. And the thing is, this high build, going for this Deso Satanic semi-carry build, they recognize they have this Axe who, you know, he's a carry, but he's not the traditional one, so they want more damage. And Tide says, okay, I gotcha.
Damage? Okay, I'll deal damage.
This is the dream Tide. Every offlane player...
Phoenix 2.7k health, Mirana 2k, Axe 4k, Tide 3k, Puck 2.5k with Aeon Disc. They have no targets.
You know things are going good when Fnatic only had to buy one Aeon Disc. It's like, okay, they can't kill us.
Usually
you see... Exactly. The supports don't have to buy Aeon Disc, that's the dream. As they're going for that high ground. Tide just blinking in, knowing there's nothing they can really do about it. Meanwhile, Shrine on the backlines just poking at this Magnus, get him down to half HP with the help of that Witchblade.
Tower's gone already. It's the last set of wrecks.
Yep. Amel waiting patiently. What's the play going to be? Blink Skewer got him before the Ravage. The Ravage comes out, but he does manage to BKB, and the RP is there. Death has got the G. Now the Supernova with the Sunray coming out. Nothing to kill it. The Enchantress thinks once about it, but has to think twice as she gets sent back to the grave. No RP now to fight with. Bokker's charging with the Exorcism. They're going to glyph things up here and try and reset.
No Aeon disc available, though. He's dead.
Yeah. Oh my god, he just got deleted. Tim's goes running in with the rolling boulder, but I don't think there's a whole lot that's going to come from that. Meanwhile, Spectre goes haunting into the backlines. Who's he going to kill? There's just no good targets. Perhaps the DJ Phoenix is going to be one kill that he can get, but now he's getting low. Jabs goes leaping in. They want this Spectre. They can spell blood. It's death without a buyback for 100 seconds. The Magnus ball back. Death Prophet dead as well. It's looking all over. Fnatic have won the Southeast Asian TI10 qualifiers. They will be going to the $40 million international.
This is it's so painful to see for TNC, but
Oh.
of course, if you're a Fnatic, you're over the moon, you're super happy.
A
reverse
2-0
sweep.
comeback. Oh, a reverse
Almost never
sweep.
happens. It almost never happens. I think statistically, I don't want to say anything, but it's less than 1%. It's just so tough to pull off.
Exactly. The mental fortitude you need. It happened. It did happen at a major, but you know,
With
that
EG,
when that happened. That's what's crazy. Is it like you say? It almost never happens, and it's like Dota this past year has just been wild. This entire Southeast Asian qualifier has delivered some of the craziest games, some of the most amazing stories. It's kind of united the entire Dota community around this incredible Dota that was competing for one slot only, and Fnatic have completed the reverse sweep. Guys, we got a lot more to say. We're going to bring back Nat and hopefully get a chance to speak to some of these Fnatic guys. I got to imagine they're over the moon. Congratulations, Fnatic. Stick around to hear some of our final thoughts and hear what Fnatic have to say about qualifying for the international.
Fnatic have done it. They've had the reverse sweep. They said to TNC, it doesn't matter if you guys are going to take the first two games, we're going to take the next three, and they're going to be taking the Southeast Asia qualifier spot to TI10. I cannot imagine how over the moon, how ecstatic they are going to be at that comeback. So I thought the only way we're really going to know is if we have an interview with one of them, and we've been lucky enough to be joined by Jabs, and ask him some questions. Congratulations, Jabs! How are you and the team
Thank
feeling?
you so much. Like it was fuck unbelievable. I'm sorry for my language.
No, that's
It's all
okay.
good.
I think this
It's all out,
is
my
like
friend.
an okay situation
Oh
to
my
use
gosh,
it.
like you know, after the second game, like we managed to bounce back. Like I appreciate everything. Like my teammates, like just believe. Yep.
Yeah, what was the conversation that happened between game 2 and game 3 for you guys to be able to come back?
It's like like we feel like we are just a better team, and like the second game we just like I think we got that, and like we play like scared. We scared of losing on second game. Like we could have like take everything, and like after the second game lost, we were like, I just fuck everything and like play the best, and like yeah, and then we just stormed them.
Yeah, and also with the drafting, right? You guys getting that Terrorblade. How comfortable are you on that Terrorblade? Like, how much does that mean to get that Terrorblade in the draft for you guys?
For me, like I'm really confident with Celebrate and like Lion for myself too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jabs, you were perhaps my MVP of this series. You make so many sick plays. Like when you're using, like coming up with some of these ideas, like with the Shadow Amulet and stuff. Like what's going through your head to make these sick plays? Like honestly, I don't even know what my question is. I just want to praise you. Like man, those plays were just amazing. Like how do you do it?
I was just thinking like I need something to survive, and like if I didn't die, like we're gonna kill them all. Yeah, that's only my thought.
Nice.
I want to ask a little bit.
Yep.
I want to ask about the mindset in game 5. Like you picked this super all-in aggression draft, and we said it's maybe a little bit risky to do because a grand final of a TI qualifier, maybe you would feel the nerves a little bit, but you performed perfectly. Like all of you just completely ran over them. How was like the mindset going to the last game?
Like this like this like a hero that we always like been training, and like we're really confident with this hero. Like we know what's wrong like before we play this, and like we adjust, and we know how to play this W well, and like I feel like we got this game when we got the draft.
Yeah. Definitely looked that way. It was really one-sided.
Yeah, and then I feel like they kind of don't know what to do. Like after, it's hard decision to like, we have been banning Brood every time, and like we instead of that we ban Lion, and like it's hard decision to like adjust it, but we still make it. So like thanks for my team too.
That early game aggression was absolutely outstanding from you guys, and you were just relentless that whole game 5. I do want to give you the moment, though, to say whatever you want to any Fnatic fans out there that are listening.
I'm really appreciate like all my fans and like Fnatic fans, and like thank you for supporting us. Like we're gonna show better in TI, and like yeah, like we really enjoy. Thank you for the support, guys.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us, Jabs. I don't want to keep you any longer because I'm sure you want to go and celebrate, but congratulations again.
Thank you,
Outstanding.
guys. Thank you.
Absolutely outstanding.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you
He
later.
was so happy.
Congrats.
I love to hear it.
Yeah, he was
love
so
to hear it.
ecstatic.
Like,
It
he was
just-
talking so
I was gonna tear
fast.
up. Yeah, I was gonna tear up when he's like, I just want to thank all the fans
He's like,
out
I'm
there
good, I'm
for the
good. Thank you,
support.
thank you.
It
It's
was
so
so
cool 'cause
sweet.
Amazing.
I feel like the side of these players we usually see, especially with like, the story with like the DJ Jab support, who was like, they're kind of more quiet, reserved, and that was just like, all the emotion coming out. Absolutely loved it.
Oh, they probably exploded out of their chairs. They're like, "Whoa!"
There is no way you stay in your seat when you know you're going to TI10.
No,
but
I
that is
don't
going to
think-
be.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
They
there
were
you
not
go.
in
I
their
was go-
seat when the game ended. They were ending the game standing, 100% sure.
Yeah.
No doubt. I'm sure they were probably just absolutely jumping everywhere. But that is going to be the Fnatic lineup that is going to be heading to TI10, taking that Southeast Asia qualifying spot. There's no more deserving team, I guess. Everyone absolutely brought it this qualifier. All of them showed qualities of why they should be going to TI10, but ultimately Fnatic just had the mental fortitude, the know-how to pull it through. But I want to open the floor up to you, Gods and Black, if there's anything you want to say about this series or about the qualifiers before we head off.
I'm so excited to see Fnatic at TI. You've got, first timer in Death, a young team. You've got some veterans, the DJ Jabs support duo. This is just a team that has such a, history of success in the SEA region. And they just, continue to perform so well. Raven's back, so I'm sure this is one of the first times where I feel like, you don't have that all Filipino team there representing the country, but they still have Raven to cheer for. The SEA Filipino Dota fans are so passionate, so loud, always supporting their team. So they'll have to get behind Fnatic now, as well as, of course, DJ. And yeah, it's sad for TNC. It's sad for Boom. These qualifiers have been the most entertaining qualifiers I feel like I've ever seen for TI. So honestly, just shout out to all these teams.
Yeah, it's of course hard to say anything because there can only be one winner. The roster change of Fnatic has been outstanding. Like, it made so much sense. They got Dev, put Chayon in the mid lane where he really thrives at. And being able to come back from a 0-2 deficit, it's incredible. Yeah. Like, as we said, it almost never happens. It takes so much of a mental fortitude. Like, you gotta be like made out of steel to not be affected. Like, they literally said, game 3, sorry for the language, fuck everything, let's just go in and crush them. Yeah. Okay, it worked out easily. Game 4, same thing. And game 5 has been the most aggressive Fnatic that we have seen all qualifier long, I think. It really smelled 100%. Blood, and they delivered.
They were so hungry by the end of it for game number 5. That's all they wanted. They wanted that TI10 slot. They were like, we need to put everything on the line. And I guess when it comes down to it, Fnatic can beat TNC in the late game, and they could definitely beat them when it came to that early game aggression. But that is going to be the conclusion of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers. I want to thank you all out there for watching. Thank you to our sponsors again, HyperX and Mate Mate. But that is going to be all from us for now.